In a world of sorcery, the enigmatic cube bestowed upon Lin Su the ability to synthesize all things. However, at times, the synthesis recipes were rather peculiar, even causing the malevolent deities to shake their heads in disapproval. 2 horses, 2 stones, wood, dirt, tent cloth, and a double-horse biological war chariot. Bloodthirsty vines, vampire eyeballs, and spiny biological eyes? Lin Su mused. As long as the synthesis recipe involved corpses, it is bound to result in something that would make even the evil gods shake their heads. Chapter 1. The Battlefield. Ugh. Oh no. Amidst a pool of blood, a frail figure knelt on the ground, retching uncontrollably. The landscape was strewn with corpses and flames. Damn this transmigration. Where's my paper? Lin Su wiped his mouth, his eyes reflecting despair. Dressed in a blue and white striped hospital gown, he found himself starkly out of place on this battlefield littered with the dead. In mere moments, he had come to accept the reality of his transmigration. What could he do but comply? This place was no sanctuary, he had to flee. Who knows when the cleanup crew would arrive? Struggling to prop himself up, he surveyed the gruesome scene of mangled bodies, blonde-haired, blue-eyed warriors clad in armor, wielding long swords, alongside numerous lifeless steeds and remnants of arrows. Their appearances were a stark contrast to his own black hair and eyes, marking him as an Oriental. The individuals before him sported hair of various vibrant hues, leaving him uncertain if it was dyed. Lin Su picked up a long cross sword from ground. Using it as a makeshift cane, he staggered toward the exit. To his astonishment, a car accident had not claimed his life. Rather, after a month in a hospital, he had been whisked away at such an inopportune moment. Transmigration with a delay, how absurd. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Here he was, inhabiting a different body, with an unfamiliar visage, a language barrier, and now confronting this battlefield. How was he to survive? Do tell me how. Not even a single golden finger to aid him. Alas! Save me, Tugaman Lin Hu Tao Su. As he lamented his fate in silence, strands of golden light, seemingly from nowhere, surged into his being. This sensation was akin to a refreshing balm penetrating his very soul. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. What was happening? Yet, there remained no tangible sensation. Was it all for naught? Don't toy with me. At that moment, Lin Su's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. In a pitch-black realm, it felt as if he had descended into the depths of his consciousness. A cube-like object, radiating golden light, floated at the center. His ethereal form, devoid of sensation, instinctively reached out a finger to touch the golden cube. In an instant, the golden light surged. An overwhelming torrent of information flooded his mind, but Lin Su could scarcely retain any of it, leaving behind only fragmented phrases. Universal synthesis. In synthesis, there's always gain. In practice, there's always progress. In the external world, the sound of hooves echoed as an armed cavalry unit arrived at the battlefield. The leader, towering nearly 2 meters, was a fearsome figure, muscles rippling with strength. Upon witnessing the carnage, he erupted in fury. At your command, my lord. This elite squad of 100 swiftly sprang into action, their movements fluid and precise, even encumbered by armor, demonstrating their prowess. Before sunset, the battlefield was cleared of all corpses. Nearly 1,000 bodies were engulfed in flames, emitting thick black, smoky, staggering loss of life. The so-called forest dwellers were not mere savages, they were equally well-equipped and trained, serving the Earl of the Forest. Their armor bore the family emblem 3 trees. The Earl of the Forest and the Earl of Sayus were vassals guarding the borders of 2 kingdoms, often at odds, with localized skirmishes being commonplace. However, such casualties were unprecedented, heightening the likelihood of an all-out war, thus explaining the captain's rage. At that moment, a cavalryman approached the captain. Lord Grey, we have a survivor. He appears neither to be one of us nor a forest dweller. Bring him here. The unconscious figure was, of course, Lin Su, who had succumbed to the mental shock of the cube and remained in a stupor for an entire day. Grey furrowed his brow, examining Lin Su, clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, stroking his chin in contemplation. The aide, sensing Grey's silence, ventured a guess. My lord, could this fellow be a spy from another nation? He is dressed so scantily it is quite scandalous. Mind your own business, you know nothing. Gray's eyes widened, resembling brass bells. He grasped Lin Su's unkempt hair, grown during his hospital stay, and demanded, "Look for yourself. Black hair, black eyes, delicate features, diminutive stature, and exquisite fabric. These traits are rather conspicuous, wouldn't you say?" The aide gasped. "A Dandong person? My lord, could this be a wandering merchant from the Dandong Empire who inadvertently stumbled into the battlefield? We cannot afford to provoke them." "Huh, you, my dear fellow, are oblivious. Take him down and care for him well. Once he awakens, we shall claim that the forest dwellers have seized his goods. When the troops of Earl Sayus arrive, we will send a contingent to the embassy in Shalden. Surely, you know how to proceed?" "Understood." The aide grinned in understanding. The Dandong Empire is not to be trifled with. If the forest dwellers dare to attack a Dandong merchant, they will cease to exist. "Good, now off you go." "Understood, my lord." Unconscious and unaware of the language barrier, Lin Su remained oblivious to the identity imposed upon him as a Dandong merchant. To the kingdoms, the empire was an unequivocal superior. The two entities were of entirely different scales. The Dandong Empire boasted a flourishing economy, with countless merchants traversing nations, amassing wealth from around the globe. Their advanced technology and industrial framework yielded formidable military capabilities, alongside exquisite foods, fabrics, and novel trinkets coveted by the nobility of the kingdoms. Thus, Dandong merchants were highly esteemed in all kingdoms and empires, bringing distinctive Dandong products to the world. With vast wealth, they contributed to the empire's prosperity, holding esteemed positions, often bestowed with noble titles. While a noble of the kingdom might not be recognized by the empire, a noble of the empire was universally acknowledged by all kingdoms. The principle of physical persuasion was no jest. The Dandong Empire was remarkably united and protective. If a merchant encountered trouble without a satisfactory explanation, the entire region would be deemed a wilderness, forbidding any merchant from entering. This constituted economic sanctions and military retribution. The former required no cost, serving as a welfare policy for Dandong merchants. The latter necessitated that the afflicted merchants contribute vast sums to the empire as military resources, encouraging commercial growth while mercilessly reaping profits. Such actions not only faced no resistance, but were instead embraced by Dandong merchants, as spending money yielded results a minimal price for them. Nothing could be more delightful than this. Chapter 2. The Synthesis of All Things. The next day, Vanguard Camp. Lin Su groggily awoke from his slumber, his expression one of bewilderment. His mind incessantly recalled the matter of the Rubik's Cube. The synthesis of all things, was it a bestowed talent from the cube or an inherent ability? The cost was energy, any form of energy. Hence, biological energy should suffice. Biological energy, akin to physical strength, nutrition, and vitality, all fell within this scope. After a brief contemplation, Lin Su felt a surge of eagerness. Although the golden finger was not as formidable as he had imagined, it was still quite remarkable. Having it was better than not. Furthermore, it appeared that the cube could perform a meticulous scan of his body. Scan. A stream of golden light surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, manifesting a virtual panel within his field of vision, presented in the most comprehensible format for Lin Su. Lin Su, age, 1972, talent, synthesis of all things, rank, none skills, none, art, none status, subhealth, skeletal damage, weakened internal organs, startled, recommended treatment plan, impressive indeed, a treatment plan included. He glanced at it. Most recommendations advised ample rest, accompanied by a prescription for revitalizing herbs. Though he was unfamiliar with the ingredients, surveying the tent's interior, Lin Su quickly deduced that he had likely been rescued by the victors of the battlefield. Kind-hearted souls. Rubbing his emaciated stomach, Lin Su discovered he could not locate his slippers, forcing him to tread barefoot upon the ground, examining the tent for any items that could be utilized to experiment with his synthesis talent. As the name suggests, the synthesis of all things required at least two entities, preferably with a logical correlation to predict the resultant creation. Of course, these were merely his conjectures, and practical experimentation was necessary for confirmation. The tent held little. A wooden table bore a basket, beside which were two stacked boxes. Lin Su approached and opened one. To his surprise, it contained jerky and flour, while the other box held various garments, alongside several pieces of beast hide. His hospital garments were already stained a dark crimson with dried blood, tattered at the back. The coarse, long fabric suitable for this world was rough to the touch, yet preferable to wearing bloodied rags. Just as he contemplated changing, his actions faltered. Why not attempt synthesis? With that thought, he shed his worn clothing, baring his torso, and retrieved the beast hide and coarse cloth. With a mere thought, he initiated the synthesis. Golden strands of light enveloped his hands, swiftly merging the three items into a gelatinous mass. Moments later, it solidified. Lin Su flicked his hands, and a knee-length, lightweight long coat materialized in his sight. The exterior was a blue and white striped leather texture, lined with several pockets, albeit stained with blood and devoid of buttons, resembling a modern trench coat, albeit with a rather peculiar style. The hem of the coat was frayed, with several triangular slashes as if cut by sword blades. Though not as he had envisioned, it was still a commendable outcome. Donning the coat, he marveled as it adjusted to fit his physique perfectly, a truly magical experience. Simultaneously, perhaps due to his talent for synthesis, he sensed he could will this creation to disintegrate. Elated, he wore it comfortably. Next, he synthesized trousers and undergarments from similar materials, complemented by the beast hide, resulting in a uniquely styled garment with blue and white stripes. Since the coat lacked an inner layer, he also synthesized a shirt to wear beneath. After several rounds of synthesis, the energy expenditure was minimal. He felt quite adept at it. Moreover, he could guide the style of the synthesized clothing with his thoughts. It was as entertaining as designing a character in a game, barring the inability to alter colors. As for shoes, without a prototype, he could not create any. Thus, he remained barefoot. At that moment, a sudden cough echoed from outside the tent, prompting Lin Su to glance over. A towering figure, at least 6 feet tall, entered the tent. With brown hair, a square jaw, pronounced brow ridges, and deep-set eyes, he resembled a typical Caucasian. Chattering away, Lin Su felt utterly lost. Thank you. But he could not comprehend a word. In such a situation, he dared not speak, merely nodding to indicate his understanding. Indeed, he was clearly receiving benevolent treatment. Otherwise, he would not have found himself sheltered in this tent. Feigning agreement with the man's words seemed a prudent choice. Doran found the response of this Dongan individual rather peculiar. He repeated himself, I am a member of the vanguard under Count Seth of the Magma Kingdom. Your belongings were seized by the vile forest dwellers. We rescued you. Nodding again, Lin Su indicated agreement. Are you hungry? Do you require sustenance? Captain Gray will visit you shortly. Do you have any requests? Doran thought, surely he cannot be simple-minded. However, such thoughts could not be voiced. His peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Su's bare feet and the open box before him. And he suddenly realized something. Please wait. Lin Su watched as he hurriedly entered and exited. Esteemed merchant, these are the finest military boots we have. I present them to you. Lin Su accepted the boots, grinning as he slipped them on. He reflected on how honest and kind the people here were. He stomped his feet and jumped a few times, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he nodded. Doran, exasperated, thought, you could at least say a word. Reluctantly, he dashed out again, this time heading straight for Captain Gray's tent. Captain Gray, the Dongdan individual has awakened. He rushed into the tent. Inside, the sight of the captain and the team's cook in a rather compromising position left him agape, his eyes widening in disbelief. What a red backside, he gasped. Instinctively, Gray could not restrain himself and delivered a resounding slap, the noise reverberating loudly. Doran, you little bastard. Get the hell out of here. Doran scrambled out, his face flushed with embarrassment. Standing at the tent's entrance, he felt utterly lost. Fortunately, a short while later, Gray emerged, fully dressed, and seized Doran's nape with a firm grip. With a wide-open mouth, spittle flying, he shouted, What were you thinking? Do you wish to die? Doran, summoning his courage, retorted, Captain Gray, the cook is the mother of Yake. Although Yake is not part of our vanguard, if he learns of this, he will certainly seek retribution. Silence. You foolish pig, infested with squirrels. Did anyone know you were not inside? I ask you, did anyone know? Chapter 3. The common tongue of Padalin. After a thunderous roar, Gray suddenly spoke ominously. Do you want me to silence you permanently? Doran trembled in fear, closing his eyes as if awaiting his demise. Observing this, Gray spat disdainfully. With arms as thick as by Lin Su's waist, he casually flung Doran several meters away. Come here, fool. What were you about to say? Speak again. Doran swallowed hard and continued. My Lord Gray, the Dongren has awakened, but there is a slight issue. He is rather reticent. Perhaps due to my lowly status, which renders me unworthy of his words. Upon hearing this, Gray nodded thoughtfully. The pride of the Dongran is akin to that of the elves. They are indeed an anomaly among humans. Yet, regardless of their status, they can sell their goods to any buyer, creating a paradoxical situation. It is reasonable for the Dongran to remain silent with Doran. Perhaps he had once endured a similar treatment. Only individuals of the caliber of Count Seth would warrant a conversation. The Dongran place great importance on titles. For instance, a viscount from the Dongran Empire would typically have servants handle transactions, while only nobles of a higher rank would engage directly with him. The hierarchy is clear: Imperial Viscount to Kingdom Count, Imperial Count to Kingdom Marquis, and so forth. Gray Seth, merely a vassal of Count Seth, bestowed with the family name, knighted, and holding the title of Lord, remains beneath the rank of Baron, thus not considered a significant noble. He felt a slight headache. Reflecting on the meager supplies his advance party carried, mostly food and clothing, he decided it was best not to demean himself further. Doran, I shall not visit. Have the cook prepare a meal for the Dongran, and please find Basila. Does he not enjoy reading comic books? Deliver those to him to pass the time. We shall wait for Count Seth before making further contact. Understood, my lord. Gray remarked. Why are you staring at me? The cook is in your tent, and I. Go in. Yes. Doran trembled and hurried off to fulfill his task. Meanwhile, Lin Su, observing Doran's departure, took the opportunity to alter his footwear, merging it with beast hide to create a more suitable appearance. The ancient military boots of the West felt unfamiliar, so he transformed them into modern military boots. Although the material was inferior, they proved quite effective for outdoor activities. Clad in this attire, Lin Su appeared quite fashionable in this fantasy world. However, in a contemporary setting, he would resemble a deranged individual escaped from a hospital, eliciting fear from those he encountered. The striking blue and white stripes were indeed intimidating. Repeatedly utilizing his synthesis talent had begun to tire him, the minor energy expenditure accumulating into fatigue. He stifled a yawn, his stomach growling. Yet he dared not wander off in search of food. Just as he contemplated snacking on some jerky, the individual he had just sent away returned, this time bearing a tray laden with fragrant meat stew and a stack of books. Lin Su's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He assumed a serious demeanor at the wooden table, opting for silence and feigning muteness. Doran, influenced by Gray's demeanor, felt unworthy and hesitated to speak. He placed the items down, bowed, and retreated. Lin Su was left in astonishment. Had he misjudged his status? Was it the fabric of his clothing or the softness of his skin? Contemplating, Lin Su concluded that his modern upbringing had endowed him with superior skin quality compared to these individuals, thus serving as a testament to his noble status. Only aristocrats could afford to maintain such a plump and fair appearance. Unfortunately, the language barrier hindered further understanding, so he set aside these thoughts, recognizing the situation as fortuitous. Grasping a wooden spoon, he savored the warmth of the meat and mushroom stew, feeling an immediate sense of comfort. His gaze fell upon the nearby books, igniting his curiosity. Shall I attempt self-study? He opened one to discover an exceptional rendition of the legendary Liu Bei, replete with illustrations, intricate details, and vibrant colors, truly a masterpiece. It was a pity that such talent was devoted to depicting Liu Bei. The collection comprised 5 well-worn volumes, their edges yellowed, with some pages stuck together. The thought of these soldiers carrying around such a depiction of Liu Bei was intriguing, and Lin Su shivered at the potential implications. He hesitated, then decided to experiment with his synthesis ability once more. After sipping another mouthful of stew, he attempted to merge the 5 books. A flash of golden light ensued, resulting in the birth of a super-thick Liu Bei tome. Simultaneously, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Anything synthesized through his talent would fall completely under his control. Life and death would be at his discretion. Furthermore, written works and knowledge seemed to possess even greater utility. Lin Su took the hefty volume and tapped it against his forehead. Instantly, the book dissipated, merging into his consciousness, flooding him with unfamiliar yet adept memories. His lips moved, producing strange and dry utterances. A delicate and fair princess? This phrase translated to beautiful lady? A lengthy title indeed. Thus, he realized he was a language master. Had he possessed such a gift earlier, learning English would not have been so arduous. Lin Su felt no qualms about the peculiar adjectives gleaned from the Liu Bei text. Rather, he reveled in his newfound knowledge. He scanned his body with the cube and noted the changes. Lin Su, age, 1972. Talent, synthesis of all things. Rank, none. Skills, none. Art, common tongue of Paddling, 2100. Condition, subhealth, skeletal damage, weak internal organs, hunger, fatigue. Recommended treatment plan. So this language is called the common tongue of Padolin. At last, he grasped a fragment of it. With further reading, he could fully master it. He finished the stew in the pot and, utterly drained, collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, a cacophony of battle cries jolted him awake. Shadows flitted outside the tent, blood splattering everywhere, accompanied by screams of agony. Cut the horse's legs. What could that possibly mean? Feeling himself a language master, Lin Su recognized the fear within him but found the words oddly peculiar. Deal with him below? He inhaled sharply, instinctively feeling his backside. Retreating beneath the bed. These soldiers were all towering giants at 6 feet tall, so he deemed it wiser to remain hidden than to risk adding to the chaos. Time passed, and the sounds of conflict outside began to diminish. Lin Su lay beneath the bed, drenched in sweat, and slowly crawled to the edge of the tent, peeking through a narrow gap to observe the soldiers he had seen earlier, clad in silver armor adorned with unique sword and axe patterns, were now replaced by a contingent donning black vine-patterned iron armor, each bearing 3 tree symbols on their chests. They had been defeated. Such misfortune. Lin Su pounded the ground in frustration. Despite the mysterious cube granting him synthesis talent, his explorations throughout the day had yielded only the ability to synthesize similar objects, which allowed him to control the outcome. Exhaustion overcame him, and he succumbed to sleep. Chapter 4. The abnormal creature. Who could have anticipated such an event transpiring at night? Unsure of how the enemy soldiers might react, he could only hide beneath the bed and silently pray. Before long, the tent was lifted, and several soldiers entered, their faces alight with joy as they carried away 2 storage boxes. They did not conduct a thorough search. He overheard phrases such as the Great Forest Night and Captured Alive, which filled him with trepidation. Soon after, more groups of people entered in search of treasure. However, the 2 boxes were already taken, leaving Lin Su's tent utterly bare. The soldiers left, grumbling in frustration. He still did not dare to venture outside. It was only when he heard the rhythmic sound of hooves receding into the distance that he crawled out from beneath the bed, exhaling heavily. It was evident that this troop had been ambushed, perhaps even a premeditated encirclement. The enemy was determined not to let anyone escape, which likely explained their decision to strike under the cover of darkness. Lin Su, lacking full understanding of the situation, could only make educated guesses. He crouched low, attempting to stealthily slip out. The fire blazed fiercely, with numerous tents consumed by flames, and the bodies on the ground had been stripped of their armor and weapons. Even their horses had been led away. There was not a sound. Lin Su felt a surge of relief, taking a few steps before suddenly sighing. Alas! The corpse beneath his feet was that of the soldier who had delivered comic books and food to him earlier in the day. He did not know the soldier's name, but he could sense the kindness in him. To perish so abruptly, he felt a deep sense of regret for being unable to help. Lin Su knelt down and gently closed the soldier's lifeless eyes. In this desolate camp, he managed to scavenge some jerky, placing it on his back. Unfortunately, all weapons had been taken. He was at a loss as to which direction to take, feeling utterly immobilized. He could only proceed step by step. Just as he resolved to move away from the enemy's direction, he suddenly froze upon seeing the carcass of a horse, a thought stirring within him. What if he tried to create something? Lin Su was in a frail state, desperately needing rest, yet he found himself on the battlefield, having encountered a compassionate troop, only to be robbed by the enemy. Escaping on foot seemed improbable. He yearned for a means of transportation. Though merging the horse carcass might not resolve his predicament, it was worth a try. He pondered, if he wished to fashion a cart from the horse's remains, reviving it was clearly unrealistic. Mechanical power was required. Perhaps a pedal system? That could work. He did not need a grand vehicle. He envisioned crafting a horse-shaped bicycle. Wood was abundant in the camp, so he dragged some over and haphazardly stacked it together. The reason for using the horse carcass was primarily to utilize its bones as the bicycle's frame, complemented by 2 wooden wheels, forming a rudimentary design that felt quite feasible. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Su was about to initiate the synthesis when he hesitated, feeling it prudent to bring over another nearby horse carcass to combine. He did not seek immediate success, merely a glimmer of hope. Synthesize. Golden light emanated from Lin Su's palm, enveloping the heap of materials, and an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Flesh melted and fused with wood, the golden aura spreading as it melded with the earth and stones into a wondrous amalgamation of meat and mire. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted. Lin Su was left dumbfounded, struggling to harness his wildly unbridled synthesis talent. Alas, it proved futile. The horse carcasses, wood, dirt, stones, and tint fabric, elements that seemed utterly incompatible, were forcibly merged. Gradually, the discord transformed into harmony, even acquiring a semblance of rationality. As his energy waned, Lin Su's complexion grew increasingly pale. At last, an abnormal creature was born. The two horse carcasses fused, supported by a wooden base, upon which rested a seat, complete with a control panel, steering wheel, brake, and accelerator. A layer of mud encased the horse remains, while their skulls morphed into stone. White bones extended from the abdomen, merging with the pedals and steering wheel. Numerous wooden hooks sprouted from its back, and tin bags made from tint fabric hung, each currently empty. This was utterly ludicrous. Lin Su's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his voice trembling. "Hey, biological war chariot." According to the feedback from his talent, this contraption functioned like a normal horse, capable of storing energy in its belly by grazing, though it could also consume meat and high-energy food. As long as he remained within 1,000 meters, he could summon it with a mere thought. He committed this extraordinary formula to memory. Lin Su placed his hand on the abdomen of the left horse, feeling no warmth of blood or pulse of life. After studying it for a while, he finally sat in the seat and pressed the accelerator to set it in motion. Driving the biological war chariot was akin to operating a vehicle, albeit with a rather peculiar experience, as it still galloped on 8 legs. Bumpy yet significantly faster than a bicycle. He rode it around the camp several times before coming to a halt. He allowed it to graze nearby while he rummaged through his bags, uncovering 2 more packets of jerky. Then, he steered the abnormal biological war chariot in the opposite direction of the chaos. His synthesis talent was more potent than he had anticipated, transforming the irrational into the plausible, creating a biological war chariot that would leave even the malevolent gods in disbelief. The potential for development was vast. Beyond merging similar entities, Lin Su had also stumbled upon the ability to combine different species, corpses, and items. But what about living beings? Lin Su glanced at his frail arms and then at the robust corpse of a soldier, shivering at the thought. It was unnecessary, unless driven to desperation. The idea of merging his own body was far too sinister. At present, it was imperative to find a book to fully master the Padaron universal language, allowing him to communicate with others, comprehend the surrounding circumstances, and devise a plan for his future escape. Along the way, the horse's rear emitted thick white smoke, resembling a chimney as it galloped with Lin Su aboard. As the sun climbed high in the sky, he dozed off for a brief moment, recalling that he had instructed the biological chariot to retreat along the main road before succumbing to slumber. The energy expenditure from synthesizing the dual horse chariot had been overwhelming. Upon awakening, though still somewhat fatigued, he was grateful to have distanced himself from the battlefield. Ravenous, Lin Su commanded the dual horse chariot to graze by the roadside while he unfastened one of the bags. After a moment's hesitation, he activated his synthesis ability. After several attempts, only a single piece remained, a massive jerky as thick as an arm and half a person's height. Merging similar items elevated their quality, though he could not articulate how precisely. Taking a bite, Lin Su instantly felt satiated, his cheeks flushed and warmth spreading through his body, steam rising from his head. He had replenished his energy. With a gasp of delight, Lin Su felt immense satisfaction. This method was far superior to his own recovery. Long-term storage of such provisions was worth considering. The area was lush with vegetation and abundant trees, yet he dared not venture too deeply into the thickets, fearing the poisonous insects of the jungle. He also lacked a weapon. In this tumultuous environment, he needed to procure some form of armament. Thus, he set off again with the dual horse chariot, seeking a nearby patch of low shrubs. Chapter 5, Count Seth. He began to snap branches and gather materials. The small trees here were as thick as a thigh, while the thinner ones were thinner than a wrist. With a swift kick, they could be easily broken. After collecting a bundle, he moved stones to prepare for crafting a cart and a spear. This dual-purpose creation would serve as a place to rest and a means of self-defense. After all, the horse-drawn chariot could navigate autonomously, executing commands flawlessly as long as they were not overly intricate. It was exceedingly convenient. Synthesize, synthesize, synthesize. In the small grove, golden glimmers constantly flickered. When Lin Su grew weary, he would nibble on some highly nutritious jerky and resume his work. Before long, a solid wooden cart with 4 wheels took shape, measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, complete with a small step for seating. At the entrance, there were 2 vine clasps. He equipped it with 2 sharp stone spears for easy access. These materials, possessing the conditions for combination, seemed to hint at an alternative synthesis method. With a thought, Lin Su gravitated towards a specific direction. What conformed to conventional logic was the ordinary. Anything that deviated from it was akin to the bizarre horse-drawn chariot, which was related to specific materials. He summoned the chariot, coupling the cart with the base of the driver's platform, and thus the chariot of the dark deity was born. He surveyed it with satisfaction. After feeding his horse a bit of jerky for energy, they set off on their journey. As they traveled, he occasionally dismounted to gather bundles of thatch from the roadside. After a few attempts, he combined the thatch into a single entity, employing principles similar to those of the jerky. It was too extravagant for the horse to consume meat. Instead, highly nutritious grass sufficed, which he hung on the horse's side. They journeyed for an entire day, and as dusk fell, the surrounding woods began to thin, revealing what appeared to be an endless expanse of barren grassland ahead. Standing atop the cart, Lin Su gazed at the breathtaking scenery. The vast sky evoking a sense of exhilaration, soon followed by a wave of introspection. He hoped not to encounter any wild beasts. For safety's sake, traveling at night seemed unwise. The desolation of the plains appeared perilous. He took a bite of jerky, feeling sated yet increasingly parched. Having gone a day and night without water was uncomfortable, and he planned to wait until morning to quench his thirst with the morning dew before venturing into the wilderness. As night descended, he lay on the wooden floor of the cart, feeling restless and uncomfortable. He longed for a bath yet was tormented by thirst. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. "Quiet down," he admonished, trying to keep still. The sound persisted, and Lin Su swiftly turned, seizing the sharp stone spear by the door and scanning his surroundings with vigilance. He soon spotted a troop of cavalry, torches in hand, charging toward him. Should I flee? He pondered, but as he halted, he noticed the intricate patterns of swords and axes emblazoned on their chests, unmistakably marking them as allies of the one who had rescued him. He was devoid of wealth and power and unfamiliar with this otherworldly realm. At worst, they might seize his biological card, but as long as he concealed his synthesis talent, all would be well. He even considered the possibility of leveraging their fearsome reputation. His smooth skin and fine attire served as a natural disguise in this era. He decided to lower his weapon and adopt an indifferent demeanor atop the cart, remaining silent and projecting an air of nonchalance. The 12 cavalrymen surrounded him, fortunately not drawing their swords. They merely gazed in astonishment at the peculiar horse-drawn chariot, hesitant to approach. The squad leader soon arrived. Observing Lin Su and the mud-clad biological cart, a look of shock crossing his face. A tale he had heard from Count Seth surged to his mind, prompting him to dismount and kneel on one knee. "Esteemed wizard, my apologies for halting your journey. We are the cavalry of Count Seth, en route to the border battlefield for reinforcements. Have you come from the vile woodland folk?" Lin Su was taken aback, his understanding of their common tongue limited. He grasped only fragments of their words. Apologies, reinforcements, help, woodland folk. Beyond that, he was lost. However, he recognized the importance of etiquette and, despite lacking any gifts or tokens, nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing his response, the squad leader commanded the surrounding soldiers to part, forbidding them from drawing swords, and rode off, presumably to inform their commander. Shortly thereafter, a gilded carriage approached swiftly, halting nearby. A brown-haired man clad in armor and a crimson cloak, towering nearly 2 meters, emerged from within, causing Lin Su to feel a chill run down his spine. "Are the people here all monsters?" he thought, almost in a roar within. This man was none other than Count Seth, Lord of the Magma Kingdom, Province of Snow, and Master of Kaldan. Upon encountering Lin Su, he felt no extraordinary aura and clearly was not a wizard. Yet, the peculiar cart he commanded was surely beyond the means of an ordinary man, bearing a resemblance to those from Dondong. Count Seth inquired tentatively, "Are you a merchant from Dondong?" Lin Su recognized the term merchant, recalling tales of merchants and princesses from his childhood stories, and nodded decisively. He gestured toward the direction from which he had come, exclaiming, "Vile woodland folk." Utilizing what he had just learned, he employed the term vile, despite not knowing its precise meaning. However, based on the squad leader's tone, he surmised it was not a compliment. The emblems of the 3 trees and the crossed swords and axes were clearly symbols of the enemy. Cursing the foe felt appropriate, regardless of the exact terminology. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Su's condemnation, Count Seth smiled warmly. "It appears you have suffered unjustly in the savage realm of the woodland folk. Fear not, for I, Count Seth, shall ensure you are avenged." Cheery, A ghost, Rand, relay the command to set up camp here. I wish to engage in a lengthy discourse with my friend from Dandong. At once, my lord, they replied. Lin Su could not ascertain the exact number of troops Count Seth commanded, but he estimated at least 3,000 well-equipped cavalry, each with 2 horses, tirelessly traveling through the night. They were clearly fatigued. In Count Seth's tent, Lin Su sat at a low table laden with a variety of delectable foods, roasted meats, mushroom soup, white bread, skewers, and more. The fare far surpassed the jerky he consumed. Without hesitation, he devoured the food, appearing ravenous. Count Seth observed with satisfaction. The more destitute Lin Su seemed, the greater the likelihood of retaliation against the woodland kingdom by the Dandong people. After feasting, Count Seth finally spoke. What name do you go by, esteemed guest? Lin Su paused, comprehending the intent behind the inquiry. Adapting to the situation, he adopted a name of Western origin, Rhine. Count Seth nodded, raising his cup. Shall I send a company to escort you? The lengthy inquiry was lost on Lin Su, who could only nod, not wanting to appear foolish. He was in dire need of books to learn the language through synthesis, so the lack of understanding was inconsequential. Observing Count Seth's demeanor, he sensed goodwill. I require some books to help me pass the long night, he stated. Certainly, Count Seth readily agreed, while Lin Su attempted to organize his thoughts, struggling to articulate a more substantial request. Chapter 6. The Moon Disc Breathing Technique. Little did they know, this was precisely what Count Sayus was waiting for. He raised his glass in a show of exuberance. After Lin Su departed, Count Sayus instructed his attendants to send his personal collection of books to Lin Su. Among them were tomes detailing the extraordinary paths of knightly cultivation. These works held little value among the nobility, serving primarily to train knights, and were of relatively low quality. The true rulers of this world were always the wizards. It was the meditation techniques belonging to wizards that the nobility regarded as treasures. The Magma Kingdom lacked methods for cultivating wizards, yet it did possess court wizards. In contrast, the Dandong Empire was said to control more than one wizarding faction. The disparity between the empire and the kingdom lay not only in territory but also in the power of wizards. To Count Sayus, Lin Su's appearance and attire clearly indicated his Dandong heritage, harboring resentment towards the people of the forest land. It was inevitable that the forest land would face annihilation in the near future. Once Lin Su sought vengeance, the entire forest land would become his domain, and he would not hesitate to offer Lin Su his assistance. As for why he had never doubted Lin Su's identity, it was primarily because only the Dandong people possessed such a unique appearance. Furthermore, Lin Su's peculiar carriage, which he could not afford as a non-wizard, indirectly confirmed his identity as a traveling merchant. Although Rhine remained somewhat silent, he would undoubtedly not let the harm inflicted by the forest people go unpunished. In high spirits, Count Sayus continued drinking until dawn. Meanwhile, Lin Su was equally delighted as he synthesized the 12 volumes of books gifted by Count Sayus. Upon completion of the synthesis, he tapped his forehead, causing the books to vanish as a wealth of intricate information flooded his mind. His progress in the Padaron universal language surged to completion, the entire entry glowing green, then refreshing the progress bar, which filled again, this time glowing blue. This was. Before he could ponder, the magic swiftly conveyed relevant information to him. It turned out that whether it was a skill or an art, continued study after mastery could enhance one's abilities. The initial tier was white, followed by green, blue, purple, gold, and red, totaling 6 enhancement levels. The Padaron universal language reached enhancement level 3, signifying that Lin Su had attained the pinnacle of mastery in this tongue, including its derivative applications, ancient uses, grammar, and vocabulary, all rendered exquisitely clear. Even his calligraphy improved remarkably. When he wrote in this language, he became exceptionally adept, producing letters that were both beautiful and elegant. Thus, enhancement represented a breakthrough of existing limits. Given that it was a language, the aspects influenced after breaking through expanded horizontally while deepening in complexity. Wait, what is this? The original materials of the books had vanished, yet their contents remained, now comprehended by Lin Su simultaneously. Quantum reading. Among the volumes gifted by Count Sayus were texts on geography, biographies, travelogues, and military strategies. However, these were trivial matters compared to the most significant revelation, the moon disc breathing technique, the path of the night, extraordinary power. So it was. The mystery unraveled. The soldiers, robust and towering, had indeed cultivated extraordinary techniques, specifically the breathing method. Lin Su was elated. According to the information The Path of the Extraordinary Knight was a power created by wizards. Initially, it was designed to provide a degree of protection for wizard apprentices. However, as it spread, it established a distinct noble class within the mortal realm. Those who wielded power naturally dominated the weaker. One nation after another formed, engaging in conflicts to seize population and resources, ultimately establishing stronger realms. Wizards transitioned from their initial detachment from the world to residing within mortal kingdoms, collecting mortals with wizardly potential and transporting them to realms abundant in magical energy for instruction. Potions, intelligence, labor, and resources began to flow back to the wizarding class from the mortal world, yielding benefits and prompting wizards to increasingly value the management of mortal kingdoms. Thus, the current situation gradually emerged. The overview of the world unexpectedly presented itself before Lin Su, filling him with exhilaration. Lin Su, age 19, 72, talent, synthesis of all things, rank, none, extraordinary, moon disc breathing technique, 2100, skill, none, art, pattern universal language 3, 5100, status, subhealthy. Bone damage, fatigued, recommended treatment plan, things had changed. The method of tapping his forehead allowed him to begin a foreign skill at 2100 without needing to start from scratch. Lin Su immediately began to practice. The moon disc breathing technique, despite its name suggesting a mere breathing method, involved numerous movements coordinated with breathing. Initially, Lin Su found it somewhat awkward, but as he progressed, his movements became increasingly fluid. The moonlight outside the tent, unbeknownst to him, penetrated the thick fabric, casting its glow upon his sweat-drenched body. The radiant essence seemed to meld with his movements, integrating into his being. Before long, he completed the final posture, panting heavily, a look of elation on his face. It truly felt different. The moon disc breathing technique, though of modest quality, was nearly self-taught through the process, and the effects of his first training session were remarkably pronounced. He had directly stepped into the first realm of the extraordinary knightly path, the Knight Squire. Not only had his old injuries largely healed, but his subhealthy state had vanished, and both his strength and physique had significantly improved. He felt invigorated. This vitality was currently the sole resource consumed by his synthesis power. The more, the better. He called forth his personal information scan results. Lin Su, age 1972, talent, synthesis of all things, rank, Knight Squire, 2100, extraordinary, moon disc breathing technique, 25100, skill, none, art, pattern universal language 3, 5100, status, healthy. The hierarchy of Knight Squire leads to junior knight, mid-level knight, senior knight, and peak knight. This path focuses on developing the physical strength of humanity. However, humans possess limits. For wizards, even the simplest of mental spells could vanquish a peak knight in an instant, despite the original intention of creating this path being the protection of the still weak wizard apprentices. Gradually, it had taken on a deeper significance, controlling mortal kingdoms through the knightly class. This was one reason among many, though Lin Su remained unaware of the others. Count Sayus himself was a peak knight, possessing strength sufficient to crush solid stone and shatter steel swords, truly a monstrous being. It was hard to fathom what kind of immense power true wizards wielded. For mortals, peak knights represented the pinnacle. As for advancing further, that would lead towards a non-human direction, something beyond Lin Su's reach at present. However, the mysterious cube not only bestowed upon him wondrous synthesis powers, but also the relentless drive for progress inherent in every practice session. With his initial practice, the progress of the moon disc breathing technique surged by 5 points. Chapter 7. The objective of Chardin. Although progress may gradually become less pronounced, the mere visibility of advancement makes it challenging to abandon practice. Such motivation is an unimaginable boon for the average person. Is it not merely a matter of perseverance? Extraordinary power. This world is truly magnificent. Lin Su excitedly clenched his fist. The cube has the ability to once again break the limits of progress. White, green, blue, purple, gold, red. 5 opportunities. Even the most rudimentary breathing techniques, after 5 breakthroughs, should transform into a top-tier method. Reaching the pinnacle of knightly prowess should pose no problem. When one is met with joyous occasions, they are often invigorated. Late at night, with the moonlight perfectly illuminating the surroundings, it is beneficial for practicing the moon disc breathing technique. Lin Su, while munching on super-replenishing jerky to nourish himself, engaged in fervent training. In just a single night, he experienced transformative changes. The following day, the overly excited Lin Su finally tasted the bitter fruit of his endeavors. He was utterly exhausted. He had devoured 2 large bags of super-replenishing jerky and consumed an entire barrel of water, now bearing faint dark circles under his eyes as he scanned his own status. Lin Su, age, 1972, talent, synthesis of all things, rank, Night Squire, 12100, extraordinary, moon disc breathing technique, 51100, skills, none, arts, patter on common tongue 3, 5100, status, healthy, though his upgrade was rather slow. His proficiency was soaring. He could complete his first breakthrough enhancement in no more than 2 or 3 days. As his breathing technique level increased, it would also accelerate the advancement of the Night Squire rank, thus improving the efficacy of his training. The 2 aspects complemented each other perfectly. It was indeed perfectly suited for him. As soon as he exited the tent, Count Sace approached with a group of soldiers, the scent of alcohol heavy on him, likely having spent the night awash in revelry. Upon seeing Lin Su, he was momentarily taken aback. Lord Rhine, you haven't taken up the moon disc breathing technique, have you? You already possessed the breath of moonlight. There was nothing to conceal in this regard. After all, he had appeared frail yesterday, yet today he exuded vitality, particularly in his spirit, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. Indeed, my lord, this recent peril has made me realize that true power lies in one's own hands, prompting me to attempt learning it. The rudimentary breathing technique was indeed quite simple. Count Sace's lips twitched, no matter how simple. It could not be mastered in a single night. The group of squire knights in his territory required at least a year of preparation before commencing their training, which would take an additional 3 months to advance to the next level. It typically took around 3 years to cultivate a squad of elite knights, with the resources consumed along the way being countless. Who could possibly advance in a single night? Lord Rhine, you are remarkably gifted. I believe that in the near future, you will achieve the rank of peak knight. What do you think? Lin Su was perplexed. He had been a novice yesterday, yet today he was already a master of the patter on common tongue. Finally, he began to comprehend. He was only vaguely aware of the underlying circumstances. Despite his current mastery of languages, he was merely a mediocre learner. If he had listened to an English composition, could he recall what he heard the following day? Even if he had transformed into a master of English overnight, he wouldn't be able to remember. However, thanks to the 12 books that contained geographical travelogues, he had acquired a foundational understanding of Dondong. It seemed he grasped something. He discreetly repeated what he had said yesterday. Damn those woodland folk. Count Sace chuckled heartily in agreement. Damn those woodland folk. The 2, each with their own motives, miraculously reached a consensus to express the enthusiasm of the Chardin people. Count Sace waved his hand grandly, gifting Lin Su a suit of knightly armor, a knight's longsword, for boxes of provisions, a box of medicinal herbs for treating minor ailments, and several supplies for daily living. This included 12 accompanying knights whose appetites were considerable. Regarding the entourage, Lin Su felt some hesitation. The conspicuous golden light of his synthesis power would be problematic. He needed to conduct further research on the road to Chardin. It would be inconvenient to have people by his side. However, Count Sace was not at ease with Lin Su traveling alone. The route was straightforward. It would be strange to get lost. Ultimately, after Lin Su provided a reasonable explanation, the group of 12 knights was reduced to 1, an intermediate knight named Madich. This fellow was also accustomed to running errands, but he was fortunate. It was said he was a member of the vanguard team Lin Su had previously been with, and the Grey Vanguard had been besieged by the woodland folk. He had survived by chance and was now accompanying Lin Su back, arranging a series of travels to Chardin. This man bore a rather distressed expression, still unaware of the fate that had befallen the vanguard team. Lin Su did not share this information with them, as it was difficult to explain why an entire knight squad had perished while he, an ordinary person, had survived. Not mentioning it yesterday was a last resort. The language barrier posed a significant issue. It was difficult to articulate. He feared exposing himself, jeopardizing his safety. It was already too late to speak of it today. Just as it was impossible to explain how he learned the patter on common tongue overnight. Circumstances were different. Had he been proficient in the language yesterday, he would have surely told the truth. Fate had its own whims. Lin Su took his place in a double-horse war chariot, while Madich rode his own steed, setting off towards Chardin under Count Sace's watchful gaze. Lin Su set several personal objectives. First, to discover the means to become a wizard. Second, to continue researching his synthesis power. And third, to diligently enhance his proficiency and elevate his knightly rank. Given the new knowledge swirling in his mind, the Dandong Empire indeed seemed a fitting destination for him. The Dandong people resembled him closely, sharing yellow skin, black hair, and black eyes. Moreover, he might discover a path to becoming a wizard. It was imperative that he go. Tasks 2 and 3 could be pursued at any time. Thus, if he could travel at full speed and reach Chardon promptly, it would be best to utilize the connections at the Dandong Embassy to venture into the Empire. On another note, the double-horse biological war chariot was quite an oddity in appearance. Lin Su intended to sell it upon arriving in Chardon, as such a rare vehicle would surely yield considerable initial capital, laying a foundation for future endeavors. Along the way, Lin Su engaged Madich in casual conversation about Chardon's customs, local prices, the nobility, and so forth. He was filled with curiosity about many things. Chapter 8. Struggling without wealth. Thus, the journey proceeded smoothly. During the day, I traveled, and at night, I practiced my breathing techniques. I successfully broke through the limits of the lunar breathing method once again, and the effects of my training became increasingly evident. The progress of my knightly squire reached 54 points, still halfway to promotion. 3 days later, the vivid memories of Chardon came to mind. Even before entering the city, numerous estates and orchards lined the route, with carriages, cattle, sheep, and fields abundant. The city was surrounded by cultivated lands and garrisoned troops at the borders. Count Seth harbored great ambitions. Although the livelihood of the people was not particularly prosperous, it was far from the numbed despair I had witnessed in the novels of my earlier life, where it seemed as if the world were shrouded solely in darkness. To be alive, these two words represented the feudal existence of ordinary folk in this era, and this was still quite a rare good lord. As for right and wrong, Lin Su refrained from comment. His situation had only just emerged from danger. He needed to wait until he safely left Chardon to truly attain freedom. The city walls of Chardon towered to a height of 9 zhang, approximately 27 meters, constructed from massive stones and a blend of sorcery. According to Madich, this monumental fortification was erected 80 years ago by the first Count Seth, who spent a fortune purchasing vast quantities of magical potions from traveling merchants in Dandong. Using the strength of knights, they transported the immense stones, taking nearly 5 years to complete such a grand city, with a permanent population exceeding 300,000. Aside from Earl Lindy, other merchants frequently passed through here, making a fortune from tariffs alone. The city was heavily fortified with weapons and armor, and nearby, there were extensive iron mines. Over the century, it had become one of the 5 major heavy cities of the Magma Kingdom. The Iron Knight Brigade was renowned as an extraordinary military force, possessing formidable strength. In contrast, the Lin residents who dared to initiate conflict were not as powerful as Count Seth's forces. However, the territory of the Lin was aptly named. The borders were replete with mountains and towering trees, and extraordinary magical beasts dwelled within. The Lin people thrived in this environment, akin to bandits, swiftly changing locations after each skirmish. They seized opportunities whenever possible, and in terms of raw strength, they were no match for Count Seth. Their audacity hinted at some hidden confidence and support, easily discernible to the keen observer. Lin Su chose to remain silent. The more he understood, the less he felt compelled to speak. After all, being weak meant lacking a voice. Observing was sufficient. Intervening would only lead to self-destruction. With the mysterious cube in his possession, the path of survival suited him best. As I prepared to venture into the Dandong Empire, I needed to tread carefully, akin to walking on thin ice, in order to adapt in advance and avoid any detrimental shifts in mindset that could harm both myself and others. Madich enjoyed a certain degree of fame within the Chardon military, including the Grey Vanguard, which had consistently undertaken the task of eradicating bandits within the territory, earning a respectable reputation among the populace. Upon entering the city, I followed the arrangements to reside in the embassy established by Dandong outside the city. The person in charge was indeed a Dandong native, holding an official position. As a plundered traveling merchant, I naturally fell under his jurisdiction. This diplomat, with black hair and dark eyes, possessed a mature and handsome demeanor, exuding a distinctly East Asian appearance that was quite friendly. Lin Su couldn't help but feel relieved to have finally found an ally. Unfortunately, his name still bore a Western flavor. At the dinner banquet, Lin Su received a certain level of hospitality. The notoriously arrogant Dandong people treated him with remarkable courtesy. Ryan Lin, what a peculiar name. As far as I know, there isn't a Lin family in our land, remarked the diplomat. Haha, dear brother Carl, you jest. I am merely a commoner, hardly deserving of such titles. Lin Su replied, downing a glass of wine in one gulp, his face betraying a hint of sorrow. Brother Carl, in a foreign land. I intended to take advantage of the Empire's reputation to risk a venture in this remote region to earn a meager living. Who could have anticipated such fearsome Lin people who show no fear of the Empire? Fortunately, with Lord Carl and Chardon, Count Seth might not have come to my aid otherwise. The middle-aged Carl smiled warmly, not engaging further, and swiftly made arrangements for Lin Su. My dear brother Ryan, after your exhausting journey, allow me to have the servants prepare water for you so you can rest early. Thank you, brother Carl. No need for thanks. We are family. He chuckled. Upon leaving, Lin Su's expression turned cold, a bit vexed. He had been naive. After he introduced himself, Carl's attitude shifted instantly. Though he maintained an outwardly courteous demeanor, returning to his room, he indeed found water prepared for bathing, but it was cold. Ah, the hardships of being penniless. Is it my fault for being ignorant? I simply lack the funds. Under the moonlight, Lin Su practiced, his body warming up from the exertion. Having been shadowed by Madich for several days without finding an opportunity to utilize his synthesis talent, he now sought to experiment with creating formulas. His initial capital accumulation would necessitate selling his horse, as he assumed that such a peculiar creature would attract the curiosity of certain buyers. Regarding his synthesis abilities, Lin Su temporarily categorized them into two types. The first involved synthesizing similar items, where the final product would not see significant alterations but would enhance in quality and allow for slight modifications in appearance. He referred to this as stacked synthesis. Knowledge-based tomes also fell under this category, possessing the mysterious ability to impart knowledge, though the underlying principle remained unknown. The second category consisted of the synthesis of corpses, characterized by unpredictable processes and uncertain outcomes, dubbed synthesis of the dark gods. For instance, a biological war chariot made from 2 horses. His next step would require developing synthesis formulas that conformed to worldly logic, such as using tough cow tendons to create ropes, which could logically yield bows, whips, or lassos, but not stew or roast the tendons or fabricate nooses. This category of synthesis demanded further experimentation. Thus far, he had only seen success when synthesizing the carriage. He planned to name it common knowledge synthesis, with much more to explore. In truth, compared to synthesis abilities, he favored the concept of proficiency, akin to a diligent laborer. You reap what you sow was a tenet cherished by the Chinese for ages. Relying on mutations felt far too unreliable, necessitating caution. Eventually, Lin Su dozed off. The following day, predictably, Carl, in name, handled his paperwork, but in reality, he seemed to have vanished to some noblewoman's residence. He hadn't even requested household registration or identification. Showing no genuine concern, it appeared he wouldn't let Lin Su go until he had extracted some benefit from him. Considering the ongoing conflict with the Lin people, Lin Su was in no particular rush. If he wished to seek a wizard's inheritance in Dandong, financial resources were essential. It was best to possess items that wizards desired, for that would provide leverage in finding channels for purchase. Remaining here was advantageous. At least he would not go hungry. In the early morning, Lin Su sat at the control panel of the carriage, heading towards the carriage company that Madich had introduced to him. Rarity lent value, especially in this case. Armed with persuasive eloquence, he argued confidently, yet ultimately to no avail. The final statement was, "This is a creation of the wizard. It cannot be sold cheaply." That would be profoundly disrespectful. The price escalated from 10 gold coins to 100. The gold and silver circulating among mortals held significant value for wizards, as many of their creations involved gold powder as a material. 100 gold coins could sustain a mortal family for over a decade. Chapter 9. Acquisition and accumulation. The circulating currency predominantly consists of copper and silver coins. The exchange between them operates on a decimal system. However, the price of gold often fluctuates, sometimes allowing for the exchange of 15 silver coins, while at other times, only 8. Lin Su exchanged 50 gold for 524 silver coins. He procured a substantial amount of jerky in preparation for practicing his breathing techniques. Next, he visited an apothecary, purchasing numerous medicinal herbs primarily aimed at nourishing the blood, revitalizing the organs, and enhancing mental clarity. The medieval Western-style apothecary was hardly a place for human habitation, primarily stocked with external ointments for wounds. Along with instruments such as small knives and hand axes for bloodletting and amputations, with internal remedies being relatively scarce. The shelves inside were filled with bottles and jars, containing either ground herbs or prepared potions, offering a comprehensive service for purchasing medicines and healthcare. Lin Su scoured several establishments before managing to find a few familiar herbs from their workshops, notably locating peppermint. This herb invigorates the mind, making it suitable for late-night endeavors, assisting him in swiftly breaking through the nightly threshold and enhancing his physical prowess for self-preservation. Following the principle of composite synthesis, he applied an ultra-concentrated peppermint extract to his upper lip, which was more stimulating than menthol oil. Thus, he relentlessly labored for 3 days and nights, consuming meals in no more than 3 minutes and attending to nature's call in under a minute, swiftly resolving personal matters while pushing his body to its limits through rigorous training. While such a method would typically lead to exhaustion for an ordinary person, Lin Su was different. The synthesized tonic revitalized him with excessive energy, necessitating absorption, coupled with the inherent trait that practice yields progress, making his body appear boundless in its capacity to absorb nourishment. In just a short span, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Lin Su, age 19, 72, talent, synthesis of all things, rank, intermediate night, 1-100, extraordinary, moon disc breathing technique 4, 3-100, skills, none, arts, pattern common language 3-5-100. Status, healthy, the strength of an intermediate knight was now extraordinary. Lin Su could effortlessly break through walls and leap nearly 2 meters high. His muscles were firm and aesthetically pleasing. His height had increased to an average of 1.8 meters, allowing him to converse without craning his neck to look into others' nostrils. His once delicate features had taken on a rugged quality, becoming more masculine, exactly to his liking. In just a few days, he had invested only effort and 10 gold, yielding gratifying results. His moon disc breathing technique had undergone its 4th limit-breaking enhancement, now reaching the golden level, with one more breakthrough required to attain the red font, marking the limit. Without the advantage of a high-level technique, the progress of his training would slow significantly. At this moment, he felt no urgency. A day of proper rest was in order, during which he began contemplating how to procure new identification from Carl. The old one had been lost on the battlefield, and he needed to fabricate a perfect origin story, alongside further education. 2 days later, at Chardon's private bookstore, he had already sold the blue and white striped trench coat. Wearing it had always elicited an inexplicable sense of shame when he felt eyes upon him. Now, he donned a different style of tight-fitting attire, layered beneath a long black cloak, which made him appear less bulky and, indeed, somewhat slimmer. Chardon's bookstore was not abundant, nor did it delve into any extraordinary powers. It primarily featured stories, biographies, and travelogues. Naturally, there were also functional books on pharmacology and identification. Lin Su had nearly exhausted all the bookstores, yielding limited results. According to his classification, he stacked together storybooks written in pattern common language, discovering that learning the language had a minor bug. Any new material he had not previously encountered would enhance his proficiency upon consumption, unlike the moon disc breathing technique, which offered no feedback in terms of proficiency regardless of how many times he copied or synthesized it with other texts. The first stack totaled 30 volumes. He estimated that this would allow him to max out his proficiency in pattern common language, filling the progress bar completely. The second stack comprised 8 volumes, all related to pharmacology, herb identification, pharmacodynamics, and some prescriptions, medicinal texts, albeit lacking in rigor, with bloodletting techniques nearly elevated to the status of divine skills. The authenticity of these texts was ambiguous, intermingling truth with falsehood. The third stack contained only 2 books, distinguished by being written in Elvish. Elves. The mere thought of this word conjured images of a golden-haired, pointy-eared, long-legged enchantress in Lin Su's mind, an unforgettable vision. The elven race typically refrains from cohabitation with humans. However, in the world of sorcery, the situation differs. Elven sorcerers are masters of natural magic, wielding control over flora and the forces of life, thus holding significant power. Moreover, elves are a long-lived species, and over time, their lineage invariably retains some ancient beings, posing risks that few are willing to confront. These 2 books chronicled the arduous adventures of a half-elf ranger reclaiming his heritage. After synthesizing the 3 books into a concentrated form, Lin Su consumed them sequentially, and a vast reservoir of knowledge flooded his mind, which he meticulously organized. Upon awakening, it was already the following day. Scanning. Lin Su, age 1972, talent, synthesis of all things, rank, intermediate night, 3-100, extraordinary, moon disc breathing technique 4, 7-100, Skills, none. Arts, Padawan Common Language, red limit. Elvish, 5100. Medicine 1, 34100. Status, healthy, everything was in excellent condition. After massaging his slightly aching head for a while, Lin Su enjoyed a nutritious meal of jerky before heading out again. He had thoroughly investigated Carl, discovering him to be lecherous and greedy, brash and overbearing, yet not particularly oppressive towards common folk, often humiliating only minor nobles. He had a particular fondness for beautiful women. As for why he did not prey upon commoners, it was simply due to a lack of profit. Such acts of forcibly abducting a commoner's wife were exceedingly rare in this world, far from the commonplace occurrences depicted in novels. The common class typically had little spare money, and physical prowess was prioritized over appearance in marriage. Those with attractive looks were often sent by their fathers to serve in noble households as maids to earn commissions. They were well prepared for such outcomes. In families with lesser means, there were indeed numerous courtesans, mainly from foreign mercenaries, taken back to their hometowns, thus avoiding any peculiarities arising from neighbors engaging too intimately with one's wife. Such households often possessed a modicum of beauty, yet nobles seldom found them appealing. Today, Lin Su contacted an old madam, requesting her to scout for 2 moderately attractive foreign courtesans to take to an inn for Carl's enjoyment, aiming to alleviate the bond. After all, it was only with his assistance that the identification could be legitimized. Spending a little money, he pinched his nose and accepted the situation. That night, just 5 minutes after Carl entered, having just brewed himself a cup of tea and yet to take a seat, Carl emerged with a beaming expression. Quick draw, Carl. As his reputation suggested. Brother Carl. Brother Rhine. Lin Su discreetly handed him the prepared pouch of money. Carl's eyes flickered as he weighed the pouch in his hands. Chapter 10. Don Dung. It was rather convenient. He recalled the 2 aloof women, said to be from the Frost Ancient Kingdom, and pondered silently. Out of consideration for their shared origin as Don Dung natives, he decided not to press further, wearing a broad smile instead. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Su also breathed a sigh of relief. If flattery failed, that person might become insatiable. Who knows, he might even aspire to be a nameless assassin. And it would be wiser for a young man to remain humble, especially when the prospect of thriving lay within reach. Lin Su was averse to taking risks. Adapting to the established norms was the most prudent course of action. Once he had amassed sufficient strength, freedom would eventually be his. For he was not one to seek trouble. Having spent half a month on the ground, today marked Lin Su's departure from Chardane to the Dandong Empire. Although Carl was greedy and lecherous, he had commendable efficiency. Merely 3 days had passed since the last bribe, and he had already arranged all the necessary documents for Lin Su. Everything was in order, all genuine. Lin Su had chosen to claim a humble fishing village in the Dandong Empire as his birthplace, facilitating the fabrication of his identity and explaining his unfamiliarity with Dandong customs and etiquette. Dandong, renowned as a commercial empire, offered the possibility of acquiring anything with gold, including the meditation techniques of wizards. What circulated outside was surely not of high quality, yet Lin Su was unperturbed. He believed he could transform inferior materials into something exceptional. The real challenge lay in the financial aspect. To earn wealth, one must primarily focus on the 4 essentials: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. By targeting the nobility's wealth, he could delve into entertainment, medicine, antiques, and jewelry while simultaneously elevating his social standing. Purchasing meditation methods would secure a peaceful path for his cultivation. As for joining a wizarding organization, Lin Su understood that he had little chance. Such organizations typically nurtured promising apprentices from a young age, and individuals of Lin Su's age were generally excluded. Whether or not he possessed the requisite talent was inconsequential to him. He believed that diligent study would guarantee his mastery of meditation techniques. The nature of practice ensured progress. Thus, even without wizardly qualifications, hard work could lead him to become a wizard. It was merely a matter of habituation. On this day, seated in the carriage arranged by Carl, Lin Su found himself destitute, his belongings consisting solely of dried meat. He possessed only about 30 gold coins as starting capital, most of which had been siphoned off by Carl, leaving him heartbroken and constrained. The carriage would traverse the snowy province of the Magma Kingdom, a journey that would take a month, passing through several kingdoms along the way. Accompanying him were a coachman and 2 nightly attendants, leaving little else. Lin Su held the passage documents and identification firmly in hand. Once they crossed the imperial border, they would part ways. Familiar with the map of Dandong, Lin Su had already chosen his destination, opting for a low-profile approach and avoiding the limelight. He would venture out at night, exploring nearby desolate mountains or jungles, utilizing his medical skills to gather herbs and enhance his proficiency. He also intended to collect raw materials to begin developing his logical synthesis schemes once alone. He never neglected his nightly training, practicing both day and night, sleeping only 4 hours each day, truly the epitome of diligence. The two young knight attendants, inspired by his dedication, attempted to keep up for several days but felt no improvement, ultimately succumbing to fatigue. Lin Su remained indifferent to their struggles. They shared no bonds, each pursuing their own paths. Their companionship was merely a matter of travel documents. As time passed, Lin Su made significant progress. The moon disc breathing technique, though a relatively rudimentary method, proved effective due to its balanced nature. In its ordinary form, practitioners of the same level might find themselves average. But Lin Su's enhanced version stood among the elite of his rank, significantly improving his strength, agility, and physique. His body grew increasingly robust, and each strike felt effortless, capable of slaying a bull with a single punch. With heightened vitality, the consumption of synthesized materials became negligible. He synthesized common items dozens of times daily before feeling fatigued, primarily focusing on creating superior dried meats. Occasionally, he encountered wild beasts, eliminating them to hone his close combat skills. This transformation was almost palpable, becoming increasingly sharp and adept over the month-long journey. His appearance tidied through frequent bathing. At long last, after a month of travel, he arrived at the Dandong Empire. Scanning Lin Su, age 19, 72, talent, synthesis of all things, rank, senior knight, 12100, extraordinary, moon disc breathing technique, red, skill, none, art, pattern common language, red. Elvish 5100, medicine 2, 100, status, healthy, energetic. Having broken through to senior knight, he now enjoyed a state of heightened vitality, allowing him to endure 7 days and nights without sleep, though his mind might falter while his body remained vigorous. Beyond this, in the dead of night, he had devised numerous medicinal formulas, first planning the pharmacological combinations through his medical skills, then crafting medicines directly using the logical synthesis method, and further enhancing them via stacked synthesis. He prepared a substantial bag filled with various medicines, hemostatic, invigorating, and restorative, all derived from common herbs he had gathered on his journey. Remarkably, the potency of these concoctions had multiplied several times through synthesis, rendering them far too strong for an ordinary person to withstand. Only a knight's physique could endure such power. There appeared to be some parallels with the potions crafted by wizards, yet there were limits. Lin Su once continuously synthesized a batch of restorative medicine using over 100 common herbs, but reached a threshold. The limit for stacked synthesis was 100. The cumulative power of the concoctions failed to yield any extraordinary effects, merely causing him to experience a nosebleed. Diluting the mixture and synthesizing with 50 herbs might fetch a good price among the nobility, but a steady supply could draw unwanted attention. Until he acquired the wizard's meditation method, even reaching the pinnacle of the knightly path would not guarantee self-defense. A single mind-affecting spell could incapacitate even the mightiest knight. Thus, obscurity and cautious development were the prudent courses of action. At the border of the Dandong Empire, after submitting the documents and receiving verification, the trio proceeded to the nearest small town, where they finally parted ways. Within the Dandong Empire, predominantly inhabited by yellow-skinned individuals, one could still encounter a plethora of diverse races. Fair-skinned, dark-skinned, and even half-orcs, goblins, and elves were not uncommon, all thanks to the nation's open policies. Dandong stood as the most multicultural empire on the continent, providing a haven for merchants of all races. Chapter 11. Settling in the coastal city after spending a day wandering through the small town and purchasing numerous local books, Lin Su devoured several volumes in one go. His understanding of Dandong's local customs and culture gradually deepened. After careful consideration, he concluded that aside from the capital, a veritable hub of commerce, the most potent atmosphere of sorcery could be found in a coastal city known as Coast. According to Travelogues, this seaside city is governed by 3 powerful wizard factions that frequently collaborate to exploit nearby maritime resources and occasionally embark on distant voyages. With its expansive docks and numerous shipping companies, the city boasts an impressive transportation network and an abundance of goods, making it an ideal place for development. In this era, the presence of wizards, who never shy away from revealing themselves to mortals, has stunted technological advancement, leaving scant room for traditional industries. However, the peculiarities of various trades have greatly sparked Lin Su's imagination, such as clothing derived from plants, trees that produce sausages, and humanoid beings that clean the city, among others. Wizards, who revere truth and pursue knowledge akin to scientists in a fantastical realm, believe that knowledge equates to power. A formidable wizard possesses a vast reservoir of knowledge. And every formal wizard is, in essence, a scholar. As Lin Su delved deeper into the realm of wizards, his yearning to become one intensified. After a 7-day journey aboard a life-altered vessel, he arrived in Coast, a city rich in maritime ambience. His travels had opened his eyes to the true heart of wizardry. Black, fishbone-like structures lined the streets, adorned with quartz crystals that absorbed sunlight during the day and illuminated the surroundings at night. The city's main thoroughfares were wide enough for 5 carriages to pass side by side, paved with meticulously fitted flagstones, each interspersed with sparkling, colorful fish-scale motifs. The buildings and shops on either side displayed a variety of architectural styles. A fruit shop run by elves, crafted entirely from wood and entwined with vines, showcased blossoms reminiscent of daffodils, filling the air with their fragrance. There were also quaint, goblin-style houses selling alchemical products that bore little resemblance to modern technology, adorned with numerous gears and flanked by statues at the entrance. Meanwhile, the half-orc-operated establishments primarily consisted of eateries and butcheries, characterized by a rugged and eclectic charm. Coupled with the refined human architecture, Coast's coastal cityscape was a veritable tapestry of styles, leaving Lin Su both astonished and exhilarated. He quickly sought a guide to learn more about the city while making his way to the official department. His identification was still based on Carl's document, which needed modification for long-term residency in Coast. Fortunately, his appearance as a Dandong native spared him any difficulties. Time had indeed changed circumstances. After completing the necessary registration and paying a fee, he promptly received local identification, with the name Ryan Lin inscribed upon it, alongside an address in a quaint fishing village. Having paid the guide 5 copper coins, Lin Su was led to a boarding house that included meals for a cost of 1 silver coin per day, a steep price, yet not as exorbitant as he had anticipated. Given the influx of maritime merchants in Coast, this commercial hub operated on a low-margin, high-volume basis, ensuring that such transit lodgings were perpetually occupied. He booked a 3-day stay, stowed his belongings, and ventured out, realizing that information gleaned from paper could never rival first-hand experience. After conducting a field study, Lin Su gained a foundational understanding of the city. Firstly, the 3 major wizard factions and the imperial authorities constituted the absolute ruling class, with the empire being at a disadvantage due to the concentration of wizardly power within Coast. The city was divided into 6 districts: the Upper District, where nobles and wealthy merchants, including Dandong traders with titles, resided; the Administrative District for officials; the Miko District, a mixed area of various races; the Phil District, home to social elites and commoners; the Coastal District for the impoverished and fishermen; and finally, the Dock District. In terms of area, the hierarchy from largest to smallest was as follows: Upper District, Miko District, Phil District, Coastal District, the Impoverished, and Administrative District. However, area did not necessarily equate to desirability. The Coastal District was rife with gang activity and often plagued by rogue wizards who preyed on vulnerable residents for their arcane experiments. The Miko District, populated by many racial organizations, wielded considerable influence due to their innate talents, contributing to Coast's power dynamics. The Dock District was bustling with various unions and shipping companies, often colluding with the elite of the Phil District, making them formidable adversaries. The Upper District and Administrative District were beyond reproach, as few dared to provoke their inhabitants. Upon assessment, Lin Su determined that the Phil and Miko districts were most suitable for his residence. The former offered safety, protected by the might of noble knights, while the latter provided convenient access to diverse cultures and specialties, facilitating both learning and information gathering. However, his assets were still a staggering 99 short of affording property, making wealth accumulation an urgent priority. Regarding the 3 wizard factions, Lin Su had uncovered little beyond their names, unaware of their headquarters. He only knew of the Evening Bell Church, the White Tower, and the Ocean Academy. Some rumors circulated about renowned rogue wizards within the city, but the information proved sparse. Initially, Lin Su had considered employing traditional Chinese culinary skills to win over the denizens of this otherworldly land. However, the restaurant business was monopolized by half-orcs, a race that, while less brutal than their Orcish kin, still possessed formidable strength, enhanced by certain magical modifications, and were supported by wizard factions, making them a challenging market to penetrate. As an alternative, he contemplated engaging in the medicinal trade, yet this too was largely dominated by a single faction. While small-scale sales of potent tonics and healing remedies were feasible, any attempt at substantial profit would likely attract unwanted attention. Lin Su pondered the harsh reality that lucrative opportunities within the city had largely been claimed by various factions. Should he seek collaboration, the fear of unequal status loomed large. Risking exploitation without any means to offer valuable recipes. Sitting on the edge of his bed in the boarding house, Lin Su sighed, feeling the weight of his powerlessness. The challenge of establishing himself in this stable realm appeared daunting, leaving him with no choice but to resort to unconventional means. Chapter 12. The opening and the 3-year feast. 3 days slipped by in an instant. Lin Su flitted from one antique shop to another, cunningly acquiring counterfeit elven antiques at a bargain price. To ascertain the authenticity of the items, he feigned ignorance of the elven language and expressed admiration for elven culture. In 99% of the cases, shopkeepers would unwittingly present him with a set of counterfeit elven antiques. After scouring over 10 antique shops, he spent a modest sum and procured 38 ceramic ancient elven jars, each varying in condition. Each and every one was a mere imitation. With a sly smile, Lin Su consolidated a large collection of elven language books purchased from elsewhere. Elven Language Level 3, 6100, a rapid learning method for foreign languages. Unfortunately, such shortcuts could only be applied to language. Strengthening his skills to Level 3 had elevated him to a purple tier, akin to the common tongue of Padalin. He became adept at various derivative applications, idioms, and cultural references within the language. He could flawlessly articulate even the most ancient and orthodox forms of elven language, mastering style, diction, and customary nuances. Utilizing the method of composite synthesis, he aged the jars to a yellowish hue, adding a touch of grime that penetrated the ceramic. The imitation was nothing short of exquisite. The painstakingly crafted antique jars came adorned with a ceremonial inscription in ancient elven script, indicating their intended use in rituals dedicated to the elven mother tree, alongside a carefully etched hidden royal symbol, presenting a delightful surprise for the unsuspecting buyer. Perfection. After examining the flawless imitation, Lin Su contemplated donning the disguise of a traveler passing by boat. He sought out the antique shop where he had been deceived into purchasing the ancient elven 9-piece set, Uncle John's Antique Shop. The proprietor, an avaricious man, was precisely the type to exploit such opportunities, and Lin Su harbored a tinge of retribution in his heart. Upon arrival, he lowered the brim of his hat and spoke in a hoarse, muffled voice. With a series of knocks, the old wooden display case echoed. Old John, adjusting his single-lens glasses, emerged from behind the counter. His initially impatient expression morphed upon encountering the antique jars. Enchanted, he leaned in closely to inspect them, scrutinizing the patterns, inscriptions, and painted designs, all of which conformed perfectly to authenticity. How much do you want for it? Lin Su's eyes flickered, observing that he had not been recognized. Without uttering a word, he gestured 5 with his hand. Old John erupted in a fit of rage, his voice shrill and impatient. 50,000? That is outrageous. This piece isn't without its flaws. The clay doesn't resemble the finest starry soil. The color is not pure enough, and the golden specks have darkened. While time may have influenced its appearance, genuine starry soil retains golden flecks that are nearly impossible to erase. This condition does not warrant that price. Lin Su silently noted this observation, refraining from mentioning that the dark spots embedded within the ceramic were merely grime, not decay. With a raspy voice, he inquired, "Then how much do you propose?" Old John hesitated, ultimately deducting a 0. 5,000? This price aligned perfectly with Lin Su's psychological threshold. Asking for 50,000 was preposterous. Even if ancient elven antiques hold value, it would not reach such heights. The price for a piece in pristine condition typically ranged between 200 and 30,000. If it were a royal ceremonial artifact, the price would undoubtedly exceed 100,000. Given Old John's greedy disposition, this offer would guarantee him a substantial profit. Lin Su, undeterred by the negotiations, ultimately agreed to a price of 10,000 gold coins. It was only when Lin Su accidentally knocked over one of the jars, and Old John fortuitously caught it, that he noticed the royal insignia on the bottom. This revelation prompted him to alter his stance. Giving Lin Su an anonymous gold note redeemable at any bank within the Dandong Empire for gold coins. This transaction was a no-risk investment supported by policy and operated by the ruling class, ensuring consistent profits over time. Returning to the matter at hand, the antique business, regardless of location, often thrived in the early years. After this transaction, Lin Su did not plan to continue in the immediate future. Meanwhile, Uncle John, with a magnifying glass in hand, inspected the jar inch by inch, seemingly unable to part with it. With his connections, he envisioned selling it for 10 times the price, netting a profit of 90,000. He could amass enough to match the entirety of his antique shop, mocking the foolish buyer who had so carelessly sold off a royal elven ceremonial artifact. He reveled in his good fortune. Suddenly, he inhaled the scent of the jar, feeling an odd familiarity. Had he encountered it somewhere before? How peculiar. Wait. Old John crouched down, retrieving a replica elven antique jar from beneath the counter and sniffing it curiously. Damn it. I'll have your hide for this. He fumed, rushing to the nearest bank. Upon reciting that familiar account number, the staff kindly informed him that the account was empty. Staggering backward, he contemplated reporting the incident to the arbitration committee, but then a grin spread across his wrinkled face. Instead, he visited a flower shop, purchasing an array of blooms, followed by a trip to the apothecary for herbal powders, leaving him in high spirits and light of step. Meanwhile, Lin Su, having changed into a different outfit, bore witness to old John's transformation, fully aware of the situation. He noted that there was still room for improvement in both scent and ceramic quality. The following day, after an additional night at the inn, Lin Su securely hid his gold coins and, with half of his funds, visited the housing department. Under the guise of Rhine-Lin, he acquired 2 properties, one in the Fill district and another in the Mixed Blood district. The former would serve as a safe house, stocked with ample supplies before sealing it off, while the latter would become his residence, allowing him to mingle among the common folk. This entire process cost him 5,000 gold coins, and before he could even warm the money in his hands, half had already been spent. The money had come easily, and he felt little attachment to it. The house in the Mixed Blood district was a quaint 3-story building, exuding an antiquated charm. He planned to utilize the first floor as a bookstore, crafting an identity as a language master. The second floor would serve as a space for practicing breathing techniques, while the third floor would be his personal retreat. With money in his pocket, everything unfolded at a leisurely pace. It was not until 2 weeks later that he finally established himself in the neighborhood, having acquainted himself with a few residents. The bookstore officially opened. Boasting a collection of classic tomes from various races, Lin Su created several sets of movable type, using paper purchased from a factory, revising them into books. Aside from the sample books which consumed a portion of his funds, the rest were produced through sheer effort, allowing him to simultaneously learn the languages of orcs, noble etiquette, and the common tongue of sea folk, among others. Chapter 13. The fusion of red items in the absence of financial constraints. Linguistic proficiency can effortlessly reach its zenith. Particularly in the realm of linguistics, upon attaining mastery in the Elven tongue, Lin Su embarked on a path of interspecies fusion. Lin Su, age, 1972. Talent, synthesis of all things. Rank, senior knight, 41-100. Extraordinary, moon disc breathing technique, red. Skills, none. Arts, master linguist, including languages of elves, orcs, humans, sea folk, etc. Medicine 2, 92-100. Noble etiquette, 2100. Status, healthy, energetic. As a master linguist, Lin Su's ability transcends mere lexical amalgamation. It signifies a profound transformation in understanding, rendering translation seamless, even allowing for the disassembly of idioms into their constituent parts, enabling every character to be expressed in diverse tongues. His skills flourished like a blossoming flower. The study of noble etiquette was a preparatory endeavor for the future, as this form of knowledge cannot be acquired through rote memorization, but must be cultivated through practice, akin to the art of medicine. Etiquette, after all, involves the refinement of behavior in daily life. With every passing second, he diligently honed his proficiency, and it would not be long before he achieved mastery. To foster amicable relations with other races, he recognized the necessity of gradually training himself in the customs and etiquette of each culture. With ample time at his disposal, there was no rush. Once everything was settled, Lin Su resumed a life of seclusion. As for meditation techniques, several merchant guilds offered them, and the 3 major powers openly sold apprentice-level methods at transparent prices. The costs were exorbitant. The meditation techniques for apprentices were priced at 100,000 gold coins, while those suitable for fully fledged wizards were no longer accepted in gold, but demanded a currency known as magic stones, reputedly the currency among wizards, valued for its rarity and intrinsic connection to their craft. Surprisingly, these techniques were not available in the city. The city merely housed an office for collecting fees, while the wizard's headquarters resided on an offshore island. This was purportedly due to the advantageous environment for wizardly cultivation. The island's proximity to extraordinary sea creatures also offered significant benefits for wizards' supplementary training. Thus, the resident wizards of the coastal city were primarily advanced apprentices. Yet apprentices of such caliber were still formidable. In the taverns Lin Su frequented, he often overheard numerous secrets, albeit embellished, yet even when scaled down 100-fold, they remained intriguing. The Rhine bookstore, with its low operational costs, yielded Lin Su a daily profit of around 5 gold coins. Knowledge is a high-value commodity, accessible only to the elite. However, occasionally, commoners would purchase a basic textbook or two. The daily foot traffic was modest, yet those who dared enter usually made a purchase. A 20-page book of pure text was priced around 3 silver and 1 gold, subject to fluctuations. He would sell 5 or 6 copies daily, effortlessly and with ease. His monthly profit hovered around 80 gold coins. As books retained their value, some customers would buy one and not return for a long time. The variability was significant. And to truly establish a thriving business, he required a selection of affordable, frequently used literature, such as magazines, comics, newspapers, novels, and art collections. Newspapers were managed by publishing houses under official supervision, rendering independent ventures impossible. Even with the current earnings, Lin Su could lead a comfortably luxurious life. However, if he wished to purchase meditation techniques, he would need an unexpected windfall. By the end of the second month, Lin Su joined the Antique Guild, paying a substantial membership fee, and was fortunate enough to attend his first auction. The highlight of the event was an ancient elven antique vase, a royal sacrificial vessel, with a starting bid of 50,000. Ultimately, it was claimed by a wealthy bidder for 110,000 coins. The depths of this industry were daunting. To amass great wealth, one need not reach such heights. Becoming a purveyor of exquisite forgeries would suffice. He believed old John's connections could be quite beneficial, as he managed to introduce forgeries into such venues for sale, a testament to his establishment's reputation and networks. Should a wizard conduct an authenticity test, the outcome was uncertain. Selling forgeries to individual customers was more convenient. Ideally, he would sell them at a street market for antiques, where many self-proclaimed connoisseurs sought bargains, making it feasible to amass 100,000 gold coins in no time. With a rough plan forming in his mind, Lin Su prepared to strategize thoroughly. In the meantime, he continued acquiring various exclusive knowledge manuals from the Antique Guild, delving deeply and systematically into this trade. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. In the mixed blood district, along the main thoroughfare, Lin Su was in a small nook on the first floor of the Rhine bookstore, slicing fruits and vegetables, then mixing them into a bowl of fruit salad with his homemade mayonnaise. He lamented the scarcity of palatable food in this world. The meat steaks and alash commonly sold in restaurants were both expensive and unappetizing, compelling him to take culinary matters into his own hands at such a tender age. Fortunately, he had the magic cube. Although he had no prior knowledge of cooking, after a month of diligent effort, he had surpassed the culinary skills of most chefs in the establishment. Through the process of breaking limits, he had identified 3 guiding principles. First, abilities of the same category could be fused upon reaching the red tier, enhancing their potency. Second, limit-breaking enhancements primarily amplify the innate advantages of existing skills. For instance, while the moon disc breathing technique offers comprehensive benefits, its low quality renders it merely a jest for the average individual. For Lin Su, however, it could be transformed into something truly exceptional and comprehensive. The surplus knowledge gained during his self-taught culinary journey significantly aided his continuous progression. With everything nearly prepared, Lin Su washed his hands in the small kitchen on the first floor and carried a large bowl of fruit salad to the guest area of the bookstore. There, he found a young girl seated, with golden hair, pointed ears, wine-red eyes, and smooth, fair skin that glimmered enticingly. Lin Su discreetly glanced her way before taking a seat across from her with a serious demeanor. She was an elf, the proprietress of the neighboring fruit shop. Despite her youthful appearance, she was already 160 years old. Elves are undeniably long-lived, with lifespans reaching 500 years. However, not every elf possesses the aptitude for wizardry. Typically, those residing in Coster are descendants of lower-tier elves, driven to seek their fortunes elsewhere due to circumstances in their homeland. This particular elf, however, was a bit of an anomaly. Chapter 14. Valia, the language of nature. No matter when you come here, it truly is astonishing. Valia glanced around in awe, picking up a fork to spear some salad, her face illuminated with joy. This is delicious. The Rhine bookstore, after a month of meticulous arrangement, had discovered a new stable synthesis plan. Much of the furniture was crafted by Lin Su himself: sofas, coffee tables, glassware. Every aspect of life was tailored to his preferences, employing the power of synthesis to cheat the norms. It resembled a fifth of modern society. Situated in the bustling port city of Koster, with its diverse architectural styles, his establishment could only be deemed average, lacking the allure of extraordinary structures. Miss Valia, I have heard that the language of nature family once had a wizard. Lin Su's intentions were transparent. Through inquiries and investigations, he realized another concern. Visiting specialized shops that traded extraordinary resources to acquire the meditation methods released by the three major factions could easily attract the attention of rogue wizards. In ignorance of the intricacies, he was treading cautiously, noting everything down and being patient. He possessed wealth. What mattered most was safety. Moreover, dealing with knights was far too easy for a wizard. Even a peak knight was nothing more than a robust insect in comparison. A well-known adage in ordinary society states that all misfortunes stem from the inadequacy of those involved. In the extraordinary realm, this truth was even more stark. After a fortnight of investigation into Valia of the language of nature, Lin Su concluded that the rumors were indeed true. Furthermore, Valia likely had ties to an elven organization. Otherwise, the fruit shop would not thrive so serenely. Do you wish to become a wizard? Valia's question was one posed by nearly everyone in this era. For an ordinary person to inquire about wizards usually pertained to healing or education. Lin Su appeared healthy and robust, clearly not seeking remedies. Indeed, I aspire to be a wizard. Yet the circulating meditation methods are prohibitively expensive for me. Valia nodded in agreement while revealing a secret unknown to Lin Su. Mr. Rhine, if you possess the qualifications of a wizard, it is best not to study the meditation methods disseminated by the three major factions. The twilight meditation of the Evening Bell Church can lead to corruption, which, once it occurs, is irreversible. The corpses of corrupted wizards serve as excellent materials for the School of Life renovation. Each year, a multitude of bodies flows into the Evening Bell Church. Lin Su was taken aback, a chill running down his spine as he gained further insight into the world of wizards. The pure white meditation of the White Tower and the deep sea meditation of the Ocean Academy both had significant flaws, but their respective factions possessed specialized methods to address these shortcomings. Rogue wizards, however, did not have such luxuries. Valia took a few more bites of her salad, muttering, "As far as I know, any meditation method without side effects is a formal wizard level and cannot be purchased with gold coins." Mr. Rhine, you have indeed come to the right elf for this inquiry. Lin Su paused. Miss Valia, are you implying that the language of nature family has produced more than one formal wizard? I, Valia of the language of nature, am also a high-level wizard apprentice. Observing the elated elf, Lin Su felt a pang of unease. This contradicted his understanding. Placing too much trust in his gathered intelligence might not be wise. A century-old elf, even if growing slowly, could not possibly appear as innocent and adorable as she seemed. If she were human at this age, her bones would be crumbling. Disguise? Lin Su narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing himself. Wealth? Average? Combat prowess? Average. After much contemplation, he surmised that only his self-imposed identity as a linguistic master held potential for profit. It was likely so. He carefully considered his tone. Miss Valia, how might I obtain a suitable meditation method? The elven maiden seemed taken aback, her expression shifting to one of concern. Her speech becoming hesitant, a performance well executed. The family meditation method cannot be passed on to you. However, if you genuinely desire it, I can introduce you to the Nature Association. Suddenly, Valia's eyes brightened, and she inquired in ancient Elvish, "Are you not a linguistic master?" The Nature Association has recently uncovered an ancient elven ruin containing much content that requires translation. It should be feasible to exchange for a meditation method with minimal side effects. That would be splendid. Thank you, Miss Valia. You truly can, she exclaimed. Your pronunciation is remarkable, even more so than my own. Lin Su smiled silently, his thoughts darkening. He believed he had seamlessly uncovered the hidden truths, only to find himself entangled with a faction that harbored ulterior motives. The Nature Association, indeed. He tapped his fingers on the table, realizing it was ill-advised to be under scrutiny. Lin Su resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. Assessing his progress over the past month, he felt a slight increase in his sense of security. Lin Su, age, 1972. Talent, synthesis of all things. Rank, senior knight, 93-100. Extraordinary, moon disc breathing technique, red. Primitive beast breathing technique 2, 23-100. Skills, none. Arts, master linguist, red. Medicine 3, 21-100. Noble etiquette 1, 18-100. Culinary arts 1, 32-100. Status, healthy. Energetic. He was nearing the pinnacle of knighthood. With another week of effort, he should break through. The new breathing technique was derived from an exhibit at the Antiques Guild, inscribed in ancient beastman script on a fractured stone tablet, a delightful surprise. According to the tablet, the primitive beast breathing technique was a method employed by ancient beastmen over 100,000 years ago, before the birth of wizards, to enhance their physical forms. The modern knight's breathing technique was essentially an interpretation and improvement of this ancient tradition by wizards, yielding similar results but being more primal and ferocious. Each training session left Lin Su with a sensation of blood boiling and desire igniting. The corresponding results were remarkable, rivaling even the finest modern breathing techniques, perhaps surpassing them. If he could push through the limits 5 more times, he might reach an unprecedented realm beyond peak knighthood, becoming a pioneer on the path of knighthood. As long as he could survive, he would train relentlessly. As for Valia, having made a promise, she too needed to prepare. Chapter 15. The Nature Association as night fell. Within the dim confines of the second floor of the Rhine bookstore, a secret chamber lay filled with a myriad of materials, herbs, mechanisms, animal carcasses, and an abundance of bottles containing viscous green solutions or peculiar animal organs such as eyeballs, sheep testicles, and bovine skulls. This was indeed a quintessential lair of a nefarious scientist. These concoctions were the result of Lin Su's solitary experimentation, many derived from commonplace materials, synthesized repeatedly until their limits were reached, bestowing them with extraordinary effects in certain aspects. From a concealed compartment, Lin Su retrieved a glass jar containing incense sticks, each the length of a finger, which he considered one of his finest achievements. He named it the 5 miasmas. Its faint aroma had an absurdly potent fainting effect. For someone of his physique, a mere sniff would render him unconscious in less than a second, while an ordinary individual would remain incapacitated for an entire week after just one breath. He had previously ventured into the impoverished coastal district to experiment on gangsters, nearly starving them in the process. As a wizard specializing in mental prowess and magical energy, Lin Su acknowledged that while his physical form might not be robust, his resistance to the 5 miasmas was likely considerable. As the saying goes, when quality is lacking, quantity must suffice. After extracting all the incense sticks, he carefully inserted them into a specially designed smoking pipe concealed in his sleeve, which also housed his failed experiments, a pinch of black powder. As a modern individual endowed with the power of synthesis, he initially sought to create a firearm, yet his first attempt at gunpowder had ended in failure, with its potency falling short of expectations. The notion of firearms soon became a mere fantasy. However, the unsuccessful black powder could still be ignited with a spark and used in conjunction with the 5 miasmas incense, yielding tremendous results. Adjusting the triggering mechanism, the following day, Lin Su prepared breakfast and descended to the first floor, ready to indulge. Just then, Valia bounded over from the adjacent room, peering down at him from the sofa with a cheerful grin. "Ryan, what are you cooking? It smells delightful." Lin Su rolled his eyes. "Please, add sir, we're not that familiar." "Fried eggs, if you wish." Of course, of course." Valia cheerfully seated herself and eagerly took a bite from the porcelain plate. Lin Su's mouth twitched. "Miss Valia, to be precise, eggs are classified as a type of meat. It is well known that elves revere nature and adhere to a vegetarian diet. While it is not that they cannot consume meat, their bodies have adapted to a plant-based diet, making it easy to induce nausea when they eat meat again. What I meant to say was, if you desire, I can prepare a vegetarian dish for you." Lin Su shrugged nonchalantly. Valia's face turned pale, as if struck by a psychological blow. She disdainfully discarded Lin Su's food, gagging until she expelled the fried egg she had just swallowed. Lin Su could only stare in disbelief. "I haven't even eaten yet." Stepping away from the garbage bin, he sighed in resignation and retrieved a piece of jerky from the storage cabinet. It seemed he had no time to prepare another breakfast. Indeed, once Valia regained her composure, her cheeks flushed as she apologized and explained her intent. "Mr. Rhine, The Nature Association wishes to meet you for a trial. If you succeed, you will translate the ancient elven language for them. The formal wizard-level meditation technique should pose no issue. I understand. Let's go. He swallowed the jerky in a few bites and washed it down with a glass of water. The two set off together. The Nature Association was an organization created by elves living among humans, its influence sprawling across the entire Paddling continent. Given that Coster was a renowned commercial port city, it naturally housed a branch of this organization. Lin Su was not well acquainted with this entity, but was prepared for the possibility of uncovering startling secrets that could lead to dire consequences. The core philosophy of such organizations was to protect the environment and advocate for harmonious coexistence with nature. They tirelessly educated other races against overhunting and environmental degradation. It was entirely reasonable for elves, with their affinity for peace and nature, to promote such ideals. Yet, individuals varied greatly. On the Azure planet, there existed environmental organizations that, under the guise of protection, pursued personal gain. Countless foundations masqueraded as charitable entities, their ultimate goal being the accumulation of wealth. Lin Su believed that such institutions did not start out corrupt. There were invariably a few good fish among the bad, and one could not condemn the whole for the misdeeds of a few. However, when one's own life was at stake, Lin Su preferred to assume the worst about others, as it allowed him to live more comfortably. The Coster branch of the Nature Association was situated in the Mixed Blood District, a bustling area teeming with life. The entire structure resembled a colossal tree without a crown or roots, standing tall beside the street with a sign hanging above. It was nearly 5 stories high and quite magnificent. The deeper they ventured, the more lively it became, which reassured Lin Su. A crowd meant a semblance of safety. After all, he was a Dandong native. Even as a commoner in the Dandong Empire, a Dandong person was still regarded as superior. The death of one could easily attract the attention of the city hall. With historical precedents in mind, Lin Su noted that as the Dandong Empire's commerce flourished, its environment became increasingly open, allowing various races to enter with their own agendas. There had been instances where outsiders, perceiving Dandong people as weak, recklessly plundered their wealth, predominantly at the hands of beastmen. Eventually, those aggressors disappeared, leaving only half-beastmen and enslaved beastmen behind, their purebred counterparts branded and oppressed, unable to rise again. In contrast, half-beastmen possessed certain animalistic traits but originated from another continent, distinct from the beastmen of Paddling. Though they too had faced oppression, they had managed to recover, appearing to hold a normal status in society. The legal system of the Dandong Empire was notably harsh. However, it was lenient towards its own people, with a noble redemption law allowing offenders to pay fines for lesser offenses. This, of course, was ineffective if the accused was another Dandong noble or citizen. It was blatantly designed to oppress outsiders, a brutal injustice that Lin Su found oddly appealing. Once he acquired the meditation technique, his next plan was to purchase a noble title for protection. Lin Su had no intention of oppressing others but also did not wish to be oppressed himself. Having a title would provide considerable convenience. Following Valia into the Nature Association, they ascended to the 4th floor, where they settled in a classical room. She took it upon herself to fetch the relevant individuals, leaving Lin Su to await their arrival. Shortly thereafter, an elderly elven man with white hair and a scruffy beard entered, leaning on a cane. He addressed Valia in ancient elven language. "Little Valia, is this the linguistic master you sought? A young and handsome human?" "Grandfather Deer Antler, Mr. Rhine's ancient elven language is more precise than my own. Please, let him give it a try." "How can this be? He is far too young. Linguistics is intricate and esoteric. You cannot be serious." As the situation began to take a bizarre turn, Lin Su quickly stood up. Chapter 16. The Remnants of the Royal Family Grandfather Antlers. I believe that linguistics also relies on innate talent. Given your esteemed reputation, I trust you would not fall prey to superficial judgments, lest you miss the opportunity to solve a problem. Antlers Vander was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the revelation. "You truly comprehend the ancient Elvish tongue? Where did you acquire such knowledge?" Well, Lin Su couldn't very well admit to having learned the common Elvish language before suddenly mastering the ancient variant. "A wizard taught me." "Is that so?" Antlers nodded, accepting this explanation. Wizards are synonymous with erudition. He, too, was an elven wizard, albeit of alarmingly low aptitude. Despite the elven race's extraordinarily long lifespan, he had never attained the status of a formal wizard, merely grinding his way to the pinnacle of an apprentice through sheer perseverance. In truth, this issue is common among all long-lived beings. Even those with exceptional talent find the cultivation of extraordinary powers to be a painstakingly slow endeavor. Unlike the rapid advancement seen in humans. Well said. Since you are confident and have the introduction from young Valia, let us see what you can do. If successful, I shall ensure the meditation method is arranged for you. Thank you, Grandfather Antlers. Antlers Vander's eyes widened. Call me Chairman Antlers, young man. With a thick skin and a failed attempt at flattery, Lin Su felt no embarrassment as he adjusted his address. Internally, he mused that he never expected him to be the branch's chairman. Valia was certainly not to be underestimated. The family of the language of nature, its very name suggested a lineage of significance. However, in the face of such directness, there was no overt reaction. There were only two possibilities. Either the so-called translation work held immense importance to them, allowing for patience, or they were genuinely kind-hearted and unperturbed by his forthrightness. Contemplating this, Lin Su followed the two to a quiet room on the 5th floor. Wait a moment, young Rhine. Nearby lay gloves, tweezers, a magnifying glass, notebooks, and pens, all meticulously arranged. Handle them with care. Understood. Lin Su donned the gloves and curiously began to examine the ancient tome. The cover was largely decayed, rendering the title and patterns unrecognizable. The first page was equally tattered, bearing scorch marks and signs of insect damage, with most characters widely spaced and significant portions missing, necessitating contextual inference. This is the royal secret language. Lin Su gasped internally. The ancient elven race was a quintessential matriarchal society, where royal members were exclusively female, and male royals held no rights to inheritance. While contemporary elves had undergone reforms, they had also lost much of their once mighty powers and knowledge. The royal secret language was a cryptic tongue personally devised by the elven queen, naturally encrypted. To decipher it, one would need to find a direct descendant of that era's queen. After so many years, the risk of loss was immense. Relying on the whispered secrets passed down among queens was an easy path to obsolescence. Lin Su felt a surge of capability. He could decipher it, but he could not speak of it. The more he read, the more astonished he became. He feigned a frown while turning a few pages. At first, the content seemed entirely normal, detailing historical timelines. However, as he continued, he encountered words such as pollution and corruption, the fall of the mother tree, monsters, disasters, and the like. Had the damage not been so severe, he could have made conjectures with contextual clues. Turning another page, his eyes lit up. He stumbled upon a comprehensive page. It astonishingly recorded an elven spell, a first-ring spell of plant control, detailing the construction of the spell model, the steps for ring condensation, methods of auxiliary cultivation, and its effects. Developed by the Wild Roar family, it possessed the potential to command nature. Excellent. Just as he began to jot it down and wished to continue perusing, Antlers Vander could no longer contain himself. His aged hand snatched the tome away. His tone harsh. Do you truly understand the contents above? Lin Su shrugged. If you, the true elves, do not understand, how can I? Yet, for the sake of the side effect-free meditation method, he revealed some insights. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, if I am not mistaken, this should be the legendary royal secret language of the elves. Secret language? Antlers and Valia exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unaware of what he was referring to. With a sigh of exasperation, Lin Su pointed to a symbol in the bottom right corner of the cover. The royal mark, I trust you recognize it? The elder and youth both nodded in unison. Look at the symbol in the center. It is tilted approximately 20 degrees from the standard royal mark. This signifies a perished elven royal lineage. Which one? Lin Su was at a loss for words. Are you elves, or am I an elf? I must remind you to observe the color of the mark and the curvature at the end of the symbol. What does it resemble? Valia murmured to herself. The pale white mark, the curvature, resembles the moon. Are you suggesting the moon god royal family? Lin Su nodded in satisfaction. The youth was teachable. However, he added, but the moon god royal family was exterminated by wizards 90,000 years ago. Wizards, who venerate truth, do not permit the existence of deities. If even the moon god fell at the hands of wizards, what hope is there for the royal elves who worship the moon god? 90,000 years? Lin Su was incredulous. It was absurd that this book could have endured for 90,000 years. The gods were annihilated? What? The gods were annihilated. He could attest that although his expertise in linguistics surpassed that of most, he knew little of history beyond the fact that this symbol represented the moon god royal family. He needed more time to delve into historical matters. No wonder there was little faith present in this world. It had been extinguished by the wizards, whose power was truly beyond measure. His mental tempest was trivial in the grand scheme of things. Mere seconds passed in the outside world. Antlers inhaled deeply, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Young man, the moon god royal family has long since perished. Do you truly comprehend the language inscribed above?" Lin Su decisively shook his head. "I do not." Antlers paused, questioning him. "Did you not claim that it was the secret language of the moon god royal family? If you can recognize it, how can you not understand it? As for the elven royal secret languages, they are passed down orally. Even among royal families sharing the same surname, there can be significant distortions due to miscommunication. Let me calculate. Since the annihilation of the moon god family 90,000 years ago, how many elven royal families have you had? The moon god family, the eternal forest family, the sun chaser family, the bloodthorn family, the wind whisperer family, the night children family. Enough." Antlers glared at Lin Su, who had unconsciously drifted to the window, letting in the cold breeze, his fury palpable. Lin Su chuckled, entirely unfazed by the rising tension. With the mastery of languages at his disposal, he was acutely aware of the number of royal families, each representing a lineage of power, as well as the present. "The High Elven clans. Your royal secret language is incomprehensible to anyone outside the direct bloodline." Chapter 17. Meditation Methods and History. After a brief pause, Lin Su granted Lu Jiao a moment to regain composure. The proud elves regarded the upheaval of dynasties as a disgrace, unlike humans who cyclically assumed power, with rebellion being as commonplace as eating and drinking. Over the span of 90,000 years, only a handful of royal families had persisted, a mere fraction. For humans, that number would be multiplied by millions. Provoking Lu Jiao Vander was a deliberate choice on Lin Su's part, aimed at crafting an image of someone deeply versed in elven history. Additionally, it served as a test to discern whether this branch leader was genuinely benevolent or merely feigning kindness. After all, to obtain the meditation methods from them, understanding their character was crucial. Otherwise, one might hesitate to embrace what they received. This risky maneuver, however, was the swiftest way to unveil the essence of a person. Furthermore, it allowed Lin Su to adopt a persona of righteous disdain towards deceit. Not understanding something is simply that, an admission of ignorance. He was unafraid to express his frustration, prioritizing dignity before offering assistance, thus averting future complications. The advantages of this approach outweighed the drawbacks. It all hinged on Lu Jiao's response. He stood before the window, contemplating a leap into the street below. Even with the physique of a high-ranking knight, he would not dare to slay a Dandong individual under the watchful eyes of the public. Such an act would warrant dire consequences. After a considerable time, Lu Jiao's heavy breaths subsided, and his anger dissipated, leaving him tranquil. Meanwhile, Valia remained remarkably quiet, her composure indicating a calculating mind, capable of restraint even in such a tense moment. As she observed the unfolding situation, she gradually recognized the absurdity of it all and was about to speak on Lin Su's behalf when Lu Jiao interjected. "Rain, you seem to possess a solution? After all this time, it would be unwise not to inquire." Lin Su leaned against the window. "Indeed, the elven royal lineage is not devoid of intelligence. They understand that if traditions continue unexamined, significant problems will inevitably arise. Thus, a royal artifact was conceived, a symbol of authority, a royal emblem. Precisely, by locating the moonstone, emblematic of the lunar deities dynasty, and unraveling its secrets, one could comprehend the ancient texts within the secret tome. Do you grasp this now?" Lu Jiao inhaled deeply, bowing respectfully to Lin Su, acknowledging the scholar's esteemed status. Even the haughty elves would extend their highest reverence to a learned individual. Disputes over words were trivial. The outcome of the test was sufficient. Providing them with clues while abstaining from the translation work kept him distanced from danger. The fragments of the ancient text were already enough to incite fear within him. As the president of the Natural Associations branch, Lu Jiao's discovery of such a tome, coupled with his investigative efforts, undoubtedly hinted at monumental secrets. He derived satisfaction from the acquisition of a mystical element. Now, Lord Rain, these are all formal meditation methods that humans can learn, without side effects. Please select one. The speed was astonishing. Lin Su unceremoniously flipped through the options. There were 4 meditation methods: round eye meditation, blazing flame meditation, scorpion meditation, and storm meditation. The sight of 4 formal wizard-level meditation techniques ignited a desire to take them all. The names of the wizard's meditation methods indicated particular elemental affinities. For instance, Practitioners of the blazing flame and storm methods would find themselves learning fire and wind magic with remarkable ease, though this did not preclude the study of other elemental magics. Ultimately, Lin Su chose the round-eye meditation, which, while challenging to master, significantly enhanced mental activation, yielding superior quality of mental power at the same level of training. He feared not the difficulty, but the ineffectiveness of the meditation technique. The more potent the method, the more formidable he would become when surpassing limits far exceeding others of the same rank. As for the specifics of mental activation relating to the breakthrough into formal wizardry, that remained unmentioned. Upon selecting his reward, Lu Jiao took the liberty of gifting him a wizard's manual, which contained essential knowledge for wizards and intelligence regarding the wizarding community of Koster. This proved immensely beneficial. Good-hearted indeed, President. I apologize for my earlier misjudgment. Holding a silent apology in his heart, adhering to the principle that one should cherish those who provide sustenance, the trio parted ways, forging an unbreakable bond. They hung the sign indicating the temporary closure of the Rain bookstore and commenced their study of the round-eye meditation. A wizard's aptitude is determined by two factors: innate mental strength and affinity for magical energy. While Lin Su lacked a method to test his mental strength, based on his experience as a night owl, he assumed it was quite considerable, given that he had yet to suffer any sudden demise. At the very least, his recovery and resilience were remarkable. Magical energy relates to the natural forces of this world. The heavens have their phenomena, and the earth has its veins. Everything follows a traceable pattern. Areas abundant in natural energy often yield veins of magical energy and deposits of magic stones, akin to the spiritual veins found in cultivation novels. However, magical energy is a synthesis of natural energies across various attributes, emerging from nature yet devoid of any specific quality, much like a blank sheet of paper, susceptible to manipulation. Regrettably, this does not apply to humans. For long-lived races like dragons and elves, their bloodlines inherently possess magical energy, allowing them to absorb it. 100,000 years ago, when wizards did not yet exist, the world belonged to these immortal races. Humans, with their frail bodies, were utterly incapable of absorbing magical energy, and contact would lead to certain death, without exception. Thus, the pioneers of the wizarding path, also known as the bearers of fire, emulated the breathing of the magical spirits, a certain ethereal race, specializing in mental prowess and subsequently manipulating reality through it. They studied elements and the principles of flame generation, ultimately constructing models of magic within their minds, resonating with the magical energy in the air, and successfully wielding the power of fire. This constitutes the history of wizards, knowledge every wizard must possess. The bearers of fire disseminated their knowledge among their kin, giving rise to numerous fire wizards who established the towers of fire bearers in desolate lands, delving into elemental studies, investigating beasts, and even observing deities. Over generations, spanning millennia, the three major schools of wizardry gradually emerged: the elemental school, the contract school, and the spell school. At this juncture, the first formal wizard was born. They discovered that when mental power reached a certain magnitude, it could finally control the influx of magical energy, transforming themselves into immortal beings. Concurrently, they rectified the flaw of their magic being influenced by the surrounding concentration of magical energy. In a mere 1,000 years, the Life Transformation School emerged, appropriating the bloodline powers of the long-lived races for their own remarkable advantage. The strength of wizards grew ever more formidable. To alter the plight of humanity, they raised their blades against all intelligent beings that enslaved humans, following the path of truth and rapidly augmenting their power. 8,000 years later, powerful wizards could even obliterate deities. The factions evolved from 3 to 4 and have since transformed into the present day, now comprising a staggering 18 mainstream schools. The original elemental school fragmented, giving rise to the natural school, the celestial phenomena school, the magical energy school, and more. Chapter 18. The Flower of Enlightenment. The specific methods of cultivation were not detailed. Only a general history and an overview of the current state of the wizarding world were presented. According to the manual, the Paddling continent is not the pinnacle of wizard civilization. There are indeed more powerful and splendid places beyond its shores, which are beyond imagination. Lin Su sighed. Setting aside the manual, the history is undeniably grand, possessing an epic beauty that makes one yearn to join and be a part of it. Yet, it must not be overlooked that any path leading to the summit is fraught with challenges. Who among the nameless bones in history can still be remembered today? Ultimately, one must remain grounded. Lin Su finally understood why wizards do not reside in the bustling city of Koster, but instead choose remote islands. It is undoubtedly due to the concentration of magical energy. Once one breaks through to become a formal wizard or a first-ring wizard, it is essential to cultivate in areas rich in magical energy, absorbing it to transform oneself, thereby extending one's lifespan and enabling the release of spells without relying on the environment. However, it is explicitly stated that the flower of enlightenment is needed to enhance mental strength, allowing one to transcend physical limitations and truly begin meditation. Lin Su, undeterred by this, decided to take a shortcut. He casually combined a blank sheet of paper with a scroll detailing meditation techniques, successfully obtaining a logical synthesis. He tapped it to his forehead, and the scroll dissipated in light. He then delved into the practice, starting at a proficiency of 20 points, aiming to reach 100, which would indicate complete mastery of the technique. I refuse to believe that even a shortcut cannot remedy this predicament. That day, after familiarizing himself with the material, Lin Su meditated for 3 hours, exhausting his mental energy and collapsing into unconsciousness. The following day, ouch, it hurts a bit. Lin Su staggered to his feet and approached the mirror, his complexion pale as if he were a specter. He hastened to the second floor, retrieving the peppermint essence he had frequently used during late-night study sessions. This concoction resembled an ultra-replenishing jerky, invigorating and rejuvenating the mind. He applied a small amount under his upper lip and consumed 50 milliliters of the essence, feeling somewhat better. However, this substance should not be consumed in excess as it irritates the teeth and throat, far more stimulating than swallowing ice cubes. Scanning. Lin Su, age, 1972. Talent, synthesis of all things. Rank, senior knight, 93-100. Extraordinary, moon disc breathing technique, red. Primordial beast breathing technique 2, 24-100. Circular eye meditation technique, 21-100. Skills, none. Arts, language master, red. Medicine 3, 26-100. Noble etiquette 1, 21-100. Culinary arts 1, 40-100. Status, healthy, mental fatigue. Overworked, he had not yet embarked on the path of a wizard, and his condition was dire. Lin Su pondered, merely consuming knowledge would not equate to mastery. The root cause was undoubtedly the flower of enlightenment. The meditation technique required a mental breakthrough beyond physical constraints to enhance mental strength. But what of those inheritors who lack the flower of enlightenment? They must possess innate mental prowess, or perhaps they utilize alternative methods. He had none of the latter. But the flower of enlightenment was worth considering. As a product of the new era, this artificial magical plant significantly lowered the mental aptitude requirements for becoming a wizard. The affinity for magical energy pertains to formal wizards. According to the manual, the flower of enlightenment is priced at a staggering 100,000 gold, equivalent to the cost of meditation techniques, and is an essential item for beginners, with its supply consistently scarce. In Koster, only 3 major wizard factions openly sell it, while court wizards stationed at the city hall also possess some. For wild wizards, the flower of enlightenment is undoubtedly a rare and invaluable resource, essential for training apprentices. However, within the ranks of legitimate wizard factions, it holds little value. Lin Su estimated that the natural association likely had a considerable stock. Acquiring it from them should be more economical. Gold must still be earned, for many ordinary quality potions can be purchased with gold coins. If the flower of enlightenment proves unattainable, he would delve into pharmacology himself, creating an upgraded version according to the principles of stacked synthesis. It was time to venture out. The exquisite counterfeit antique had long been prepared. After monitoring old John for a month without any trouble arising, it seemed he had solid connections or perhaps exceptional skills in forgery. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Su was momentarily startled, instinctively gripping the smoke pipe concealed in his sleeve as he approached the staircase. It was I, Mr. Rhine. Grandfather Antler sent me to present you with a gift. Valia has arrived. Hastily passing through, upon opening the door, he encountered the elven maiden Valia standing at the threshold, her lightly curled golden hair cascading freely. The waning sunlight illuminated her face, her large eyes blinking, revealing a hint of innocence in her wine-red pupils. Truly beautiful, what a siren. She disrupts my resolve. After dismissing these thoughts, Lin Su found his breath to quicken. Overcome by temptation? No, the focus is on the gift. Could it be that even misfortune has its fortunate days? Valia lifted the basket in her hand. Look, the flower of enlightenment, entrusted to me by Grandfather Antler. He said you must be in a predicament, and this is a timely aid. In the future, you cannot refuse my requests. How infuriating. A blatant attempt to leverage gratitude for favors. Yet why did it not evoke feelings of revulsion? It must be that Valia deliberately portrayed herself with a guise of innocence. This so-called unintentional disclosure was a means to garner trust and appreciation. Ah, Valia, you clever one. And you too, Grandfather Antler, I shall accept it. A gentleman may occasionally indulge in unearned gifts, as long as no one is the wiser. Ever since I traversed into this body, possessing the enigmatic cube, Lin Su had been haunted by the notion that there would always be schemers intent on his downfall. Better to endure in silence, especially in a world fraught with danger. Leading to an increasingly cautious demeanor, he invited Valia for dinner and discreetly acquired a few premium fruits from her fruit shop. This was a profitable exchange. Meanwhile, at the Natural Association, Grandfather Antler Vander sat in a rattan chair, somewhat anxious. I wonder if little Valia might accidentally let something slip. I hope not. The flower of enlightenment serves as a remedy for mending relations between both parties, yet it is also a ticket for Lin Su to join the journey. A day passed without any resolution. It was evident that Lin Su's recognition of the moon goddess's royal insignia indicated genuine substance. In the future, he would undoubtedly require Lin Su's assistance. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Valia had forthrightly divulged the information, and through a twist of fate, Lin Su had not felt any aversion. It was merely perceived as an equitable exchange. Chapter 19. The Novice Wizard Apprentice. In the dead of night, within the dimly lit chamber of the Rhine bookstore's second floor, due to the singularity of the Enlightenment flower, Lin Su refrained from reckless amalgamation. However, he was not idle. He selected a pale blue petal, a 1-centimeter stem, and a leaf, preserving the primary component intact. Utilizing logical deduction, he surmised that the petal would yield the most potent effect. Upon combining it with mint essence, he produced 100 milliliters of a pale blue liquid, witnessing a transformation from green to blue. Subsequently, he added bitterroot essence and artemisia essence, both of which are commonplace remedies known for their calming properties. After extracting and recombining these two substances over 90 times, he achieved a composite synthesis, merging them into a singular entity, precisely reaching the limit of 100 syntheses. The outcome was a vial of transparent blue reagent. He performed the same procedure, substituting the primary materials with the stem and leaf, resulting in 3 vials of reagent. Their colors ranging from transparent blue to pale blue, almost as thin as water. Hesitating momentarily, Lin Su consumed the lightest reagent in one gulp. As soon as it coursed through him, a refreshing current surged into his mind. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse a darker expanse. Was it the Sea of Consciousness? Indeed, but in the parlance of wizards, it is referred to as the mental space. Seizing the moment, he quickly consumed the reagent derived from the stem, for the effect of the leaf-crafted enlightenment reagent was notably inferior. A silent rumble erupted, akin to a thunderclap that suddenly resonated within his mental space. He discerned a thin wisp of white mist inside, controllable yet resistant to dispersion, with something seemingly concealed within its center. As the effects of the second vial of enlightenment reagent waned, Lin Su was expelled from the mental space. Undeterred, he proceeded with the reagent formulated from the petal. This time, he distinctly observed a wisp of blue smoke surge into his mind, ultimately settling within the mental space, infusing the pale white mist with a blue hue. It felt akin to a heartbeat, expanding and contracting. After several breaths, the mental mist rapidly diffused, and the blue tint dissipated. In the external world, upon awakening from his practice, Lin Su had not yet surpassed the corporeal limitations of his mental prowess. Yet the efficacy of the enlightenment reagent in augmenting his mental capacity was undeniable. Each enlightenment flower comprises 8 petals. He resolved to conduct an experiment for comparative analysis. Given the poor performance of the stem and leaf, their combined effects would scarcely equate to that of a single petal. Thus, he surmised that he could produce 9 vials of reagents with roughly equivalent effectiveness. Wizards typically employ one of the principal schools of alchemy, alchemical potioncraft, to concoct potions imbued with unique effects. Naturally, Lin Su harbored aspirations in this regard. He firmly believed that the essence derived from his synthesis would possess at least a modicum of special effect. By recombining the ingredients, using the petal as the primary component, he sought to circumvent traditional alchemical methods through direct synthesis. The success or failure of this endeavor would reveal itself in due course. Should it prove feasible, It would open a new avenue for financial gain. As the night progressed, Lin Su was exceedingly pleased with the experimental results. 9 vials of enlightenment reagent, alongside the one he had consumed, totaled 5 vials utilized for his enlightenment, while the remaining 4 vials, when combined with an additional vial, would almost equal a single enlightenment flower. This exemplifies the allure of synthesis, as well as the enchantment of potion craft. One cannot utilize a single plant as though it were two. Otherwise, potion craft would never have been conceived. In stark contrast to the lavish practices of ancient wizards, today as practitioners meticulously calculate every gram of material. Scanning. Lin Su. Age. 1972. Talent. Synthesis of all things. Rank. Senior Knight. 93-100. Novice Wizard Apprentice. 1-100. Transcendental. Moon Disc Breathing Technique. Red. Primitive Beast Breathing Technique 2. 24-100. Round Eye Meditation Technique. 25-100. Skill. None. Art. Master of Languages. Red. Medicine 3. 26-100. Noble Etiquette 1. 22-100. Culinary Arts 1. 41-100. Status. Healthy? Is this the sensation of becoming a wizard? Lin Su closed his eyes, perceiving the surroundings within a 1-meter radius with remarkable clarity, aside from the absence of color. There was no discomfort whatsoever. It resembled the spiritual awareness of an immortal. Mental detection. Upon embarking on the path of wizardry, this instinct is inherent to all. Typically, the enlightenment flower is rendered ineffective after breaking the physical constraints of the body, not due to drug resistance, but rather due to the very nature of its name. This is a man-made magical plant, specifically designed for apprentices, gentle yet effective. After consumption, the mental capacity tends to resist further enlightenment. However, Lin Su had utilized 5 vials without encountering such resistance, possibly due to the enlightenment process remaining incomplete. Now, it was time for one final verification. After consuming another vial of enlightenment reagent, Lin Su entered a meditative state. The round eye meditation technique refined his mental capacity at a glacial pace. Yet the quality was commendable. Lin Su was uncertain of how to ascertain the quality of his mental prowess. Thus, he anchored himself in tranquility. This time, the blue current once again melded into the mental mist, filling his body with a refreshing and soothing sensation. Effective, though the effect was modest. It was indeed a method to enhance the speed of his cultivation, whether attributable to the potion-esque qualities or the power of synthesis. As he observed the progress bar of his rank increase by 1 point, Lin Su felt a profound sense of satisfaction. If his meditative practice could yield a 1-point increase, consuming 1 vial of enlightenment reagent daily would result in approximately 50 days, or less than 2 months, to break through to the intermediate wizard apprentice level. The threshold was fast approaching. However, to procure more enlightenment flowers, he would need to explore alternative avenues, and with his burgeoning mental capacity, he could now study sorcery. The path before him was limited to 2 options: either purchase from the stores of the 3 major wizard factions or solicit from the natural association, employing the fruit of social favors. However, he was wary of accumulating too many obligations, fearing entanglement in the affairs of the elven race. It was time to consult with old John for insights. The bookstore would remain closed today. Lin Su retrieved the composite synthesis, human skin mask crafted from sheepskin, cowhide, and pigskin to conceal his true identity. The composite synthesis technique allowed him to manipulate the outcome with intent. This mask was one of the fruits of his research. Contrary to the legends, the human skin mask was not as ethereal as described. It was rather substantial, akin to a silicone mask. It reshaped the features, altering the brow ridge, forehead, chin, and more, resembling a hood. The texture was smooth and warm to the touch, exuding an authentic sensation. Once donned, the blood vessels and hair follicles were distinctly visible, as long as he paid attention to the junction between the neck and hairline. An ordinary person would not discern any flaws. He pinched the excess fullness of his cheeks, reflecting on how much more lifelike it was compared to silicone, with a superior tactile quality. With preparations complete, donning an overcoat, hat, and carrying a bag, he also adorned himself with a self-made mask and sunglasses, adding a scarf to his ensemble, presenting the appearance of a patient afflicted with a skin ailment. Departing through the back door, he navigated the streets while avoiding pedestrians, opting for the alleyways. Before long, he arrived at Uncle John's antique shop. The familiar sound of knocking on the counter roused old John from his reclined position. Upon seeing the visitor, obscured entirely from view, He was left speechless, as if confronted with a thief come to handle stolen goods. Chapter 20, Collaboration or Guests Selling Local Goods? How absurd. Lin Su spoke bluntly. Last month, at the auction of the Antique Guild, an artifact from the Elven royal family was sold, a mere clay pot. Old John was taken aback, his frail body trembling with a hint of fear, though it lasted but a fleeting moment. What does this have to do with me? Lin Su's words were shocking. That item was sold to you. You. Old John jumped in fright, yet quickly resorted to a feeble counterargument. It's not my concern. I gifted it to someone else, and I didn't submit it for auction. You and I both know the truth of that item. Are you interested in a long-term partnership? Old John shook his head vigorously, like a bobblehead doll. Forget it. Old John, pride myself on my integrity. I have never sold counterfeit antiques. You deceived me with that clay pot. Leave now, or I shall summon the enforcement team. Lin Su stared at him unflinchingly, his right hand gripping a metallic object displayed on the counter. The decades-long reputation of Old John's antique store. Creak. I cannot. Creak. Collaborate. Clang. A delightful collaboration. Lin Su smiled, releasing the crumpled metallic ornament and grasping Old John's hand, revealing a bright smile. A delightful collaboration indeed. While physical persuasion may be effective, it is not enduring. Ultimately, it all boils down to interests. Lin Su placed a handbag on the counter and unfastened the clasp. Regardless of your sales, you will provide me with 50,000 gold coins monthly. My associates will contact you for transactions, which must not be submitted to the auction house, but sold privately. How does that sound? Upon hearing the sum of 50,000 gold, Old John felt dizzy. But upon seeing the dozen exquisitely crafted antiques within the bag, he became dumbfounded. For, with his level of appraisal, he could not discern any flaws in these pieces. As long as the aging techniques were skillful, they appeared as genuine as the real thing. The antiques included items from elves, orcs, sea folk, and humans, each showcasing unique characteristics. This was indeed a formidable syndicate. One must hold on tight. Lin Su had already vanished without a trace, leaving behind a note on the table detailing the location and date, along with instructions on how to proceed. Yes, he intended only to meet Old John this once. Future rendezvous would be arranged to collect the goods, ensuring a safer operation. In this era, where surveillance was non-existent, such methods were remarkably effective. With his imminent ascension to peak knight status and further honing his reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills, he fancied himself no weaker than others, unless it was a formal wizard attempting to thwart him. Given the meager and limited detection range of an apprentice wizard's mental probing, it would be quite challenging to uncover him. Coaster lacked a permanent formal wizard presence. Engaging in illicit trades necessitated both courage and meticulousness, and he had committed himself to this endeavor. Meditation techniques required a limited daily practice time. Forced meditation would only deplete his mental reserves. Moderation is key. During the day, aside from studying in the library, he focused on enhancing his various skills. To date, he had yet to acquire a single ability classified as skill, and Lin Su speculated that his only options were the combat techniques of a knight or the sorcery of a wizard. Financial matters were in progress. To his knowledge, the cost of apprentice-level sorcery was not exorbitant, far less than that of enlightenment flowers or meditation techniques. Taking the White Tower's White Rose and Coaster as an example, apprentice-level defensive spells commanded the highest prices, reaching a threshold of 100,000 gold, while offensive spells were priced around 30,000 gold, with other functional spells varying between 30 and 80,000 gold depending on their efficacy. Of course, this pertained to apprentice-level spells. No one would sell first-ring spells, regardless of how developed the commerce in Dandung might be, as they involved fundamental inheritances. The gold coins of the Dandung Empire were merely the size of a fingernail, not pure gold but alloyed with other metals. In wizardry's alchemy, many materials employed gold and silver powders. Thus, while gold coins served as currency for the common folk, they also possessed intrinsic material value. When compared to the value of gold powder and magic stones, one could deduce that the gold powder extracted from 100,000 gold coins could nearly be exchanged for 10 magic stones. Regrettably, no one was willing to barter. What use would such a quantity of gold powder serve? The estimated value would significantly diminish, and since gold coins functioned as currency, converting them into gold powder would mean a permanent loss of that amount from the market. A few instances might be inconsequential, but frequent occurrences would raise concerns. Consequently, issues of imperial regulation arose. Unless through illicit private exchanges, there was no avenue to trade magic stones for gold coins. Being able to purchase sorcery with gold coins was already a considerable privilege, leaving little room for dissatisfaction. Lin Su had his sights set on several apprentice-level spells, but alas, his finances fell short, and selling counterfeit antiques would be a slow process, ideally targeting passing merchant ships and casual travelers at the coaster port. The less they traced the source, the better. 50,000 gold a month was an exorbitant profit, one that even nobles could scarcely attain. Trading in luxury goods truly seemed a tax on intelligence. However, acquiring a set of spells still fell short of his aspirations. Lin Su contemplated thoroughly, preparing to test the waters with enlightenment reagents. This endeavor could not be conducted directly by him. He needed a controllable proxy to manage the situation, ensuring he would not be implicated should complications arise. Before that, he also needed to resolve the issue of obtaining the seeds for the enlightenment flower while satisfying his own cultivation needs. A few days later, Valia arrived as usual. Seeking a meal, her little hands behind her back, swaying as she entered the Rhine library. Rhine, what are we having today? Lin Su replied honestly. I am weary of her vegetarian preferences. Each time Valia visits, I have to accompany her in consuming fruit salads to sate her appetite. I am fed up with it. I had hidden away the freshly made crystal pork knuckle. After slicing a vegetable resembling a cucumber into small strips, he prepared a dish of spicy cucumbers mixed with sweet melons, the legendary blend of salty, sweet, and spicy, with a crunchy texture that most could hardly endure. Yet, Valia relished this flavor and often brought her own ingredients. Hooray! The elven girl settled on the sofa, leaving Lin Su no choice but to hastily prepare a few fruit salads with more conventional flavors. Thank you. I shall not be polite, she exclaimed, cheeks puffed out, struggling to articulate her words. By the way, Rhine, why do you favor the food of the elven race? People like you are quite rare. Lin Su's expression darkened as he bit into an apple, which tasted bland as cardboard. After a considerable time, once Valia had eaten her fill, he too set down his fork. Lia, how is the matter of the enlightenment flower seeds progressing? Giving you the seeds is not an issue. But haven't you already achieved enlightenment? What would you need the seeds for? Moreover, the magical energy concentration in Coaster is far too low to sustain the growth of the enlightenment flower. Chapter 21, Artificial Magic Stone. I wish to give it a try. Is there any at the Natural Association? Indeed, Grandpa Deerhorn possesses a magical garden, seemingly housing over 50 enlightenment flowers. Swapping for 10 seeds should not pose a significant issue. Lin Su's lips twitched at the thought. Had I known sooner, I would have saved myself the trouble of 1,000 gold coins. I cannot afford that. Lia, as a mere bookstore owner, I currently lack such funds. Would it be possible for me to provide a deposit of 2,000, with the remainder settled gradually within this month? No problem. I shall cover it for you initially. You are quite affluent. Revealing your identity sooner would have spared you from such disdain. Thank you. Valia paused for a moment, gazing at Lin Su's sincere smile, her cheeks flushing slightly. Well, I shall take my leave for now and return tomorrow. With that, Valia darted away like a fleeting breeze. Lin Su was left speechless, eventually managing to utter a single word of acknowledgement through clenched teeth. How peculiar it is. At times she is as cunning as a fox. Yet at other moments, she appears almost naively innocent. Never mind, having an elven friend is rather delightful. A day later, Lin Su successfully acquired the seeds of the enlightenment flower. He then set about organizing a sunlit garden on the 3rd floor of his residence. Although a wizard apprentice cannot directly absorb magical energy from the air, he is still capable of manipulating its trajectory through mental force. Within his mental vision, deep blue specks appeared in the air, signifying magical energy. The low concentration of magical energy in Coaster does not imply its absence. With the presence of magical energy, Lin Su could capture it using his mental prowess. With all prerequisites met, the artificial magic stone project commenced smoothly. Utilizing magical energy specks and ordinary jade as materials, he created artificial magic stones following the principles of logical synthesis. Everything transpired even more effortlessly than he had anticipated. Within just 1 week, the entire sunlit garden was encircled by magical stones, with walls, floors, and ceilings adorned with them every half-meter, resulting in an astonishingly high concentration of magical energy. In total, there were 96 artificial magic stones. Unlike natural magic stones, which can gradually replenish their magical energy after depletion over time, artificial ones do not possess this ability and are prone to shattering, the underlying principles of which Lin Su did not fully comprehend. Until he discerned whether there were similar items to his created artificial magic stones within the wizarding world, he deemed it unwise to utilize them. The risks were too considerable. The soil in the potted plants was a product of Lin Su's purchase of high-quality black soil, which he synthesized through 100 limit-breaking processes to achieve optimal quality. This would support the growth of the enlightenment flowers, and he anticipated no issues. After planting the seeds, he sealed the sunlit garden and collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. This past week had drained him entirely. While the consumption of synthesis power had not been overwhelming, the continuous use had taken its toll. When his energy was depleted, he resorted to mental force. Once that was exhausted, he would faint. Remarkably, he had yet to experiment with synthesizing two extraordinary items using synthesis power. Thus far, he had only touched upon the surface, utilizing petals and stems. One would assume the consumption would indeed increase. Just a little longer. Once he swaps out a couple of spells, he can test whether spell models could also be synthesized. If that is the case, could the innate magic rings coalesced by first-ring wizards also be synthesized? Dreaming of the future, Lin Su drifted into a slumber. Upon awakening, it was already the following day. Days passed in a steady rhythm. His life was remarkably structured. During the day, he managed the bookstore as a guise while meditating and consuming potions to enhance his mental strength, gradually honing various skills. At night, he practiced the knight's breathing technique, striving to break through to the peak knight tier as soon as possible, only sleeping just before dawn. It was said that once a knight reached their pinnacle, their lifespan would experience a notable extension. Within the personal status scanned by the magic cube, his age was followed by a parenthesis indicating his lifespan limit. 72. In modern terms, that number signifies longevity, yet in comparison to Valia, he still felt like an immature child. Who wouldn't desire eternal life? It was profoundly enviable. Time flew, and a month had passed. Having landed 4 months prior, today marked the beginning of the 5th month. The chill of winter enveloped Coster, prompting pedestrians to don increasingly thicker garments. Standing by the window, Lin Su savored the bustling scene of people passing by, relishing the familiar warmth of humanity. As per his routine, he ventured to the sunlit garden. The growth period for the artificially cultivated enlightenment flowers was notably brief, typically allowing for harvesting within about 3 months. Yet, it had barely been a month, and the flowers were already beginning to self-pollinate, with seeds set to fall into the soil once their blooming period concluded. Each plant could yield 35 seeds, which would diminish the flower's enlightening properties, a trade-off, but quite normal. Lin Su intended to harvest only 5 plants, allowing the rest to continue growing. It was not a dream to cultivate more and more. Moreover, 5 plants could produce 45 bottles of enlightenment potion. The rapid growth of the flowers was not without its costs. 21 artificial magic stones had shattered, and he diligently replaced each one with a mere flick of his fingers. Throughout this month, he had still yet to break through to the knight tier. Progress had slowed considerably, with daily increments barely reaching 0 something. He suspected that this was likely related to approaching the limits of the knight path. The journey thus far had been smooth, yet as the path narrowed, it became increasingly arduous, a reasonable expectation. Once he breaks through to peak knight and integrates the breathing technique, venturing down uncharted paths would likely slow even further. However, it was not a pressing concern. With patience, he could gradually make progress. Any advancement was preferable to stagnation. Scanning. Lin Su. Age. 1972. Talent. Synthesis of all things. Tier. Senior Knight. 99. 100. Junior Wizard Apprentice. 42 100. Extraordinary. Moon Disc Breathing Technique. Red. Primal Beast Breathing Technique 4. 86 100. Circular Pupil Meditation. 89 100. Skills. None. Arts. Language Master. Red. Medicine. Red. Noble Etiquette 3. 61 100. Culinary Arts 3. 9 100. Status. Healthy. He had nearly mastered everything. Reaching the peak knight realm should be feasible once the primal beast breathing technique ascended to the red tier. What else should he learn? Nautical skills were essential. He would undoubtedly venture out to sea in the future. Perhaps he should learn blacksmithing? Contemplating this, Lin Su, though modern in his origins, was aware of many things yet often lacked deeper understanding. Learning blacksmithing would enhance his ability to utilize synthesis power, allowing for refined control over synthesis outcomes. Once he acquired the skill, each time he broke through limits, he would gain substantial knowledge and techniques. Should he grasp certain principles, he might even synthesize high-tech creations. Mobile phones and computers were beyond his reach, but firearms would certainly be feasible. It was worth a try, though he needed to find some free time. Glancing at the mechanical watch he had synthesized, he noted that it was already noon. It was time to settle payments with old John. Chapter 22, Acquisition of a Complete Set of Sorcery. Coster Merchant Port, Phil District, 106th Street. Behemoth Restaurant. Lin Su made no attempt at disguise, appearing merely as an ordinary diner. After keenly and efficiently confirming that there were no watchers or followers nearby, he settled comfortably at a window-side table. He ordered a fish steak, a bowl of fish soup, 2 meat pies, and a mug of ale. He dined leisurely. The flavors at Behemoth Restaurant could only be described as mediocre, but the portions were astonishingly generous. The meat pies boasted a half-meter diameter and were a half-inch thick, clearly designed for knights with hearty appetites. The stronger one's physique, the more sustenance is required to replenish energy. Lin Su's staple food consisted of synthetic sustenance, filling him up in just a few bites. It contained an abundance of necessary nutrients, far exceeding standard dietary requirements. Were it not for his daily rigorous training, he would have likely ballooned to an unwieldy size. After finishing his meal, he paid a hefty sum of 9 gold coins, feeling quite cheated. As he stepped out of the restaurant, passing by a flower bed, he casually snatched a black handbag that weighed heavily in his grasp. A quick scan with his mental prowess revealed it contained exactly 50,000 gold coins, along with a note tucked away at the bottom. 2-0. It even includes Ancient Elvish. This was a message from old John regarding the next supply time for Lin Su. There were still a few days left. No need to rush. However, the mind-affiliated sorcery Lin Su sought was classified as contraband. It was neither sold nor tolerated, with severe penalties against rogue sorcerers dabbling in mental magic. He could only settle for seeking out versatile functional sorcery. White Rose Sorcery Supply Store. Lin Su gazed up at the 6-story White Tower, affiliated with the White Tower, which housed 3 senior sorcerer apprentices of formidable power. Necessitating utmost caution, he strolled inside, clad in the gray robe typical of rogue sorcerers, which obscured the upper half of his face, while a fragment of black armor masked the lower half. For rogue sorcerers, concealing one's identity was the norm. In Coster, aside from a few renowned rogue sorcerers with notable skills required to show their faces for business, most would not reveal their true appearances or residences. Many rogue sorcerers resembled underground vermin, as their studies of apprentice-level meditation techniques often induced various physical mutations. This was another reason for their concealed identities. Yet, those with resilient spirits and exceptional talents tended to experience less severe mutations. Upon seeing Lin Su enter, a store clerk at White Rose curled her lips into a disdainful smirk, muttering under her breath, "Disgusting rat." Her voice was soft, but just loud enough for Lin Su to overhear, clearly intentional. "How dare you?" He was bewildered. He had read tales where protagonists faced ridicule while purchasing items, which he could somewhat understand, given the store's backing. But she was merely an ordinary person. Just working at White Rose gave her such audacity? Rogue sorcerers were typically ruthless individuals. Lin Su narrowed his eyes, fixating on the mockery in her gaze, a surge of unnameable anger swelling within him. He, too, could be considered a rogue sorcerer, albeit fortunate enough to have acquired a proper sorcerer-level meditation technique from Valia. Before breaking through to the first-tier sorcerer level, he had no need to consider meditation techniques or the worries of physical mutation. This ordinary individual dared to humiliate him. She was either foolish or had some backing. Realizing this was a store directly under the White Tower, he took a step back, allowing his thoughts to settle. Thud. Placing the handbag of gold coins on the counter, Lin Su spoke in a hoarse, dark tone. "Transform stone into clay. Transform clay into stone. I shall take them." These 2 spells were apprentice-level functional sorceries that could not be utilized in combat, hence their modest price. Together, they totaled precisely 50,000 gold coins. However, these 2 spells were also referred to as the construction kit. The clerk's ugly demeanor resumed its incessant chatter. "A rat is still a rat. What foundation do you think you can build? After 20 years of hard work, it wouldn't compare to a single magic stone. You might as well come to the White Tower to be a test subject." Thud. Lin Su rapped the counter, slightly drawing the attention of others. The clerk hesitated, aware that she couldn't openly tarnish White Rose's reputation. She hurriedly retrieved 2 tomes from beneath the counter. The sorcery sold to rogue sorcerers was typically common fare, widely circulated outside, leaving little in terms of confidentiality. Anyone could share it as they pleased. Should someone seek to learn from a rogue sorcerer at a lower price, the risks were exceedingly high, due to their physical mutations most rogue sorcerers harbored psychological issues. They might, for mere amusement, deliberately pass on flawed spellbooks at low prices, leading to madness or even death. Unlike the shops of legitimate factions, which at least ensured authenticity. This was all learned from the comprehensive guidebook provided by Deer Antler, hence Lin Su's reluctance to seek sorcery from other sources. With the items in hand, Lin Su turned to leave. The clerk, witnessing his departure and suppressing her fury, felt a sense of assurance. She took out a conch from her pocket and, leaning close to her mouth, whispered, "Lord Sarah, another rat has taken the bait. The mental energy fluctuation is weak, merely a junior sorcerer apprentice." If Lin Su had heard this, he would have instantly realized it was a deliberate entrapment. Returning to the Rhine bookstore, Lin Su settled into the sofa, frowning in contemplation instead of examining the spellbooks. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I become. Can I endure this? I cannot. Nightfall. Lin Su, fully equipped, concealed himself atop a rooftop at the alley's exit. Based on his physical investigation earlier that afternoon, he had received reliable intelligence. The foul-mouthed clerk from White Rose resided in Phil District and would pass through this alley every evening after work. It was untenable not to teach her a lesson. Such thoughts were unresolvable. Of course, the honest and upright Lin Su had no intention of killing. Just a simple plundering, extracting a few teeth, severing 3 limbs, and breaking a few fingers would suffice. If he had a wife, well, never mind, someone was approaching. In the distance, a brown-haired, foul-mouthed individual clad in the White Rose store uniform was walking towards him. Lin Su grinned slyly, just as he was about to activate the prepared fog trap. He suddenly paused, leveraging the physique of a knight, although his vision could not pierce the night as if it were day. It was far superior to that of an ordinary person. Within 100 meters, he could see quite clearly. Moments prior, he had spotted a figure atop the opposite rooftop of the alley, dressed in night gear, who had peered out to glance at the clerk. He had caught sight of Lin Su. A kindred spirit. Lin Su's eyes brightened, retracting his actions and preparing to observe. Chapter 23. Cunning as a fox, the shop assistant swaggered into the alley, one hand clasped behind his back, eyebrows lowered in apparent nonchalance, yet keenly observing his surroundings. Lin Su pondered thoughtfully. A moment later, as the alley reached its end, the assistant sighed in disappointment. Damn that rat, not falling for it. The ambushed figure in black at the alley's end leapt down, his expression displeased. "Matt, provide me with an explanation." The assistant immediately fell into a flurry. "My Lord Sarah, I did not anticipate this rat to endure so well. Perhaps he knows his own limitations and dares not act against me. After all, I serve as an assistant at the White Rose, and ordinary wild sorcerers typically do not dare to cross me. This was a misjudgment on my part, wasting your precious time, and I shall take responsibility for the compensation." "Humph, you'd better." The black-robed sorcerer Sarah snorted, clearly displeased. His exposed cheek bore scales resembling those of a serpent, reminiscent of a flesh-distorted wild sorcerer. Lin Su frowned, mentally retracing the day's events, gaining a clearer understanding of the duo's scheme. Collaborating with wild sorcerers, they engaged in entrapment, targeting individuals like me, easily provoked and lacking in strength. Their countenance suggested they had succeeded more than once. The absence of his presence indicated that the black-robed sorcerer's mental fluctuations were unmasked, revealing a strength akin to that of a mid-level apprentice sorcerer, vibrantly alive and on the cusp of transcending to a higher apprentice. The disparity between apprentice sorcerers is not stark. To deliver a lethal blow without alerting the surrounding populace, it is likely he has mastered mind-affecting sorcery. Such sorcery is not accessible to wild sorcerers, but is not prohibited for larger sorceress factions hailing from beyond the coastal trade ports. Conversely, should strong ties exist, the exchange of first-tier spells is plausible, let alone apprentice-level spells, which are often treated merely as commodities. Matt, being an assistant at the White Rose, would likely find that sorcerers from other regions, accompanied by a cadre of apprentices for collaborative endeavors, would probably sell mind-affecting spells to their apprentices. Thus, there lies an opportunity for manipulation. Devious indeed. In this case, eliminating you would weigh lightly on my conscience. Lin Su discreetly activated the hidden mechanism. Today, the enlightenment flowers planted in the sunlight garden had fully matured, and Lin Su harvested 5 blossoms. One of these he utilized to concoct a potent mental fog. The principle behind the mental fog is rather simple. It does not accept reinforcement. Essentially, this substance is not a toxic smoke, but rather an aromatic infusion that amplifies mental faculties. When Lin Su first synthesized it, The primary ingredient was peppermint essence, developed to facilitate his late-night endeavors to enhance his skills. The chilling and translucent sensation could freeze a mortal's soul into an icicle. However, for sorcerers with formidable mental prowess who have expanded their cerebral space, its effect is negligible. Hence, he initially believed it would be ineffective against sorcerers. Today, the synthesis formula incorporated an enlightenment flower, significantly enhancing its efficacy, rendering even himself unable to withstand it. He would lose consciousness within moments. His intention to prepare it was merely precautionary for such unforeseen circumstances. With the mindset of ensuring absolute security, he found himself needing to claim another life. Indeed, some lessons can only be truly understood through experience. This lesson has been learned. Below, Matt suddenly shivered, noticing that a fog had inexplicably descended upon the city. Living by the harbor often brought such troubles, yet fog in late autumn is a rarity. It's so cold. The black-robed sorcerer, Sarah, hesitated, feeling a numbness in his brow. Expanding his mental detection, something felt amiss. The once crystal-clear images of his probe now appeared exceedingly blurred, as if veiled by frost. Wait, this fog is not right. With a thud, Sarah collapsed to the ground, unconscious in an instant. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Matt stood utterly still, resembling a frozen figure, his gaze devoid of life. Lin Su donned a filtering mask, crafted from artificial magic stones, capable of effectively shielding against the mental energies pervasive within the fog. He descended from the rooftop. As expected, Matt's soul was obliterated, unable to withstand the mental effects. He perished on the spot. The application of extraordinary mental potions on mortals typically resulted in such outcomes. Cautiously approaching the black-robed sorcerer, Lin Su produced a small throwing knife from his pocket, flicking his wrist to embed it deep into Sarah's forehead, without a handle to grasp. Dead beyond resurrection. Sighing in relief, Lin Su meticulously searched the corpse. The yield was minimal. 2 genuine magic stones, 2 coin pouches, and no tomes regarding sorcery. This was to be expected. Who would transport their entire fortune while engaging in robbery? Yet, within Sarah's possession lay a meditation technique closely guarded. The moon serpent meditation? Naturally for you. The meditation method is fundamental. Even an apprentice-level meditation technique would be justifiable to carry at all times. Glancing through it casually, Lin Su noted that this meditation method, fraught with side effects, generally belongs to the realm of apprentice-level techniques. However, the moon serpent seemed peculiar. Lin Su grimaced as he perused it. It felt troublesome. To practice it, one requires the blood of a magical creature known as the moon serpent, which simultaneously leads to a transformation into a half-human, half-serpent form. Should one succeed in transcending to an official sorcerer, they would gain the moon serpent's bloodline and its innate powers. Such meditation methods initially emerged from the school of life alteration. Later, it was discovered that prior to becoming a first-tier sorcerer, utilizing such underhanded methods to alter one's bloodline could indeed hasten strength and cultivation speed, yet it imposed irreversible and grave effects on the soul and psyche. While bloodlines can be extracted and changed, the alteration of the soul remains a perennial enigma for sorcerers. With the ancient sorcerer's meticulousness, such experimental leaks should not have occurred. However, the wonders of fate lie in this very phenomenon. Under various coincidences, it became inevitable. By the time the life alteration sorcerers discerned the signs, this flawed meditation method had already spread throughout the continent. Consequently, over generations, the focus shifted to research improvements, aiming to mitigate the side effects while simultaneously neutering the meditation method, preventing any possibility of transcending to an official sorcerer. Thus, hapless apprentices who inadvertently learned it would never fully mutate into grotesque beings due to their increasing strength. In recent years, those with ulterior motives have cunningly utilized this meditation method, deliberately delivering it into the hands of wild sorcerers, encouraging them to learn it and cultivate more apprentices. When the opportune moment arises, it would be a chance to harvest materials from these aberrations. He could ascertain that this was an unaltered, special meditation method, altering the bloodline and treating humans as materials for harvesting. He had prematurely severed the chives from someone else's garden, an exceedingly perilous endeavor. No, I must handle the remains before proceeding. After dismantling all traps in the alley, Lin Su used another enlightenment flower to consolidate the spreading mental fog, as their natures attracted one another. Chapter 24. Establishing a safe house. Regrettably, it was unforeseen that it would come to this, yet fortuitously, it indeed did. With the burden of 2 lifeless bodies, Lin Su ascended to the rooftop, erasing any trace of their presence and scattering a powder to eliminate the odor, applying it liberally to the 3 individuals. This substance, crafted from a blend of herbal powder and kelp powder, emanated a distinct marine aroma, making it an exceptional choice for odor removal in coastal cities. Initially conceived merely as a flavor enhancer, in the dock area, the late-night atmosphere was sparsely populated, with numerous vessels of varying designs anchored in the harbor. This was not a moment for scenic appreciation. Lin Su retrieved a small vial from his waist, containing a noxious green liquid, corpse-dissolving fluid. This concoction, a deliberate synthesis of flytrap digestive fluid, spider digestive fluid, livestock digestive fluid, concentrated sulfuric acid, and the liquefied remains of decaying corpses, was a carefully researched composite, possessing the ability to synthesize and lacking for nothing financially. He carried an assortment of peculiar items on his person, most of which could be utilized today. Those temporarily unnecessary were stored in a concealed compartment. The task at hand was straightforward. Stripping the 2 of their garments, he poured the corpse-dissolving fluid upon them, and at once, the entwined bodies emitted a thick plume of white smoke, reeking abominably. Lin Su hastily retreated. It was his first experience using it to dissolve human remains, and he was taken aback by the volume of smoke produced, far exceeding that of rats. Fortunately, it was night. 3 minutes later, all that remained of the bodies by the dock was a fragrant, transparent liquid, while the stone pier remained unscathed. Next, Lin Su utilized the garments to wipe away the residue and ignited them with a spark, the fabric igniting as if doused in highly flammable oil. He cast the burning remnants into the water, unable to suppress a murmur. Had it not been for the repulsiveness of the corpse oil, he would have hesitated to utilize it for fuel. After a few moments, observing that the flames, akin to the oil distilled from rats, were not extinguished by the water, he nodded in satisfaction and scattered another packet of powder before departing. Awakening with a yawn from a large, soft bed measuring 3 meters by 4, Lin Su forced himself to rise. Grasping a small vial of green liquid from the nightstand, he applied a dab to his upper lip. Exhilarating. Another day brimming with vitality lay ahead. Until he could ascertain whether the magic cube could negate side effects, he would refrain from studying further. The circular eye meditation method would suffice for quite some time, were it not for the concern of being manipulated by the natural association. He would not have ventured to the White Rose Wizard supply store to procure magical paraphernalia. He still felt too weak. Today, he resolved to delve into sorcery, discovering that indeed, it was a remarkable set of spells. He descended to the small utility room, which solely housed cleaning tools. Before commencing, Lin Su took a moment to scan himself. Lin Su, age, 1972, talent, synthesis of all things, rank, senior knight, 99, 3-100. Junior wizard apprentice, 46-100. Extraordinary, moon disc breathing technique, red, original beast breathing technique 4, 9100. Circular eye meditation method, 96-100. Skill, mudstone transformation, 2100. Art, master linguist, red. Medicine, red. Noble etiquette 3, 61-100. Culinary arts 3, 9-100. Status, healthy mudstone transformation was a spell he had learned through literature, a mere apprentice-level incantation, ostensibly lacking offensive or defensive capabilities. However, due to his perfect compatibility, even without reaching the red tier, he could merge and execute it autonomously. The information that blossomed within his mind indicated that, despite being a functional spell, it possessed additional capabilities, such as mud slathering. Lin Su tapped into the spell model within his mental space, resonating with the magical energy in the air. After 30 seconds, a mass of purple-black mud floated before him, writhing irregularly. It splattered onto the floor of the utility room with a splat. Lin Su. Indeed, as expected, it proved ineffectual, a true construction site ensemble. Nevertheless, it would serve well for excavating a basement, constructing a larger safe house and laboratory, which was precisely the intended effect. He hoped that a few enhancements would yield different results. Other abilities of Lin Su were also on the verge of breakthrough, and he sensed that within the coming week, he would achieve consecutive advancements. At that point, he would possess greater strength and could transition to more offensive spells. Yet he lacked funds. Furthermore, the 30 seconds required for casting was a matter rooted in the principles of wizardry. Constructing a spell model and infusing it with mental resonance and ambient magical energy facilitated the casting process. This was typical for wizard apprentices. Apprentices from the spellcasting school would utilize incantations and gestures to abbreviate casting time, allowing even novices to perform spells within seconds. Comparatively, the spellcasting schools certainly held an advantage. However, once proficiency reached its zenith, the distinction between incantation apprentices and ordinary apprentices would diminish, and the same could be said for formal wizards. A mere apprentice-level spell, even without prior study, could be comprehended and executed within a second. As for constructing spell models, the manual described the process as exceedingly complex. Yet Lin Su found it quite manageable. A simple replication, a casual synthesis of a book cover, and the forehead tapping method made it a trivial endeavor. Such was the nature of scholarly pursuits. Lin Su guided his mental energy, continuously communicating with the spell model. Every 30 seconds, the ground would suddenly sink by about a meter, indicating the activation of mudstone transformation. Beneath Coaster lay a sewer system, entirely composed of solid rock. Unmistakably the work of a wizard. Lin Su deliberately avoided the sewer system, carving a passage through the crevices, leading deep underground. The soil was displaced to the sides, transforming into bluish-gray rock. After descending 8 meters, he deemed it sufficient and began to control the spell, constructing a stair-like formation of rock. After descending another 10 meters, his mental energy was exhausted. Without hesitation, he entered meditation to recover. 3 days later, a vast stone chamber, spanning 500 square meters, emerged underground, entirely composed of dark blue-black rock. The walls were a formidable 10 meters thick, featuring 12 load-bearing pillars. A first passage connected to the sewer system. A second led to the supply depot in the fill district. A third extended towards the inland area beyond the city, and a fourth directly reached the seabed, though it remained unopened for the time being. The fifth passage led to the Rhine cottage above. The word safety seemed inscribed upon Lin Su's fatigued and pallid visage. Rubbing his stiffened eyelids, he contemplated the wizard's mental energy detection range. A junior apprentice had a detection range of only 1 meter, a mid-level apprentice 5 meters, and a senior apprentice 10 meters. A formal wizard could detect at least 100 meters. This capability depended on the strength of the soul rather than the quantity of mental energy. Mental energy was akin to electricity, while the soul resembled machinery. The mechanical limit was set, rendering any excess electrical power futile. Chapter 25, The Resonating Stoneheads. He entrusted Valia with the task of sourcing items capable of concealing mental power detection. A direct shield would be less than ideal. A mere scan would reveal an extensive void. It is a classic case of hiding one's treasure in plain sight, concealing it. Allowing this expanse to manifest as a tangible element akin to soil is indeed advantageous. By now, he has come to realize that Valia is genuinely innocent, the adorably Navi type. She is not the scheming woman he had initially presumed, which rendered him somewhat guilt-ridden. He had assumed too much. Prior to requesting her assistance, he had conducted a thorough inquiry. Although Valia is over a century old, the cognitive faculties of elves are not necessarily tied to age. According to the historical texts he has consulted, elves typically possess a lifespan of around 5 centuries, experiencing rapid aging only in the final decade of their lives, thus maintaining their youthful appearance. Historical accounts reveal that the rise of the Dandung people began with a mere 16-year-old human boy who, through trading a few toys from the human realm, amassed a fortune worth tens of thousands from a 300-year-old elf. It is utterly absurd. Consequently, this tale reached the ears of the Dandung people, who, in their shrewdness, deceived numerous elves and extracted vast wealth. Thus, the empire ascended, seizing a substantial share of the commercial pie, leading to a distinct evolution in its trajectory, transforming into the present-day commercial military empire. The family of natural speech suffered the most grievous losses, with reports indicating that even a 480-year-old matron was lured into a brothel to generate profit. Such a tragedy is indeed appalling. A solitary clan, lacking the strength to retaliate, found themselves powerless. Moreover, the large-scale transactions were formalized through contracts, with black and white stipulations. Even if they attempted to manipulate the text, the Elven King would find it challenging to contest the validity. They could only seek clandestine vengeance rather than openly incite war. Perhaps there are still some practitioners from the natural speech family of that era who remain alive. It is indeed a challenge to harbor such goodwill towards the Dandung humans. Her innocence and kindness seem etched into her very being. Humans truly are despicable creatures. Reflecting on the readings of the past few days, Lin Su felt a profound sense of melancholy. He concealed the entrance below. After bathing and sipping on mint essence, his demeanor brightened considerably. He prepared an array of vegetarian dishes, awaiting the appointed hour. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the creaking of the door was accompanied by the chime of wind bells. As Lin Su greeted the elven maiden with a warm smile, "Leah, please take a seat." "Well, Rhine, you were simply wonderful for preparing such a delightful feast. Knowing you were hungry, let us eat first and discuss matters afterward." The girl with crimson eyes beamed with joy, her delicate features framed by soft, downy hair. Revealing smooth, supple skin that radiated the exuberance of youth, she embodied vitality in its entirety. In stark contrast, the equally youthful Lin Su bore pale skin and dark circles under his eyes, appearing lethargic and world-weary, as if he had been ensconced in his bed. Engrossed in research on deoxyribonucleic acid. "You look rather unwell, Rhine." "I've been quite busy lately, just eating my vegetables." "Oh." An hour later, after a hearty meal, Valia broached the subject Lin Su had tasked her with. "This time, I exerted considerable effort to procure this, but regrettably, the quantity is limited." "That's all right. Do share the details." "Very well." Valia touched the pendant at her chest, revealing a white stone in her hand. "This is the resonating stone, a rare mineral that can deceive mental power detection. I managed to acquire just this one piece." Lin Su nodded, refraining from expressing disappointment. One piece sufficed. However, Valia misinterpreted his silence as discontent. "Rhine, the resonating stone is exceedingly rare, primarily utilized by formal wizards to construct meditation chambers. Surely, you wish to establish your own meditation room as well." At this, Valia appeared somewhat vexed. "All of my belongings have been taken by my sister. Otherwise, I could have dismantled the meditation chamber in my home and gifted it to you." Lin Su's lips twitched. "No need for such measures. I am not a leech." Valia shone like the moonlight on a clear night, seemingly imbued with a mysterious, purifying essence, consistently dispelling the shadows from his heart. Perhaps this was her innate innocence. How delightful. Receiving the resonating stone, Lin Su projected his mental power to gauge its properties. Indeed, it resembled soil, unassuming yet detectable, soft with a hint of earthy fragrance. "Leah, do you understand the principle behind the functioning of the resonating stone?" "The principle?" Valia pondered, tapping her chin thoughtfully before her face broke into a radiant smile. "My grandmother once mentioned that the resonating stone is a crystallization of earth elements, yet its elemental power is quite diffuse, akin to soil. A substantial quantity of resonating stones can form a tranquil and robust magic domain. Once magical energy penetrates it, escape becomes impossible. Thus, it is typically employed in the construction of meditation chambers for formal wizards. Besides concealing from mental power detection, it can also isolate various elemental forces present in the air. In fact, it is quite opportune for you to start accumulating resonating stones now. Once you advance to a first-ring wizard, you will be able to establish your meditation chamber." Lin Su inhaled deeply. "Crystallization of the earth, you say? It appears that meditation chambers are primarily constructed underground. Therefore, I must also devise a means to disguise a small subterranean compartment to avoid exposing deeper secrets." "Understood, thank you. No need for gratitude, Rhine. You treat me to sumptuous meals daily, and your culinary skills surpass those of my sister by a mile." Huh. The two engaged in lively conversation until Valia joyfully departed. Lin Su felt a twinge of guilt. His debts were accumulating. Soon after, Lin Su closed the door to study the resonating stone. Its texture resembled softened brass, pale in color, harboring a unique magical energy structure. It bore semblance to a model of sorcery, yet appeared more organic, devoid of artificial embellishments. Attempting to forge artificial resonating stones through the synthesis of elemental powers posed numerous challenges. He could only resolve the issues step by step. Focusing on earth elements, he purchased a substantial quantity of minerals available for gold coins, all exhibiting faint magical energy responses, suitable solely for apprentice-level use, primarily comprising mountain copper. Lin Su harnessed his mental power to capture the earth elements in the air. If magical energy is the amalgamation of all elemental forces, then earth elements serve as a secondary separation. They are more widely dispersed than magical energy. Simply injecting mountain copper with these elements proved futile. He could only utilize synthetic power to thoroughly integrate individual elements into the mountain copper. Chapter 26. The Copying Wizard, Rhineland. This endeavor proved to be more laborious and resource-intensive than the creation of artificial magic stones, the reasons for which remain unknown for the time being. After 2 full days, he finally forged a piece brimming with the essence of earth elements. No, it was no longer mere mountain copper. It had transformed into a genuine crystallization of the earth's elements. The next step was to transmute it into a resonating stone. Naturally, Lin Su's first choice was to employ the internal elements to simulate the natural model. However, therein lay a dilemma. The resonating stone contained magical energy, while the artificial mountain copper was composed of earth elements. Continuing the synthesis appeared impractical, for crafting this earth crystal alone had already exhausted his maximum synthesis attempts 100-fold. He decided to first assess its efficacy. Even a semi-finished product should possess some utility. As his mental energy enveloped the earth crystal, measuring only a meter in diameter, Lin Su was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed useful. Remarkably, it exhibited a more authentic resonance of earth fluctuations than that simulated by the resonating stone, akin to a handful of loamy soil. However, it lacked the ability to channel elemental forces and did not encapsulate magical energy. Yet, it could concentrate the power of earth elements, an intriguing product indeed. Due to his research endeavors, several days of his routine skill proficiency training were lost. Once the earth crystal had set, Lin Su resumed his normal life. But in addition to training, he also worked overtime to produce more earth crystals, further compressing his sleep schedule to a mere 3 hours nightly. He relied solely on the essence of the enlightenment flower to sustain his life and the peppermint essence to invigorate him. Thus, after a week, in the basement training ground of the Rhine bookstore, he had divided the space into 2 areas. One half was filled with numerous synthesis materials and experimental apparatus, while the other was dedicated to practicing breathing techniques and witchcraft. With the peak night breakthrough imminent, the original beast breathing technique should reach the red tier after this advancement, allowing him to participate in the fusion. The luminous night stones, radiating a soft white light, illuminated Lin Su's sweat-drenched, muscular form. His muscles rippled, veins bulged, and his bones cracked audibly. The scorching blood coursed through his body, as if it possessed a life of its own, circulating perpetually. His proficiency surged from 99 to a perfect 100. Fortuitously, it was not a product of the cheap brand. Had it exceeded 91, he might have bled from the mouth. At a critical moment, an unbearable itch in his throat caused Lin Su to expel a copious amount of black blood, which even contained fragments of bone and necrotic tissue, evidence of the internal injuries he had sustained from a previous accident. After this bout, he felt significantly lighter. With his breakthrough into a new realm, the path of the night had reached its zenith, and that familiar progress bar no longer appeared. This was something he had anticipated. It was time to test the fusion of breathing techniques to see if he could innovate and carve a new path. In an instant, the red text vanished, revealing a brand new breathing technique, the primitive moon beast breathing technique. This technique, born from the fusion of the original beasts and the moon disk, seemed quite fitting, though its proficiency was a matter of concern. Lin Su, age, 19, 102. Talent, synthesis of all things. Rank, peak night, 150. Junior wizard apprentice, 83, 100. Extraordinary, primitive moon beast breathing technique. Red, round pupil meditation, method 1, 3, 100. Skill, mudstone conversion, 98, 100. Art, master linguist. Red, medicine. Red. Noble etiquette 3, 86, 100. Culinary arts 3, 87, 100. Status, healthy, peak physical condition. His lifespan had soared by 30 years, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction fueling his determination. Yet, the primitive moon beast breathing technique, with a total proficiency of only 50 points, indicated that it was still not fully matured, as 100 points represented a significant realm. This meant Lin Su needed to gather several breathing techniques with distinct characteristics to refine this comprehensive technique, leading to a substantial increase in his realm proficiency and enhanced training outcomes. The apprentice-level witchcraft, mudstone conversion, was on the verge of its first limit-breaking enhancement. He wondered what effects it might yield. That could be addressed in a few days. With a stock of 4 earth crystals, once melted, they would adequately cover a 10 square meter compartment. To envelop the entire underground space would require prolonged effort. The false meditation room on the underground floor was not an immediate concern. First, he would coat the descending passage with a layer of earth crystal liquid. After all, genuine wizards seldom wandered freely in Coster. The detection limit for apprentices was 10 meters. Concealing the passage was quite appropriate. Having broken through to become a peak knight, Lin Su had reached the pinnacle of human physicality. He had tested his strength, managing to lift stones weighing around 5 tons. Measuring his explosive power was challenging, as he feared injuring his hands. However, his speed was remarkable. He could cover 100 meters in just 1.5 seconds, swift enough to be nearly imperceptible, even accounting for the time taken to initiate his movement. His endurance was particularly astonishing. His waist could execute 30,000 contractions without a hint of fatigue. With such formidable capabilities, his latent combat instincts surged. Other aspects of his physicality also saw significant improvements, such as reflexes, dynamic vision, balance, spatial awareness, and flexibility, although none compared to the dramatic enhancements in strength, constitution, and speed. If he were to launch a surprise attack, a wizard apprentice would likely find themselves decapitated in a single encounter. It was no wonder that wizards had devised these techniques to serve as guardians for apprentices. They were incredibly formidable. Having arrived at this juncture, humanity's physical form had reached its limits. Some formal wizards had undergone bloodline alterations, and knights could too, however, without sufficient mental energy and soul strength. The risk of death was high. Lin Su remained unaware of how the synthesized path forward would manifest itself. If possible, remaining human was preferable, as the initial intention of pursuing the knight's path was for self-preservation. Now, with boundless energy to expend, he could offset the cost of activating his synthesis talent, an enticing prospect that was difficult to relinquish. The allure of wizardly power was tempting. Henceforth, his primary focus would be on wizardly training supplemented by the strength of the knight's physique. The path to transcendence lay before him, and the knight's journey would serve as a hidden reserve of strength to be wielded at critical moments, yielding unexpected advantages. With a well-structured plan in place, he diligently practiced the mudstone conversion witchcraft. As night fell, Lin Su transformed into a voracious eater, devouring 10 strips of super-replenishing jerky to satiate his hunger. Each strip was crafted from 100 others, laden with exceptional nutrition. By equivalence, a single meal comprised the substance of 1,000 thighs of meat, an absurdity indeed. The landowner would surely be reduced to beggary. He would need to devise a method to procure meat imbued with even greater energy. Meanwhile, on a distant overseas island, a colossal clock tower stood tall atop the central peak. Descending along the ridge were a multitude of expansive manor-style residences, each occupying a considerable area, alongside numerous public buildings, libraries, dining halls, training grounds, and lecture halls. This private wizard tower included an oceanarium, potion garden, and exotic beast enclosure, encompassing a vast array of facilities. Here lay one of the 3 great wizard factions of Coster, the Evening Bell Church. Distinct from typical wizard organizations, they forbade the propagation of divine faith, viewing deities as mere materials and archenemies. Any wizard who allied with a deity would be branded a fallen wizard. Chapter 27. Conspiracy and the black market. Such occurrences transpire from time to time, typically among those sorcerers ensnared by the constraints of their realms, whose lifespans are nearing their conclusion, who are fervently yearning for power, or who have suffered the demise of their beloved or offspring. The Twilight Bell Church occupies a middle ground in this regard. They pursue the power of twilight, proclaiming to seek truth within its embrace. This borderline behavior does not attract the scrutiny of the Pateron United Sorcerers Association, as long as one does not worship the deity that governs twilight. The veneration of certain terms faces no censure. Similar terms include the sun, night, life, and death. Initially, sorcerers wielded such powers by aligning themselves with the corresponding deities. They dissected, understood, and explored the principles at a molecular level, ultimately imitating and innovating to unleash entirely new forces with that which they possessed. Twilight is one of the powers of the ancient gods. The Twilight Bell Church, though vociferous in their slogans, utilizes these powers to a minimal extent, rendering them insignificant and not worthy of the Pateron Sorcerer Council's vigilance. In the present day, within a secluded estate of the Twilight Bell Church, 3 formal sorcerers clandestinely congregate. The leader bears a visage adorned with pale and delicate serpentine scales, reminiscent of the deceased Sarah. Should Lin Su lay eyes upon him, there is a 99% certainty that he would identify this individual as the mastermind behind the machinations. The methods of bloodline alteration vary. Some adopt a gentle approach through meditation, while others prefer the more abrupt method of blood extraction and marrow replacement, utilizing sorcery to mitigate rejection reactions, albeit at a significant risk of mortality. This individual evidently employs the gentler technique. As a formal sorcerer, The practice of bloodline modification does not lead to alterations at the level of spirit or soul, but merely results in physical changes, necessitating appropriate resources, such as the moon serpent. The trio convenes under the cloak of night, each bearing peculiar anomalies. One possesses an additional pair of arms, while another has sprouted a tail. The leader, with a low and gravelly voice, remarks on the death of Sarah and the disappearance of the moon serpent's meditation method, now undetectable, as if it had vanished entirely. The four-armed sorcerer appears to belong to a school of curse magic, his voice a raspy echo of humanity. The demise of the moon serpent, when did that occur? Has the deep-sea siren faced any troubles? Indeed, what am I, swamp lizard? By the timeline, they should soon break through to advanced apprentice status, reaching the conditions for harvest. Could it be that the Ocean Academy has intervened at this critical juncture? The leader furrows his brow in confusion. Your siren, your lizard have not encountered any issues. It should not solely be the moon serpent that has been targeted. Hiss, flicking tongue. Have you recently offended anyone? Lepa? It must be him. Bah, that wretched offspring of the Northern Sea behemoth family. How dare he act with such audacity? I have heard that Lepa has a sister who is currently en route to Coster. I recall there is. You mean the lair of the venomous flying dragons? Precisely. Heh, let us engage him in a contest. Do you possess any undisclosed advanced apprentices? Turning away. Don't look at me. I only have over 300 rats, all of them of high quality, not to be wasted. 1,000 magic stones. Haha, I have a serpent demon under my command, an advanced one, under the cover of night. These three formal sorcerers plot against a wizard of noble lineage. Within the city, at the Rhine bookstore, on the third-floor bedroom, Lin Su holds the moon serpent meditation method, meticulously encased in a solidified earth crystal liquid. Once this liquid solidifies, it resembles amber, possessing high transparency. With ample materials at hand, Lin Su has coated every page with the crystallized liquid and leisurely peruses the text. Since he synthesized the earth crystal, he found the time to venture outside the city and unearth this moon serpent meditation method once more. Ensuring its protection, he commences his study. After all, it is a formal level meditation method, a treasure that ought not to be buried away. Thus, he excavated it again, placing it in a small compartment beneath the ground. Over half a month has passed since his last breakthrough. The underground space is perfectly coated with the earth crystal liquid, completely eliminating any hazards. The transition from white to green in the mudstone breakthrough has indeed yielded new extensions of application. Within Lin Su's mental space, the sorcery models have gained numerous lines and mysterious magical runes, allowing for spellcasting that entirely abandons the need for countdowns, achieving a state where one summons whatever is desired. The first extended sorcery is the Earth Spear, or it could also be described as Earth Spikes. These can emerge abruptly from the ground, controlled solely by one's thoughts. The shapes can vary from spikes to swords, bricks, horses, and more. As long as there is magical energy in the air, one can perform the spell. Consequently, Lin Su has also developed applications such as stone walls and mud arrows. Though these can only be projected from the ground and are ineffective once they leave the earth and reach the sea. In this regard, he has conducted extensive experiments. The conclusions are unequivocal. Temporary drawbacks are inconsequential. The concern lies in the potential for further issues. There is no need to rush. A construction sorcery has been honed into an all-encompassing skill for offense, defense, and area attack, which is indeed formidable. Sorcery has entered a new phase. The revenue from antique sales is about to be credited, allowing for the initiation of the second apprentice sorcery study. The transition to intermediate sorcerer apprentices is also imminent. Setting aside the moon serpent meditation method, Lin Su is not inclined to practice it just yet, for a sorcerer can only utilize one meditation method at a time, and attempting to switch is quite challenging, let alone practicing both simultaneously. Furthermore, merging methods is most stable when they are of the same kind. The idea of integrating a meditation method and a breathing technique seems implausible. Hence, he awaits the moment when the round-eye meditation method reaches the red tier. He will then tentatively attempt to cultivate a second meditation method. If that fails, he will consider alternative strategies. After descending the stairs, he prepares a hearty dinner for himself. Once he has finished his meal, Lin Su dons his disguise, a mask of human skin, a black cloak, odor-neutralizing powder, concealment powder, and a confusion powder, and sets out. He heads directly to the black market he learned of 7 days prior through a friend. The underground black market, established in collaboration by the renowned wild sorcerer, an advanced apprentice skilled in the brown bear transformation spell, Udal, and an advanced apprentice proficient in potion crafting, Marion. serves as a hub for transactions. The former oversees the enforcement of might, while the latter ensures the provision of enticing potions to attract wild sorcerers from Koster and nearby towns. This black market is modest in scale, consisting of only around 100 individuals, primarily engaged in barter. Since discovering this location, Lin Su's enlightenment potion has found its purpose, facilitating frenzied sales in exchange for various extraordinary materials and magic stones from the sorcerer community. Currently, his worth exceeds 20 magic stones, placing him among the upper echelons of the impoverished. The most alluring aspect of the enlightenment potion, aside from its ability to enlighten ordinary individuals, is its capacity to expedite meditation practice. Lifting the tent cloth arranged against the wall, Lin Su rasps, "Lady Marian, this batch of enlightenment potions comprises 30 vials. Shall we maintain the old price?" "Very well." Marian, appearing as an elderly woman with white hair and a single horn, likely due to a mutation of her meditation method, cannot help but inquire upon seeing Lin Su for the third time with wares. "My lord, do you truly not sell the formula for this enlightenment potion?" Chapter 28. The long-haired octopus flower. Not for sale. Selling what, exactly? He himself lacks knowledge of the formula. Can the power of synthesis truly substitute for that? It seems unlikely. His brazen attempts at hawking such an item could easily draw unwanted attention. The primary issue lies with the shortcomings of the enlightenment reagent. This substance is only beneficial to novice wizard apprentices. Its value is not as grand as one might imagine, and the profit pales in comparison to a mere tenth of this small black market. Thus, collaborating with Marian became the most prudent choice, as it could also help him deal with the ill-intentioned wild wizards. After receiving 20 magic stones and 50 pounds of mountain copper as compensation, Lin Su casually tucked them into his pocket, placing the mountain copper into his satchel as he ventured forth, navigating the expansive sewer. This place is replete with materials, and nearly everyone he encounters is a wizard. Engaging in conversation and listening to the tales of formidable figures from the outside world greatly broadens his horizons. It serves as his second source of intelligence, aside from the tavern. As he passed a street vendor, Lin Su suddenly halted. "How much for this stomach sack?" The proprietor promptly began his pitch. "This comes from the swallowing frog species of the salt marsh. Capturing such a beast is no easy feat. It took me considerable effort." "What purpose does this stomach sack serve?" "Storage, of course. You see those bags behind the wizards? Many are crafted from the stomach sacs of swallowing frogs. They possess certain spatial properties, but do not decrease in weight. This particular sack should accommodate about 1 cubic meter of items, but exceeding that will cause it to burst. And it is best if the weight does not surpass 200 pounds. "I see. Would you be willing to trade for the enlightenment reagent?" The vendor's eyes sparkled. Recently, the enlightenment reagent had become a must-have item for novice wizard apprentices in the black market. "It's a hard currency. I'll sell." Seeing his swift agreement, Lin Su made another request. "All right, but you must tell me about the habits and weaknesses of the swallowing frog. You wish to hunt them yourself?" "Indeed." The vendor pondered briefly, realizing there was nothing to conceal. The salt marsh is frequently visited by the wild wizards of Koster, who acquire magical materials primarily from this area. Many are aware there is no need for secrecy. Primarily, they are consumed. These creatures differ from magical beasts. The latter possess intelligence and can wield sorcery. In contrast, magical creatures are enigmatic entities of mysterious origin, said to have emerged from a celestial convergence 3 centuries ago. They are monsters from another world, and many remain uncaught to this day. Some are mutated native creatures, bearing characteristics of ordinary beasts. Hence they are also referred to as magical beasts. Their bodies tainted by magical energy. Certain parts can be used to concoct potions, such as grinding giant horns into powder. Lin Su refrained from purchasing these parts, as his intention was solely for consumption. The prices were remarkably affordable. After perusing the market, Lin Su departed, as anticipated, followed by 2 wild wizards. He paid them little mind. As he exited the sewer entrance, the individuals attempting to bypass him were swiftly intercepted by the enforcers of the bear-like alder. In high spirits, he hummed a tune, readying himself to prepare dinner. A feast of cucumber salad, with ear mushrooms, boiled meat slices, pan-fried ribs, steamed sea fish, crab meat porridge, seafood casserole, and grilled eel filled the table to the brim. Fortunately, Koster is a thriving trading port where spices and seasonings from various parts of the continent can be procured. Coupled with Lin Su's culinary skills, he was able to concoct the most delectable flavors. He indulged in this routine daily, twice, thrice. It constituted a modest touch of sophistication, bursting with flavor. The only lament was that the staple food here is wheat, while rice is predominantly wild and of mediocre taste. As a true citizen of the Celestial Empire, he resolved to cultivate a small plot of land for premium rice. This task could be addressed when time permitted. Additionally, he contemplated the matter of his nobility. Lin Su quietly resolved that after acquiring the sorcery, he would save money. A single study was insufficient to secure connections with the noble families of Dondong, given his lack of qualifications. Thus, other ventures would be necessary to maintain appearances. As he pondered, time slipped by swiftly. That evening, while in the midst of cooking, the familiar sound of jingling bells resonated, though the source remained unseen, reminiscent of a golden oriole's song amidst the moonlight. Lying. The small kitchen on the first floor was modest, and before long, a golden head with two large eyes peeked in, brimming with joy. Lying. Eating vegetarian again? Is there any for me? Indeed. In an instant, at the sofa area on the first floor, a table was laid with an array of vegetarian dishes. Lin Su, feeling somewhat waxy and lacking appetite, initiated a conversation. Leah, is there something you wish to discuss with me today? Quack. It's Grandpa Deerhorn. He mentioned finding a clue in the ruins he excavated earlier and asked if you would like to join him. Quack. Upon hearing this, Lin Su lowered his gaze in contemplation. He still felt that without a solid background, and with everything he currently needed, it was best to remain cautious until he officially advanced to wizard status. Once he had gained sufficient experience and strength, seeking greater benefits would not be too late. At present, he felt inferior to others. Approaching them would inevitably invite perceptions of dependence. Within the natural association, factions exist, and the Dondong people are particularly sensitive. So it was best to refrain. With the magic cube in his possession, he would eventually carve out a place for himself. The legendary opportunities were not a priority for him. His advancements faced no significant bottlenecks, and he sought nothing in particular. Following his own path, in a manner that pleased him, was the most suitable course. Thus, he declined the offer. Valia was his sole friend, who understood him relatively well. Upon noticing his reluctance, she said nothing further. She enjoyed her meals and had been bringing him fruit daily. Between them, there might be a hint of meaning, but perhaps it was too early to tell. At least for Lin Su, the grievances between the natural language family and the Dondong people were of little concern, though her family likely held a different perspective. Currently, with Grandpa Deerhorn acting as an intermediary, once the matter of the Moon Goddess royal family's remnants passed, his ties with the natural language family would likely come to an end. The family behind Deerhorn-Vander could be explored further. Of course, all of this would have to wait until he had established an identity and ascended to the rank of a first-circle wizard, ensuring he would not be at the mercy of others. After bidding farewell to the elven girl, Lin Su sat for a moment, closing the door securely. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered into the kitchen and retrieved the two ingredients he had purchased earlier, frowning slightly. They were, after all, extraordinary materials. Perhaps he should attempt synthesis. In the laboratory below, Lin Su, having learned from the earlier mishap with the carriage, prepared to add an extra portion of materials, the enlightenment flower, to see if the power of synthesis could indeed create life. Synthesis. Chapter 29. Intermediate Wizard Apprentice. After the golden light faded, Lin Su's expression contorted as he gazed at the object in his hands, his fingers trembling slightly. What on earth was this? His reaction was not without reason. The synthesized item was disturbingly sinister, rendering him almost speechless. The stem and leaves were ensconced in flesh, adorned with black-haired foliage. Even the dark gods would shake their heads in disapproval. Most alarmingly, 8 tentacles began to writhe independently, as if truly revived. A bizarre creature, half plant, half biological. The effects of the synthesis were evident to Lin Su. Just as he had realized during his initial foray into synthesis, he possessed absolute control over the synthesized items. No matter the distance, he could obliterate them at will. Similarly, the garments he created effortlessly conformed to his physique, a marvel akin to innate understanding. It was still alive, ready to be planted in the subterranean night garden, which posed little challenge. However, beyond magical energy and conventional nutrients from the soil, it required flesh to thrive. The properties were reminiscent of the enlightenment flower. Consuming it would enhance mental fortitude and expand one's mental capacity, a remarkable benefit. While the first effect was commendable, the second was exceedingly rare and highly coveted. It primarily relied on the third eye for the development of various cerebral capabilities and mastery of magic through the manipulation of magical energy. For now, Lin Su decided to cultivate it, planning to acquire a complete specimen for further synthesis in the future. Initially, he had harbored significant resistance to the dark god synthesis, finding the use of corpses for synthesis utterly repulsive. Yet, should there be profit to be gained, it warranted further exploration. Additionally, the dark god synthesis could conjure these marginally living entities from nothing, leading to potential developments in puppetry, golems, and necromancy. Ultimately, he felt somewhat vulnerable, lacking protective forces outside the confines of the library, leaving him with a sense of unease. It was time to engage in some nefarious endeavors for backup. That evening, Lin Su devoted himself to crafting a detailed plan. 1. Meditate diligently to advance to an intermediate apprentice level. 2. Master the transformation of clay and stone, striving to attain a blue tier, thereby unlocking more capabilities. 3. Acquire new spells, purchase a three-eyed octopus, and cultivate the new species, the black octopus flower. 4. Once his strength had been upgraded, venture into the monster salt marsh for both training and to gain combat experience, ensuring he would not falter in future confrontations. Additionally, he aimed to hunt the swallowing marsh frog to harvest its stomach sacs and experiment with stacking techniques to create his own spatial equipment, enhancing his mobility. 5. Establish more visible enterprises, becoming a reputable merchant in Dandong to secure a noble title for protection. Lin Su ranked these objectives and structured a sequence for execution. His daily routine became increasingly systematic. This time, instead of purchasing spells from the White Rose, he ventured to the platform under the Ocean Academy, specifically the Deep Sea Oddities Association basement. Immersed in study, he swiftly reached a proficiency level of 20 in wizardry. The spells he learned were Arcane Hand and Underwater Breathing, both apprentice-level spells with average power. Living by the sea, the underwater breathing spell was almost essential and widely adopted, boasting impressive efficacy. Each casting could sustain for 3 hours, making it invaluable for wizards venturing underwater. The Arcane Hand was equally ubiquitous, manifesting a blue magical arm that could substitute for a wizard's hands, facilitating various tasks. With a grip strength of 100 kilograms and a punch nearing 300, its utility was limited to ordinary individuals, rendering it merely a domestic spell. Its convenience and widespread appeal made it highly marketable, priced at 50,000 gold for just 2. Moreover, the antique market appeared to be saturating, and next month might yield lower profits than 50,000 gold. This saturation did not reflect the actual market, but rather the network of Old John, where all potential buyers had been enticed. Unless he sought out new connections, finding trustworthy individuals to facilitate purchases would be challenging. He could either recruit allies or patiently cultivate growth. With new spells acquired, Lin Su resolved to practice for another week before embarking on a journey to witness genuine combat. A week later, he assessed his progress. Lin Su, age 19, 102, talent, synthesis of all, rank, peak knight, 350. Intermediate wizard apprentice, for 100. Abilities, primitive moon beast breathing, red, life breathing method 1, 85 100. Lightning breathing method 1, 79 100. Circular eye meditation method 2, 48 100. Skills, clay and stone transformation 2, 9 100. Arcane hand, 86 100. Underwater breathing, 74 100. Arts, master of languages red. Medicine red. Noble etiquette 3, 91 100. Culinary arts 4, 7 100. Navigation, 60 100. Status, healthy, human limit. Additionally, he successfully advanced the clay and stone transformation to a blue tier, developing a derivative spell he dubbed Earthwave, a displacement skill that transformed the ground beneath his feet into waves, propelling him 10 meters away in an instant. He cherished this rare displacement technique. In terms of breathing techniques, he acquired 2 more with commendable effects. With his peak knight status, his proficiency increased rapidly, culminating in 2 consecutive breakthroughs in enhancement. Once elevated to red tier, these techniques might pave the way for further mastery beyond the peak knight level. The study of navigation was also prioritized, enriching his knowledge substantially. However, prolonged confinement underground had rendered him somewhat pale, with dark circles around his eyes, a natural smoky look that made presenting himself in a polished manner somewhat challenging. And thus, he set forth on his journey. Chapter 30. The Salt Marsh of Monsters prepared with an array of self-crafted tools and containers. Lin Su fastened the stomach pouch he had acquired from the black market around his waist. After cleaning it, it appeared rather presentable, resembling a leather waist pack. seamlessly concealed beneath his dark cloak. Setting forth for the first time to seek combat, he ensured that all aspects of his journey were meticulously arranged. Along the way to the salt marsh of monsters, he took the opportunity to utilize earth crystals to construct an underground safe house, stocked with ample provisions and healing supplies. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, he would have a refuge. This caution stemmed from experiences gleaned from the manual provided by the stag horn and the harrowing tales circulating in the black market. With 800 precautions taken, he finally set off, donning a human skin mask characteristic of forest dwellers, making his way towards the salt marsh. In the vicinity of Coster, aside from the three major wizard factions that occupied high magical energy islands and were self-sufficient, another area rich in magical energy was the salt marsh. Magic energy, a product of the fusion of natural elements, requires a degree of specificity to manifest. It can emanate from underground magic veins, be artificially created through unique constructs that gather elemental energies, such as the elemental pools found in wizard towers, or arise from the transformation of a wizard's corpse after death, which can condense into miniature magic veins, functioning similarly to an elemental converter. Additionally, certain treasures can yield magical energy, but the most critical source is the dimensional rift. This phenomenon first appeared in the wizarding world 3 centuries ago during the convergence of celestial spheres, bringing forth not only monsters but also new sources of magical energy. The salt marsh was born from the initial opening of the dimensional rift, where magic energy coalesced. Although devoid of magic veins, the proliferation of monsters altered the soil, endowing it with a natural ability to generate magical energy. Over time, the salt marsh emerged, sustaining a multitude of wild wizards. Despite the calamities wrought by the monster incursions triggered by the rift's opening, it ultimately proved beneficial. It was from that time that Coster began attracting numerous wizards, leading to urban development, and the 3 major wizard factions took root, flourishing into the powerful entities they are today, each boasting a double-digit number of formal wizards. However, Lin Su had already manufactured artificial magic stones. There was no reason he could not create his own unique constructs capable of gathering magical energy. After traveling 30 kilometers north, he arrived at the salt marsh. The monster hunting activities were thriving daily. Taking a moment to inspect his safe house, he then reached a campsite near the marsh. This campsite, established 300 years ago, had undergone numerous name changes, often destroyed and rebuilt after monster rampages. Each incident resulted in significant casualties, yet the wizards remained unfazed. After all, a perfect hunting ground could be utilized for generations, making the potential profits too alluring to forego. The concentration of magical energy held little value for apprentices. It was only of importance to formal wizards. Thus, the campsite was guarded by a formal wizard from one of the 3 major factions. Wild wizards wishing to enter were required to pay a fee. Lin Su spent half a day reaching this location, prioritizing the study of the environment. Upon arriving in a new place, one must be aware of their surroundings to know where to flee in case of emergencies. The campsite was constructed in a grid pattern, enclosed by 6-meter stone walls, towering at 18 meters in height. Within resided a number of mortals serving the wizards. In terms of currency, gold coins were rarely accepted. Transactions primarily occurred through magic stones or barter. At the center of the grid stood a tower measuring 16.5 meters, 50 feet, high, and even from outside, one could observe a colossal figure seated at its pinnacle. With crimson hair and blood-red eyes, its height approached 3 meters. Cloaked in black, its silhouette revealed muscular arms. A sight both imposing and spectacular. Lin Su quickly averted his gaze, realizing this giant was the stationed formal wizard. With 4 arms, it was either a result of self-modification or a special bloodline, indicating an unusual physique. It was likely a close combat wizard. No wonder the path of the night had reached the limits of humanity. No one had pursued further research. Lin Su's prior perceptions of wizards aligned them more closely with long-range artillery. Now, it seemed that close combat had also reached its zenith. If Gandalf, the white-robed wizard, were to exist here, he might well create a spectacle of muscular brilliance. Shaking his head, Lin Su dismissed the absurd thoughts and duly paid the 3 magic stones as an entrance fee, gaining access. The guard provided him with a map of the marsh. Noting that the ticket itself didn't exist, he had essentially purchased the map, which felt exorbitantly priced, causing him some regret. The salt marsh sprawled across a vast area, measuring 46 kilometers in width and 31 kilometers in length, larger than all of Coster combined. It was divided into subterranean and surface regions, with access to the underground strictly prohibited for wild wizards. Should one attempt to sneak in, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences, often resulting in complete disappearance without a trace of survivors. The surface was divided into 5 distinct monster habitats: the swallow marsh frog, the terrifying crocodile, the rusted giant python, the decaying earthworm, and the burrow spider. Within these 5 habitats, a safety route had been established by a wizard faction, although it was not entirely secure, offering roughly a 60% safety rate against monster attacks, a benefit of the entrance fee. Attempting to sneak in through alternative routes while memorizing the relatively safe paths would be a grave error. The purchased map served as proof of entry. Any trespassers would face immediate execution. Moreover, the safety routes changed in accordance with the monster's territorial shifts, updated daily, occasionally marking the presence of formal wizard-level monsters. Without the intervention of the 3 major factions, an encounter with such creatures would be fatal. The real-time information concerning the ever-changing conditions of the marsh was indeed worth the entrance fee. With this realization, Lin Su no longer lamented the expenditure of his magic stones. He began to study the habitat of the swallow marsh frog, a creature whose adult form possessed strength comparable to that of a high-ranking knight and wielded 2 types of bloodline sorcery: corrosive mud bomb and tongue arrow, both apprentice-level spells. If he could master mind-type sorcery, even at the apprentice level, dealing with the swallow marsh frog would be significantly easier. Unfortunately, wild wizards had no access to such knowledge, as it was not sold to them. While contemplating a plan for hunting, Lin Su casually roamed the campsite, purchasing unique supplies suited for the marsh, including herbs for detoxification, scent masking powders, and high-grade powders made from monster dung to prevent ambushes. Chapter 31: The Swallowing Marsh Frog. Lin Su, having prepared himself, set forth. Aware that he had never ventured into the salt marsh, thus uncertain of its efficacy, it was prudent to procure a time-tested product to ensure success. After thorough research, he embarked on his journey. Along the way, he encountered various sorcerers. Most solitary practitioners were wild mages, wary of others, who would issue warnings if approached within 20 meters. Only the academy sorcerers traveled in groups. Members of the Evening Bell Church, the White Tower, and apprentices from the Ocean Academy frequently teamed up to practice in the salt marsh or to fulfill tasks assigned by other sorcerers, running errands for the influential and gathering materials. They often possessed 1 or 2 mental spells, making them formidable opponents. Should they encounter a brash lone mage, they would threaten with lethal intent and would be shielded by their peers. This was met with disdain by the wild mages, a not uncommon sentiment. Lin Su proceeded with caution, gaining insight into the ecosystem of the sorcerer realm and the prevailing survival of the fittest mentality, which greatly influenced him. His mindset grew increasingly pragmatic. Even when witnessing an academy group assaulting a solitary sorcerer for their gathered materials and potions, he chose to remain an observer, biding his time until he was strong enough to act on his desires. On the afternoon of the first day, Lin Su arrived at the habitat of the swallowing marsh frog. He concealed himself atop a gnarled, old tree, watching a group of academy sorcerers about 100 meters away. They were from the Ocean Academy. 2 men and a woman wielded spell models, their effects reminiscent of magical arrays. Vortex Waterblade, Strangle. A low voice commanded as a miniature blue water tornado erupted from the boy's palm, swiftly enveloping the hapless swallowing marsh frog, akin to a serpent lunging for its prey. The sole female sorcerer's eyes glowed with a purple hue, indicative of mental magic, as she chanted her incantation. In a moment, mental shock. An invisible wave rippled through the air, creating a circle around the struggling frog, which let out a mournful cry before succumbing. The 3rd member appeared to be on guard, prepared to intervene should their ambush fail, a standard academy tactic. The battle seemed somewhat clumsy. Ideally, the mental shock should have been initiated first. Yet her chant was delayed by a second. Poor frog, utterly caught off guard. Lin Su mused. 2 seconds. The apprentices of the Ocean Academy relied primarily on spellcasting. With minimal delay, yet 2 seconds was sufficient for him to sprint from 100 meters away to the girl's side. In an instant, he could decapitate her. Eliminating the greatest threat, the mental mage, would make dispatching the other 2 trivial. Did they truly believe mental magic was invincible? The impulse to kill and plunder surged within him, a temptation he struggled to suppress. The academy sorcerers kept their valuables within their territorial domain, and slaying them would not grant him mastery over mental magic. Better to refrain. Caution, caution. Lin Su repeatedly admonished himself not to be careless. Human nature often succumbs to various temptations on the path of growth. Some resist, while others indulge. This was a reminder to himself. Do not lose sleep over novels at midnight. Exercise discipline and maintain boundaries. Lin Su held modest expectations for himself. Recognizing this was the world of sorcery, as long as he acted with integrity, it sufficed. With no grievances against them, he resolved to hunt the swallowing marsh frog instead. Shaking his head, he observed a while longer before descending the tree, altering his direction, and preparing for his first hunt. Lin Su's legs sank into the mud as he crouched in the underbrush, spotting an adult swallowing marsh frog nearby, its chin quivering. This creature possessed an inexplicable thirst for flesh. Despite its currently motionless and somewhat endearing appearance, it was swifter than a cavalry charge when attacking. Among his targets, this marked the 12th. Today was the third day of hunting. Aside from his initial misfire with the stone spear, subsequent efforts had proven relatively smooth. After several encounters, Lin Su had gleaned valuable insights, primarily honing his spell coordination, which would be essential for his future studies. Concealed beneath the bushes, his hands clasped together, he chanted, "Stone spear. Lunge." In the blink of an eye, a stone spear shot from the ground, piercing the frog's back, skewering it. Lin Su sprang forth, leveraging his strength for a swift axe-like strike, his heel crashing down like a hammer. The peak knight's prowess rendered his body extraordinarily powerful. The frog's head exploded under the force, bone and flesh scattering. To be honest, a knight's strength was superior for ambushes, had he not aimed to refine his magic. He might have gone on a killing spree. Drawing a small knife, he sliced open the frog's belly, expertly avoiding the stomach. After extracting the contents, he concealed them beneath his coat, merging them with the backpack strapped to his waist. This marked his 13th synthesis, expanding his spatial capacity to 5 meters in length and 2 meters in width, with a weight limit reaching 1 ton. Quite impressive. Moments later, Lin Su frowned. He still could not manipulate the materials with mental energy. It seemed that to synthesize spatial equipment, additional materials were necessary. Hoisting the half-human-sized frog carcass onto his shoulder, Lin Su scanned his surroundings before making a hasty exit. In a moment, he arrived at a small toxic marsh, where a stubborn stone stood at its center. He effortlessly leaped behind the stone. Activating the mudstone transition, he swiftly sank into the ground. Before long, a 50-square-meter underground chamber came into view. Its walls enveloped in a solidified amber-like earth crystal, ensuring safety. He discarded the 13th frog corpse into a pile of flesh. The meat of the frog lacked the quality of regular bullfrogs, emitting a foul odor that made it unpalatable. The strength of the stomach was temporarily sufficient. He needed to find other materials to experiment with synthesis. The inability to manipulate with mental energy remained inconvenient. Now, he decided to attempt corpse synthesis. Lin Su approached the corner of the piled bodies, unleashing a torrent of golden light from his palm, merging the frog corpses together. As the golden glow receded, a colossal swallowing marsh frog stood before him, its eyes bright and chin vibrating as if it were alive, even exhibiting signs of life. Lin Su's eyes sparkled. Revive? Upon closer inspection, however, he felt disillusioned. Though it appeared revived, it was not as he had hoped. This giant swallowing marsh frog had a concealed opening in its abdomen, allowing entry. Upon exploration, Lin Su discovered its interior was entirely hollow, composed of a white bony cockpit. Encased within flesh was a frog brain, positioned at its neck, which could be controlled through a mental link, akin to a flesh puppet. Impressive, though perhaps a tad oversized. Chapter 32. As the thought crossed his mind, the swallowing marsh frog automobile swiftly diminished in size, soon returning to its normal dimensions. However, the interior remained remarkably spacious. It appeared that the frog's spatial attributes, even after the removal of its gastric sac, could not be entirely stripped away, endowing him with a biological mech. This formula was worth noting, a veritable masterpiece of disguise. With sufficient corpses of its kind, one could produce a similar construct through stacked synthesis, provided the remnants were not excessively flawed. Ideally, one would require the remains of a colossal beast or a diminutive creature endowed with spatial properties. Lin Su established a mental link with the frog's brain, maneuvering the biological frog machine with exquisite precision. The sensation was nothing short of sublime. It would be perfect for a surprise attack. Suddenly, Lin Su recalled his initial eldritch synthesis creation, the dual-horse biological war chariot. At that time, perhaps due to an insufficiency of similar corpses, it had automatically absorbed wood, stone, fabric, and other materials. This frog mech also required sustenance, akin to a living organism. It could be controlled with mere thought. For now, it was prudent to keep this development under wraps. Although the wizarding world might possess similar entities, his current powers were insufficient, making discretion the better part of valor. Lin Su closed his eyes, beginning to sense all synthesized creations. 3 seconds later, he pinpointed the location of the dual-horse chariot. With a mere thought, the light vanished. And the first biological mech far away in the magma kingdom silently disintegrated into a cloud of dust. The potential threat was neutralized. 100 gold coins had granted the buyer half a year of satisfaction. It was worth it, akin to purchasing an experience card. Thus, it could be calculated that the most valuable stable synthesis formulas amounted to only 4. 3 prominent directions had emerged: stacked synthesis, eldritch synthesis, and logical synthesis. This past half year had not been spent in vain. It was time to test the efficacy of the frog machine. Just as Lin Su immersed himself in contemplation, on the other side of the salt marsh, within the domain of the subterranean spider, a creature with a serpent-like lower body and the upper body of a 4-armed woman emerged from the depths of the swamp. Her hair, dark as night, cascaded to the ground, obscuring 2 unsightly features of pallid skin. Her face bore 4 crimson eyes, glistening ominously. The serpentine body was adorned with scales of red and yellow, and her mental energy radiated with exceptional potency. This was a monstrosity, a human apprentice of wizardry who had succumbed to corruption. Possessing rudimentary intelligence, she wielded sorcery. Widely distributed in the coastal regions inhabited by Koster, she was dubbed the Blood Maiden, though the common folk preferred the moniker Serpent Demon. Judging solely by her mental energy fluctuations, she was on the verge of ascending to the rank of a formal wizard, her strength formidable. Upon emerging, the Serpent Demon flicked her scarlet tongue, locking onto a target before her elongated body swiftly submerged into the swamp. In the encampment, a robust wizard seated in the central tower abruptly opened his eyes. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he licked his tongue, the desire in his crimson gaze intensifying. Ribbit, the frog lunged. Lin Su's heart raced with excitement as he materialized within the frog machine's maw. In the instant of collision, he clasped his hands together. The ground surged like a wave, drawing a bewildered wild frog closer. With a swift strike, he created a gaping hole in its skull, seamlessly pulling its corpse into the cockpit, as if the frog machine had swallowed it whole. That marked the 20th specimen. Swallowing marsh frogs remained unsuspecting of their kin, making such ambushes highly efficient. After 2 more kills, he would have enough gastric sacs for 30 syntheses. Subsequently, he would venture to the subterranean spider's domain. The subterranean spiders constructed their nests within the marsh, their silk possessing remarkable resistance to corrosion and waterproofing. Coupled with their innate web-weaving abilities, their silk was an exceptional material. Lin Su harbored great anticipation that, if synthesized and reinforced, combined with spatial gastric sacs, he could create genuine spatial storage equipment. On the 4th day in the salt marsh, Lin Su gathered his belongings, stowing them away in the gastric sacs. Leaving the frog machine in the subterranean safe room, he would return. It was best to leave it here. With a total of 17 corpses of its kind, exceeding 15 tons, it would suffice for 3 years, if not longer, in a dormant state. It was not suitable to operate the frog machine in the subterranean spider region. He would procure a spider machine when the time came. The safe room must also be equipped. Life was paramount. In the subterranean spider's territory, Lin Su nestled into the earth, utilizing mud and stone to carve a path, searching for the location of the spider dens. Something felt amiss. It was eerily quiet. Unlike the clamorous, swallowing marsh frog area, caution prevailed as he descended 100 meters underground, swiftly constructing a concealed safe haven. The construction of the wizarding set was remarkably swift. Employing a periscope principle, he outlined a zigzag passage to reflect and observe the surface situation. The first specialized lens, obtained through synthesis, absorbed light and did not reflect any glimmers, rendering the view rather dim and cumbersome. After observing for a considerable duration, he detected no signs of life. This was abnormal. The marsh teemed with numerous wizarding apprentices daily, and the silk of subterranean spiders was a prime material for crafting wizard ropes. It was inconceivable for no one to be present. The oppressive silence suggested either a powerful creature's presence that stifled even the insects or the emergence of a deadly toxin that obliterated all life in its wake. Neither scenario boded well. Fortunately, Lin Su's patience was unwavering. With ample supplies prepared, he settled underground, engaging in daily meditation, practicing breathing techniques, and honing his mastery of sorcery. Days passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, as Lin Su routinely observed the surface, fortune smiled upon him. He finally spotted figures, 2 men and a woman from the Ocean Academy team. Familiar faces, which put him at ease. However, just as relief washed over him, Lin Su's expression froze. The jovial trio he had just glimpsed seemed to have their heads severed by some unseen blade. Within a second, 3 heads rolled cleanly into view of the periscope. Blood jetted from their necks, spraying high and fast, eliciting a visceral reaction that made his heart race. We must leave. Something has gone awry. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Su stowed away the extended periscope, filled the earth back in, and continued to dig deeper. Only after descending 1,000 meters did he alter his course. The transformation of mud and stone proceeded at an astonishing pace. When thirst struck, he drank water. Hunger came. He meditated to restore his strength. If the air grew scarce, he cast an underwater breathing spell, plunging his head into the water to inhale, sustaining himself for 3 hours. Along the way, he sprinkled scent-reducing powder. Time slipped away. Perhaps he had traversed several thousand meters, perhaps over 10,000. Chapter 33. The intersection of coincidence and calculation. After a vigorous excavation into the depths of the sea, a sigh of relief escaped as I swiftly resurfaced, taking a moment to rest before descending once more to secure the entrance. Transforming it into solid stone, I departed at last. Nearby, I confirmed my bearings through nautical knowledge. Finally, after 3 days of relentless progress, I arrived at the territory of the North Sea Behemoths, a branch of the family. Olivia Behemoth, the younger sister of Lepa the Behemoth and soon to be of age, journeyed to seek refuge with her brother at the White Tower. Accompanied by the family's bestowed contract beast, the North Sea giant worm, she traveled southward. During a brief respite in a quaint town, she learned of the decaying earthworm lurking in the magical salt marshes near Coster, a delicacy for her beloved pet. The marshes fell within the dominion of Lepa's faction. Thus, after a day's stay, Olivia ventured forth to the salt marsh camp. Having paid the entrance fee and consulted the map, she made her way towards the territory of the rotting earthworms, which bordered that of the cavern spiders, both creatures dwelling beneath the surface. Most conflicts transpired underground. During her pursuit of the decaying earthworm, Olivia unwittingly strayed into the lair of the cavern spiders. Surrounded by a multitude of spiders, she had no choice but to command the giant worm to burrow deeper. In the midst of this, she stumbled upon a narrow natural passage. A potent aura of magical energy emanating from the other side. Delight bloomed within her, an underground ruin. She pressed forward towards this promising direction. Before long, a horde of venomous flying dragons burst forth from the earth, creatures akin to lesser dragons, yet possessing a slender physique and only 2 limbs. Cloaked in hues of yellow and green, they emerged, unleashing a torrent of corrosive venom upon their path, eroding the ground beneath them at a visible rate. Each adult venomous flying dragon wielded the power of a high-level wizard apprentice, with their leader being no less than a fully fledged wizard. Olivia found herself in grave peril due to her reckless actions. Forced to continue burrowing downward, her condition deteriorated, her body marred by corrosive wounds, even developing festering sores. With her complexion waning, she could only rely on the giant worm to guide her deeper into the earth. Meanwhile, at the camp tower, the 4-armed wizard wore a grim expression. Cursed be the serpent demon, for it had merely lured them in. Damn it. Typically, serpent demons, possessing low intelligence, could be easily manipulated once controlled. Yet, this particular one exhibited unusual behavior. After attracting the cavern spiders, it had fallen silent, leaving its location and aura undetectable. The 4-armed wizard began to expand his mental probing range with the aid of the tower spirit. His countenance darkened to an extreme upon discovering the grotesque array of corpses, ensnared and suffocated by spider silk. These were not apprentices of the late Bell Church from the Ocean Academy, but rather an affront to him. Was the serpent demon truly so intelligent? A cloud of despair loomed over him, his thoughts spiraling into conspiracy. Was the moon witch scheming against him? Or had the old lizard betrayed him? As he delved deeper into his suspicions, a new underground passage emerged 1,000 meters below, its walls adorned with bizarre yellow amber, reminiscent of some creature's posterior exit. Olivia fell through, gravely injured, one arm reduced to mere bone. When the entrance behind her was barricaded by iron-like stones, she finally exhaled in relief. Hiss! Who goes there? The sudden noise alerted both her and her beloved worm. Soon, a towering 2-meter-high serpent woman slithered into view, her aura reaching the peak of apprentice-level power, causing Olivia to gasp in trepidation. This was a dire predicament, just as she braced for death. The unexpected serpent demon did not attack, but instead left behind a scroll entangled in its hair before hastily retreating. Olivia exchanged glances with her beloved worm, picking up the scroll to read. The more she read, the more her expression soured. "Worm, we must leave this place at once. First, we shall seek out Brother Lepa, and then we will settle accounts with these individuals." In truth, she was entangled in the aftermath of Lin Su slaying Sarah, but if not for sufficient profit, the Moon Witch, the four-armed wizard, and the old lizard would never have targeted Olivia. It was undoubtedly Lepa's actions that had disrupted their interests. After all, a mere Sarah posed little threat to provoke the ire of a second-tier wizard like Lepa. For now, no one was aware of these machinations. However, the scroll detailed the persecution of wild wizards and specifically targeted Olivia Behemoth. It was a provocation against the Behemoth family, and she vowed not to let that first-tier wizard escape unscathed. As she traversed the passage for what felt like an eternity, had it not been for the swift pace of the giant worm, she might have surrendered to her weakening state. Her body grew increasingly frail, her mind clouded, desperately needing healing. Yet, upon reaching the passage's end, a stone wall nearly shattered her resolve. Fortunately, the giant worm reassured her that beyond the wall lay the ocean. Had this been a dead end, her heart would have sunk to the depths of despair. In Coster, at the Rhine bookstore, Lin Su reveled in a long-awaited, saturating sleep, refreshingly invigorated. As for the earlier ignoble escape, he felt no shame. Dignity? It mattered only in the presence of others. Life took precedence over pride. With a timid disposition, he fled at the first sign of trouble. No fault there. After all, no one had witnessed his retreat. Moreover, having created a passage, he could now access the salt marsh without further payment, stealthily mingling with the monsters to ambush, slay, and gather materials, significantly mitigating risk. What bliss! To celebrate, he envisioned a grand feast of barbecued delicacies, fish balls, fish fillets, shrimp, lamb skewers, beef fat, lamb kidneys, roasted lamb legs, and a few baked flatbreads. And how could he forget the raw garlic? That night, in the modest 30-square-meter courtyard behind the bookstore, Lin Su lounged in a rocking chair, a kettle in hand, while two magical hands worked tirelessly by his side, painting, flipping, blowing flames, and chopping vegetables. Indeed, living magic had surpassed level 1, allowing for the manifestation of two intricately detailed arms, a revelation he wished he had discovered sooner. Alas, what a pity. Chapter 34. Aftermath. Lin Su lay shamelessly, mouth agape, as a skewer was brought to his lips, a delightful combination of meat and garlic. When thirst struck, refreshing juice was at hand. When he craved variety, exquisite elven fruits awaited. Two magical hands worked in perfect harmony, one grilled, the other fed. Such a life would tempt even the divine. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and after indulging in life's pleasures, everything returned to normal. Lin Su adjusted his mindset, once again immersing himself in a stable yet gratifying routine of cultivation, as if nothing had transpired. Deep underground, in the night garden, Lin Su transitioned from the sunlit chamber to the depths below, utilizing luminous stones to illuminate his surroundings. These stones primarily absorbed dark elements and radiated light, serving merely as a substitute for street lamps. Although they were artificial creations of little value, their underlying principles held significant analytical worth. Harnessing the vast elemental energies of nature has long been a crucial area of study within the wizarding community. On this foundation, items such as luminous stones and sunlight stones are but trifles, while energy cores like the element pool, colossus core, and goblin energy represent the pinnacle of application. Just as magical energy could not initially be absorbed by humans, elemental power has always been a prerequisite for synthesizing magical energy. Should one employ the formal methods of absorbing magical energy to draw in elemental forces, severe elemental pollution would ensue. For instance, excessive absorption of fire elements could lead to spontaneous combustion, reducing a wizard to ash. Similarly, an overabundance of earth elements might cause petrification, while an excess of wind elements could result in grievous, unhealable wounds, leading to a terrifying demise. Any elemental absorption, whether singular or combined, could result in grave pollution. However, magical energy uniquely embodies the properties of all elements, rendering it an incredibly versatile form of energy. Wizards can employ elemental magic to transmute magical energy into specific elemental powers for spellcasting, which illustrates the significance of magical models. Meanwhile, schools such as the Conjuration School and the Mind School, though not fitting this category, also utilize magical energy in their practices. The path of a wizard becomes increasingly profound with study. Some, the more they learn, feel their ignorance acutely, recognizing the boundless ocean of knowledge. Others, conversely, grow increasingly arrogant, believing themselves superior, as if all things in existence rest within their grasp. The relentless pursuit of knowledge and the arrogance of talent represent the two quintessential factions within the wizarding world, akin to the dove and hawk factions. Lin Su, with a hint of self-importance, could be deemed a member of the mouse faction or perhaps a voice in the opposition. The next phase of development for the Night Garden is of utmost importance. Despite the apparent reduction in numbers, each meditation yields far greater enhancements than during his early apprenticeship. The total progress remains capped at 100 points, but the quality has vastly improved over time. Diligent meditation will require 200 days to transcend to an advanced wizard apprentice, a span of half a year. While this may seem slow, it is indeed rapid in reality. Consider the case of the venerable Antler Council leader, an ancient elf nearing 5 centuries of life, who has only attained the status of an advanced wizard apprentice, not even reaching the peak level. This predicament is largely due to the burdens imposed by their lineage and innate qualities, making advancement significantly more arduous than for humans. For instance, a human's qualification to become a wizard requires an innate mental strength of 1 point. After the discovery of the artificial magical plant, enlightenment flower, this standard drops to 0. 8 points. However, elves, constrained by their immortal lineage, inherently capable of absorbing magical energy, require a staggering 5 points of innate mental strength to pursue wizardry. Even with the enlightenment flower, they still need 8 points, a requirement nearly impossible for human offspring. After the wizard's cataclysmic defeat of the gods, many immortal races faced covetous scrutiny and suppression of their bloodline powers, which had previously enabled them to wield bloodline magic. This ability to manifest bloodline spells has been gradually diluted over generations. It is said that ancient elves could live for a millennium, during a time when the wizarding world was not dominated by a single faction. In the present day, facing extinction and weakened racial powers, many immortal races have adopted the philosophy of joining forces rather than opposing. By leveraging their bloodline advantages, they have begun to explore the path of wizardry, gradually reviving their strength. This marks the inception of the racial coexistence phenomenon on the continent of Padalin. One cannot merely observe potential rivals grow in power. The 18 schools of magic have largely branched off from the life transformation school, including dragonblood wizards, who wield the might of dragons, elven wizards, who command the power of life, and shadow wizards, who harness the forces of darkness and souls. The elemental school has further splintered into flame wizards, ocean wizards, celestial wizards, storm wizards, and more. As Lin Su delved deeper into the history of the wizarding realm, he felt he was honing his skills as a historian. This ability, combined with his mastery of languages, allowed him to glean insights from archaeological endeavors, revealing the hidden past ensconced in the annals of time. He found this particularly intriguing. After all, in a world of wizards, neglecting to explore history and seek out the epics of heroes, focusing solely on violence and conflict, would strip life of its myriad joys. He anticipated that breaking through could shorten his timeline to around 3 months. Patience is key. Contentment fosters happiness, allowing one to savor each day fully. The Night Garden expanded to 50 square meters, occupying a quarter of the underground space, strategically positioned in a corner. Hundreds, if not thousands, of artificial magical stones were arranged in this area, creating a highly concentrated magical energy environment conducive to the growth of magical plants. Collecting them also brought joy. However, his financial resources were insufficient for bulk purchases. He would need to save up more funds, especially with a substantial debt owed to Valia. Moreover, the special soil collected from the monster salt marsh had undergone extreme synthesis 100 times, transforming into a rare material, mud, dust, and crystallization culminating in the creation of a substance known as super magical dust. Chapter 35, Super Magic Dust. This substance is not a novel creation. It has long existed in the wizarding world and is exceedingly costly. According to the informational handbook provided by President Lu Jiaovander, super magic dust serves as a breakthrough material utilized by peak apprentices to ascend from the first ring of a wizard. It facilitates the transition from apprentice to formal wizard, with 2 crucial aspects: the activation of mental faculties and the physical infusion of magic. Super magic dust is a synthetic material designed specifically for the latter effect, and it is said that only wizards with access to a wizard tower can produce it. It originates from the elemental pool, and commands a staggering price of 50,000 magic stones. Wild wizards seeking to acquire it find themselves without any means or the requisite wealth. The notion of obtaining super magic dust through the synthesis of magical energy soil is quite extraordinary. Of course, this is not ordinary magical soil. The soil capable of spontaneously generating magical energy is anything but mundane. Were it not for the departure from that unique region, the soil's properties would gradually dissipate, and even a salt marsh could be entirely excavated. The synthesis process is immensely energy-consuming. Lin Su has been lethargic for many days, largely due to this. He often finds himself drained of boundless energy and mental strength. He regards super magic dust as a strategic resource, too fearful to sell it, lest he incur dire consequences. Moreover, it exceeds his current capabilities. Thus, he has no plans to revisit the salt marsh. At the very least, he intends to wait until he breaks through as a peak apprentice, at which point he will be but a step away from becoming a formal wizard before attempting to pilfer some soil. Alas, possessing gold yet refraining from selling. He can only trade in antiques to sustain his livelihood. The following day, Lin Su dressed meticulously, donning a small hat and grasping a staff. Meandering toward the headquarters of the Antiques Guild, Lin Su's monthly membership fee amounts to 1,000 gold, naturally affording him elevated treatment. As a master linguist with profound knowledge of texts, he boasts nearly a 100% accuracy rate in appraising ancient tomes. When it comes to antiques adorned with inscriptions, the task is even simpler. Merely by observing the pressure of the strokes, he can discern authenticity. He has already devised a plan to penetrate the merchant class of the Dandong nobility through the antique trade. This visit aims to leverage the connections he has cultivated over the past few months to procure some esteemed texts on antique appraisal. The common wares available in the market possess alarmingly low accuracy rates. Having already attempted to consume knowledge from 20 tomes without yielding the skills of a master in antique studies underscores the issue. The content is rife with forgeries, lacking genuine craftsmanship. These cunning individuals have adeptly manipulated the populace. Dandong is rife with nouveau riches, who are harvested more readily than mere chives. In prosperous times for antiques, gold flourishes in chaos. The Dandong Empire is currently at its zenith. Entering the field at this juncture is not too late, though he will refrain from engaging with old John. Since their initial encounter, it has been understood that it would also be their last. He cannot afford to be reckless with his connections. A steady stream is the way forward. Seated in the VIP room, he sipped tea. Dandong's brew resembles sweet milk tea. Cloyingly saccharine, laden with cream and saccharin, utterly unpalatable. Unyielding, Lin Su grasped the cup for a third time. At that moment, the vice president of the Antiques Guild entered. Upon spotting Lin Su, a wealthy and knowledgeable figure, his face brightened with a beaming smile. "Good day, Mr. Rhine. Welcome to the headquarters. Is there anything you require?" Lin Su nodded, responding with a smile. "Vice President Colin, I am in search of authentic texts on antique appraisal. Might you have anyone to recommend?" Colin, a middle-aged elite with the physique of a mid-level knight, is reputed to hail from a certain family in the imperial capital. The Antique Association of Coster is essentially his personal enterprise. As for why he holds the position of vice president, one would need to inquire with the president. Who shares his surname? Rare texts, Colin pondered. Mr. Rhine seeks to establish an antique shop in Coster, I presume? Such an endeavor necessitates more specialized knowledge. Indeed. If there are any, Lin Su replied. Please wait a moment, Mr. Rhine. Here are the members of our Antique Association who possess a collection of rare texts. The top 3 hold over 10 volumes each. To my knowledge, only one resides in Coster permanently, primarily based in the imperial capital. Lin Su furrowed his brow. Such rare texts are akin to treasures. Once acquired by antique merchants, they naturally become the foundation for appraisal. Beyond ordinary treasures, they also encompass a plethora of records on extraordinary artifacts. It must be said, the acumen of Dandong merchants is remarkably sharp. These texts can serve as family heirlooms, passed down through generations. Their continued possession indicates an affiliation with a wizarding family. Power equates to truth. Quite troublesome. Colin seemed to perceive Lin Su's distress and jested. Are you not curious about the identity of the one remaining in Coster? Lin Su cast a puzzled glance at him. Could it possibly be you? You are astute, indeed. It is truly me. Lin Su was momentarily stunned. Colin reflected for a moment before stating, as for the ancient texts I mentioned, you need not worry about their authenticity. They are all collections I have gathered over the years in Coster. Ordinary individuals lack the discernment, yet I am well aware. Encountering someone knowledgeable, I would assuredly sell them for a considerable price. What do you mean? Lin Su inquired. I require not money, but rather a pathway. Lin Su closed his eyes in contemplation. The implications of this conversation had become abundantly clear. When did you discover this? Perhaps about a month after you joined the association. I accidentally overheard a conversation when that elven lady sought you out. Lin Su. Very well, please state your asking price. I possess 5 ancient tomes concerning the sea folk that contain much secret knowledge, along with 2 tomes on the orc race, 1 on the elven race, and approximately 23 damaged tomes that, due to severe deterioration, contain incomplete information on artifacts from various races, all brought by merchant ships. Lin Su felt tempted. Yet it was insufficient. He shook his head. Upon seeing me, you should understand that this is a formal wizard-level meditation method. You cannot acquire it from places like the Twilight Church, the White Tower, or the Ocean Academy. Colin gritted his teeth, raising his offer. An additional 100,000 gold? Observing Lin Su's silence, he pushed all his assets to the forefront. I have a 30-year-old antique shop with a stellar reputation, established when I first began. I will gift it to you. How does that sound? Deal. Lin Su smiled, extending his right hand. Chapter 36. The Rising Tide Outside the Association. The official trading time was set for the following day. Although the circular eye meditation technique was acquired from the Natural Association, it was not originally an elven meditation method, and its disclosure was of little consequence. There had never been a stipulation against sharing it with others. The relationship between gold coins and stores was crucial for his potential ascension to nobility. Leveraging the Empire's power to truly join the upper echelons promised substantial future benefits. Furthermore, the ancient tomes documenting extraordinary artifacts were essential resources he would inevitably utilize, an investment that was bound to yield returns. From Colin's perspective, he too was making a profitable exchange. His wealth and savings traded for a formal-level meditation technique sealed off by human wizards was indeed a legacy-worthy acquisition. Even if he lacked the qualifications now, through generations of inheritance, there would come a day when he could break free from the constraints of the House of Fire and establish his own wizarding influence. He aspired to move mountains. Lin Su wished to become the mountain itself. Mutual benefit and cooperative success were the ideals they pursued. As time flowed by, a month had passed since Lin Su struck a deal with Colin. He dried himself with a towel. Scanning his attributes, Lin Su, age, 19, 102. Talent, synthesis of all things. Rank, peak knight, 1550. Intermediate wizard apprentice, 39,100. Extraordinary, primitive moon beast breathing technique, red. Life breathing technique 4, 3,100. Lightning breathing technique 3, 91,100. Circular eye meditation technique 2, 75,100. Skills, mudstone transformation 3, 45,100. Magical hand 2, 10,100. Underwater breathing 1, 6,100. Arts, master linguist, red. Medicine, red. Noble etiquette 4, 13,100. Culinary arts, red. Navigation 1, 5,100. Historian 1, 46,100. Including identification, recognition. Interpretation, geology, maintenance. Status, healthy, human limit. He had made progress in various abilities and had even leveled up his art. Historian, significantly enhancing his knowledge. The mudstone transformation had reached level 3, transitioning from mere shapeshifting to a capacity for resonance with magical energies in the air, thereby facilitating creation. He had transcended the limitation of needing soil for casting spells. With further advancement to level 5, there was a possibility he could achieve true first-ring wizardry. The underwater breathing technique had only improved marginally, extending his time underwater to 6 hours. Similarly, the magical hand had evolved from 2 to 4 hands, allowing for additional assistance in menial tasks like dishwashing and cleaning. As the first month of winter came to a close, marking the beginning of Lin Su's 7th month since his arrival, he had fully adapted to his new life, save for the occasional moments spent gazing at the bright moon. This night, however, the city felt uneasy. Leading a group of 12, some flew through the sky while others floated on carpets, riding eagles, flying horses, and peculiar insects. As anticipated, these individuals were the 12 official wizards of the Evening Bell Church. Not long after arriving at the coast, the White Tower and the Ocean Academy followed suit, appearing far less disheveled than the former. From his third-floor residence, Lin Su could see the coastal situation unfolding, his features tightening in response to an ominous premonition. Do not cause trouble. My career is just beginning, and I have yet to complete my bribes. At the coast, The leader of the Evening Bell Church was a five-ring wizard, flanked by 5 rings of various colors radiating immense magical pressure. His expression was decidedly grim. Madame Rose, why did your White Tower and the Ocean Academy not inform us of your joint efforts to counter the tide of deep-sea polluters? Madame Rose, also a 5-ring wizard, possessed white hair and azure eyes, her figure graceful and alluring, embodying the essence of a mature siren. In contrast to her opponents, her rings were uniformly green, signifying her mastery of plant and life magic. Dusk Wizard Aldry, it seems you remain unaware of the situation. Let Lord Lepa of the Ocean Academy enlighten you. From the Ocean Academy's ranks stepped a man with golden hair and a youthful countenance, exuding the charm of maturity mingled with vigor. Lepa the Beast, a 3-ring wizard. He casually nodded upon emerging, his expression laced with mockery. Aldry, have you not noticed that one of your higher-ups from the Evening Bell Church is missing? The red-haired Gallo, the 4-armed wizard. Where is he? Have you seen him? Aldry quietly inquired of his companions, who all shook their heads. A newly promoted 1-ring wizard had seemingly vanished? Lepa continued, he is dead, killed by my hand. With a wave, he conjured a massive severed red-haired head, tossing it toward Aldry, whose face twisted in horror and rage. Are you seeking war? War. Lepa roared. I believe it is your Evening Bell Church that desires conflict with my North Sea beast family. Olivia, bring forth that serpent demon. Certainly, brother. Olivia the Beast, who had recently recovered from an unfortunate encounter with a venomous dragon, now appeared unscathed, her demeanor defiant. She held the special serpent demon that had delivered her intelligence. Behind Lepa, a pale purple ring ignited, and the serpent demon writhed uncontrollably, its head split open to reveal a delicate pink brain. Memories projected as images before the assembled parties, recounting its journey from humanity to being chosen by the red-haired Gallo, training in meditation techniques, and ultimately transforming into a serpent demon. Every detail of the conspiracy and scheme played out vividly, implicating the Moon Witch and the old lizard of the Evening Bell Church. Aldry, what do you have to say? Lepa inquired casually, having already coordinated efforts with the family wizards who had arrived in Coster the previous night, poised for action. Olivia's expression was one of unwillingness, but a glance from Lepa quickly subdued her. Her demeanor shifted to one of icy calm, her gaze chilling enough to freeze the 2 men. Both participants in the unfolding drama, yet claiming detachment from the actions, felt no concern, after all. It was all orchestrated by Gallo. They had merely provided verbal guidance, and thus walked forward with confidence. Lepa, I am aware of your proficiency in soul and mental magic. While we have had our disputes, I assure you that I did not partake in this matter. Chapter 37, Innocent? Guilty. The old lizard chimed in as well. The Moon Witch spoke the truth, although the red-haired Garo shared a cordial relationship with us. It was merely in the realm of harvesting materials and exchanging insights. I and the Moon Witch could swear upon the origin that we did not partake in the conspiracy against Miss Olivia. The origin refers to this world. Anything that transpires within the world is inevitably recorded by the origin. Everything leaves a trace. Taking an oath to the origin with true essence is indeed a practical method. Upon hearing this, Lepa felt no shame in wrongfully accusing anyone. Instead, he was somewhat exasperated by the naivety of the two. His lips silently twisted in disbelief. Lady Rose, the head of the Ocean Academy and a master of whale taming. At the same time, over 10 official wizards appeared on the ground, their strengths ranging from the 2nd to the 4th ring, with a 5-ring wizard leading them, coupled with the White Tower and the official wizards from the Ocean Academy. Their numbers formed a crushing advantage. Noticing that the Moon Witch and the old lizard still appeared bewildered, Aldry could no longer contain himself. Fools, do you still not comprehend? Your significance is negligible. The behemoth family merely seeks a grand justification, especially since you truly acted. The old lizard, somewhat flustered, struggled against the sudden onslaught of magical attacks and questioned in confusion, no way, we can swear to the origin. You imbecile with a brain gnawed by squirrels. You are more foolish than maggots. It was you who handed them the blades. Cursed, cursed. Had it not been for you, the Dondung Empire would have surely sheltered the Evening Bell. You are the sinners. Greed blinds the heart, the demon salt marsh. The Evening Bell Church cultivated over 300 years, the magical energy-rich Evening Bell Island. The assorted knowledge, potions, wealth, and even apprentices gathered are all resources. The Dondung Empire fundamentally does not permit foreign forces to attack domestic powers, given that many small organizations similar to the Evening Bell Church exist. Each year, They contribute a significant amount of resources to the empire. However, if one invites their own demise and foreign wolves seize the opportunity, they will choose to turn a blind eye. The weak and clever may find shelter, but the foolish and ignorant cannot be saved by truth. The choices of the White Tower and the Ocean Academy are no different. The foundation of the North Sea behemoth family lies in the North Sea. They will withdraw after the battle, relishing in the spoils. Leipa's faction, like a tree branching out, has many strategic objectives. In times of necessity, they can also summon support from their family. However, after this battle, the family will retreat, leaving at most 1 or 2 individuals to assist him. Once they partition the Evening Bell Church, Leipa's behemoth offshoot can occupy the nest and truly take root. Even so, the resources that fall to Leipa the behemoth and his sister Olivia the behemoth alone are immensely substantial, sufficient to elevate him to the level of a 5-ring wizard, a blood prophet. The resounding explosions echoed throughout the night, illuminating the entirety of Coster as if it were day. This battle utterly decimated the dock area. Countless ships were lost, Aldry fled, 11 official wizards fell, some perished, while numerous Evening Bell apprentices escaped. The Moon Witch and the Old Lizard met a gruesome end. Lin Su had already retreated underground at the moment the battle commenced, observing the surface conflict through a periscope. He had no desire to venture out, nor any intent to profit from the chaos. He merely watched. Proficient in lip reading, Lin Su deciphered the events to a degree and, combining his experiences with the memories of the serpent demon, easily arrived at a logically coherent conclusion. The initial cause of today's annihilation war was, astonishingly, his killing of Sarah. Ridiculous, utterly preposterous. The butterfly effect, astonishing. In the aftermath of the battle, a portion of the civilians perished due to the residual chaos, and Lin Su had a glimpse of the power of official wizards. He understood that they existed on an entirely different plane. The combat of official wizards, with an array of spells and various aids, wands, contract beasts, bloodline transformations, was truly eye-opening. Particularly the Law Ring. This device, derived from the elevation of spell models, resembles a divine wheel, floating behind the wizard. Each casting transpires through the transformation of magical energy via the Law Ring, allowing for almost instantaneous invocation of all controlled spells of corresponding attributes. Furthermore, if the spells corresponding to the Law Ring can harmonize with other Law Rings, they can unleash even more formidable combined spells. A 4-story building was reduced to ashes in an instant beneath a single golden, radiant fireball. Terrifying. The classification of wizard schools stems from this. Combined spells. Powers only attainable by second-ring wizards. Among them, elemental wizards possess considerable insights into this. Wild wizards have no future. The lack of knowledge will be the greatest obstacle on their path forward. Lin Su observed throughout the night. The periscope had its limitations and could not reveal everything, merely allowing him to glimpse a portion of the aerial combat. Nonetheless, he gleaned some insights. Today marked the 3rd day after the coastal melee. News of the Dusk Wizard Aldry's escape spread like wildfire in the wizarding community. Lin Su was not one to underestimate others from the outset. 3 5-ring wizards besieging a wild wizard who had just ascended to a 5-ring wizardry, and yet he managed to flee. There's much to ponder within that context. Aldry's rise from a beggar to his current status is a widely circulated tale in Coster, steeped in legend, for his talent is nothing short of extraordinary. Alas, due to the absence of esteemed mentors, his knowledge of wizardry is lacking. After coalescing his Law Ring, its compatibility is poor, placing him at the lower end among his peers. Thus, the Evening Bell Church was born, as the power of dusk could influence his Law Rings, transforming them into dusk spells. Yet now, the problem remains unresolved, and the church has vanished. Meanwhile, at the White Tower, the Ocean Academy, and the upper echelons of the Behemoth family convened to discuss the division of the Evening Bell Church's legacy. As the parties involved, Leipa and Olivia were also present. However, Lady Rose, the master whale tamer, inquired with a seductive tone, twisting her slender waist and resting her weighty bosom on the ornate wooden table. How do you explain Aldry's escape? Wizard Leipa gritted his teeth. We did not wish for such circumstances to occur. They were all cunning beings, their thoughts intricate and profound. Had it not been for Lady Rose obstructing the family elder's spell-casting trajectory, Aldry would have already succumbed to the frigid assault of the ultimate ice ball. Now, he had escaped. With such a formidable adversary lurking in the shadows after the elder's departure, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to establish himself in Coster. Chapter 38. The deep-sea polluters Repa remained silent. exchanging a glance with Lady Rose and the whale-taming wizard, both of whom understood the implications without uttering a word. From a standpoint of empathy, neither the White Tower nor the Ocean Academy could contend with the Leviathan family. However, with the main forces departing, Repa, merely a third-ring wizard, could seize greater advantages in their absence. Aldry would not let this opportunity slip by either. Ultimately, Repa found himself at a disadvantage. He and his sister lacked significant power within their family, leading him to nod in acquiescence to the family elder, delegating the negotiation task to him. Consequently, the resources submitted annually would amount to a staggering 70% of total profits, whereas a self-negotiated agreement would only require around 50%. Through a mental communication technique, the three fifth-ring wizards swiftly reached an accord. The island of the Evening Bell Church would be ceded to two local factions, while Repa would claim the salt marsh quota that originally belonged to the Evening Bell. The remaining assets of the Evening Bell, along with some apprentices, would also be allocated to Repa. It seemed a lucrative deal, yet in truth, the most valuable asset was the island of the Evening Bell itself, an enduring stronghold of wizarding power, fortified over centuries, rich in magical energy. Now, let us turn our attention to the issue of the deep-sea polluters. The elder of the Leviathan family and his entourage departed, as they were not local and had no stake in the matter. Repa's safety would be ensured by the two local factions, reporting to the court wizards of Coster. As long as sufficient funds were allocated, maintaining safety within the city would pose no challenge. No matter how reckless Aldry might be, he would not dare to disrupt the order of the Dondung Empire, which was home to legendary wizards of the Ninth Ring. Even the fabled chromatic dragons would tread carefully. As for the deep-sea polluters, they are the remnants of fallen ancient gods. Following the slaying of the deity by archaic wizards, fragments of its corpse were sealed in the depths of the ocean. Over time, marine beings and certain sea creatures have been tainted by the deathly radiation emanating from the divine remains, resulting in the emergence of monstrous entities that are driven solely by the pursuit of death. To lure the Evening Bell Church to gather at the Coster Coast, Repa employed secretive feeding methods from the Leviathan family, attracting a multitude of deep-sea polluters that wholly seized the island of the Evening Bell. Moreover, these pollutants bear a curse upon wizards, known as the Eternal Drowning Curse. The longer one remains in proximity to the deep-sea polluters, the more susceptible they become to this curse, leading to a mutation of their very bloodline and the degradation of their wizardly essence. The ultimate fate is transformation into a formidable monstrosity, forever bound to the depths of the ocean, where the afflicted often hear the eerie call of the abyss. The power of this curse is a variant of mental prowess, its origins obscured by time. The deep-sea polluters themselves lack formidable strength, easily manageable by wizard apprentices. The real dilemma lies in the pollution they cause. Upon their demise, they explode like bombs, scattering flesh and blood, which in turn spreads the eternal drowning curse upon contact, necessitating purification magic, a labor-intensive endeavor that cannot be resolved swiftly. This predicament may only be remedied by the family, where rare and exquisite artifacts for training might still exist. Lady Rose and the whale-taming wizard exchanged glances, recalling how effortlessly they had deceived others. Now, dealing with the aftermath proved to be a considerable complication. Nevertheless, acquiring the island of the Evening Bell would be worth any price. The island housed not only Aldry's wizard tower, including an elemental pool, but also facilities such as an alchemical garden, a beast garden, a meditation room, and a library, all invaluable for enhancing power. The Leviathan family merely needed to replicate the knowledge contained within. Thus, the island of the Evening Bell had become a treasure trove, now seemingly vacant. Addressing the issue of the deep-sea polluters was indeed within their purview. Among our apprentices, do any possess proficiency in purification magic? Some have mastered water purification, albeit not many. How about you? I have a few apprentices skilled in purging evil. Should we commence the cleansing? Certainly. We can rotate official wizards as team leaders for a month, and within a year, we should be able to clear the pollutants. Let us also summon some wild wizards. The risks of purifying the pollutants are too great, so we ought to send the wild wizards in for several rounds first, with a few concise statements. A general course of action was established, and the two soon found themselves embroiled in a heated debate over the division of the profits from the island of the Evening Bell. What had begun as a united front now resembled a fierce rivalry, with each wishing to eliminate the other. Such is the way of business. As unsurprising as it may be, in the Rhine bookstore, Lin Su's life was leisurely and stable. He frequently conversed with Valia, gaining insights into the hidden aspects of the wizarding world, and made weekly trips to the underground market, selling enlightenment potions and purchasing vast amounts of materials. Throughout this process, both gold coins and magical stones were expended in abundance, nearly depleting his savings. Colin's antique shop, which had been transferred to him, proved to be quite profitable, yielding around 2,000 gold coins monthly, with a steady clientele and reliable channels for acquiring goods. Lin Su visited the shop, excluding old John S. Batch from acquisition targets, and left it at that, as there were contracts and labor agreements in place. These minor figures posed no threat to him. Moreover, he had not been idle. Having spent considerable time in Coster, he had established connections across various trades, primarily among common folk. Beyond delegating the search for a professional store manager to an old client of the bookstore, he seldom concerned himself with the shop's operations. The Rhine bookstore, benefiting from his proficiency in multiple languages and high-quality literature, thrived, achieving a monthly profit of 500 gold coins. His illustrations and fabricated tales captivated those who had never glimpsed their homeland, such as the stories of Orc Sal, the Dark Elf Eternal Well explosion, the tales of Goblin Merchant Kaiser, and the beheading of the knight. The printing equipment was set up on the second floor, and with the aid of a magical hand, mass production was possible, allowing him to hone his skills, truly unbeatable. With his mainstream ventures underway, the next step was to expand the antique shop, or perhaps embark on a new enterprise. Once his monthly profits surpassed 10,000 gold coins, he would possess an entry ticket into the noble circles of Dondon. At that point, noble merchants would extend invitations to him at various gatherings. However, the underbelly of counterfeit goods had been thoroughly exploited, leaving no further profit to be made. This matter must remain concealed. Who knows how many Coster nobles have purchased his forgeries? His earnings had plummeted from 50,000 gold coins a month to less than 5,000. Old John was no longer viable. His network had been depleted, rendering him no different from a purveyor of miscellaneous goods. Chapter 39. The Iron Hook Tavern. Lin Su had resolved to sever this connection and cleanse his reputation. The expansion of the antique shop required the assistance of Vice President Colin, and their prior acquaintance rendered this a minor concern. On another front, he intended to establish a new source, this time targeting the agricultural sector. He aimed to cultivate rice, aware that the coastal soil was unsuitable for crop production, yet he contemplated employing synthetic methods to circumvent this limitation. The barren earth could be transformed into fertile humus, and wild rice could be synthesized into high-quality seeds. If time permitted, he might also explore the potential of food crops imbued with magical energy. To embark on this venture, he needed to locate a sufficient quantity of wild rice, a task he entrusted to a half-orc adventurer residing next door. One day, after completing his routine training and honing his proficiency in the magical arts, Lin Su made his way to the Iron Hook Tavern to gather information. The tavern, owned by a retired female captain from Dondon, featured a distinctive decorum. She had lost a portion of her elbow, replaced by a classic pirate hook. With her dark hair and brown eyes, she embodied a robust human presence, her demeanor exuding a palpable sense of righteousness. Lin Su often described her as a perfectly ripened peach. His frequent visits were not driven by any romantic inclinations, but rather by a desire to glean news. Moreover, she was a rare pinnacle knight. And apart from the Count Sayas he had encountered, this was only his second encounter with such a formidable figure, a rarity that only heightened his fascination. As Lin Su entered the tavern, he found the daytime clientele sparse, with a server attending to guests while the captain busied herself polishing glasses behind the counter. "Sister Tifa." "Young Rhine, you're here again," she greeted him. Lin Su smiled and ordered a glass of firewater, a local rum. Each time he saw Captain Tifa, memories of certain 3D realms flooded his mind, along with a familiar phrase, "Claude, I'm sorry." He often quipped that it should include an additional character. If the elven maiden Valia resembled a youthful moonbeam, bringing tranquility to his spirit, then Captain Tifa was akin to a passionate vermilion mark, a sight that invigorated him throughout the day. At 40 years of age, Captain Tifa, a pinnacle knight, possessed longevity, and her physique, honed through years of rigorous training, remained remarkably firm and youthful. To strangers, she appeared to be in her 30s, at the prime of her life. After savoring a sip of firewater, Lin Su naturally broached recent events. Coastal skirmishes. Tifa, more attuned to such happenings, quickly informed him of the White Tower and Ocean Academy's recruitment of wild sorcerers. Surprisingly, they were offering 2 apprentice-level spells for free: Purification of Water and Purification of Evil. Those participating would receive these spells but were required to contribute to the cleansing efforts on Belchime Island, with magical stones as additional rewards. Intrigued, Lin Su inquired, Sister Tifa, why is there a need for purification on Belchime Island? Tifa shrugged, displaying a lack of understanding. However, she assured him that the presence of formal sorcerers leading the effort was likely. Lin Sua's gaze inadvertently drifted to Tifa's hook hand, reflecting on her intelligence. It was indeed fortunate that she had merely lost an arm. The sudden emergence of generous rewards hinted at ulterior motives. For further clarity on the matter of deep-sea pollutants, he would need to consult Valia, the down-on-her-luck noblewoman. After hastily finishing his drink, Lin Su tossed a silver coin onto the table, bidding farewell. This is for you. I shall return. Nearby, a young server, Noya, who shared a good rapport with Tifa, remarked, Boss, does Mr. Rhine seem interested in you? Tifa skeptically observed Lin Sua's departing figure, shaking her head. No, that's unlikely. At my age, besides, the young man seems to carry himself like a sorcerer, exuding an air of nobility. Noya's eyes sparkled at the notion, but Tifa sternly cautioned, even if he is interested, it is merely for a fleeting romance, and he would not take responsibility. Do not act impulsively. All right, I understand. Upon leaving, Lin Su initially intended to seek out Valia. However, on his way back, he chanced upon a wild sorcerer engrossed in a tome, unknowingly wandering into a dark corner. Observing the individual's shifty demeanor, Lin Su deemed it necessary to intervene. After some time, he became absorbed in the book, its spine emblazoned with the words purification of evil. At the natural fruit shop, Lin Su perused a few pages of the spellbook before casually stowing it away in his satchel. He would consume it later, disregarding its significance. Valia's fruit shop boasted 3 levels, with her residing on the top floor, conveniently across from Lin Sua's abode, fostering a close relationship, often visiting each other. The shop also employed a young elven woman who managed daily restocking, transactions, and cleaning. Valia was effectively a hands-off proprietor. Where's Cici and Lia? Lin Su inquired. The server shot him an irritated glance. Though she wasn't a member of the nature language family, she had heard of the enmity with the Dandong people. Frustrated by her mistress's absence, she replied, Miss has gone to the Nature Association. Thank you, Lin Su smiled, preparing to leave, but suddenly turned back. Cici seemed poised to say something, yet Lin Su had already exited, leaving her to stew in silence. Who wants your worthless goods, Mississippi? In another narrative thread. In recent days, Ripa and Olivia the Behemoth were preoccupied with inheriting the legacy of the Belchime Church. A serpent demon, having served its purpose, was swiftly dispatched by Ripa, its soul extinguished and discarded like a vegetable after the chaotic events of that night. He paid it no mind, assuming it had been shattered by the residual magic. Olivia expressed no remorse for the serpent demon that had aided her. Now, both sought to solidify their standing along the coast of Koster, establishing connections with the Dandong officials as one aspect of their strategy. The elven race constituted a formidable force as well. Until Aldry was vanquished, they could not leave the city. The prospect of claiming the benefits of the salt marsh was as absurd as a eunuch admiring his reflection. The magical salt marsh was overseen by officially dispatched sorcerers from 3 factions, operating on a rotational basis. Without their presence, how could they reap any rewards? The Nature Association. Chapter 40. The transaction. Lucerne, Vander, and Valia of the natural language family sat together, facing Ripa and Olivia of the Beast clan. The natural language family, once a founding lineage of the association, had fallen into decline, yet still retained some influence. Lucerne, the branch leader who had ascended through experience, relied on certain backing, but his abilities were sufficient to safeguard the city branch. As there were few battles requiring his intervention, management was all that was necessary. The Beast siblings sought assistance. Lucerne was certain that Valia must be involved, as her decision-making was crucial. Despite the natural language family's decline, they still boasted a number of formal wizards. A transaction, then. What price are you willing to pay? The Beast's siblings exchanged glances, with the elder brother Ripa taking the lead in negotiations. 10% of the profits from the monster salt marsh. Lucerne immediately frowned, finding the offer somewhat lacking. Ripa spoke confidently. Lucerne, that is not how to frame it. Allow me to clarify. The profits from the monster salt marsh are settled daily and derived from several sources. Map information, admission fees, monster materials, wizard-level monster resources, and crystallized corrupted wood. Not only will wild wizards from the Koster region attend, but most wild wizards within a 300-kilometer radius will also choose the marsh. Daily foot traffic hovers around 3,000. with members of the tower and academy typically undertaking trials or completing tasks there. Since I took over the share from the Evening Bell Church and ceased sending apprentices to harvest materials, our total share increased from 35% to 50%. The remaining portion belongs to the tower and academy. The daily profit from the marsh can reach approximately 50,000 magic stones, meaning your 10% would yield about 2,500 stones daily, totaling 75,000 a month, a considerable sum. Ripa's assertions held merit, however. One must also take into account certain realities. Daily profits could not be consistently stable, and formal wizard-level monsters did not appear every day, typically manifesting only once or twice a month. The sale of such materials, when packaged, could command prices of around 10,000 magic stones, which was relatively easy to achieve. Crystallized corrupted wood, a resource exclusive to areas like the magic energy marsh, could not be harvested daily for sustainable development. Thus, Ripa's figures represented the highest potential yield. In practice, one might expect a decrease of 20 to 30,000, resulting in a more stable figure of around 40,000 magic stones per month. It was evident how significantly the three major factions had prospered over the years, with the monster salt marsh potentially yielding up to 750,000 magic stones monthly, illuminating why the North Sea Beast family sought to intervene. Over time, the Ripa branch of the Beast clan would inevitably flourish. Lucerne and Valia exchanged glances, and upon hearing Ripa's calculations, they were noticeably intrigued. The arrangement merely required the deployment of formal wizards for oversight, with combat scenarios being infrequent and limited to dealing with surface-level formal monsters emerging from the marsh. Ripa's substantial offer to include the natural language family in this venture, driven by profit, would pave the way for a transformative future. After some contemplation, Lucerne agreed. Very well, let us look forward to a fruitful collaboration. He nodded, indicating a 3-day period to finalize details, though all parties understood that opportunities to divide the spoils were rare. The likelihood of success was exceedingly high. Valia observed as a witness, and together with Lucerne, they would draft a letter to be delivered to the clan's territory in the Elven Forest. When Lin Su arrived, he happened upon Lucerne, who was smilingly bidding farewell to the Ripa siblings. Lin Su recognized them, though they were unaware of his presence. He felt a flicker of curiosity but refrained from intervening, knowing that only upon attaining formal wizard status and gaining admission to the Wizards' Union would he truly establish himself. Leah, Rhine. Valia joyfully approached him. What brings you here? Do you seek something from me? Lin Su paused, responding casually, only your keen intellect. Their playful banter elicited a disdainful snort from Lucerne, who felt somewhat irked. Rhine, your arrival is timely. I require your assistance with some issues concerning the Moon God royal family. Very well, he replied, following the two upstairs. As they ascended, Lin Su inquired about the deep-sea polluter, quickly receiving answers. The remnants of the old gods are sealed, and they are the source of the pollution. Wait, moreover, the curse of the ever-drowning upon the deep-sea polluter is an unbreakable divine curse, even beyond the capabilities of wizards above the ninth circle. This revelation astonished him, prompting a cynical chuckle within. Indeed, there were ill intentions behind sending wild wizards to their doom. However, the matter of purification was indeed legitimate. The peril of the ever-drowning stemmed from its flesh and blood infection. Once contact was made, infection was inevitable. Yet, there was a trade-off. Such a formidable curse rendered the deep-sea polluter exceedingly weak. Any wizardry could easily slay them. Furthermore, purification spells could expel the cursed seeds embedded in their flesh. It was no wonder the tower and academy sought to drive away the Evening Bell Church's personnel. Engaging with such entities was akin to mopping up filth. Who would willingly touch such things? Upon reaching the next floor, Lin Su could not restrain his curiosity. Can apprentice-level purification spells cleanse the seeds of the ever-drowning curse? They can, indeed. However, they must be employed gradually. This curse's flaw, perhaps, lies in its unparalleled infectiousness and inability to be completely eradicated, which necessitates significant weaknesses in other aspects. The world does not permit the existence of a perfect curse. Flawed beauty? Lin Su's thoughts spiraled as he contemplated whether he could exploit synthesis to create something flawless. Upon arrival, Lucerne led him to a room on the 5th floor, eagerly presenting an exquisitely crafted box adorned with ancient elvish inscriptions. This time, the markings were not mere whispered secrets, but rather colloquial expressions from a certain elven region, slang. Lin Su could not help but feel a wave of confusion. Even elves had their own vernacular? Impressive. He could decipher some of it. After all, a linguistic master was no novice. As he donned gloves and examined the box with great care, he soon set it down, marveling, indeed. This is truly a relic of the moon god royal family. Lucern's expression brightened. Mr. Rhine, do you comprehend it? Lin Su nodded, albeit hesitantly. I grasp some notions. Yet a thorough understanding will require further study. Oh, do elaborate. If I am not mistaken, this should originate from Moon God Island. As per the records in the Moon King Holy Codex, which states that Moon God Island is the birthplace of the moon god elves. It is perhaps the only place in the world where one might find the moonstone. Where did it come from? It was procured from a moon elf. The elven race has undergone the reign of numerous royal families, and due to their varying beliefs, the supermagic bloodlines within have continually transformed, yielding types such as moon elves, wood elves, gray elves, and blood elves, among others. Chapter 41. The relationship between contracts and summoning, much like the dragon kin, which includes the 5 chromatic dragons, red, blue, green, black, and white, as well as the noble metallic dragons, gold, silver, bronze, brass, and copper. There exists a neutral faction of gem dragons in the legendary singular time dragon. The elven race, though not as numerous as the dragons, boasts its own lineage, such as the moon elves, descendants of the lunar deities' royal bloodline. However, they have largely succumbed to wizardry, mastering the arts of beast summoning and binding contracts, yet their power is pitifully weak and exceedingly rare. The ancestral moon goddess island is now lost to them, indicating that their lineage has long been severed. Lin Su pondered for a moment and remarked, I possess some knowledge about the moon elves. Perhaps I could keep the box for a while and search for relevant materials to assist you in translating. That won't do. This matter is not something I can disclose to you, came the reply. Goodness. One does not abandon the horse after it has served its purpose, Lin Su retorted. Very well, if you cannot assist me, then how about teaching me a set of witchcraft in exchange? Lin Su suggested, glancing at the antlered elder. Despite not providing a translation, Lin Su's hint regarding the moon elf dialect was sufficient. Should the antlered elder be working for the current high elf king, he would inevitably come across comprehensible information. Thus, Lin Su had indeed played a significant role. That can be arranged. What type of witchcraft do you desire? I have heard that the elven contracts and summoning spells are particularly distinctive. Could you provide me with an apprentice level 1? That. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. If not, then a force field type defensive spell will suffice, Valia interjected suddenly. I agree to that, the elder replied. Given how much Rhine has assisted us, an apprentice level spell is hardly excessive. Very well, but this is a one-time offer. It must not be disclosed to others, including your progeny. Understood. When there's a matter to address it directly, and when there's none, just be yourself. Truly impressive, antlered elder. The two departed together. Engaged in a heated debate in the corridor, Lin Su could not help but express his astonishment at the extent of knowledge suppression. Even a simple transaction proved to be exceedingly challenging. Setting aside profit or loss, without Valia's presence, the antlered elder would most likely not have acquiesced. The difficulty of obtaining even decent apprentice-level spells highlighted the dire situation for wild wizards. It became apparent that Lin Su must hasten his advancement to a first-ring wizard, thus qualifying for membership in the Padawan Wizard Alliance. Although it required considerable sacrifice, at the very least, he would no longer be left seeking answers in vain. Upon reaching the formal wizard level, unless he married into the family of the natural tongue, exchanging linguistic knowledge for magical knowledge as he did now would be utterly impossible. One step at a time, preparations must commence immediately. Rhine, select 2 spells for yourself, and then pledge to the source that you shall not share them with others, including your bloodline descendants. Valia nodded approvingly from the side. Since I can acquire 2, I shall make a pledge, Lin Su agreed, perusing the options. The array of apprentice-level spells was dazzling. Giant boar summoning, moonblade leopard contracting, strong repulsion field, natural shelter, natural affinity, deflection field, great white shark summoning, animal calling, contracting. The diversity of spells left Lin Su in awe. Those bearing the term natural were predominantly from Valia's family, and their availability was indeed rare. Several of the contracting and summoning spells were seldom shared versions among the elven race, each typically having corresponding upgraded iterations, such as first-ring and second-ring spells. Lin Su sought these spells not only to bolster his defensive capabilities, but also to experiment with a random summoning spell, contemplating whether he could summon himself to eliminate his foes. However, that notion proved unfeasible. He shared this thought with Valia, leaving them both in stunned silence. Rhine, that is not permissible, Valia explained seriously. Before you realize such an idea, you must first comprehend the principles governing contracts and summoning. The two are intrinsically linked. One must contract before summoning, although it is also possible to summon before contracting. The former pertains to summoning spells, while the latter concerns contract spells. Is there a distinction? Lin Su inquired, curiosity piqued. Indeed, there is a significant difference. Allow me to elucidate. My family has raised numerous giant boars and allowed many to roam freely in the forest. We established a bloodline contract with the ancestors of the giant boar species. By modifying the summoning spell's model according to bloodline, one achieves targeted summoning. Henceforth, its descendants will always fall within the summoning range. Should you summon one only to slay it, the entire lineage, meaning the bloodline descendants, will cease to respond to your summons. Consequently, that summoning spell would become obsolete. Ah, I see, Lin Su remarked, realization dawning upon him. So this is the reason why summoning and contract spells are seldom divulged. It parallels the bond with spirit beasts. In terms of contracts, they involve extraordinary beasts that are amicable towards our elven kin. They willingly respond to summons but require a contract to be signed between the wizard and the individual upon their arrival. This establishes a permanent bond, unlike summoned beasts, which can be continuously summoned even if one perishes. Should a contracted beast die, the wizard's spell model becomes void, Valia clarified. Lin Su suddenly had a novel idea. Whether through contracts or summoning, the binding element is the essence of the soul. His synthesized beast, the frog machine, also possessed a soul essence. If he could establish a contract with his synthesized beast, could he not swap them at will? If one were to fail, he could simply create a new one. There was potential there. What about random summoning? Is that type of spell rare? Indeed. Valia's eyes sparkled with longing. Random summoning is a formal level spell that necessitates a contract with the world, or one might say, the source. Once contracted, one could summon terrifying creatures of the ninth ring or ordinary beasts, and even humanoid beings are within the realm of possibility. Lin Su nodded, finally grasping the nature of such spells. Further in-depth study could wait for another time. Pondering these matters now seemed premature. In that case, I shall select the strong repulsion field and the Moonblade Leopard contract. The former enhances defense and enables control over repulsion, which might allow me to soar should I break into the red tier. The latter is a contract spell. Even if the Moonblade Leopard perishes, it can continue to refine its magic, break into the red tier, and subsequently modify the model to alter the binding soul essence. The spell models represent the finest templates crafted by wizards over countless millennia. Their potency, consumption, and activation speed reach the zenith of the spell's capabilities. Yet for him, the limits serve as a springboard for breakthroughs. Each time he transcends those limits, enhancing the model not only yields additional effects, but also optimizes the spell model through repeated refinement. The two could merge, and who knows, he might even achieve a first-ring spell. The ambitious wizard exclaimed, "Who else is there?" Chapter 42, Winterfire Festival holding the reward. He could comprehend the slang inscribed on the lunar spirit box. It did not pertain to the location of Moon God Island, but rather narrated a tale concerning the Moon God royal family. The story was enchanting, revolving around a royal princess and her love for an ordinary spirit, a melodramatic romance. Lin Su skimmed through it briefly, failing to retain much. He had acquired 3 pieces of sorcery, which he intended to consume promptly, striving to elevate his proficiency to level 1, thus achieving a green grade, making it usable. This would significantly enhance his defense, with capabilities in attack, defense, displacement, and support, as well as the ability to transform mud and stone into practical applications. It became a versatile sorcery, truly invaluable. He estimated that upon breaking through to the red grade, he could wield the power of rare apprentice-level sorcery, placing him among the formidable wild sorcerers. He contemplated contracting the Moonblade Leopard, nurturing it for the time being. If only he could utilize synthesis powers to alter it. Alas, that remained beyond his current abilities. Lin Su possessed an instinct that upon attaining the formal sorcerer realm, the talent granted by the magic cube, synthesis of all things, would undergo a transformative change. The magical hand would ultimately devolve into a domestic sorcery. This would be immensely useful. Lin Su even fantasized about having a sedan chair, carried by several azure hands, to facilitate his movement. It was not laziness. The intense training had left him weary, and he yearned to indulge himself a little. The previous round of plans was nearly complete, with only the matters of rice seeds and nobility remaining. He had met all standards in his cultivation, necessitating a revision of his second round of training plans. The quantity in the night garden was considerable, implying that his meditative practices would double in speed. Calculating thus, he could potentially break through to the high apprentice sorcerer realm by early spring next year. At most in 2 months. This was splendid news. Additionally, with the new night breathing technique reaching level 3 in purple grade, he set a modest goal to elevate it to the maximum limit of 5 before merging it with the original moon beast breathing method, paving the way for his journey beyond the pinnacle of knighthood. He aspired to become a man who transcends limits. The arduous training plan would span 2 months, commencing the day after tomorrow. With a clear intention, Lin Su embarked on his rigorous training. Mornings were dedicated to honing his sorcery skills, afternoons to practicing night breathing techniques, evenings to meditation, and late nights to enhancing his artistic abilities. Each day, he allowed himself merely 3 hours of sleep, remaining invigorated throughout. He even utilized his midday to explore synthesis powers. Now that he possessed funds, he could acquire most ordinary plants and even ordinary magical flora. He was capable of creating single-use artificial magic stones, which he refrained from trading, as they easily sustained the night garden. While ordinary plants sufficed, he feared not being comprehensive enough. His compulsive collecting and hoarding tendencies were deeply ingrained within Lin Su's very essence. Unbeknownst to him, a month slipped away. Today marked the final day of December, a time of renewal for humanity. Coast, located in the southern coastal region, rarely experienced snowfall. Yet this year had seen a few instances. It was uncommon to witness mountains capped in white or fields blanketed in snow. As a city of mixed inhabitants, various races had lived here for generations, seamlessly integrating into human customs. Yet, inexplicably, since parting ways with the Nature Association that day, Valia had not returned to the Rhine bookstore to seek him out. The nearby fruit shop remained open, though it was often deserted, with only the young girl, Cece, managing it. The emotional distance weighed heavily on Lin Su, who murmured to himself, suddenly hearing a knock at the door, prompting him to rise and answer. The flickering firelight cast a dim glow within the bookstore. Outside, a biting cold wind swept in, laden with dampness that could chill one to the bone. "Ah, it's you." Upon opening the door, Lin Su found himself facing a half-beastman youth adorned with wolf ears and a tail, and he felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Mr. Rhine, the half-werewolf, named Emilian, was a professional adventurer, young yet already a senior knight, endowed with formidable bloodline power and the ability to transform at will. Under the full moon, he could even vanquish sorcerer apprentices. "Come in." Noticing his travel-worn appearance, it was evident he had come regarding that matter. The two settled onto the sofa near the fireplace. "Have you found it?" Lin Su inquired with curiosity. "Yes." Emilian retrieved a handful of wild rice from his waist pouch. The grains long and small, clearly malnourished. Lin Su's satisfaction was evident. "Approximately 3 carts, after running around to various places. It's about. Well, let us not dwell on the details." Lin Su waved his hand dismissively. "If you can't calculate it, then don't bother. Tomorrow, deliver it to the small courtyard behind the back door. Did you bring the plants?" "Of course, Mr. Rhine. As promised." "I remember. There's no need to worry about breaking your word. This is 100 gold. Once you move the goods over, I'll give you 500 more." After some pleasantries, Emilian nodded and departed, leaving Lin Su contemplative. He was merely a few years younger, yet his demeanor was so subservient, and that sum of money, while not insignificant, was hardly substantial. It seemed he had endured a harsh reality check from society. After lingering in the bookstore for a while, still waiting for the person he longed to see, Lin Su felt an indescribable sensation, a twinge of bitterness. Donning a large hat and cloak, he made his way to the Iron Hook Tavern. "Sister Tifa, bring the drinks." Not long after Lin Su left, a tall figure stealthily approached the vicinity of the bookstore. Initially intending to knock on the door, they noticed the extinguished lights within. In the Iron Hook Tavern, patrons gathered, raising large tankards of ale, jovially drinking, boasting, and reminiscing about the past or discussing recent events. Hearty meat pies were devoured with gusto. The clientele primarily consisted of various races and dock sailors. Lin Su sat at the bar, cradling a fiery drink, consuming it sip by sip. Observing the scene around him left him in a daze. All were homeless souls, yet he felt somewhat out of place. The festive atmosphere intensified his underlying sorrow. Suddenly, a hook deftly snatched his cup away, and Lin Su, slightly dazed, turned to see Tifa. "Is Claude around?" "What?" Captain Tifa, puzzled, did not ponder further but gazed intently into Lin Su's eyes, as if grasping something unspoken. With a sudden movement, she shoved him aside. Rhine, care to hear a story? What is the point of a story? Is Claude here? Once upon a time. Captain Tifa, undeterred by Lin Su's inebriated state or his slurred words, began recounting a tale about the captain, oblivious to his condition. Chapter 43, The Absence of Claude. The narrative is somewhat cliché. A wandering girl from Dandong is sold as a boy to serve as a sailor aboard a ship. One fateful day, a maritime disaster strikes, and she survives on a deserted island for several years. Coincidentally, this island was once the abode of a sorcerer. The girl gleaned numerous insights from her time there, yet most have decayed, leaving her with only a breathing technique inscribed upon a stone. She learns, practices, and fishes. But Lin Su understands the underlying truth. It is merely a form of consolation, a more tragic experience to counterbalance his longing. Ultimately, Lin Su harbors similar thoughts about returning home. Nothing can shake the resolve of the Liver Emperor, unless his body can no longer endure. Rest assured, Tifa, I am not so fragile. That is good. Captain Tifa, clad in a white fitted half-top revealing her navel, adorned with a black leather vest, her hair cascading freely. The tip slightly curled, noticed that he was well and returned his wine glass. After hearing a tale, Lin Su felt somewhat revived, his inebriation dissipating. Yet he could not resist inquiring in the universal tongue of Paddlein. Tifa, is Claude here? Who is Claude? Her lips were sealed by Lin Su's kiss, and Tifa, initially intent on resisting, felt her body relax, an unfamiliar experience after so long. Her gaze lingered on his handsome face, wavering with joy. A primal instinct of humanity. Tonight is the eternal night. Let us revel. Claude is absent this night. The following day, in a tavern room on the second floor of the Iron Hook Inn, censored, as the hook-handed man plunged a blade into the drawer of the bedside table. Lin Su shivered, hesitant to stoke the flames further. By the way, I reside at the Rhine bookstore. Feel free to visit for a friendly spar. Who would seek you out for a spar? A peak knight is indeed a rare find. Lin Su chuckled and turned to leave. Perhaps this is the essence of humanity. Perhaps this is the joy of Geralt? At the Rhine bookstore, Emelian had arrived early. Presumably in dire need of funds, Lin Su inspected the goods and promptly paid 500 gold coins. With a magical hand, he transferred the items from the cart into his dimensional bag, descending cheerfully underground. In the subterranean safe house, 100 meters below ground, Lin Su found himself somewhat unfamiliar with the intricacies of cultivation. However, the opportunity for deception was at hand. Overlay synthesis would invariably yield products superior to their original forms, regardless of the method employed. Take rice seeds, for instance. Yield, survival rate, growth speed, and grain quality would all improve. The soil itself would be synthesized by him. Establishing a few experimental plots underground was ideal. If the luminous stones could only simulate light, then he would enhance them to mimic sunlight. He planned to excavate another layer beneath, and once the experimental plots yielded results, he would select the best strains for cultivation on the surface. The limits of synthesis power remained at 100 iterations for the same item. Yet with rice seeds, once they bore grain, he could breed and select the finest for subsequent generations, allowing for continuous improvement. This conclusion stemmed from the recent extensive consumption of the Enlightenment flower and subsequent breeding experiments. Initially, due to limited initial stock and insufficient reagents, he had never synthesized flower seeds before. However, having surpassed his former limits, he experimented a few times, discovering that the synthesized flower seeds exhibited even better growth. After several trials, he had grasped the concept of overlay synthesis. While he had successfully cultivated plants, he still lacked the ability to synthesize living creatures. Eggs were out of the question. This fell under the realm of eldritch synthesis, which remained an enigma, reliant solely on luck and formula experimentation. Although mass production was possible, Lin Su harbored concerns about potential mishaps. Hence, he had always exercised caution in using corpses as synthesis materials. In the experimental plots on the second underground layer, he concealed them with earth crystals synthesized from mountain copper. By the time everything was ready, a week had passed. Koster, located in a coastal region, had a large inland river flowing into the sea, which he had traversed to reach the merchant port. Lin Su had previously resided in his hometown of Shalden, a fishing village mentioned in a biography. The diplomat there was rather foolish, doing his job for the right price, and now that he needed to establish a business, he thought it prudent to construct a private estate. In this era, estates were among the properties owned by nobles, comprising farms, wineries, and ranches. often accompanied by castles and retinues. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were claiming land as their own. The Dandong Empire, known as the nation of commerce and also referred to as the land of gold, permitted the buying and selling of titles, let alone land. At this moment, Lin Su rode a black-skinned, blue-spotted giant leopard, approximately 5 meters long and standing about 5 meters tall, along the coastal route heading south. Whether Valia had made arrangements or not, the contract for the Moonblade leopard went exceptionally smoothly. On the first summoning, it submitted to him willingly, directly contracting with an adult specimen. The Moonblade leopard is considered a magical beast, with an intellect akin to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child, completely succumbing to Lin Su's raw meat offerings, obedient as a dog. It naturally possesses 2 forms of sorcery, Moonblade and beastly agility. The leopard derives its name from the former, as its power amplifies under moonlight, enabling it to unleash moon blades with a mere flick of its claws. It can effortlessly sever metal and stone, far surpassing Lin Su's construction gear. Beastly agility is an explosive sorcery, enhancing instantaneous burst power, beneficial for speed and attack, reaching the level of a high apprentice in terms of offensive capability. Yet in terms of overall strength, it barely exceeds that of a mid-level apprentice. Its growth potential has nearly reached its limit, which explains why the Moonblade Leopard's summoning technique is merely an apprentice-level sorcery. Its prowess is somewhat lacking, and its endurance is average, making it more suited as a mount in the jungle, a fine companion for the forest-dwelling elves. Slowing down, Lin Su sat upon his custom-made leopard saddle, without reins, leaning forward as they sped toward their destination. Once the Moonblade Leopard came to a halt, Lin Su unfurled a map, perplexed. Silverfish Village, indeed, but it appeared to be in a state of abandonment for many years. Chapter 44, Exploration. This journey serves both as a means of establishing an enterprise and as a conclusion to previous endeavors. He wields control here, conjuring reality from nothingness with effortless ease, taking precautions to prevent any revealing traces that might attract the attention of the astute. Biographies mention that the villagers of Silverfish Village excel in fishing, their specialty being the silverfish, renowned for its exquisite flavor, tender texture, and rich, buttery quality, valued beyond gold and silver, irreplaceable. Prosperity should have been their lot. Initially, when Lin Su was filling out his identification, he had envisioned a remote and desolate locale, only to later realize that the smaller the place, the more familiar its inhabitants become. The challenge of conjuring something from nothing becomes more formidable. However, the area could not be too large, as larger territories would be difficult to govern. Thus he settled on a quaint fishing village, praised by bards. Silverfish Village lacks grand vessels. Fishing in the near seas merely suffices for subsistence. The silverfish is its sole distinctive feature. While this has its benefits, it fails to capture the attention of the nobility, yielding an annual profit of merely several hundred gold pieces, manageable enough to avoid scrutiny, yet insufficient to warrant abandonment. Yet it seems abandoned, which is perplexing. Numerous coastal villages thrive nearby, and as Lin Su strolled through the village, he found not a single elderly figure adhering to ancestral traditions. In this close-knit community of nearly 100 households and thousands of souls, such a disappearance is indeed alarming. He patted the leopardess head, signaling the Moonblade Leopard to scout nearby villages for information. In the afternoon, under the warm winter sun, Lin Su ventured into the neighboring Akitani village, home to merely a handful of families. The people of the Dandong Empire are characterized by their black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin, which made Lin Su feel a sense of kinship, prompting him to summon his familiar in advance. Adorned in adventurer garb, he called out, "Hey, you there, come here. Uncle has something wonderful to show you." At the village entrance, a group of children clad in burlap, appearing no older than 10, were enthusiastically molding mud and sand. Lin Su beckoned a chubby boy with keen eyes. "Uncle has a candy for you, but first, I need to ask you something." The child, with a face weathered by the sea breeze and a nose smeared with dried mucus and dust, leaned in with curiosity. "What do you want to ask, Uncle? Where does the oldest person in your village live? Take me there, and this candy will be yours." The child hesitated, but Lin Su chuckled. "You cheeky little rascal. Still trying to negotiate? Here, this whole bag is yours. Hey, big brother, follow me." The village chief went to the seaside to gather fish eggs for us to eat. Fish eggs? Yes, yes. The fish people are fierce and even ride great sharks. If it weren't for Uncle Jason, we would have moved away. Lin Su, understanding the implications, felt the pieces beginning to fit together. The myriad races of the ocean, collectively known as the sea folk, possess few intelligent beings. And the boy's mention of fish people riding sharks pointed to only one tribe, the sharkwa-fish folk. Their innate talent and instinct revolve around taming sharks, and their priests practice certain marine sorceries. If the villagers of Silverfish had indeed been driven away by them, it would make sense. However, this area is close to coaster, and there are 3 major sorceress factions at sea. It is illogical for such minor fish folk to exert dominance. Furthermore, the recent unrest complicates matters. Silverfish Village does not appear to have been recently abandoned, but rather for several years. Before Lin Su could ponder further, the child led him to the coast, where they spotted an elderly man with a basket on his back, prodding the sand with a cane, seemingly in search of eggs. Fish people are oviparous? He recalled that fish people should be viviparous, birthing 25 to 50 offspring at a time, which is indeed absurd. Of course, their survival rate is low. Had he mixed it up? That shouldn't be the case. As he mused, the child shouted for the village chief, racing ahead, prompting Lin Su to follow closely. Soon, old Jack, the chief of Akatani village, approached cautiously, scrutinizing him. "Chief, my name is Ryan. This boy sought you out for me. I have some matters to discuss with you and a small token of gratitude." Lin Su placed 5 gold coins into the chief's pocket. Old Jack said nothing, merely nodded and trembled as he made his way back to the village, suddenly appearing significantly weaker. The child, with his fickle nature, completed the transaction and scampered off to boast about his candy to his friends. The 2 adults settled within a seaside cottage to converse. "Young man, what would you like to inquire about?" "Chief, regarding the fish people, when did this issue arise?" Lin Su refrained from directly mentioning Silverfish Village, as instinct urged caution. The moment he broached the topic of fish people, he sensed old Jack exhale, a perception honed by the keen observation skills of a peak knight. Lin Su dismissed the notion as an illusion. There must be something amiss. "Thanks to Captain Jason, the attacks by fish people along your coastal villages have been addressed." "Indeed. Mr. Ryan, Captain Jason is a good man." Lin Su smiled subtly, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor while his mental acuity was fully engaged. The old man was attempting to divert attention to Captain Jason, but his poor acting skills were no match for the dynamic vision of a peak knight. Lin Su noted the subtle unease in his expression. "Old chief, I heard that child mention you went to the seaside to gather fish eggs for them. Are fish people oviparous?" "Ah, relax a bit. I have encountered numerous fish people capable of taming sharks. Don't let my youth deceive you. I have traveled extensively and consider myself a competent adventurer." "Is that so?" Old Jack expressed some skepticism, explaining. "The matter of fish people's eggs was merely a ruse to placate the children. I was actually searching for turtle eggs. After encountering fish people, the children became insistent on wanting to eat them. I had no choice but to deceive them with turtle eggs as a substitute. Eat fish people?" Lin Su was taken aback. He had indeed traveled to many places and had seen illustrations of fish people. They resembled oversized carp washed ashore, hunchbacked with large fins, slender arms and legs, and filled with triangular teeth. Besides the sea, swamp fish people also existed. Their undersides sported small white bulges layered upon one another, covered in transparent slime. It is difficult to fathom why someone would wish to consume such beings. Moreover, fish people are classified as humanoid intelligent creatures. Their taste is quite heavy. When did this all begin? I mean the attacks by the fish people. Lin Su spoke half obscurely, hoping to provoke old Jack's suspicion, potentially revealing inconsistencies in his story. However, until the situation clarified, he preferred to keep his cards close to his chest, revealing only half of what he knew to avoid attracting dangerous foes. The records of Silverfish Village had been submitted, and this matter could not be neglected. Whether the villagers were all deceased or alive, he could lend a hand to clarify the suspicions surrounding his identity. If they were dead, he could pursue vengeance under the guise of rectifying the situation, thereby justly assuming control of the fishing village. If they were alive, he could claim a long-lost son, reducing the likelihood of being suspected. Such intricacies are a skill unto themselves, best left unspoken. Old Jack fell silent, prompting Lin Su to provide timely explanations. Chapter 45. Jason esteemed village elder, as I traverse the lands, my endeavors extend beyond mere adventures. I am also in pursuit of collecting legends and tales from various locales. I am contemplating a career transition to pen a travelogue novel. Would you be so kind as to escort me to Captain Jason's abode for a visit? With that, Lin Su produced 2 gold coins, a sum befitting a young adventurer. Indeed, this display left old Jack somewhat befuddled. Very well. Perhaps I might even enjoy a supper at Captain Jason's. He resides in the more distant village of Berg. But we should arrive before sunset. My gratitude to you, village elder. Not at all. With little to prepare, old Jack led Lin Su along a narrow path towards Berg. Seizing the opportunity under the pretense of needing to relieve himself, Lin Su summoned his Moonblade Panther to patrol the vicinity, ensuring he would not fall victim to any schemes from this old rogue. As they journeyed, Lin Su gleaned further insights into the Sahua fishmen. According to old Jack, it was nearly a decade ago when the fishmen first assailed the shores of Akita village shortly after its relocation, and at that time, it was not Captain Jason who resolved the issue, but rather the fishmen themselves retreated. The passage of 10 years is indeed delicate. Lin Su speculated that Silverfish Village had likely lain desolate for 3 to 5 years. Intriguingly, it was also around 10 years prior that Silverfish Village had not yet borne its current name, which was only adopted following the emergence of silverfish as a local specialty, intended to attract wandering rangers, adventurers, and merchant caravans. Yet, the biographies make no mention of the fishmen's incursions. The villagers of Silverfish are ordinary folk. How could they contend with the Sahua fishmen, who command great sharks? How could they evade the fishmen while harvesting silverfish? Numerous questions lingered. As dusk fell, the pair emerged from the path, successfully reaching Berg village. Unlike typical hamlets, Berg is quite substantial, boasting 500 households and fortified with wooden walls. The villagers are known for their robust and martial spirit, with most of the local patrols originating from Berg, having trained in fundamental breathing techniques, often starting as squire knights. Individuals of Captain Jason's caliber are qualified to participate in the capital's Golden Knight selection, with a minimum standing of intermediate knight level. To serve as a mere militia captain seems a disservice to such talent. With old Jack as his guide, Lin Su seamlessly blended into the village, navigating the winding dirt roads until he arrived at Captain Jason's residence, a modest 2-story stone house, stark in its simplicity and solitude. It was mealtime upon their arrival, and Lin Su was taken aback to discover that this formidable middle-aged man was, in fact, a bachelor. The fare was quite unpretentious, consisting solely of roasted meat and flatbreads, enough to fill a table, perhaps weighing around 20 pounds. Considering his prowess, such an appetite could only be deemed average. The quality of the meal was unremarkable as well. After all, Dandong is a prosperous empire, and its populace seldom faces food scarcity, save for the malevolent sorcerers among them. Ordinary folk rarely commit crimes. In a typical household, one might enjoy meat once or twice a week. Given Jason's strength, he could easily align himself with nobility as a retainer, indulging in fruits, cheeses, roasted lamb, and steaks without want. Yet here he was, confined to this secluded corner, living out his days in obscurity. Captain Jason. Old Jack. Who is this? Inside, upon exchanging greetings, both turned their gaze towards Lin Su. With a smile, Lin Su introduced himself, Rain Lin, an aspiring writer and adventurer. Having heard of your exploits, I wish to document them as part of my adventure tales, sure to resonate with children and garner their affection. Oh, I see. Care to join us for a meal? Certainly. Though Lin Su had his reservations, his innate charisma allowed him to converse effortlessly. As the three dined and engaged in light banter, Lin Su quickly discerned that Jason's connection to old Jack was rather superficial, merely a matter of acquaintance through duty. Jason's tales were compelling, and old Jack's invitation seemed unrelated to the desolation of Silverfish Village. Once they had dined, old Jack took his leave, while Lin Su communicated with the Moonblade Panther via their contract, instructing it to stay close. He then settled down for an evening conversation with Jason by the fireplace. It became evident that Jason was a jovial fellow, yet he possessed the common male tendency to boast. Upon learning of Lin Su's desire to inscribe his story, Jason was elated, sharing tales with unrestrained enthusiasm. As the wine flowed, he began to express his strong opinions, stating, "Rain, do not be deceived by the Golden Knight's grandeur. In reality, they are but a ceremonial brigade. Though each possesses the strength of a superior knight, they are content to remain stagnant." A ceremonial brigade? Having confirmed that Jason's relationship with old Jack was not particularly deep, Lin Su's thoughts turned towards recruitment. He would inevitably focus on cultivation. Yet his estate would require a degree of martial prowess for protection. Furthermore, he was keen to learn more about Jason's story to broaden his understanding. Why do you say this? Old Jack must have shared my past with you. I, Jack Wood, once ventured to the capital to participate in the Golden Knight selection, only to be dismissed for not appearing knightly enough. It was utterly outrageous. Must a knight possess a fair visage? It is not as if. Jason's tirade continued. But Lin Su could not help but chuckle. Jason's robust and stout appearance certainly did not conform to noble aesthetics. In ancient China, one's appearance was often a criterion for official positions, and even monarchs were known to remark upon those who did not fit the ideal image of a ruler. It is clear that looks play a significant role in first impressions. This is an inherent human inclination towards beauty. It cannot be entirely dismissed. Yet it is not wholly accurate either. After a lengthy exchange filled with bravado, the bond between them deepened. Lin Su then inquired about Silverfish Village and the disturbances caused by the Sahua fishmen. The inebriated Jason suddenly became alert at the mention of Silverfish Village, his expression shifting to one of complexity. Lin Su, unable to stifle a wry smile, decided to take a more candid approach. Captain Jason, we seem to have struck a rapport. There is something I must confess. I am from Silverfish Village. What? Does old Jack know? Jason swiftly moved to the window, glancing outside, his demeanor growing serious. He pulled Lin Su into the inner room, lowering his voice considerably. Rain, are you deceiving me? Not at all. Without hesitation, Lin Su retrieved his identification from his pocket, his tone tinged with gravity. Jason took the document, glanced at it, and released a sigh of relief. Chapter 46. The Secret of the Silver Fish. Old Jack. He was unaware. Captain, is there some hidden secret? Upon seeing this, Lin Su took the initiative to cast a spell. A two-dimensional magical model materialized above his palm, glowing with an earthy hue. The ground slowly rose, forming several stone spears. Jason exclaimed in astonishment, Lin, you are a wizard? Indeed. Could the identity of a wizard withstand the malevolent forces lurking behind? Well, I can tell you. But the choice of vengeance lies with you. Fine. Jason leaned against the wall, his tone complex as he recounted a tale. 10 years ago, Silverfish Village was merely an ordinary fishing hamlet, unremarkable in any way. The two lived in harmony until one fishing expedition. A fisherman, while exploring the seabed near the shore, stumbled upon a submerged architectural complex. The ruins were concealed behind rocky crevices, elusive to the eye. While digging for clams, the fisherman inadvertently triggered a mechanism that revealed this underwater relic. It was an ancient city of the malevolent Naga, due to human wizards occupying the nearby waters. The city had long been abandoned for centuries. The fisherman, utilizing his swimming skills, ventured in to explore and discovered the remnants of wizardry left behind by the Naga tribe during their retreat. By fortunate coincidence, this fisherman possessed exceptional talent in sorcery. He learned some of the minor spells that had been left behind. The evil Naga clan was said to have descended from humans who had fallen into depravity. Their bloodline was entwined with cursed energy, and the spells left behind were predominantly of the curse variety. The first spell the fisherman learned was the food curse of the Naga tribe, the Silverfish Curse. The subsequent events are easily surmised. The fisherman employed the curse to create a medium for the Silverfish Curse, which the villagers revered in their homes. Each time they returned from fishing, they would place their catch alongside the cursed medium. The next day, they would reap a bountiful harvest of delicious silver fish. The villagers' conditions improved steadily. However, humanity is never satisfied. The unexpectedly skilled fisherman grew overly trusting of his neighbors, who soon became aware of the secret of the underwater ruins. One day, while the fisherman was at the ruins learning magic, he was followed. The shark folk, coincidentally, encountered a pair of suspicious individuals while herding. Whether ordinary folk or an apprentice wizard who had learned a bit of curse magic, they were no match for the shark folk in the sea. In this encounter, both perished. The relic was seized by the fishmen. Yet, the cursed medium left by the fisherman continued to work its magic. Years later, the medium gradually lost its potency due to age and frequent use. The villagers finally realized that the fisherman who had once brought them wealth had vanished. They sought help but received no satisfactory answers. Enraged, they took matters into their own hands, drowning the fisherman's family. Little did they know, one individual, possessing exceptional swimming skills, survived. A few months later, this person returned with a noble, slaughtering all the inhabitants of Silverfish Village and purging the underwater fishmen while excavating the ruins. The work continued for several months, and Jason, a being of knightly power, had been conscripted to assist. He was well informed of the inner workings. That survivor was none other than old Jack. Thus, when Lin Su mentioned he was from Silverfish Village, Jason hurriedly inquired if old Jack was aware. After hearing the story of the farmer and the serpent, Lin Su furrowed his brow. He initially suspected old Jack was problematic, but was it really just this? Retaliation was not out of the question, yet it seemed a bit excessive. Was the recent attack by the shark folk connected to the purging from years ago, or was it related to the submerged Naga ruins? How troublesome. Captain Jason, do you recognize that noble? Well, Jason scratched his head, looking somewhat foolish. This is troublesome. Lin Su massaged his temples, contemplating his desire to acquire a title. While he was not intimately familiar with the nobility of the Dondong Empire, he had some knowledge of the aristocrats in the coastal region. Their family motto proclaimed, "Force prevails over toil." Such a declaration clearly reveals their nature. Moreover, the Zijingwa family hailed from a pirate lineage. They were once a dominant force at sea, but for reasons unknown, they later submitted to Dondong. They now serve in the Dondong Navy, wielding considerable power, and their family of wizards is substantial, rivaling the Northern Sea behemoth. They attempt to delineate a boundary from their sordid past as pirates, self-proclaiming nobility. Yet, their family motto betrays their unchangeable essence. Were it not for their grip on power, they would have long been devoured by the Dondong aristocracy. A commercial empire necessitates a stable rear. To safeguard wealth, formidable military strength is equally essential. The Zijingwa family, known for their ruthlessness, centers their endeavors on plunder, having slaughtered thousands for a Naga ruin. They show no regard for humanity. Yet their formidable power deters the empire from acting against this coastal military force unless absolutely necessary. Lin Su felt both angered and helpless. Thoughts of revenge were futile since Silverfish Village had been annihilated, making his identity easier to establish. However, practical actions were required. If the Zijingwa family proved overly petty, or if old Jack's hatred lingered, there was a risk of facing a formidable adversary. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a crumbling wall. After much contemplation, Lin Su resolved to adopt a different identity for further investigation. Darn it. This plan sounds reasonable, but old Jack remained in Shotian Village, the closest settlement to Silverfish Village. Those seeking information about Silverfish would likely find themselves here. If he could commit such a massacre, he would undoubtedly be capable of lying in wait to eradicate the bloodlines of all his enemies. Truly ruthless. However, without experiencing other suffering, one cannot advise them to be virtuous. If he sought harm against him, he could not be blamed for quelling danger at its inception. Through a pact, Lin Su closed his eyes and communicated with the Moonblade Leopard, learning that old Jack had gone to the first destination he had visited today, Silverfish Village. Since that is the case, let us slay him. Lin Su's eyes glimmered coldly as he issued a command to the Moonblade Leopard. Shortly thereafter, the leopard conveyed the successful completion of the directive. Lin Su ordered it to drag the body into an abandoned house and bury it on the spot. For the time being, it was inappropriate for Lin Su to intervene in the affairs of Silverfish Village under the guise of Rhine. Should the Zijingwa family forget this incident, forget old Jack, acquiring this land would be a matter of time. In comparison to a vast family, it is entirely normal for them to overlook a minor detail. Of course, he would need to explore the Naga ruins before making any judgments. The value of the ruins would determine the significance of this matter and serve as one of the criteria for future plans. Chapter 47. The Naga Ancient City. As night deepened, Lin Su spent the night at Jason's home and rose the following day to bid farewell. After altering his appearance, he traversed nearby villages in the guise of a minstrel, gathering information that corroborated Jason's accounts. Though time was somewhat squandered, it proved worthwhile. In the afternoon, at the desolate site of Silverfish Village, he disposed of the remains of Bao Bao and scattered odor-eliminating powder. Once prepared, he cast the water-breathing spell upon himself and plunged into the sea. Lin Su, age, 19, 102. Talent, synthesis of all things. Rank, peak knight, 3050. Intermediate wizard apprentice, 78, 100. Extraordinary, primitive moon beast breathing method, red. Life breathing method, red. Lightning breathing method 4, 81, 100. Round pupil meditation method 3, 1, 100. Skills, mudstone transformation 3, 62, 100. Arcane hand 4, 1, 100. Water breathing 2, 1, 100. Strong repulsion field 1, 1, 100. Moonblade leopard contract technique 1, 15, 100. Purify evil, 65, 100. Arts, master of languages, red. Medicine, red. Noble etiquette, red. Culinary arts, red. Navigation 2, 9, 100. Historian 2, 10, 100. Status, healthy, human limit. In terms of progress, the enhancement in skills was minimal compared to the advancement in the paths of knighthood and wizardry. The arcane hand was elevated to level 4, achieving a golden grade. Upon casting the spell, four azure crystal arms manifested at his feet. Despite the increase in grip strength and punch power being tenfold, yielding approximately 1 ton of grip strength and 3 tons of punch force, it still fell short of his original capabilities. Nonetheless, this inexpensive utility spell had reached a commendable level, proving effective in aiding combat. Within the arts category, numerous abilities had attained the red grade, yet this did not imply that there were no deficiencies to address. For instance, his knowledge of noble etiquette was limited to that of the Dandung nobility. As a master of languages, he had only attained fluency in Elvish, Troll, Orc, Aquatic, and Common tongues, with aspirations to become more erudite, given the vast array of languages in the world. Human mobility underwater could not match that of the aquatic races. Even with the ability to breathe, disparities in size, body structure, and swimming style would create a significant gap between him and the sea dwellers. Given Lin Su's disposition, he was acutely aware of the lurking dangers posed by the Sahwa fishmen in this region, prompting him to proceed cautiously, diving to the ocean floor and utilizing coral and sand to obscure his presence. Thanks to the Zijingwa family, the Naga ancient city had been developed, resulting in the destruction of hidden mechanisms. Shortly after Lin Su submerged, he stumbled upon a vast underwater city ruin. The depth was relatively shallow, at most 50 meters, situated at the boundary between deep and shallow waters. The ruins lay concealed within a partially submerged cavernous mountain, the majority of its structure shattered and easily discernible from a distance. The architectural style of the Naga city was distinctly unique, with scales embedded in the surfaces of buildings, resembling the shells of colossal beasts. The central palace complex predominantly featured circular and tower-like structures. Ignoring the seaweed and kelp clinging to the walls, the scales reflected light, casting a vibrant array of colors across the city, akin to an extraterrestrial metropolis from a science fiction tale. As Lin Su cautiously approached, he discerned the degree of decay in the corpses, further validating Jason's information. However, just as he was about to enter the waters surrounding the central palace complex, he halted, sensing something amiss. If the ancient city had indeed been occupied by fishmen, how could only the remains of a Zijingwa knight remain? What of the fishmen's corpses? Moreover, there was an unsettling absence of fish in these waters. A chill coursed through Lin Su as he realized he should not have overlooked such an obvious flaw. He swiftly maneuvered to leave the area. Suddenly, an invisible wave surged through the water, and Lin Su immediately activated the arcane hand, summoning four azure crystal arms beneath him. With the force of a baseball bat, he propelled himself towards the surface. This demonstrated the auxiliary combat capability he had mentioned, defying the laws of mechanics. He exerted force without a fulcrum. With a powerful thrust, he shot upwards like a rocket, leaving a trail of white water in his wake. Only a peak knight could withstand such a forceful launch. However, the outcome was not as he had hoped. A black mist rapidly overtook him, obstructing his path. The dark cloud billowed and then parted, revealing a massive black shark with crimson eyes, a terrifying manifestation of the demon spirit clan. Legend had it that the fire bearer mimicked the corporeal structure of the demon spirit clan to create the wizard's meditation method. This ancient race had existed since the age of the gods, lacking a fixed form, instead born of curses, resentments, wails, and despair. Lacking intelligence, they possessed a lifespan akin to deities, growing stronger with age. Before Lin Su stood a formidable adversary. This black shark, for reasons unknown, had assumed a monstrous shape. The creature's movements were nearly imperceptible. In an instant, it lunged towards him, its gaping maw ready to devour his head. Due to its unique structure, the demon spirit clan was a purely mutated spiritual entity, traversing as black smoke at subsonic speeds, an awe-inspiring sight. Faced with such peril, Lin Su instinctively unleashed his spell, Strong Repulsion Field. A distorted barrier enveloped him, countering the shark's ravenous jaws. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Su delivered a powerful punch directly to its throat. The black shark momentarily disintegrated, only to swiftly coalesce again, its tail sending torrents of seawater crashing against his chest. With a thunderous roar, Lin Su was propelled like a meteor into the ancient city ruins, stirring up clouds of dust. Physical attacks were not ineffective against the demon spirits. Rather, their innate ability to coalesce and disperse allowed them to evade most damage. Otherwise, Lin Su would not have been sent flying by a mere tail swipe. This unexpected crisis diverged from Lin Su's predictions. His primary objective had been to assess the value of the Naga ancient city, gauging whether the Zijingwa family still held it in regard. The likelihood of acquiring any remnants was exceedingly low. The anticipated danger was expected to arise from the Sahua fishman, not this sudden emergence of a demon spirit shark. Once again, it was a lesson learned. Taking advantage of the dust cloud for cover, Lin Su summoned a yellow glow in his hands and pressed downward, submerging himself into the ground. Mudstone transformation. This spell had proven invaluable, its versatility in excavation and escape becoming increasingly apparent after several enhancements. Chapter 48. Symbiotic synthesis. In most situations, retreating underground significantly enhances survival rates. As Lin Su descended, he applied the prepared earth crystal liquid onto his body. This substance rendered spiritual detection ineffective. However, prolonged application directly onto the flesh posed a risk of petrification. Faced with imminent danger, he had no time to ponder such risks. Before long, the dust settled. The blood-red eyes of the demonic giant shark glimmered ominously. A crimson trail swiftly descended within its gaze, a primal instinct for hunting that did not rely on spiritual energy, but rather instinctively sensed the essence of the soul. The giant shark's form was ill-suited for movement through soil. Thus, a plume of black smoke rapidly burrowed underground, hurtling towards Lin Su with astonishing speed. Even faster than his own mudstone transformation technique. In less than 10 breaths, the shadowy figure of the demonic entity caught up to Lin Su, colliding forcefully with his body. The demonic race possessed two methods of feeding. The first was in beast form, devouring flesh directly. The second was in soul form, infiltrating and consuming souls. The latter method proved exceedingly difficult to counter, requiring mastery of soul or psychic powers. Lin Su found himself confronting the latter. The demon surged into his body. Lin Su shuddered as his consciousness sank into the realm of his spiritual power, the sea of consciousness. Here, his physical form appeared as a pale white sphere of light. The radiant magic cube also resided within this realm. Yet, the enigmatic cube seemed to exist on a different plane, akin to being on a different side of the same sheet of paper. Aside from their first encounter, he had never touched it again. With his apprentice-level spiritual power, he could not penetrate this barrier. Relying on it to vanquish the demon was a fanciful notion. What to do? Among his available abilities, the only one that could potentially be effective was the purification of evil, but it was far too weak, lacking even a single point of potency, rendering it incapable of instantaneous activation. His studies were merely for self-enrichment. Who would have thought that when the moment of reckoning arrived, his level would prove insufficient? Currently, the witchcraft he was learning was utterly inadequate. What about breathing techniques? Lin Su's gaze fell upon a technique, just 19 points of proficiency shy of breaking through to the red-tier lightning breathing technique. If he could achieve this breakthrough and then merge it with the life breathing technique and the primitive moon beast breathing technique, could he construct a mental shield? If it eluded the peak night, could a new breathing technique suffice? Yet, time was scant. 19 points of proficiency loomed like an insurmountable chasm. It was nearly impossible. Reflecting on every moment since arriving in this world, aside from the initial explosive encounter, he possessed no noteworthy experiences. He was, after all, just an ordinary human. In this critical juncture, Lin Su underwent a profound transformation in his mindset. The previous immaturity and carelessness were effectively shattered, revealing a newfound caution. At this moment, an unending darkness enveloped him, relentlessly pulling him downwards. No, the demon was upon him, catching a glimpse of those familiar scarlet eyes in the abyss. Lin Su erupted with fury. Better to shatter like jade than to remain intact like broken tiles. The pale sphere of light, representing Lin Su's soul, radiated a brilliant, blinding light at the surge of his will. You wish to consume me? Then we shall perish together. Even in death, I will take a piece of you with me. Lacking proficiency in soul combat, Lin Su emulated the demon's form, transforming into a massive mouth, devouring the black smoke as if it were cotton candy. Regardless of success or failure, such an act would ultimately distort his soul due to the demon's power, leading to his corruption as a sorcerer. The price of losing one's sanity. Though the demon lacked intelligence, it did not willingly submit to annihilation, fiercely gnawing at Lin Su's soul. A white maw clashed with a black one in a primal and savage battle. As Lin Su consumed more, visions of another memory emerged. It depicted humans casting nets to catch fish in the coastal waters. This sea, once a grazing ground for the sharkman's giant sharks, brimmed with aquatic life. Yet, Within mere months, the insatiable greed of humanity had stripped it bare. Newly hatched sharks, deprived of sustenance, began to turn on each other. With each juvenile shark that perished, the waters turned crimson, steeped in boundless resentment and despair. The survivors were soon captured by humans once more. In the absence of any surviving sharks, the ancient ruins of the evil Naga fell to the onslaught of the Azalea Knights. The sharkmen suffered heavy casualties, but were unable to halt humanity's advance. The ocean was stained with blood, souls of the wronged, despair, pain, and hunger. A plethora of negative emotions suffused the waters, compounded by cursed relics left by the Naga. By a twist of fate, after years of sedimentation, the demonic giant shark was born just a month prior. It hunted all creatures daring to approach these waters, and the sharkmen, sensing their innate desire to tame sharks, ventured back into the area, seeking to subdue the demon. They attacked the shores, driven by the dire scarcity of food in the coastal waters. All events converged into a singular thread, discernible to Lin Su. He could not help but lament his misfortune at encountering such calamity. Yet, there was no time for sorrow. As time passed, both Lin Su and the demon found themselves on the brink of death. Lin Su's condition was far worse, having been reduced to this state by a newborn demon. This world was perilously dangerous. Within the realm of spiritual power, a fragmented sphere of light floated in the air, gradually morphing into a human form, Lin Su's likeness. However, at this moment, his soul was severely diminished. A significant portion of his torso was missing, his elbows severed, and half of his head was gone. Wisps of black smoke emanating from his abdomen as dark tendrils spread across his body. Along the way, rows of shark teeth erupted from his soul. The distortion had commenced. The corruption of a sorcerer had begun. His consciousness was on the verge of vanishing, and the demon was in a similar state, reduced to a small shark form. Feebly biting at his neck, unable to continue. "I am dying." Lin Su's gaze turned vacant as he stared at the mysterious magic cube, which hung in the sky like the sun. Wait, what if I attempt to harness the power of synthesis? While living beings do not fall within the scope of materials, what of two rapidly depleting souls? Between Lin Su's soul and that of the demonic giant shark, it could be said that they were intertwined, each within the other. To put it in colloquial terms, I've been invaded, yet I've also invaded it. The definition of a living being is certainly worth contemplation. It is worth a try. At the very least, it is preferable to the obliteration of consciousness. Synthesis. Lin Su weakly invoked the power of synthesis. An unprecedentedly vast consumption engulfed his body. Fortunately, this battle was of souls, minimizing physical depletion. The remarkable physique surpassing that of a peak knight provided him with abundant energy. The mysterious magic cube remained unresponsive. Yet the entire realm of spiritual power erupted with countless golden threads, amalgamating the two into a golden, jelly-like substance. This sensation of synthesizing his soul felt as though a cold force had been thrust into his being, instantly igniting an endless cascade of light and heat. The soul was being reconstructed, and the two consciousnesses began to merge. One radiated the brilliance of humanity, exuding warmth, while the other was suffused with primal hatred, chilling to the bone. Gradually, Lin Su became enraptured in this duality of fire and ice. A surge of information surfaced in his mind. The synthesis was successful. According to natural laws, he possessed absolute control over the synthesized entity and instinctively comprehended its general purpose. This outcome was the symbiotic synthesis. Chapter 49. Absolute rationality and the instinct for slaughter in an ephemeral moment. Lin Su's newly transformed soul emerged from the ice, taking on a fully solidified human form. His body was adorned with intricate black patterns resembling veins, pulsating with a life of their own, sending shivers down his spine. Symbiosis. Lin Su lifted his palm, instinctively mastering every aspect of the synthetic entity before him. As for separation, it was utterly inconceivable. Once synthesis was achieved, the option for retraction ceased to exist, much like the absence of a remedy for regrets in life. With a mere thought, his eyes transformed into a deep black, embodying an absolute rationality. A cold mechanical intellect infused with the consciousness of the abyssal Leviathan. This state of being was devoid of intellect or awareness, driven solely by instinct. Astonishingly, he found himself in command of this symbiotic soul form, capable of employing absolute rational thought to assess all matters. Then, a fleeting notion struck him. His black eyes ignited into a vivid crimson, filled with the resentment towards the living and an insatiable hunger for consumption that consumed his mind, creating a maddening thirst. In the external realm, Lin Su's motionless body began to glide with the current, moving at a speed thrice that of his own control. This was the optimal solution for underwater movement derived from his combat instincts. Regrettably, this state was governed by the unconscious abyssal spirit, relegating him to the role of a mere spectator in his mental landscape. Should these two states converge, wielding absolute rationality to dominate the instinct for slaughter, he would transform into a fearsome machine of death, driven by core directives to satisfy his own needs and maximize his power. Benefiting from calamity, Lin Su murmured with a bitter smile, hastily retreating from this state, causing his corporeal form, drawn by the sin of flesh, to come to an automatic halt. Both states were gifts from the symbiotic spirit, now inextricably entwined. The sole silver lining was that the spirit lacked consciousness, harboring only a hatred for the living, thus evading any inherent flaws under the influence of its synthesis power. The slaughtering state did not require his mastery, elucidating the fundamental reason for the emergence of these two abilities. To amalgamate their powers, he must first gain the ability to control the desires of the abyssal spirit, a feat he had yet to accomplish. Upon careful contemplation, Lin Su felt no regret. After all, had he not taken this path, he would have perished. Symbiosis was not parasitism. It thrived on mutual benefit, which he found acceptable. The abyssal spirit could absorb cursed energies and negative emotions to foster its growth. As the symbiotic entity strengthened, it would also nurture Lin Su's soul. In simpler terms, he had acquired a level 1 abyssal spirit companion, with their souls bound, sharing both glory and suffering. Lin Su's legs weakened, and he sank to his knees. His physique had diminished significantly, nearing a state of emaciation, as even his muscles had been consumed to fuel the synthesis power. Scanning. Status: depleted, weak, severely harmed, soul symbiosis, exhausted energy. Solutions. Indeed. After a brief respite, Lin Su began to extract various prepared potions from his spatial pouch. Nutritional broths brewed from beast meat, bones, and herbs, complemented by the culmination of hundreds of syntheses. He had created these specifically for the eventuality of such physical exhaustion, yet he found himself utilizing them sooner than anticipated. After consuming several bowls of broth that could revive an ordinary person, warmth enveloped his body, and he felt considerably more comfortable, regaining some strength. However, this was unacceptable to him. With the symbiosis of the abyssal spirit, its memories were accessible for Lin Su to explore. The value of the Naga ruins was minimal, lacking any formal wizarding heritage. This indicated that over 80% of this place had been forgotten by the Zijingwa family. This was a matter from several years past. No one would cast their gaze upon such a seemingly worthless location. Having achieved his initial goal, Lin Su pursed his lips, resolute in his decision to remain until he attained the status of a Ring 1 wizard. The outside world was perilous and beyond what he could withstand at his age. He would bide his time. As for the affairs of Silverfish Village, he resolved to entrust them to professionals. Gold was not an issue. One day later, he lay listlessly on the large bed of the 3rd floor, having slept for 3 days straight. In doing so, he inadvertently cultivated several fixed synthesis formulas, enabling the creation of potent healing elixirs. While not capable of resurrecting the dead, their efficacy surpassed that of ordinary medicines tenfold. Following the current solutions provided, Lin Su consumed 4 types of broth sequentially, indulged in a medicinal bath, and found himself enveloped in a tingling sensation, his bones feeling supple. He then applied medicinal ointment all over his body, adopting a breathing technique that caused his chest to rise and fall rapidly like a bellows, facilitating the swift digestion of the medicinal properties within him and the absorption of the ointment through his skin. Within a matter of half a day, Lin Su emanated white vapor. His rib-like body visibly regained a thin layer of flesh, yet he remained far too frail compared to his previous self. Due to his solid foundation, the potent medicines would suffice with a weekly repetition. As for advancing his breathing techniques, that was currently unattainable, as his energy was drained, and he could not afford to be careless in this state. Thus, Lin Su devoted himself entirely to the practice of meditation. Having suffered a significant setback, he now regarded the purification of evil, previously overlooked, as a primary focus in his wizardry training. Day after day, he practiced diligently, each repetition yielding newfound insights, altering the models of spells within his mental space. Having long departed from the original framework, days turned into weeks, and weeks into a month. For reasons unknown, It had been a while since Lin Su last encountered Valia, the enchanting elven maiden, since their interactions at the guild. The fruit shop next door had also seen the departure of Cece, who had been present during the first month, leaving only unfamiliar faces among the elven vendors. A sense of nostalgia washed over him, as everything had changed. Lin Su surmised that the Beast siblings, in alliance with the Nature's Tongue family, had dispatched a formal wizard to oversee the interests of the salt marshes. Due to historical circumstances, the Nature's Tongue family harbored a well-understood aversion towards the Dan Dong humans. Conversely, the Beast siblings, hailing from the Northern Sea, shared a different lineage, allowing their collaboration to flourish effortlessly. While Lin Su held no entirely dispassionate feelings towards Valia, he had anticipated this day, often gazing at her with the tenderness reserved for a cherished memory. After all, he was merely 19, and with the arrival of spring, he would soon turn 20. His current situation was merely a matter of timing. As for the Nature's Association, contact remained elusive. Lin Su resolved not to embark on any further adventures until he achieved the rank of a formal wizard. Additionally, while his breathing techniques had paused, his meditation practices had made significant strides. Chapter 50, Advanced Sorcerer's Apprentice. On this day, Lin Su was meditating in the underground safe house as usual. The Rhine bookstore had ceased operations, and the only visible asset was an antique shop, which provided him with around 3,000 to 5,000 gold coins each month. Sitting cross-legged on a cushion, Lin Su furrowed his brow. In the realm of mental energy, magical spirits are born from resentment and despair, inherently ominous. Controlling them is akin to wielding a double-edged sword, fraught with difficulty. At this moment, Lin Su's soul was particularly solid. The eerie black patterns that clung to him had vanished, replaced by a small black-eyed shark that roamed within the confines of his mental energy space. It seemed oblivious to the mysterious cube. Each time Lin Su meditated, the faint blue mental energy he conjured was devoured by it, and soon after, a more refined essence would be expelled from its gills, enriching the mist of his mental energy. It felt as if something was breaking free beneath the surface of his soul. Initially, this terrified him, for his soul had previously undergone a grotesque transformation after consuming magical spirits, sprouting numerous shark teeth. He feared this might not be a benign evolution. However, upon further investigation, he arrived at a chilling conclusion: mental energy activation. This was the key to breaking through the bottleneck of becoming a formal sorcerer. The strangeness of it all instilled a sense of caution within him. If such activation were commonplace, would sorcerers not risk falling into corruption with ease? The peculiarities of his own situation or the universality of this phenomenon among sorcerers remained uncertain. Thus he kept such thoughts to himself. Of course, due to his current limitations, he had only sown a single seed of activation, and the journey to full activation would be long. On the other hand, as the ancient sage once said, in calamity lies fortune, and in fortune lies calamity. The lethal danger had passed, leaving only the benefits bestowed by the symbiotic magical spirit. His meditation progressed swiftly, and the potency of his spells increased significantly. The abilities related to his soul, akin to innate talents, became exceedingly smooth in execution, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. His soul was remarkably robust. Although it could not directly amplify his mental energy, it facilitated his meditation, extending his maximum meditation time each day considerably. Moreover, the magical spirit could consume negative energies for growth, including curses, cursed objects, despair, hunger, and other emotions. This reminded him of the situation on Bell Tower Island and the curse of the deity known as the Eternal Drowner. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. The little magical shark had only recently come into being, and using it to consume the deity's curse felt somewhat far-fetched. Lin Su resolutely stifled his desires, deciding that he would not venture forth. Thus, we arrive at the present day. 2 months had passed since he established his training plan. But due to the incidents at Silverfish Village and the Naga Ancient City, there had been little progress in the knightly path. However, today marked the limit reached in his sorceress realm. Lin Su glanced at his current status. Rank: Peak Knight, 3150, Intermediate Sorcerer's Apprentice, 99. 9100, it had come. Following a new round of meditation, Lin Su's mind resonated with a thunderous sound, as if shattering a certain shackle. His consciousness became clearer, and the range of his mental energy detection surged dramatically, reaching the 10-meter limit of an advanced apprentice. This was one of the benefits derived from the strength of his soul. The space of his mental energy doubled in size, with the pale blue mist of mental energy thickening and coalescing like water. The magical shark was exhilarated, voraciously consuming the suddenly abundant mental energy mist. Akin to a steam engine, inhaling and exhaling, its gills flaring wide. It emitted superior quality columns of smoke. The sensation was delightful. Scanning. Lin Su, age, 19, 102. Talent, synthesis of all things. Rank, peak knight, 3150. Advanced sorcerer's apprentice, 0, 100. Extraordinary, primitive moon beast breathing technique, red. Life breathing technique, red. Lightning breathing technique 4, 85-100. Round eye meditation technique 4, 51-100. Skills, mudstone conversion 4, 12-100. Hand of magic energy, red. Underwater breathing technique 2, 1-100. Strong repulsion field 2, 9-100. Moonblade leopard contract technique 3, 1-100. Purification of evil 2, 93-100. Arts, master linguist, red. Medicine, red. Noble etiquette, red. Culinary arts, red. Navigation 2, 32-100. Historian 2, 98-100. Status, subhealthy, weak, muscle dissolution. Human limit solution, the night breathing technique showed no signs of improvement. After a month of nurturing, the side effects of synthesizing the magical shark had diminished significantly. Lin Su appeared to have returned to normal, yet he still lacked physical strength. At least another month of recuperation was needed for him to resume his usual training. Conversely, his sorcery had progressed well. The first red-grade sorcery to reach its pinnacle, the Hand of Magic Energy, had manifested. Attaining red grade indicated that the sorcery model of the Hand of Magic Energy had reached its limit. To continue its enhancement, it must be fused with other sorceries. However, sorcery models were not as flexible as breathing techniques. The construction of models was exceedingly intricate. Recklessly merging two unrelated sorceries could yield disastrous consequences. With the soul synthesis pearl as a precedent, Lin Su contemplated synthesizing sorcery models, even considering the eventual breakthrough to a formal sorcerer in the synthesis of a law ring. Yet, he understood that a high degree of compatibility between sorcery models was essential for him to decide on merging. Otherwise, inscribing such a thing onto the ground of his mental energy space could lead to explosive consequences, resulting in his demise. Moreover, due to the unique nature of the Hand of Magic Energy, which could condense into a cerulean arm, he pondered experimenting with the arms of magical creatures and monsters for synthesis. This represented a new direction in his research on synthesis powers. As for the study of symbiotic synthesis, he chose to set it aside for now, planning to revisit it when his strength increased. As it shared a similar ominous nature with eldritch synthesis, Lin Su was too cautious in its application. Successfully breaking through to the status of advanced sorcerer's apprentice was undoubtedly a significant achievement. The next step would be to attain the rank of formal sorcerer. However, there remained the intermediate tier of peak apprentice. Based on Lin Su's assessment, the progress of 9,099. 9 should refer to the so-called peak apprentice, not signifying a distinct realm, but rather indicating the pinnacle of apprentice strength. Currently, his sorcery was gradually becoming more comprehensive. However, his offensive capabilities still required considerable enhancement. Yet, acquiring advanced offensive sorcery was proving difficult, as the two existing wizard factions were unwilling to sell them. The available spells such as Fireball, Earth Spike, Ice Cone, and Vine Entangle were subpar, lacking the potency of Mudstone conversion. Nonetheless, Lin Su understood that even if construction sorcery could achieve its current strength, these apprentice-level spells, despite their shortcomings, could transform into a lethal weapon after several limit-breaking enhancements. Chapter 51. The voice of the wind. The dilemma he faced was that his energy had been utterly depleted. Each day was consumed by the relentless pursuit of skill mastery. The transformation of mud and stone was a universal secret art, one he could not afford to neglect. The powerful repulsive force field was equally indispensable, as his defense hinged entirely upon it. The purification of evil served as a contingency, a safeguard that provided Lin Su with comprehensive abilities. Having already graduated to the crimson tier of the arcane hand, he found himself at a crossroads. The underwater breathing technique could be postponed, but the enhancement of the Moonblade Leopard contract was paramount, as it would elevate Lin Su's proficiency in summoning and contract-based sorcery. He had other uses for it, and thus could not abandon it. 3 sorceries had already consumed a significant portion of his energy. Coupled with meditation, tending to the night garden, nurturing rice growth, researching synthesis power, and enhancing his artistic skills, his daily schedule was packed to the brim. Only today, after a breakthrough, did he finally exhale a sigh of relief. After prolonged contemplation, Lin Su suddenly recalled having previously slain a wizard apprentice named Sarah. His disappearance had, under the influence of public sentiment, vested interests, and conspiracies, led to the downfall of the Evening Bell Church and the vanishing of the five-ringed wizard Aldry. He must have possessed numerous valuable items. The ambush that day had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, although his opponent had been in this line of work for quite some time. Lin Su had gleaned little from the corpse. Any wealth must surely be hidden away either in his residence or some other location. The moon sorceress who had fostered Sarah was long deceased. Thus, seeking out Sarah's inheritance should pose little challenge. This sudden thought, which erupted in his mind, served as a tantalizing diversion from his otherwise monotonous existence over the past month, presenting a low-risk temptation. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Su resolved to venture out in search of it, treating it as a form of relaxation. A touch of leisure would do him good, but if it required leaving the city, he would reconsider. With his mind made up, Lin Su took a shower, donned his coat, and set off toward the Iron Hook Tavern, invigorated. It had been 2 months since he last saw Sister Tifa, and he felt an undeniable stir of anticipation. The Iron Hook Tavern was as bustling as ever, a vibrant melting pot of various races from the mixed blood district. Lin Su made his way to the bar and tapped the surface. "Tifa, it's you." Tifa emerged from behind the bar, her figure still strikingly elastic. She continued to favor form-fitting attire, a curious choice. "Ah, Lin Su," he exclaimed, receiving a large mug filled with a drink that shimmered like molten lava. He took a hearty gulp. After a moment, he sighed contentedly. "Delicious," he remarked. Tifa smiled, explaining, "This is a brew crafted by the dwarfs. Even the mightiest knight could be brought low by a single cup. Are you not concerned about the consequences?" "Not at all." Lin Su produced a gold coin from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. "I have a question for you." "Go ahead. Where do wild wizards typically congregate within the city?" Tifa paused for a moment. "I am but a humble knight. Matters concerning wizards are beyond my knowledge." "Is that so?" Lin Su nodded, reaching for a pouch of coins and casually tossing it onto Tifa's hook-like hand. "And now? Bog Street, number 103, the Voice of the Wind. A renowned intelligence organization." "Thank you." "You're welcome, but let me warn you, it's quite expensive." "More expensive than you?" "Indeed, more so." Lin Su squinted and smiled, finishing his drink and waving goodbye as he departed. Nearby, the charming waitress from his last encounter with Tifa had crept closer, whispering, "Captain, are you and this fellow?" Silence. Tifa shot a glare at the blue-haired, green-eyed waitress before striding toward the wine cellar. The waitress stood rooted, pouting. "Really? I just wanted a taste of the fun too." With that, she tucked a strand of her azure curls behind her ear, revealing a delicate ear that was slightly pointed, adorned with a few bluish-green scales that seemed to grow from beneath her skin, exuding a hint of the sea. After leaving the Iron Hook Tavern, Lin Su made his way to Bog Street, number 103, a place rife with chaos and intrigue. The district was teeming with humanoid beings of various forms, some barely resembling humanity. Beasts with tiger heads, shark heads, and fox ears were commonplace. Orcs and half-orcs dominated Bog Street, their demeanor rough and combative, often engaging in brawls that would lead to their swift removal by the enforcers, only to emerge from a brief stint in jail as if nothing had happened. Bog Street was also known for its underground fighting rings, gambling dens, illicit trades, and slave markets. Lin Su had long been aware of its notorious reputation and typically avoided this area to steer clear of trouble. The Voice of the Wind was a name he had not heard until now. An intelligence organization, indeed. He lowered his hat's brim as he approached the unassuming flat-roofed building at number 103, wrapped in black velvet, resembling a square tent. Upon lifting the door curtain, he was greeted by a world unlike any other. His first impression was one of spaciousness, followed closely by an air of mystery. The ground was laid with black stone slabs, and the room was neatly divided into 2 areas with partitions, featuring several phone booth-like windows just a few steps away. Devoid of any other furnishings, Lin Su settled at one of the windows, and a shimmering light screen rose before him. Search. Estimated price. How advanced? Lin Su felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he entered the key information. Wizard apprentice Sarah, practitioner of the Moon Serpent meditation method. All known residences in Coster. The estimated price fluctuated briefly before displaying a figure. 10 magic stones. A modest sum, indeed. Lin Su possessed around 50 usable magic stones. and without hesitation, he deposited them into the cash register. Little did he know, magic stones were scarce and often regarded as worth their weight in gold. 10 magic stones were already quite expensive, aligning with Tifa's understanding. Lin Su, however, remained blissfully unaware of this reality. Although artificial magic stones were one-time use, he had never found himself lacking for them. His current training did not necessitate their use, as he primarily employed them in potion cultivation. Returning to the matter at hand. After depositing the magic stones, Lin Su felt as if a whispering wind caressed his ear, the soft murmurs intertwining with fragments of information regarding Sarah's whereabouts. Some details were confirmed, others speculative, and some remained uncertain. Altogether, 5 locations were pinpointed, remarkably detailed. The intelligence-gathering capabilities of this organization left Lin Su astounded, while simultaneously evoking a sense of concern for himself. The name Voice of the Wind was indeed fitting. As he exited the rectangular building, Lin Su pondered whether he too had been recorded by these individuals. Surely not. He had displayed no particular value. Chapter 52. The monstrous moon serpent. Moreover, it had never revealed its strength in public. An unknown method of exploration? The Voice of the Wind and the wind-stopping herb, as the name suggests. If this intelligence organization did not possess such a straightforward name, the wind-stopping herb powder would be rendered useless. His actions were merely a means to find peace of mind. With a plan in mind, he temporarily set aside the matters concerning the Voice of the Wind. There were 5 known residences of the apprentice of the sorcerer Sarah. One was confirmed in the Fill district, and another in the Dock district. There was an unconfirmed location in the Mixed Blood district's sewers, suspected to be a hiding spot. The coastal area, which was also the slum, seemed to contain another unconfirmed location, and finally, there was a house near the eastern city wall. Lin Su searched these 5 places in order, spending an afternoon investigating 4 residences. Aside from some valuables, he found nothing else. This was quite disheartening. Only one location remained, the sewer hideout, which resembled a safe house. Lin Su pondered as he selected a deserted alley, his thoughts guiding him deep into the earth. Swiftly descending into the sewer. The sewer system of cost was exceptionally spacious. In the center flowed a waterway with pathways on either side. Following the information from the Voice of the Wind, Lin Su dashed along the route, reaching his destination with remarkable speed. At the next corner, Lin Su counted silently, his body abruptly halting as he pressed against the wall, merging into it, and leaving behind a small, arm-thick circular hole. The periscope re-emerged, awkwardly extending toward the other side of the corner. Indeed, the reason for the prior concealment was the detection of other creatures by its mental prowess. Thus, it decided to observe for a moment. Through the periscope's lens, at the end of the passage lay a space concentrated with waterways. A platform at the center surrounded by sewage. A white, 2-headed serpent coiled atop it, absorbing moonlight for its cultivation. Additionally, it appeared that other elongated entities were thrashing in the murky waters, but due to the periscope's limited visibility, Lin Su could not discern them clearly. This creature was unmistakably the monstrous moon serpent. Unbeknownst to him, night had already fallen outside. This creature was an intelligent monster that lurked by day and emerged at night. It retained certain human features, likely a result of the moon serpent's meditation method gone awry, transforming a human into this aberration. Reflecting on the previous deaths of the moon witch and the poison lizard sorcerer, it was evident that their cultivated subjects had gone rogue, naturally congregating in the convenient hiding place of the sewer when left unharvested. Sarah's hideout was likely occupied by the moon serpents due to its advantageous absorption of moonlight. This situation was somewhat troublesome. Within the walls, Lin Su contemplated the capabilities of the moon serpent. Logically, the moon serpent could wield 3 types of bloodline sorcery: moon explosion, summon serpent swarm, and moon shadow clone. Each ability posed a significant challenge. The 2-headed moon serpent, having mutated from a human, raised the question of whether it still possessed the sorcery learned in its previous life. Given that sorcery models were inscribed on the floor of the mental space, one could unleash them by infusing mental power to resonate with the magical energy in the air. It was difficult to ascertain. Moreover, Sarah's legacy likely possessed mental sorcery, which Lin Su found exceedingly enticing. Furthermore, the moon serpent's blood was essential for practicing the moon serpent meditation technique he held. Initially, he had no intention of learning the moon serpent meditation, but with the materials conveniently at hand, it would seem foolish not to seize the opportunity. After swiftly weighing the benefits and risks, Lin Su relaxed his expression. He would go for it. He applied a layer of earth crystal liquid on himself, sprinkled on some odor-reducing powder, and slipped into the passage. The image-like sorcery model in his hand emitted a powerful mental wave. In an instant, the space concentrated with waterways. Where the two-headed moon serpent resided, erupted with numerous earth spikes, filling the area completely. Crimson blood stained the waters as the two-headed moon serpent let out a pained screech. Several moon serpents were impaled by the spikes, dying instantly. Only 3 remained, including the two-headed variant. The sudden turn of events exposed Lin Su. Instantly, 4 moon-white orbs surged toward him, unleashing a fierce light and heat as they detonated upon reaching him. Moon explosion. Lin Su had already erected a strong repulsion field. The 5 moon explosions were formidable, and with limited escape routes in the sewer, he had to endure. The repulsion field shattered, and as it momentarily obstructed the blasts, Lin Su swiftly retreated, propelling himself off the ground. The purple sorcery summoning array materialized, and an exceptionally robust Moonblade leopard stepped forth. The contract technique of the Moonblade leopard, having surpassed its limits, not only granted Lin Su greater spatial perception, but also enhanced the leopard's strength. As 3 white serpents charged at him, they suddenly split into 9, employing the moon shadow clone technique. The smaller white serpents multiplied rapidly, soon numbering in the hundreds. Thanks to the summoning sorcery, this collective summoning technique was equally renowned. Leopard, Moonblade slaughter. Lin Su remained composed, patting the leopard's head. The Moonblade leopard roared, its crescent-shaped white blades whirling with a whoosh, slicing through the serpent swarm from both sides. Lin Su reactivated the repulsion field, and, using his immense physical strength, began to run along the wall. Each step he took left cracks in his wake, and in the blink of an eye, he reached one of the moon serpents. With a swift motion, he executed a side kick, creating a trail of white smoke as the serpent was blasted apart. It was merely a clone. The remaining moon serpents lunged with their fangs. For azure hands of magical energy grasped Lin Su's clothing, lifting him to safety just as he evaded the assault. The earth-yellow sorcery model flickered once more. The ground transformed into a swamp, ensnaring the serpent swarm entirely. As dozens of earth spikes surged from various directions toward the moon serpents. In a short while, all of the moon shadow clones dissipated, leaving behind 3 battered moon serpents. The central two-headed serpent was particularly enraged. A purple sorcery array formed behind its head, startling Lin Su. Indeed, it could wield the sorcery learned in its former life. He quickly employed his backup plan. The swampy ground began to undulate, and massive muddy hands emerged to cover the mouths and eyes of the moon serpents. Lin Su dissipated the mental waves, directing the leopard to attack the two-headed variant with its moonblade. 2 silver moonblades spiraled toward it, and the intense threat compelled the two-headed variant to instinctively unleash a mental shockwave. The leopard rolled its eyes and fainted. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Su circled behind, clasping his hands together and summoning the earth spikes to pierce the 2 ordinary moon serpents. The ground rippled, propelling him toward the two-headed variant. With a powerful leap, he crossed his arms and embraced the 2 serpent heads. His expression turned monstrous, veins bulging, muscles swelling. Die for me. The two-headed moon serpent struggled helplessly, but it was futile. Lin Su's physical strength was colossal. Under his full force, the struggle lasted no more than 5 seconds. With a resounding tear, he wrenched the two-headed variant's head off, exposing a blood-stained, ivory spine. He had grown even stronger. Chapter 53, The Everlasting Mental Shield. The battle has concluded. The moon serpent stretches nearly 10 meters in length and is as thick as a plate. The two-headed moon serpent is even larger, approximately 13 meters long and as thick as a bucket. A total of 5 moon serpent corpses lie before him. The mere thought that these 5 serpents were once humans twisted by aberration fills him with revulsion. After organizing the spoils, Lin Su begins his search for Sarah's safe house. This fellow had no resonant stones, but by releasing his mental power, he quickly located it, right beneath the water. Lin Su employs mudstone transformation to create seamless stone walls, displacing the sewage, and then sends his arcane hand to search within. Half an hour later, at the Rhine bookstore, Lin Su sits cheerfully on the sofa, surrounded by 5 spellbooks. Mental Shock, Mental Link, Mental Shield, Fireball, Ice Spike. He has successfully acquired the trio of apprentice-level mental spells. Mental Shock, as expected, renders an opponent unconscious. Mental Link allows for communication with others, akin to telepathy, but more profound. It enables comprehension of all languages, including the roars of beasts like the Moonblade leopard, possessing an equivalent first-ring high-level spell, making it a premier auxiliary ability. Mental Shield is a foundational spell for sorcerers, a crucial form of everlasting magic. Magic classifications do not differentiate by school. There are 3 types: casting, bloodline, and everlasting. Casting spells is the most common method, utilizing spell models, including magic rings. Bloodline spells are instinctual, requiring no models to cast, mastered by sorcerers who have undergone bloodline transformation. The everlasting type was initially designed for pureblood sorcerers unwilling to alter their lineage. Legends suggest it was learned from another world after localization. It allows for the engraving of spell models into the body, gradually refining this ability into the bloodline, becoming an innate talent. Thus, descendants are born with this extraordinary gifted bloodline. Apprentice-level engraved spell models, formal-level engraved magic rings. Today, the value of everlasting spells has grown significantly, as they confer the innate power of bloodlines, ensuring that future generations are exceptional. The family factions Lin Su currently interacts with are based on this tradition, such as the Behemoth clan and the Fire King clan. Although the apprentice-level mental shield is somewhat weaker, once learned, it becomes permanently embedded within the bloodline, transforming into a passive ability. This is more valuable than a first-ring spell, not to mention he can push its limits for further enhancement. In the following weeks, Lin Su focuses on mastering the trio of mental spells, experiencing steady progress. One day, in an underground space, Lin Su assumes the role of a humble farmer, harvesting heavy rice stalks. The grains he synthesizes are astonishingly small, akin to fingernails. The soil's fertility is depleted after just one growth cycle, resembling barren sand. This deviates significantly from his initial expectations. He can only select inferior rice seeds, preparing to open a grain store in the future. The area in Silverfish Village has already been acquired by his professional handlers for 100,000 gold, granting him approximately 50 acres of coastal territory. The soil suffers from severe salinization, making it seemingly impossible to cultivate crops. However, Lin Su employs his advantages, transporting soil from other regions to synthesize fertile black soil, isolating the severely salinized earth with mudstone transformation. He fills it with black soil, irrigates, and plants synthesized rice. Due to the regulations of the Dandong Empire, private territories owned by citizens are prohibited from possessing armed forces, enclosing land, or taxing. Lin Su plans to cultivate 20 acres initially, leaving another 20 untouched, reserving 10 acres for constructing a castle himself. This place will soon belong to him. Naturally, inquiries regarding his willingness to purchase a noble title will arise, facilitating his integration into this social tier without complications. Rice cultivation is manageable. He can hire nearby farmers for the task and simply oversee the process. The castle, however, poses more of a challenge. It is best if he constructs it himself. Otherwise, the design could result in a medieval fortress that leaves much to be desired. The Rhine bookstore was self-renovated. To truly reside here long-term, he must provide for himself, so he has recently taken up architecture as a skill, gradually improving. The locations for shops within the city have long been arranged, awaiting the first harvest of rice to attempt trading. Meanwhile, he has begun to enjoy his first meal after the harvest. After nearly a year since his arrival, this marks his first bowl of rice. Tears of joy well up as he savors the moment. Sweet and sour ribs, crispy pork, beef patties, kelp stewed with pig trotters, stir-fried squid tentacles, roasted leg of lamb, garlic oysters, and salt-boiled prawns, scallion stir-fried sea cucumber. The list of exquisite dishes is endless. Utilizing all his culinary skills, he dines with immense satisfaction. There is no greater pride in life than this. Though the rice grains are slightly larger than ideal, lacking a touch of finesse, they still evoke a sense of fulfillment. The appearance is as lustrous as pearls, clearly indicating high-quality grain, and the Dandong Empire is never short of wealthy patrons, ensuring a steady market. The trading ships alone could consume all his produce. Yet, Lin Su deliberately refrains from expanding cultivation, seeking to create an environment where rarity enhances value, especially since these products were originally intended for nobility. Nutritional value, flavor, and presentation are beyond reproach. Lin Su experiences a significant alleviation of mental pressure, feeling invigorated in all endeavors, including his training, which accelerates across the board. It is quite remarkable, particularly in the practice of mental spells. This realm indeed operates under the influence of the mind, distinct from the soul and mental power. Mental spells are traditionally exceedingly rare. The challenge lies within the spell models. Mental power, akin to will, is an elusive concept, making it difficult to construct models capable of driving the mind. Within the Padawan continent, there are almost no masters of mental spells, relying instead on the remnants of predecessors, leading to a legacy reliant on the past. With many crucial mental spells lost to time, the inheritance has become fragmented, nearly falling out of relevance. Currently, the only individual known to possess a third-ring mental spell is Ripa, the behemoth. No wonder he is regarded as exceptionally gifted. Lin Su's journey with the apprentice trio of mental spells has been smooth, and today marks the occasion when he surpasses the threshold of 100 in mental shield for the first time, fully refining it into his bloodline. Chapter 54, Arrival at the Limit. Following his success, the technique reached completion. The soul entity within Lin Su's mental realm manifested a layer of violet light around its surface, signifying a form of mental protection. As he continued to surpass his limits, he would gradually be endowed with stronger protective runes, which could be refined once more at that time. He focused on nurturing his body, meditating, and elevating his realm. On the anniversary of his arrival, his body fully recovered without any lingering effects, and he prioritized the practice of the knight's breathing technique, quickly mastering it to its utmost. Lin Su stood on the second floor of his study, gazing wistfully at the distant sea. March brought a chill in the wind, yet he radiated warmth like a blazing furnace, akin to the rising sun illuminating the earth. Unbeknownst to him, he had just celebrated his 20th birthday. Thoughts of Bai Yueguang surfaced, and he realized it had been almost half a year since he last saw her. That little elven girl who incessantly yearned for cold, bitter melon. Returning to his focus, Lin Su redirected his attention to the knight's breathing technique. The primitive moon beast breathing technique, red, life breathing technique, red, thunder breathing technique, red. Rank, Pinnacle Knight, 50-50. As his physical recovery progressed and the severe negative states dissipated, he resumed his path as a knight, empowered by his newfound wealth to frequently purchase magical beast flesh for sustenance. This resulted in a second phase of development, yielding not only a quicker recovery, but also an increase in height, reaching 187 m. His physique, sculpted like a statue from ancient Greece, lent a rugged handsomeness to his already appealing visage. At present, the path of the Pinnacle Knight was determined by the primitive moon beast breathing technique, a fusion of the ordinary human breathing method and that of the ancient beastmen. Thunder and life techniques were both top tier, one emphasizing explosive power while the other focused on restoration. Pinnacle Knight, 50-50. Lin Su was certain he had reached the zenith of human potential, positioning himself as a pioneer on this path. Whether he could successfully fuse these techniques remained uncertain. The information panel blurred momentarily as the thunder and life breathing techniques began to intertwine and merge. The life thunder breathing technique, red, emerged as a brand new method, absorbing essence and discarding dross. Given that it was a fusion of two red-tier breathing techniques under Lin Su's control, he quickly mastered it with minimal effort. In the underground secure chamber, Lin Su closed his eyes. Gradually, electric threads began to manifest across his body as biological energy transformed into electrical energy, stimulating cellular activity and fortifying his physique. The initial fusion did not alter the limits of the path, indicating that a second fusion of the primitive moon beast breathing technique and the live thunder breathing technique was necessary. Commencing once more, the text blurred again and soon a new breathing technique materialized. Breathing technique, 1-1000. Lin Su was astounded, realizing the content had completely transformed. It bore no resemblance to the original. The new technique could absorb energy from moonlight and blood, forming the foundation of his extraordinary physical form. Furthermore, it had undergone a magical transformation. In the air, magical energy from the night garden began to coalesce towards his palm. The process was slow and arduous, yet it successfully facilitated the refinement of magical energy within his physical being. His palm pulsated uncontrollably, consuming over 100 magical energy particles within half an hour before commencing the refinement process. Lin Su's expression soured. He had unknowingly completed over half of the two significant thresholds to becoming a formal wizard, the activation of mental energy and the magical conversion of his body. The transformation was exceedingly peculiar. Was he still human? Certainly not. His muscle fibers seemed to have come to life. Once refined, the magical energy automatically entered his bone marrow, traveling along his skeleton to gather at the seventh vertebra of his spine, creating a sensation akin to forming a golden elixir. He felt a premonition that when the golden elixir took shape, his body would entirely transform into a magical entity, becoming a true immortal being. At that moment, he would gradually begin to alter his entire body from the center of his spine, with his lifespan steadily increasing. He was no longer entirely human. Indeed, they were different paths leading to the same destination. Upon breaking through to become a formal wizard, his physical form would likewise undergo a synchronized transformation. He had initiated this process early through the knight's breathing technique, appearing similar to others. However, in terms of sheer power, his magical physique was far superior to that of an ordinary wizard. Yet, should he assimilate foreign bloodlines, he would not fall short. It was no wonder that true legendary wizards had refrained from improving the knight's breathing technique. It was not out of incapacity, but rather a matter of converging paths, rendering such efforts unnecessary. By simply implanting a bloodline, one could take a shortcut to attain a robust physique. It was no surprise that the life-altering school of thought among wizards thrived. Nevertheless, it would be inaccurate to claim they were entirely equivalent, at the very least. My golden elixir possessed unique capabilities that those transformation wizards lacked. Lin Su stroked his chin, casting hopes upon this golden elixir's potential. Otherwise, all his efforts would have been in vain. He resolved to commence comprehensive training throughout his body. With determination, Lin Su entered the Black Garden, a potion garden embedded with numerous artificial magical stones, where the concentration of magical energy surpassed the outside world, making it an ideal location for the magical conversion of his body. By the time he emerged, night had fallen. The sight of his muscle fibers bursting forth was both eerie and unsettling, making dinner a rare occasion for a vegetarian meal. Leaning back on the sofa, he initiated a scan. Lin Su, age, 20, 110, talent, synthesis of all things, rank, ultimate knight, 5100. Advanced wizard apprentice, 3100, extraordinary, magical energy breathing technique, 1000. Round eye meditation method 4, 9100, skills, mudstone conversion 4, 89,100, magical energy hand. Red. Underwater breathing technique 2, 33,100, strong repulsive field 2, 52,100, moonblade leopard contract technique 3, 83,100, purification of evil 3, 12,100, mind sorcery trilogy 1, 8,100, arts, language master, red, medicine, red, noble etiquette, red, culinary arts, red, navigation technique 2, 8100, historian 3, 2100, architecture, 62,100, status, healthy, beyond limits, recent information will be updated, with red tier ratings summarized. Upon completing the knight's path, his title changed to ultimate knight. The newly acquired breathing technique, due to its peculiar effects, was named by Lin Su as the magical energy breathing technique. Chapter 55, The Harsh Environment of Wild Wizards. Practicing only once a day, each session yielding a mere point of proficiency, achieving perfection would require nearly 3 years. In essence, the process of physical magical transformation would take 3 years to complete. This breathing technique evidently transcended existing levels, promising swift elevation for elite knights. A subsequent breakthrough could potentially equate to the power of a formal wizard. Most significantly, it allowed for the first infusion of magical energy into the physical body, extending his lifespan by 8 years instantly. Furthermore, daily practice would continue to prolong his life, nourished by magical energy. This left him somewhat perplexed. His ability to complete the physical magical transformation in 3 years stemmed from the mysterious cube's endowment, which dictated that practice inevitably leads to progress. While a genius might achieve this faster, the majority of the world comprises individuals of ordinary talent, who would languish for 2 decades at the peak apprentice level to attain such a transformation. This contradicted the common understanding within the wizarding realm. Transitioning from apprentice to formal wizard, while a significant threshold, was not primarily hindered by talent, but rather by the blockade of knowledge, typically achievable within 3 to 5 years. Geniuses often completed this in about 6 months to a year. A sudden realization struck Lin Su. He hurriedly retreated to his underground safe house, rummaging through a collection of bottles to unearth the long-sought premium resource, super magic dust. This substance, synthesized from the very limits of magical soil, was an exclusive product of the Wizard Tower's elemental pool, designed to assist in the physical magical transformation. Lin Su had previously assumed it to be merely a material for breakthroughs. However, it now appeared to be a training resource as well. No wonder it was exorbitantly priced and often consumed internally, rendering it virtually unavailable to the outside world. He planned to experiment with it during his training tomorrow and intended to venture into the magical creature salt marsh once more to procure additional soil. He securely stowed the vial of super magic dust and leisurely brewed some tea. The following day, prepared for any eventuality. Yet, the depreciation of his assets weighed heavily on him. He had scant funds to spend, while mountains of unusable gold loomed over him. This discomforted him greatly. The ferocious bear, Udal, and the unicorn, Marion, would undoubtedly target him. While he felt uncertain, he lacked sufficient assurance. What he desired was a stable life, quietly amassing wealth in the shadows. And once he had grown stronger, stepping into the limelight, it was clear that this journey would be exceptionally prolonged, navigating the sewers with practiced ease. It wasn't long before Lin Su, donning a silicone mask and a monkey disguise, entered the small black market. The crowd was noticeably diminished. This once bustling marketplace, frequented by wild wizards, had seen numbers soar above 200. Today, however, only a little over 30 individuals remained. Among them were the ferocious bear and Marion's subordinates, easily identifiable at a glance. The entirety of the black market in Korst was substantial, with a resident population of wild wizards exceeding 3,000. Not counting those who arrived from nearby towns or with merchant ships. A glimpse revealed a grim reality. The decline of the black market spoke volumes. Lin Su presented 30 vials of enlightenment reagents, lifting the flap of Marion's tent, placing his items on the counter, and exchanging them for 20 magic stones and several dozen pounds of mountain copper. As he departed, he casually inquired if anything had transpired on Belchime Island. Marion, the elderly matron, regarded him with a flicker of surprise in her murky eyes. It seems you truly ventured far. Belchime Island. TCH. A cohort of profit-driven individuals has perished. Allow me to show you something. The first box revealed a damp, coiled mass of black hair. This is the long hair of a Rue woman, also known as a serpent demon. Can you guess where this came from? Belchime Island. Though Lin Su's voice hinted at uncertainty, his gaze betrayed confidence. Indeed, and this hair belonged to one of the pinnacle wild wizards of Korst, known as the Walking Wave, de Duovia. At this juncture, the implication became glaringly evident. It was merely a task issued months ago by the newly formed 3 major factions to purify Belchime Island. The wild wizards lacked formal wizards among their ranks. They were devoid of the requisite breakthrough knowledge. Belchime Island had fallen prey to deep-sea pollutants, concealing invaluable knowledge within its depths. Therefore, upon the announcement of the recruitment task, a multitude of wild wizards, like moths drawn to a flame, unhesitatingly accepted the challenge. They received 2 types of purification apprentice-level spells for free. The unfortunate soul Lin Su had previously incapacitated had chosen to study the purification of evil as a wizard apprentice. After months of study, having mastered that spell, wild wizard apprentices began to follow the wizards of the Ocean Academy to Belchime Island for purification. Most were transformed into materials, just like this mass of Rue woman's hair. Marion proceeded to unveil other boxes, introducing their contents. Moon serpent heart, poison lizard gland, Rue woman's hair, flat-eyed beast eye, and magical unicorn horn. These are materials that have seen a recent surge in production. Would you be interested? A chill gripped Lin Su's heart. The first 3 materials corresponded to the insidious masterminds behind the giant beast sibling conspiracy. With their demise, those specially cultivated apprentice wizards spiraled into chaos. Most opted to venture into Belchime Island, seizing a chance at survival, resulting in a plethora of materials being produced. Did they remain oblivious to their status as mere fodder? Lin Su sensed they were aware. Perhaps they were initially unaware. But once they practiced the corresponding meditation techniques and noticed their increasingly inhuman forms, along with interactions with other wild wizards, the truth would inevitably dawn upon them. But was there a solution? There was none. Moreover, with formal wizards exerting their influence, this method of cultivating materials was tacitly understood among everyone. Nearly all wild wizards were merely materials in the making. The meditation techniques devoid of side effects were monopolized by the major factions, such as the Nature Association. Had it not been for serendipity leading him to meet Valia and his proficiency in linguistics, Lin Su might very well have been among those risking their lives today. The blockade of knowledge was exceedingly stringent. Missing the appropriate age threshold, the aspiration to join a legitimate wizarding faction was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Given such an environment, combined with the collective suppression of advanced knowledge, It was no wonder wild wizards were likened to rats. Indeed, they were akin to rats, scavenging for mere grains of rice from the master's bowl. Once fattened, they would be skinned and devoured. Who could withstand such a fate? As he pondered further, a deep chill settled in Lin Su's heart. With a long sigh, he shook his head, opting not to purchase any materials. Perhaps next time. Marian furrowed her brow, wishing to push a sale or two, but Lin Su had already exited, and she refrained from stopping him. She too sighed deeply. Upon leaving Marian's tent, Lin Su felt somewhat disoriented. The reduced numbers in the black market had ironically resulted in an increase in the items available for sale. Chapter 56. The Dark Raven's Cursed Medium. A fleeting glance revealed an insatiable hunger, a primal urge for sustenance. Lin Su's gaze shifted, quickly honing in on a particular object, the essence of a curse. Approaching a small stall, he noted that the vendor was also a wild sorcerer, marked by a peculiar flattened eye on his forehead, an oddity that was nonetheless tolerable. The wares predominantly comprised materials harvested from sea monsters. Selecting a few items, Lin Su paid with a tincture of enlightenment. The vendor remained oblivious to any anomaly. The Rhine bookstore. Lin Su retrieved a miniature statue, indigo in hue, depicting a figure with a raven's head and a human body, wielding a longsword. This object seemed vaguely familiar. Approaching the bookshelf, he extracted a travelogue penned by Si Chulin, a bard whose journeys were innumerable. The delectable fare from Silverfish Village had been discovered within his writings, renowned for their authenticity. With formidable mental acuity and an impressive memory, Lin Su swiftly located his objective amidst the pages, the Raven Court Swordsman. Having previously perused it, Lin Su revisited the narrative, his recollections flooding back like waves crashing upon the shore. Kost, being a bustling port city, not only connected to the largest inland river, but also served as a pivotal transit point, strategically situated slightly to the south. The continent of Padalin, shaped like a crescent moon, bore significant relevance as Kost was located along its eastern coastline. Within Si Chulin's travelogue lay an account titled The Legend of the Dark Raven Angel, set in none other than the Raven Court. The tale revolves around a mortal swordsman, unfolding an epic of the Raven Court Swordsman. The narrative, albeit conventional, tells of a romance between the swordsman and a princess of the Raven Court, thwarted by the king's decree. Thus, the swordsman was brutally crippled and imprisoned, subjected to relentless torment. Gradually, the love and hope that once filled his heart morphed into resentment and despair. The ceaseless agony twisted him beyond recognition. One fateful day, a dark raven angel, sensing his plight, descended to the mortal realm and merged with the swordsman. The swordsman sprouted wings, transformed into a raven-headed figure, and wielding a keen blade. He vanquished the Raven Court's nobility, ultimately absconding with the princess, disappearing into oblivion. This narrative has been passed down through generations, revered as the Dark Raven Angel's myth, celebrated with statues and nightly offerings. This tale, steeped in the annals of mythology, dates back a staggering 100,000 years. Si Chulin, having visited the Raven Court, chronicled the legend, ensuring its dissemination. Yet, Lin Su found no mention of the Raven Court on the maps of Padalin. Peculiar. He mentally noted Si Chulin's descriptions of the Raven Court's geography and culture. Lin Su's attention then returned to the cursed medium. The so-called cursed medium represents a technique for manifesting curses into tangible forms, akin to a sorcerer's artifacts. Unlike the systematic forging of robes and staffs, the creation of such artifacts is dictated by personal preference and circumstances, crafted individually. No one knows oneself better than one's own self, and matters concerning one's hidden cards are seldom shared with unrelated parties for the crafting of such artifacts. Lin Su, as yet unskilled in this area, had only heard that the creation of artifacts relates to the condensation of magical rings, an endeavor beyond the reach of apprentices. Another instance of knowledge being withheld. The cursed medium serves as an artifact for curse-wielding sorcerers, enabling them to cast curses upon fulfilling certain conditions. The spirit of the little shark was drawn to such objects due to its origin in negative emotions and curses, naturally capable of devouring these items to augment its own power. The intricacies remained elusive. There was scant documentation regarding the Raven Court, prompting Lin Su to abandon his inquiries. Grasping the statue in his right hand, his mental energy surged. Instantly, he entered a state of slaughter. His eyes were veiled in crimson, the power of the spirit flooding into his physical form. His elbows sprouted fins, and his mouth transformed into rows of sharp teeth. With a single bite, he sank his jaws into the statue. Crunch, crunch. Gulp. Crunch, crunch. Gulp. In mere moments, the cursed medium was consumed. Strangely, though it appeared to be an unknown stone, it transformed into a wisp of black smoke upon contact, mirroring the essence of the spirit. This was directly integrated into his mental energy space. The little shark's spirit feasted joyfully, visibly growing in size. Its gills occasionally expelled plumes of black smoke. Upon contact, Lin Su's spiritual form sprouted countless tendrils, voraciously devouring the essence. Progress regarding the rank of advanced sorcerer apprentice steadily increased. The symbiotic spirit possessed such remarkable utility. Once the miniature statue was fully consumed, Lin Su promptly exited the state of slaughter, lest he unleash this form upon the streets in a rampage. He closed his eyes and sensed the transformation. The spirit shark had doubled in size, now comparable to Lin Su's arm, appearing less frenzied than during their initial encounter. This surge in sorcerer rank yielded a remarkable gain of 10 points, a veritable windfall, largely attributed to the spirit shark's consumption of the essence. Indeed, without the spirit shark devouring the cursed power, he would have been unable to glean even a fraction of the remnants. Undoubtedly, as a symbiotic entity, it could share in his strength, growing alongside him. As the saying goes, greed can lead to one's undoing. 10 points of progress were sufficient for over a month of meditation. One must learn to be content to find joy. Moreover, after devouring this cursed medium, its implications became increasingly clear. The Dark Raven's curse, unlike the food curse of the silverfish, resembled something akin to a tool for summoning violence. To activate the curse, one must consume 3 red-eyed ravens, sparing not a single feather. Upon triggering the curse, one would inherit the bloodline of the Dark Raven, transforming into a new race, the Ravenfolk. With a lifespan of 150 years and an innate talent for swordsmanship, one could absorb magical energies through their physical form, easily reaching Lin Su's corporeal capabilities, albeit lacking the golden core. This was less a curse and more a blessing, though the forced transformation of one's race held a certain tyranny. Such a curious phenomenon. Having grasped this information, Lin Su did not feel compelled to venture forth in search of the Raven Court to procure additional Dark Raven cursed mediums. With the curses of the Ever-Drowned from Bell Tower Island preceding it, and the Silverfish curse from Silverfish Village following, it would be irrational to pursue the Raven Court when other options were available. The curse of the Ever-Drowned emanated from the remains of a deity, posing too great a risk to consume. The spirit shark's reciprocal enhancement pointed him toward an alternative path. It appeared that acquiring the Silverfish curse sorcery was indeed a goal worth pursuing. The Naga ruins lay in ruins. The treasures held by Zijingwa presented formidable challenges. Perhaps an approach through Old Jack of Autumnfield Village could yield results. As for extracting secrets from the deceased, the challenge was present but manageable. Chapter 57, Upper City. The earliest fisherman wizards undoubtedly left a legacy for their families. Although Old Jack contributed to the Azalea family, knowledge is inherently replicable. Lacking the qualifications of a wizard, he could only pin his hopes on future generations. An old hope project indeed. The difficulty of unearthing it is not substantial. Given the current tasks at hand, he must first venture to the monster salt marsh to pilfer a significant quantity of magical mud. It conveniently aligns with the inspection of the rice fields, clarifying the objective. Lin Su began procuring a vast amount of mountain copper to produce the earth crystal liquid, preparing to excavate a tunnel directly connecting the monster salt marsh from beneath the Rhine bookstore. The earth crystal liquid is specifically prepared for this purpose. Time is ample. There is no need for haste, allowing for a gradual approach. He plans to connect the safe house previously established outside the city, serving as a transit point for his clandestine passage. The family wizards of the language of nature have already taken residence in the salt marsh, collaborating with the emerging beast family faction. From Valia's 6-month disappearance, it is easy to deduce that they hold a disdain for the Dondong people. It is wise to avoid any direct confrontation. Excavating tunnels is his forte, providing an opportunity to elevate the mudstone conversion to red grade. Thus, he shall dig. Establishing a long-term plan, Lin Su commenced his cultivation using the super magical dust in his possession. The application is straightforward. Merely applying a portion to his forehead can stimulate his mental faculties, further activating them. Applying it to the 7th vertebra can expedite the formation of the magical core. This results in a doubling of meditation efficiency under the potent influence of the extreme breathing technique. Supplemented by the flesh and blood of magical creatures and the stimulating effects of super magical dust, his knightly rank progresses rapidly, experiencing noticeable enhancements daily. He has undeniably embarked on the expressway of power elevation, continuously refining his abilities. The extreme breathing technique initiates the process of bodily magical transformation ahead of schedule. Both conditions are exceedingly difficult to achieve. Had he not commenced these processes beforehand, recklessly using the super magical dust to aid his training would only lead to physical distortion and mental degradation. In this context, Lin Su diligently fulfills the daily tasks he sets for himself, venturing out every few days. Whether to the Iron Hook Tavern for a drink or to the theater in the upper city, the Noble District, for a performance, he finds the shows at the Maya Theater to be truly remarkable. The poignant stories, emotive performances, and evocative poetry provide him with a unique experience of this era, not merely to gawk at the fair-skinned, voluptuous singers. The entrance to the upper city is also the location of the Coster Judgment Committee, where the headquarters of law enforcement is deliberately situated. Even the administrative district's headquarters has been relinquished for this purpose. The intent is well known. Lin Su frequently visits this area under the guise of reconnaissance. Seeing is believing. Action brings true understanding. Only by truly stepping into the noble circle does he grasp the profound sense of separation. Here, apart from the nobility, are the servants who have sold themselves to them. In Dandong, only nobles and merchants are entitled to own slaves, and regardless of the crimes committed by the Dandong people, they are never permitted to be traded as slaves. The slave markets across the empire are primarily filled with foreigners. Naturally, certain sensitive ethnic groups only appear at underground auctions, where the barrier to entry is noble rank. Every time Lin Su visits the upper city, not only do the masters exude an air of superiority, but the slaves also possess a remarkable sense of superiority. Were it not for his appropriate attire and Dandong lineage, they might have mistaken him for a criminal, promptly delivering him to the law enforcement office. This innate sense of superiority and arrogance seems almost intrinsic, yet some newly arrived slaves exhibit a degree of restraint. He finds this atmosphere unsettling, pondering the root of such behavior. Perhaps initially, these nobles were not so. Over generations, their elevated status has ingrained a sense of superiority. Once accustomed, their nobility becomes second nature. This is the essence of noble character. Pride permeates their being. In addition to the typical brash and arrogant science, there are also those who have received elite education. They possess abilities, yet most are still quite inexperienced. Despite their lack of experience, they demonstrate an astonishingly humble and compliant demeanor, yielding to the currents of circumstance in a manner that feels oddly misplaced. Lin Su has attempted to engage with several baronial elites lacking fiefdoms. 8 words suffice to summarize: outwardly humble, yet inherently proud. When they encounter the offspring of viscounts and earls, their eagerness to serve is palpable. In the nobility, rank dictates everything. These families primarily consist of commoners. Yet most support wizards trained at the Empire's Golden Academy. Lin Su has yet to delve deeply into how these two factions coexist. However, the Golden Academy stands as the Empire's paramount institution of the extraordinary. Lin Su remains unaware of the intricacies involved. Perhaps only when he ascends to the ranks of nobility will he gain the right to uncover such secrets. That day approaches. The more he observes in the upper city, the more he comprehends the power wielded by the nobility. Undeniably, in Dandong, wealth equates to power, as long as one does not commit acts of treason. The Empire will provide all assistance beyond mere riches. This status serves as a shield against death. Like a hedgehog, one can prick anyone who crosses them, leaving them wounded. This culture of ostentation and extravagance among the nobility flourishes as a result. At the Maya Theater, Lin Su seated himself in the 3rd row of the main hall, the first seat on the right, reclining against the soft velvet chair, his eyes half closed. He felt utterly at ease. The melodious voice of Miss Jones filled his ears, while his gaze rested on the opulent figure adorned in a low-cut gown. Pure bliss enveloped him. A voice interrupted his reverie. "Young man." He turned to his left to see an elderly gentleman with graying temples, a rosy complexion, and a long beard, leaning on a cane, smiling warmly at him. "Greetings," he acknowledged, noting the silver dragon motif encircling the edges of the gentleman's attire. The golden and silver dragons symbolize justice and wealth. This elder was evidently a court wizard loyal to the royal family. However, Lin Su pondered what brought him to Coster. After slightly bowing in respect, he awaited the elder to speak. "Do not be alarmed," the elder reassured. I have been observing you because your path as a wizard is progressing remarkably well. The old man stroked his beard, regarding Lin Su as a fellow practitioner. Chapter 58. Reynolds Augustus, thank you for your kind words, but I am merely a trifling wild sorcerer, not worth mentioning. Indeed, not worth mentioning, Lin Su replied, taken aback. This old fellow had just acknowledged his path, only to turn around and denounce it? What do you believe is the most beautiful aspect of Miss Jones? Well, Lin Su hesitated. The large features? Haha, splendid. I knew I did not misjudge you. Great minds think alike. As he spoke, the old man grew indignant once more. I have bid farewell to Danny, Lily, and Grace, and now it is Miss Jones's turn. Boy, you have no idea. Danny's legs, Lily's visage, Grace's posterior. These damn noble lads have set their sights on my Jones. Lin Su merely stared. What is that look in your eyes? Hee. Old chap, you are indeed thriving with age. No need for me to say it, even at this age. Never mind, why am I telling you this? How dull. Lin Su was left bewildered. The old man was shameless, truly lacking in respect for his elders. Thus, the elder and the youth, having met, quickly grew close after a brief exchange. The elder spoke while the youth listened. The former's face aglow with delight as he spoke freely. The youth absorbed every word, occasionally joining the old man in critiquing the actresses on stage. The fabric is too scant, tempting youthful misdemeanors. Their beauty is perilous. This one is unacceptable, as flat as parchment. That one, however, is delightful. Her legs seemed to possess a life of their own. Time flew by, and after the performance concluded, 2 hours had passed, and the theater began to disperse. The two stood at the theater's entrance. The old man, stroking his beard and leaning on his cane, wore a look of satisfaction. You, my boy, have not disappointed me. Splendid. Just to my taste. I am glad you are pleased. I am Reynolds Augustus. What is your name? Rhine Lin, came the reply. I shall remember you. By the way, Reynolds's sly eyes darted around as he pulled Lin Su to the edge of a flower bed, whispering, the antiques are quite well made. Do you have any interest in making a significant deal? Lin Su was taken aback, a chill running down his spine. Reynolds spoke so softly. It was clear he was not referring to his legitimate antique business, but rather to the counterfeit dealings he had engaged in for 3 months. Back then, he had only seen old John once, in disguise, and all subsequent communication had been via notes, written in ancient Elvish, detailing the next hiding spots for money and goods. At that time, he desperately needed his first sum of money to complete his enlightenment and had assumed he had left no traces behind. Could it be? Stop thinking, boy. It was your first time, and you revealed a flaw. Reynolds's voice echoed in Lin Su's mind, a form of mystical telepathy. Yet there was still no magical energy emanating from him. A court sorcerer of Reynolds's age must have reached an official rank. In the bustling theater, amidst the nobility, it was surprisingly safe, prompting Lin Su to ponder deeply. If we speak of the real first time, it was in fact the forgery of an ancient elven royal sacrificial artifact. As a newcomer, his techniques were not yet refined, and it was old John who had pointed out his flaw, ultimately leading to a staggering price at the Antique Association's auction. The appraisers at the auction merely assumed that the stardust had faded due to its great age. However, in the hands of true connoisseurs, it became a laughingstock. Coupled with the fact that he had translated royal secrets for the Nature Association, it was plausible that they could have cross-referenced the recent arrivals in Coster, identifying individuals well-versed in linguistics and zeroing in on him. He was still too young. Lin Su felt a twinge of disappointment in himself. His reflexes were not sharp enough, and his knowledge was still lacking. Next time, I shall not fail. Having considered the reasons behind it, he glanced at the old man, who suddenly wore a sincere smile. Very well. The old man's prowess was insufficient to invoke sorcery. Otherwise, he would risk detection by the enforcement sorcerers of the noble district, leaving him unable to explain himself. Since Reynolds Augustus had found him and did not expose him, Lin Su felt confident that this old rogue, with his ulterior motives, sought something from him. Moreover, being a court sorcerer, he could almost represent the royal lineage. If resistance was futile, why not indulge? Fate is akin to that which one cannot resist. Embracing it is the truth. Reynolds continued telepathically. Tomorrow, meet me at this location. If the matter is resolved, we shall split the gains. If it fails, I shall not trouble you. Lin Su accepted the piece of paper handed to him by the old man and tucked it into his pocket. Then, until tomorrow. With smiles on their faces, they parted ways. As Lin Su observed that the old man did not share his path, he suddenly realized that this old fellow was also a noble. Collapsing onto his grand bed, Lin Su felt a mix of emotions. Despite having washed his hands of such dealings, he had been sought out. It was absurd. It was evident that Reynolds was interested in his forgery skills. The problem was that his expertise was derived from synthetic power, which he could never showcase to outsiders. Telepathy and mental protection. Normal telepathy, when developed to its utmost potential, resembles an emotional machine translation. It can sense what others wish to express, making the words spoken less significant than the thoughts behind them. After Lin Su's first breakthrough, this perceptive ability had become clear, allowing him to form complete sentences. Mental protection, a permanent form of sorcery, had been refined into his very bloodline. The synergy between the three foundational mental sorceries of an apprentice was exceptionally high. Thus, by merging them, with mental protection as the core, he could generally sense the malevolent intent within others' hearts. It became an instinct, as simple as eating or drinking, and was exceedingly difficult to detect. If not for his prior preparations, he would have been able to gauge most individuals' sentiments towards him, proving to be quite practical for sensing prying eyes. After much contemplation, Lin Su felt capable of proceeding. However, the prerequisite was to reach the 5th red level. A long and arduous journey lay ahead. I shall seek knowledge alone. Suddenly rising from his bed, Lin Su hurried to the basement, commencing rigorous practice of his mental sorcery. The matter of digging tunnels was temporarily set aside. Chapter 59. The Outlaw. The following day, in the upper city at the renowned noble restaurant, Moshi Steakhouse, the elderly Reno was already seated, sipping tea. Upon seeing Lin Su arrive, he promptly summoned the waiter to serve the meal. The dish was grilled beef brisket, singular in its offering. The flavor was quite delightful, albeit slightly undercooked. Yet, it possessed an extraordinary texture, devoid of any unpleasant odor, with an intense richness of beef flavor that melted in one's mouth, especially where the fat met the meat. However, Lin Su remained unimpressed. Is this all? I might as well indulge in a morning sun-kissed cow, he thought. Old man, he said, now that we've dined and drunk, what is it that you require my assistance with? Very well, follow me, Reno replied. He exhibited none of the arrogance one might expect from a high-ranking wizard as he guided Lin Su into a lavish 5-story building. The entrance was adorned with numerous high-end shoes, predominantly women's, followed by children's, with men's footwear being the least in number, though of a considerable size. Lin Su discreetly glanced at Reno's gaunt physique, which did not seem to correlate, and a fleeting suspicion crossed his mind before he dismissed it. In the basement, it was evident that Reno's space was an alchemical workshop. Alchemy, a grand discipline, had advanced rapidly since the legendary wizard Merlin, who purportedly created the philosopher's stone capable of granting immortality. The field had diversified into 5 specialized branches: alchemical potions, alchemical mechanics, alchemical artifacts, alchemical oddities, and alchemical explosives. The Goblin clan excelled in mechanics and explosives, producing goods that, despite occasional flaws, remained immensely practical and held a high status within the Dandong Empire. Reno's workshop featured several custom-made instruments of significant value, indicative of his status. Lin Su, come take a look at this, Reno beckoned. Lin Su approached, astonished to see a renowned magical particle separation device, a goblin specialty and a core component for constructing elemental pools, with a market value of 500,000 magic stones, obtainable only through connections. Old man, does your commission relate to this machinery? He inquired. Indeed. Watch closely as I demonstrate, Reno instructed. His frail, claw-like hands, despite their usual tremor, moved with precision and steadiness as he operated the device. First, he charged it by embedding 5 high-grade magic stones into its base. As the machinery whirred to life, a unique natural element began to separate from the stones. Magic stones commonly utilized by Lin Su were of a lower grade, primarily containing elemental powers of earth, water, fire, and wind. In contrast, high-grade stones often encompassed a broader array of rare elemental powers. The natural element extracted by Reno was likely the moon element, exclusive to the ancient elven royal family, the Moon Goddess clan. Realizing Reno's intentions, Lin Su's suspicions were confirmed when Reno produced a newly crafted elven talisman and infused it with lunar energy, guiding the energy to inscribe a certain glyph, evolving it into a Moon Goddess talisman. Lin Su's eyes widened as he received the talisman from Reno, letting out a deep sigh. Old man, you guessed it, didn't you? Now, let us not beat around the bush. Please elaborate, Reno replied with a humble demeanor, a character trait that impressed Lin Su. Teacher, I am honored. Let's not go there. I am not looking to take on any disciples, Reno interjected. Lin Su redirected his focus to the moon goddess talisman. Despite its pristine condition, it bore numerous flaws that he could not overlook. After all, this was not just any old man. He was a high-ranking wizard deserving of utmost respect. Reno, I am but a novice, and I shall speak my mind. If you find my observations lacking, we can leave it at that. Go on, Reno urged, his eyes narrowing with a smile, as this was also a test. Lin Su began to point out the issues with the talisman. Old man, this section needs to be bent 5 degrees. The back requires an inscription, and here, a royal seal is missing. The pattern here is actually a form of writing and needs revision. With each point he raised, Reno's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Several errors were indeed his oversight, but the pattern as a form of writing caught him off guard, causing his brow to furrow. Lin Su paused momentarily to explain, the moon goddess royal family's bloodline talismans are 12 in total. Each pattern is distinct and not entirely uniform. The elven royal family has passed down a secret incantation through generations, each differing from the last. This pattern inscribes, the moon goddess protects, a pearl of the vast sea. The latter part of the phrase varies among the 12 talismans. If I am not mistaken, this talisman is meant to guide one to the location of Moon Goddess Island. Excellent. Truly remarkable, Reno exclaimed, patting Lin Su on the shoulder. He refrained from inquiring about Lin Su's knowledge of the oral tradition, acknowledging that everyone harbored their secrets. Ultimately, he was concerned only with the results of their collaboration. Please, modify it accordingly. Of course, Lin Su responded, promptly utilizing the workshop's tools to make the necessary adjustments. He completed the task swiftly. Albeit unaware of the complete secret inscription for the talisman, he improvised a fitting phrase, ensuring that any descendant of the moon goddess royal line would not discern the difference. Old man, your prowess surpasses mine. Perhaps you could replace the inscription with this style of writing, Lin Su suggested. Agreed, Reno replied. The two worked diligently throughout the afternoon, with Lin Su providing insights while Reno executed the tasks. The outcome exceeded Lin Su's expectations, resulting in the creation of 4 moon goddess talismans. Lin Su understood their purpose all too well. Following his previous visit to the Nature Association, where he had alerted the staghorn, it was likely that the 12 moon goddess talismans were the key to a significant revelation. Judging by Reno's demeanor, he clearly sought to profit immensely. Lin Su decided to leave the intricacies of the sale to Reno, who would dictate the terms. Knowing that even a generous split would ultimately favor the old man far more, Reno recognized Lin Su's knowledge and subsequently entrusted him with other legitimate ventures. Truly, an outlaw of the highest caliber. Chapter 60. The imitation is the best. The Rhine bookstore contains records of the major players involved in the forgery business at Costerport. Potions, alchemical reagents, extraordinary resources, witchcraft tools, and magic stones, all aspects of the counterfeiting industry are thoroughly covered, leaving no loopholes. Lin Su was astounded to discover that even artificial magic stones were being produced, akin to the low-grade magic stones he crafted, designed for single-use consumption. Unlike genuine stones, which could be recharged in areas rich in magical energy, these artificial counterparts, while visually indistinguishable, would reveal their true nature upon the first use by a wizard. For instance, on Evening Bell Island, 2 million magic stones could be sold at once, attributed to environmental factors. Whether it be the White Tower or the Ocean Academy, the daily consumption of magic stones reached astronomical figures. Once depleted, they could be buried for 3 to 5 years and then excavated for reuse. However, the concentration of magical energy in any given location is finite, meaning they could not solely be utilized for burying empty magic stones, lest the cultivation environment for true wizards deteriorate. In this context, it was not surprising that Evening Bell Island could sell 2 million, given its knowledge and resource value. Once the physical resources above were fully consumed and purified, they would likely be used by the 2 major factions for burying stones. The notes thoughtfully recorded methods to contact these big players by merely mentioning Raven's name. One could gain trading qualifications. Raven was the pseudonym used by Renu Augustus in the outside world, much like the unremarkable name Rhine. Lin Su sank into his sofa, stroking his chin. So, in order to sell artificial magic stones, he must adopt another alias? He decided to wait. The current demand for magic stones was not significant, and trading could be postponed until he broke through to true wizard status and needed to absorb magical energy for cultivation. Prudence prevailed. Resolute in his decision, Lin Su resumed his routine of diligent practice, feeling immense satisfaction with each steady increase in his proficiency. He indulged in 3 to 5 meals a day to satisfy his hunger and occasionally visited the Iron Hook Tavern for refreshment. Strangely, since the eternal night, Sister Tifa had returned to her former demeanor, engaging him in light conversation but never delving deeper. This left Lin Su questioning his own capabilities, wondering if he had somehow failed to please her. Yet, it seemed illogical, with his remarkable prowess, capable of striking 30,000 blows in one go. Such a loss of tenderness left him in deep reflection. Aside from his unwavering weekly visits to the theater to watch Miss Jones perform, he became completely immersed in his own world. Time swiftly passed, and a month had gone by. As May arrived, the weather warmed. The 5th month marked a turning point, allowing him to consider practicing the moon serpent meditation technique. Though this technique had not yet achieved the threshold of true wizardry and bore considerable side effects, Lin Su believed his body had already undergone partial demonic transformation, with a magic core about to form in his spine. It could be said that he possessed the essence of a true wizard. The side effects of corruption and mutation had negligible impact on him. On the other hand, he prepared for the monopolization of knowledge. Although the round eye meditation technique was classified as a true wizard-level meditation method, it could only reach the first ring of wizardry and lacked a corresponding method for condensing the magical rings. By now practicing the moon serpent meditation technique and pushing its limits multiple times, reaching true wizard status was beyond doubt. His primary goal was to integrate the meditation techniques, deducing subsequent paths, as progress in the meditation was slow and simultaneous practice was impossible. He could only wait until one meditation technique reached the red grade and was perfectly controllable before sequentially advancing, destined to be a long-term endeavor requiring patience. Scanning. Lin Su. Age. 20, 120. Talent. Synthesis of all things. Rank. Extreme Knight. 9100. Advanced Wizard Apprentice. 2100. Extraordinary. Magic Breath Technique. 61,000. Round Eye Meditation. Red grade. Skills. Red grade Mudstone Conversion. Hand of Magic. Underwater Breathing Technique 2. 33,100. Strong Repulsion Field 3. 10,100. Moonblade Leopard Contract Technique 4. 3,100. Purification of Evil 4. 1,100. Mind Protection 3. 5,100. Mind Communication 3. 5,100. Mind Impact 2. 15,100. Arts. Red grade Language Mastery, Medicine, Noble Etiquette, Culinary Skills. Navigation Technique 3. 4,100. Historian 3. 91,100. Architecture 1. 3,100. Status. Healthy. Beyond limits. His lifespan had increased by another 10 years, and the effects of his body's magical transformation were gradually becoming evident. However, he found himself running low on the single vial of super magic dust he possessed. The excavation of tunnels needed to accelerate. Even so, the tunnels were nearing the salt marsh inhabited by magical creatures. Lin Su wished to distance himself from the nameless camp. Thus, he transformed the tunnel linking the safe house outside the city into a secret door, coated with earth crystal liquid, ensuring that he would not venture there unnecessarily to avoid exposing his safe point. Many of the completely fortified houses were treated similarly. This passage led to the habitat of the swallowing marsh frogs, the site where the frog mechanism once existed. With such a synthetic entity as a guiding beacon, Lin Su remained oriented even underground. If this route could be cleared, it would resolve many of the challenges he currently faced. Estimating the distance, it would take no more than half a month to accomplish. Exhaling a long breath of stale air, Lin Su concluded his work punctually. Today was yet another day for attending the theater. After a thorough grooming, he made his way to the upper district. In the third row, right-hand side, Lin Su had scarcely settled into his seat when the long-absent old man Reinu arrived, beaming with joy and radiating a rosy glow, indicating he had likely reaped considerable rewards. As anticipated, the old gentleman began to boast as soon as he was seated, yet he refrained from disclosing the exact amount he had earned. Lin Su had prepared himself for this and felt no disappointment. After listening to Reinu speak for quite some time, Lin Su could not help but interject, "So, you conducted trade with the High Elves?" "Of course, what of it?" Lin Su shook his head, choosing not to divulge his relationship with Valia. If his involvement were to cause the old man significant losses, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. The natural language family had historically held reservations against him, yet they had not caused him any trouble. From beginning to end, he had benefited without causing harm to others. Valia had been so helpful to him. He owed her a debt of gratitude that he would eventually repay. Lin Su's moon goddess talisman was crafted to be indistinguishable from a genuine one, save for the inaccuracies in the recorded information, making it completely unrecognizable. He had not deceived the rightful owner, providing him with a small solace for his scant conscience. Rhine, speak up. What reward do you desire? Lin Su's eyes flicked, dismissing magic stones. The most valuable asset remained knowledge, as his current spells were entirely sufficient. Chapter 61. Reflections on publication. Having just awakened, I find the process of publication has occurred much more swiftly than I had anticipated. As a novice venturing into the realm of fantasy literature, I acknowledge that certain aspects may not have been executed flawlessly. Some readers may have identified errors, while others may have overlooked them. The past few days have been rather hectic, leaving me little time for revisions. I have just received notification that the work is now available for purchase. I express my heartfelt gratitude to all the supporters of this book. Chapter 62. The study of alchemical artifacts. The most desirable rewards would be those that could be utilized in the future, such as resources required for a spell circle or formal meditation techniques. Alternatively, knowledge in auxiliary fields, like alchemy, would suffice. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Su spoke up. Might you impart the knowledge of alchemical artifacts to me, esteemed elder? The robes, staffs, and flying artifacts of a wizard are all means of enhancing one's power, and such knowledge could prove invaluable throughout one's lifetime. Eventually, one must learn this art, utilizing the power of synthesis in conjunction with the orthodox methods of artifact forging. Surely, I could innovate something remarkable. Oh, you have aspirations, mused elder Rainer, pausing for a moment before nodding in agreement. A faint glow emanated from the spatial ring on his index finger as he produced a thick tome, approximately 3 fingers in width. Here you go. This is the foundational text on alchemy I studied in my youth. Do not underestimate the basics. The contents within must not be disclosed. Excellent. Lin Su's eyes lit up, and he immediately swore an oath to the source, vowing never to reveal its contents. This pleased Rainer, who regarded him with growing satisfaction. Acquiring such fragmented knowledge from the outside world is akin to climbing a mountain. For Rainer, it was of little consequence, scarcely worth a few hundred magic stones. If it were to be shared, so be it. With the source's vow binding Lin Su, even passing it down to future generations would be impossible. Upon receiving the alchemical tome, Lin Su cherished it as a priceless treasure, carefully tucking it into his bosom. Rainer then handed him a token. Lin Su understood. This was a reward for his conduct over the past month, having refrained from selling counterfeit goods, as if Rainer believed he feared capture. While the token was a boon, it came at a cost. Nothing in this world is freely given. I understand. Should I engage in commerce in the future, I shall ensure you receive 50%. You are indeed a promising pupil, Rainer replied contentedly, shifting his attention to the stage. Yet Lin Su felt a pang of bitterness. It seemed that renouncing his former life came with its own challenges. In novels, those who sought to wash their hands of the underworld often found themselves buried in graves. He was no exception. However, sharing the benefits with the elder was necessary. Given Rainer's mastery over the counterfeit market, he undoubtedly had a clear understanding of the stakes involved, making deceit unfeasible. 50%. As a worker, he could not escape the plight of labor, even in this alternate realm, now merely a more advanced cog in the machine. Lin Su weighed the pros and cons, soon finding peace in his thoughts. Rainer Augustus was his gateway to elevated wizardly knowledge, and the more he could glean, the better. After all, with his current standing, opportunities were scarce. Every situation has its dualities. Sacrificing a portion of one's gains can lead to greater rewards in the future. With a long-term perspective, what may seem like a loss can indeed be a blessing. With that in mind, Lin Su considered Rainer to be quite amiable and easy to work with. He then shifted his focus to Miss Jones's prized possession, savoring a handful of dried fruits with great interest. The following day at the Rhine bookstore, Lin Su commenced his study of the wizarding artifact system. He would begin with alchemy, a vast discipline that encompasses 5 major schools of thought. Among them, the School of Alchemical Oddities boasts the highest potential while also presenting the lowest baseline, heavily reliant on one's innate talent. Oddities differ from artifacts. They can take myriad forms, each with distinct effects and advantages. In a sense, these oddities are pivotal for a wizard's triumph over deities. Legend has it that the torchbearer possessed an oddity known as the Fire of Truth, which has claimed the lives of countless divine beings. This extraordinary flame, ignited by knowledge, could fundamentally negate the existence of a deity, conceptually obliterating their presence. Such power is unparalleled. Alas, the fire of truth has long been lost, and its torchbearer has perished. The study of oddities flourished under his guidance, but subsequent generations of wizards, hindered by their own talents, gradually diverged from oddity studies to explore artifact studies. The study of alchemical artifacts is more stable than oddities, possessing both high baselines and ceilings. The foundational knowledge provided by Rayner encompasses the fundamental philosophies of the 5 schools and essential theoretical methods. Indeed, it is an excellent text for establishing a solid foundation. Furthermore, at Lin Su's request, it contains extensive information on the study of alchemical artifacts, including the crafting methods for 3 finished artifacts: the wizard's robe, the staff, and the flying carpet. To form an artifact, one must inscribe runes, also known as wizarding script, which are the fruits of a wizard's exploration of elemental forces and magical energies. The model of spellcraft is constructed from individual runes, complemented by lines that create a 2-dimensional representation. The developed spell circles consist of sequences of runes known as arrays, and a wizarding formation is composed of 3 or more arrays, serving as a crucial component of the wizard's tower. Apprentice-level artifacts are crafted by connecting individual runes through lines, which serve as conduits for the flow of energy. Formal-level artifacts are composed of arrays that integrate the characteristics of extraordinary materials, resembling the construction methods of spell circles, which are classified as low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier artifacts, and so forth. Low-tier artifacts represent 1st to 3rd circle wizards. The prerequisite for crafting them is mastering the corresponding spells. And as Lin Su currently possesses only apprentice-level spells, he must begin anew. Regarding runes, he has no deficiencies. Having surpassed his limits multiple times and grasped everything he ought to know, even extending into numerous applications, his command over runes has only increased. What matters now is determining which spells to focus on to create the corresponding artifacts. Lin Su considered starting with the wizard's robe. First, he possessed a synthesis material known as earth crystal, which is highly compatible with earth elements and can perfectly simulate earth vibrations. Should he successfully craft a wizard's robe, it would inherently grant him the ability to conceal himself, an essential asset for his outings. Moreover, Mudstone Transformation is one of the 2 spells he has achieved at the red tier. His mastery over runes is nothing short of perfection, having reached the pinnacle of skill. He does not seek to inscribe it flawlessly. As long as he incorporates the core essence of Mudstone Transformation, he can derive techniques such as Stonewall, Earth Spear, or Earthwave. The earth crystal is virtually inexhaustible, making it the ideal material for practice. However, one material alone is insufficient. It would be prudent to acquire some silk sacks from cavern spiders. The salt marsh, located near Korst, is abundant in magical materials, making them quite affordable. Both the White Rose and Deep Sea Curiosity Society have them for sale. Having made his decision, Lin Su is not one to dawdle, with a plan in mind. He sets off without the need for further disguise. The identity of a wizard cannot be concealed, no matter the effort. It is better to display it openly than to arouse suspicion of being a fugitive, or something similar, as it is not against the law. And with future business endeavors on the horizon, integrating into the noble class makes this identity all the more significant. Lin Su harbors a disdain for the White Rose sorcery supply store established by the White Tower, opting instead to visit the Deep Sea Curiosity Society operated by the Ocean Academy. The cavern spider's lair is just next door, and each spider can produce 2 silk sacks, with thousands entering the market daily. Chapter 63, The Robe of Earth. The cave spider is a creature that reproduces at an astonishing rate, capable of laying hundreds, even thousands of eggs at once. Within 3 days, these eggs hatch, and in just a week, the spiders reach adulthood. Many magical creatures from other realms share this trait. This is also the reason why, 300 years after the convergence of celestial spheres, they have yet to be completely eradicated. Creatures with lifelike characteristics breed rapidly, while those with inanimate traits can transform, such as ghouls, water ghosts, graveyard witches, and bloodthirsty avians. They either infect or curse humans, turning them into monsters that continue to roam, causing endless calamities for mortals and providing an unending supply of materials for wizards. At times, Lin Su questions whether the convergence of celestial spheres 3 centuries ago was a deliberate act, aimed at replenishing the dwindling resources of low-tier wizards. Given the prevailing conditions within the wizarding community, his suspicion is not without merit. Lin Su acquired 200 silk pouches from the cave spider, spending a total of 60 magic stones. Upon returning to the Rhine bookstore, He utilized his synthesis abilities to create 2 silk pouches synthesized to their utmost limits. This material exhibits a certain affinity for earth elements. He meticulously pulled the silk strands, hanging them on a makeshift loom he crafted. Each strand was coated with earth crystal liquid, and through the process of weaving, he produced 2 bolts of spider silk fabric. The silk shimmered with an amber hue, tinged with a hint of red, creating a slightly ostentatious appearance. With the preliminary preparations complete, Lin Su's newly acquired skill in tailoring proved effective, enabling him to craft garments with remarkable ease. At this juncture, the wizarding garment was essentially completed, albeit lacking in complexity, suitable even for a mortal-esque creation. The key lay in the engraving of runes. He spread the garment across a stone table and retrieved numerous artificial magic stones from the storage room of the night garden, arranging them around the fabric alongside the earth crystals. He then seated himself in front of the garment, closed his eyes, and meditated, channeling his mental energy to invoke the sorceress model for the transformation of mud and stone, causing vibrations to resonate through the fabric. This allowed the silk to absorb the solidified liquid from the earth crystals. This process proved to be exceedingly arduous. Even though the silk, having undergone synthesis 100 times, was remarkably resilient, it could not withstand the immense pressure indefinitely, occasionally snapping under the strain. As time passed, the artificial magic stone shattered, releasing magical energy that guided the elemental forces of earth crystals into the garment. Through the resonance of the sorceress model, Lin Su perfectly replicated the essence onto the fabric. With this step completed, the wizard robe was considered finished. However, the model was merely a template, and the runes could not be identical. They required gradual adjustments based on the garment's size. This approach was somewhat of a shortcut. Thanks to Lin Su's complete mastery over synthesized materials and the enhanced strength of his mental energy, he was able to glimpse the internal structure, allowing him to imprint the model directly. He also had to remove some excessively potent runes and modify their pathways according to the material's robustness, gradually integrating the runes into the garment. This process consumed 3 full days. 3 days later, in a subterranean safe house 100 meters below ground, Lin Su held an amber-hued wizard robe, his face alight with joy. He occasionally tugged at it forcefully, and although the robe stretched, it showed no signs of tearing. Its resilience was extraordinary. Donning the robe, Lin Su closed his eyes to feel its effects. First, he received feedback from his mental probing. In the black and white realm, he discovered that he had become like a stone, perfectly concealed. Next, he activated the robe's inherent sorcery. Using the earth spear technique, he thrust from a meter away, and the robe immediately radiated a luminous yellow light, propelling him swiftly away from the ground as if riding a wave. Earth wave, an effective evasion. Lin Su had sacrificed a portion of the mud and stone transformation abilities, primarily enhancing the mobility and speed of the earth wave sorcery. The results were exceedingly favorable. It was already a remarkable feat for an apprentice-level magical tool to inscribe the runes of an apprentice-level spell. And the ability to carve out the earth wave was due to the inherent unity of the mud and stone transformation. Necessary compromises were unavoidable. Furthermore, the connection between magical tools and a wizard's mental energy allowed for passive release, applicable in situations where a spell had just been cast, or when mental energy was depleted, or in moments of crisis. This significantly bolstered a wizard's survival and combat capabilities. The wizard robe fortified defense, the staff enhanced offense, and the flying carpet improved mobility. While Lin Su's robe primarily focused on displacement, it was still quite commendable, tailored to his specific needs. He intended to create the flying carpet using a strong repulsive force field, planning to undertake that once he reached level 5. This is why most wizards opt to craft their own magical tools. Only they fully understand their own circumstances, allowing for perfect mastery of the tools they create. Of course, there are renowned masters of magical tools who specialize in a particular type to the pinnacle of perfection, attracting requests from others. Lin Su's materials were limited. Employing cave spider silk for the flying carpet would be inappropriate. It would be best to utilize magnetic ores paired with fibers of similar properties to perfectly accommodate the strong repulsive force field. As for the staff, Lin Su decided to focus on the mentalism aspect, marking it as his next primary development goal, ensuring he would not fall behind. Unfortunately, materials for mentalism were even scarcer, marking it as a long-term endeavor. Removing the robe from himself, he decided to name it the Robe of Earth. He temporarily stored it away, planning to wear it again when he ventured out of the city. Upon returning to the surface, Lin Su, having tasted the pleasures of knowledge, delved deeper into the study of alchemy, developing a profound curiosity for the study of wondrous artifacts and mechanics. The creation of wondrous items often arises from serendipitous factors. However, after generations of refinement, there exist conventional methods for mass-producing such items. Though the book lacked detailed accounts, it mentioned numerous examples. Lin Su surmised that wondrous items likely require time and specific environments to gestate. Meanwhile, mechanics represent a burgeoning discipline. The gnomes had advanced steam technology, achieving remarkable results, which ignited Lin Su's hope of replicating Blue Star technology. He did not aspire to create weapons of mass destruction like nuclear bombs. A satellite would suffice. Wouldn't he it? The gnomes were making strides in steam technology, having developed steam automatons that surpassed pinnacle knights, along with airships, colossal vessels, boundless heat, and steam mechs. Among other advanced technologies, Lin Su was thoroughly intrigued. Unfortunately, he found himself pressed for time, often compressing his sleep to a mere 3 hours, occasionally enduring weeks without rest. The perpetual dark circles under his eyes and the lack of sunlight led others to perceive him as excessively indulgent and hollow. This necessitated a combination of culinary skills and medicinal knowledge, resulting in a plethora of medical texts and recipe books from various races cluttering the bookstore. He sought to enrich himself through extensive reading. Engaging in such endeavors felt akin to counterfeiting currency in a feudal dynasty. It could warrant the execution of one's entire clan. In his dealings with counterfeit merchants, Lin Su took great care to disguise his true self and established connections with the leader of a gang in the dock area as a bridge. Chapter 64. The Fourth Generation Plan. After the initial orchestrated transaction, the alias Raven, assumed by Renault, ceased to make further appearances, leaving the gang leader to his own devices. The price of artificial magic stones has been slashed to half that of regular ones. Lin Su, having sold 100 units, would only receive 50, of which Renault would claim 25, amounting to a quarter of the profit. However, the production of artificial magic stones was entirely lucrative for him, as the raw materials consisted merely of stones and gems, abundantly found underground. He could produce as much as he desired, gradually accumulating wealth. Once he ascended to the rank of an official wizard, it was anticipated that he would amass a considerable fortune sufficient for his needs. Having resolved matters with Coster, Lin Su donned the earth robe and, after a fortnight, departed the city through an underground passage, heading towards Silverfish Village. Calculating the time, it was nearly harvest time for the rice seeds. This journey served both as an inspection and an inquiry into the whereabouts of the Naga legacy. Old Jack had been sent to look for it in Autumn Village. 20 miles outside the city, Lin Su conjured his long-lost companion, Leopard, and swiftly rode towards Silverfish Village. In the deep of night, Lin Su stealthily infiltrated the small fishing village of just over 100 inhabitants, expertly locating Old Jack's residence. Employing his mental prowess to scan the area within a 10-meter radius, he efficiently discovered a hidden compartment beneath the hearth. With a mere thought, for ethereal blue hands of magical energy floated over to commence digging into the soil. A resounding thud marked the discovery of a 3-foot-long box, which the magical hands presented to Lin Su. Upon opening it, he found precisely what he sought, the remnants of the Naga clan's legacy. Apprentice-level spells, Silverfish Curse, and Corrosive Water Arrow, as well as knowledge in alchemical tools, specifically, Cursed Medium production, only includes Silverfish Curse. Excellent. He required the Cursed Medium for the fragile shark, Magic Spirit Shark, to devour, thereby accelerating its growth while reaping numerous benefits for himself. Creating it himself was far preferable to seeking it elsewhere. The Silverfish Curse, an apprentice-level curse, also known as a secondary curse, was not particularly difficult to craft. Otherwise, that fisherman turned witch would not have been able to produce a multitude of cursed mediums. Having secured the items in his satchel, Lin Su restored the ground to its original state before departing towards Berg Village. His acquisition of 50 acres of land could not be entirely coastal. If one were to map out Autumn Village, Silverfish Village, and Berg Village, it would form an isosceles triangle. Lin Su's land was situated near the apex of Berg Village, surrounded by numerous coconut trees and sparse vegetation. Leopard was particularly invigorated during their nocturnal travels, covering the distance in about an hour. Is this truly my land? Under the night sky, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, Lin Su gazed in wonder, feeling an inexplicable connection. After delegating the purchase of this land, he had consistently sent seeds, black soil, and funds, meticulously overseeing each step, entrusting the management to skilled professionals. Thus, he had never visited until now. The 20-acre cultivation area stretched seamlessly, teeming with lush green rice stalks, which, due to their unique properties, had matured rapidly, sprouting just over a month after planting. They were expected to be ready for harvest within a fortnight. The grains, no larger than a fingernail, danced in the night breeze, awakening something ancestral within him. And a farmer's smile involuntarily graced his face. Adjacent to the cultivation area was a rectangular pathway, approximately 10 acres in length, with another 20 acres designated for the castle area on the opposite side. This 10-acre pathway was ostensibly designated as a thoroughfare for passersby. Yet with only 50 acres in total, it scarcely impeded anyone's journey. In this remote wilderness, merchants and travelers traversed the official roads. Cautiously, Lin Su retained this area to avoid potential denunciations that might prompt malicious actions against him. After surveying the rice fields, he constructed a low stone wall using mud and stones, leaving 4 wide openings sufficient for the passage of carts. Upon reaching the opposite side of the pathway, Lin Su discovered that the ground had been compacted and was ready for castle construction. However, his architectural skills were not yet refined enough for such endeavors. For now, he opted to erect a 3-story stone warehouse. Entering, he retrieved the prepared wooden wheels and boards from his satchel, allowing the magical hands to assemble them. In no time, 10 carts were crafted and stacked within the warehouse's first floor. This was nearly sufficient. Once the rice matured, the 3 grain shops in Coster would also be able to commence operations. With his preparations complete and the dawn yet to break, Lin Su decided to rest for the night. As the first light of morning illuminated the sky, 5 farmers approached, carrying their tools. They were astonished to see the newly erected stone wall and warehouse. The existence of wizards was already common knowledge in this world, and the villagers held a profound respect for him, asking few questions. Lin Su had previously compiled a handwritten guide on the essentials of rice cultivation, and upon casually inquiring, the seasoned farmers could articulate the details with great clarity, demonstrating the extent of their diligent efforts. In terms of remuneration, the laborers were compensated 1 gold coin per quarter, 2 months, a remarkably generous wage, while the overseer received a one-time payment of nearly 200 gold coins. Not an insignificant sum. After gathering the necessary information, Lin Su took his leave and sought out Captain Jason in Berg Village, hoping to enlist his services for the protection of the farmland. Though their previous interactions had been minimal, it was evident that Jason harbored some reservations, preferring to remain in the small village rather than venture out, even if Lin Su was willing to offer substantial compensation. Such individuals, unmotivated by wealth, were indeed rare. Jason, however, persistently inquired about his published works, expressing a desire to purchase a copy for perusal. Upon returning, Lin Su ascended from the underground passage of the Rhine bookstore and ventured out to the professional association to post a hiring request. The Dandong Empire had its advantages. One could easily find surplus talent for any endeavor. For a mere 20 gold coins a week, one could hire elite personnel to manage shops, just as he had previously done with the antique store acquired from Vice President Colin. 3 shops employed a general manager and 3 moderately skilled store managers. With monthly expenditures amounting to just over 100 gold coins, a trivial expense, the rice produced, even when planted with inferior seeds, would provide ample nutrition, boasting an appealing appearance and delicate flavor, thus satisfying even the most discerning palates of peak knights. Lin Su's self-sufficient workshop was poised for the next generation of developments, integrating magical energy to assist knights in their training. According to his plan, regardless of the outcome, it would be divided into 4 portions, 1 for sale, 1 for use, 1 for storage, and 1 for research. This validated developmental principle was perfectly suited to his needs, and he entrusted the shops entirely to the general manager while he ventured to the mixed blood district's slave market to procure slaves. Within the city, he acquired 15 individuals of half-orc lineage, all of whom were mid-tier knights, assigning 5 to each shop. Outside the city, he secured 23 individuals, with 1 superior knight leading a guard composed of 20 mid-tier knights residing nearby, awaiting the opportunity for Lin Su to achieve his goals before commencing construction. He also acquired a catfolk cook and a foxfolk steward, both of whom were half-orcs. Chapter 65. On the right track, these half-orcs possess certain orcish characteristics, such as ears, tails, and sharp teeth. Although the initial expenditure is substantial, there is no need for ongoing salary payments. The contracts for the slaves, bound by sorcery, are securely in hand, alleviating concerns about potential disruptions. A supplementary living allowance is provided, and with the matter of the agricultural industry settled, the focus can shift to the future. Once the research on super fertilizers is completed, the soil can be rejuvenated without the need for crop rotation every few quarters. Regarding the absence of Dandung guards or other races, Lin Su can only express that the lack of slave contracts renders them unreliable, while the elves are prohibitively expensive. The half-orcs, on the other hand, are remarkably economical, numerous, robust, and with the provision of meals, accommodation, training facilities, and a modicum of recreational activities, they are perfectly manageable. Lin Su communicated the location of the Rhine bookstore to several members of the management team. Before long, the day arrived for the grand opening of the enormous rice shop. Given that it utilizes super rice seeds, the expectation for a 20-mu plot would typically yield 30,000 chain. But his premium variety produced an astonishing 75 tons, 5 times the usual yield. This surplus is sufficient to last an entire season. He arranged for the half-orc guards to indulge in the delights of the mixed blood district, and gradually, life began to find its rhythm. In the initial days, Lin Su would frequently visit the shop to monitor sales. There were inquiries, but the pricing was exorbitant. He sold rice at 10 gold per gene. If the stock sold out in a season, he could net a staggering 1.5 million gold in just 2 months. With almost negligible costs, the profits were substantial. While this figure may seem impressive, it translates to only 150 low-grade magic stones, which, in the eyes of ordinary folk, is considerable wealth. Even wild sorcerers would regard it similarly. However, within the circles of established families and organized sorceress factions, it is of little consequence, although individual members might covet it. Lin Su had calculated this. Unbeknownst to the outside world, the costs remained concealed, and once his reputation solidified and he integrated into the aristocratic sphere, success would follow naturally. With the pace quickening, he would soon secure a foothold. On the other hand, Lin Su was bold in his pricing due to the limited quantity, superior quality, and the constant flow of ships to the commercial port, ensuring a market for his unusual goods. He could sell them at inflated prices elsewhere, acting as a middleman to profit from the price differential. It was a speculative venture, and with a bit of acumen, it was easily manageable, ideal for unique local products. Allowing for a modest profit, the shop steadily found its footing, and any unruly ruffians attempting to extort protection money were deftly dealt with by the appointed managers, granting Lin Su peace of mind. As time progressed, although the pace slowed, it still surpassed the previous grind significantly. It was estimated that in no more than half a month, he would condense the magic energy core in his spine, allowing his body to achieve magical transformation. At that time, his bloodline would evolve, enabling him to refine magical energy, leading him closer to his long-desired immortality. His training became fervently relentless. Aside from the Knight's Path, the activation of mental energy was considerably slower. Lin Su continued to hone his proficiency in the Silverfish Curse, but had yet to create the curse medium. As for the corrosive water arrow, he found no time to practice, having also neglected the fireball and ice spike spells. His meditation practices showed no progress. After surpassing the threshold of the red-eyed meditation technique, he had initially intended to pursue the moon serpent meditation, but for safety's sake, he resolved to wait until his body's magical transformation was complete. Better to err on the side of caution, as the consequences of aberration and corruption were not trivial. Lin Su had learned from past missteps. He preferred to proceed slowly rather than recklessly gamble with his life. With just half a month to wait, he could bide his time. With the advent of artificial magic stones opening avenues in the counterfeit market, Lin Su's craftsmanship was rated as superior. Previously, even the mightiest could not detect flaws. Those astute merchants understood that verification was favored by some. Thus, both the upper and lower tiers stocked genuine goods, while the middle tier dealt in artificial magic stones, maintaining a record of safety and security. In the span of a mere month, Lin Su managed to control the output, netting him over 500 magic stones. This was his share alone, combined with Reinu and the cunning merchants. The total reached 2,000, an amount that posed a degree of risk and cost her. Setting aside the grain shop, Lin Su devoted a few days to training, yet unease lingered. That night, he returned to the theater in the upper city to observe Miss Jones sway gracefully. He did not have to wait long before Reinu Augustus, leaning on his cane, approached and sat beside him. "What troubles you? I wish to discuss a matter with you." "The magic stones?" Lin Su's eyes narrowed, and he nodded subtly, confirming that everything lay within this old man's control. "The current scale poses some danger for me. It would be prudent to leave it in your capable hands." The elder remained silent. Noticing this, Lin Su pressed on. Bypassing the counterfeit merchants, you could earn even more. And how much more are we speaking of? The maximum output is 2,000 per day. I only require 200. Reinu Augustus's interest was piqued. This was no trifling sum. Given the vast magical salt marsh at their back, the natural language family could yield a daily profit of 500 magic stones. A stable income. Naturally, Reinu could also attain 800 magic stones daily. Moreover, Lin Su regarded Reinu as a figure of insatiable greed, a true glutton for wealth. He would not need to exert much effort. Simply procuring goods from Lin Su would suffice. Considering Reinu's connections likely extended beyond Coster to encompass all of Dandong, this quantity of magic stones would be but a drop in the ocean, significantly mitigating risk. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he could rest easy. Taking into account the costs of hiring personnel and managing relationships, Lin Su only required 200, which would yield a monthly profit of 6,000, surpassing his current fortune. This strategy was also a preparatory move for acquiring a noble title. A mere lord or baron would not suffice. He sought at least a viscount, ideally linked to a powerful duke for a sense of security. As anticipated, Reinu, driven by avarice, nodded in agreement without hesitation. Seemingly embarrassed by the generous terms Lin Su offered. Lin Su, I have not misjudged you. Here rests the deal. If you can maintain a stable supply for 1 year, I will bestow upon you a ring spell of the space system, which you should find useful. What say you? Is he already painting grand visions? Reinu likely believed that a daily output of 2,000 would impede his training, hence his insistence on stability. Whether or not to accept was inconsequential to Lin Su, for his research on artificial magic stones had already transcended the laborious process of manually capturing magical energy. Agreed. A perfect partnership established. This would afford him a window to retreat should enemies invade. Moving forward, once the passage to the magical salt marsh was fully opened at 100 meters, his plans could proceed unhindered. Chapter 66. Beyond the Limits. Physical Demonization. The passage was 3 meters high and 4 meters wide, flat in shape. Merely 2 days had passed since its excavation when Lin Su fortuitously unearthed a subterranean safe space that served as the habitat for the swallowing marsh frog. He synthesized 10 frog machines, leveraging their unique ability to store and transport magical soil, thereby continuously supplying a vast quantity of the rare resource known as super magic dust. His iterative creation of artificial magic stones was made possible by this very substance. This remarkable material naturally contained a wealth of magical energy and could enhance the magical affinity of any substance it was applied to. Thus, Lin Su constructed a pond of approximately 3 acres underground, filling it with super magic dust and placing ordinary stones within. Within a mere day, these stones transformed into ones suffused with magical energy, their surface exhibiting a faint sealing effect. Each day, after completing his training, Lin Su would sit by the pond and tirelessly utilize his synthesis power to produce 2,000 standard magic stones. Unlike before, when synthesizing a single magic stone required over 20 attempts to reach the standard of a low-level magic stone, this new method greatly simplified the process. The energy expended in the synthesis perfectly coincided with his exhaustion, allowing him to further hone his physical prowess. As the saying of the Rhine family goes, on the evening following the completion of his synthesis, Lin Su sought out Pike, the leader of a local gang in the impoverished district, and entrusted him with the key to his safe house in the Fike district. Lin Su would transfer the magic stones through the underground passage to the safe house, from where Pike would deliver them to Reno. Since this property was intended for illicit activities, Lin Su altered the direction of the underground passage, ensuring it did not connect with the Rhine underground system, but instead led outside the city. He planned to enter the trading passage from another exit outside the city, ensuring safety. With an influx of wealth, Lin Su had indulged himself, acquiring properties in various districts under different identities, amassing a total of 15 safe houses. With ample funds at his disposal, he had some houses connected to the main underground thoroughfare, while others led to dead ends, prepared for any eventuality that might require temporary excavation. The use of mudstone transformation, a form of super tunneling sorcery, did not consume much time. As the underground passage system expanded, Lin Su occasionally found himself questioning whether he had unwittingly constructed an entire new city beneath the city of Costa. At times, he even required a map to navigate, which was quite absurd. 1 month later, in a 100-meter underground safe house, the breakthrough of the extreme night took half a month longer than anticipated, yet it finally arrived at a pivotal moment. In the vast pool of super magic dust, Lin Su floated with only his face above the surface. As he reached the limit of his tier, he naturally began to break through, unleashing an immense vitality that surged through him. A thick white mist steamed from his pores, and the muscles beneath his skin began to writhe in an eerie manner. His spine erupted with a blue glow of magical energy, painting him in hues of azure. Buzz! It was as if some shackles had been shattered. Lin Su's physique rapidly expanded to 3 meters, his muscles bulging and veins protruding. A colossal black shark emerged from his back, swirling around him in tendrils of black smoke, transforming him into a monstrous figure. Delving deep into his own essence, Lin Su swiftly located the 7th vertebra of his spine, where a phantom, spherical orb of magical energy coalesced, merging with his life force. With each increment of fusion, it became more corporeal. The information panel indicated a significant increase in his lifespan, while his physique grew increasingly inhuman. Moreover, this symbiotic synthesis of the magical spirit shark seemed to activate a bloodline-like ability due to his physical breakthrough, allowing him to merge with it for a transformation effect. Remarkable. The breakthrough concluded swiftly. The metamorphosis of his life magic core could not be controlled or hastened. He could only await its natural solidification. During this process, Lin Su needed merely to indulge in ample nourishment to replenish his physical expenditures. Once the metamorphosis was complete, he would achieve immortality. The path of the knight would take a significant leap, reaching the formal level. The path of the wizard remained stuck at the advanced apprentice stage. But once Lin Su elevated the moon serpent meditation technique and integrated it, his progress would undoubtedly accelerate. While others might begin their meditative practices from a young age and still remain apprentices into adulthood, breaking through to the formal level of wizardry before the age of 30 was a mark of genius. How long had he been cultivating? Not even 2 years. Just a year and a half. Moreover, he suspected he lacked the qualifications for wizardry, his mental prowess being insufficient. Yet, upon achieving the formal level of wizardry, innate mental talent became less significant, shifting focus to magical affinity. At this juncture, wizards needed to refine magical energy, possessing magical power within themselves, no longer relying on the environment to cast spells. Magical power was the essence of refined magical energy, allowing for the effortless casting of spells from any school and the effortless creation of constructs. The super magic dust, used as a breakthrough material, also held a slight potential to enhance qualifications. As the wizard's spell model advanced into a more powerful magical ring, utilizing compatible materials or rare items to forge a personalized magical ring, the external manifestation would reveal itself as a ring-like object surrounding the wizard during spellcasting, existing in a liminal space between the tangible and intangible. Most crucially, it served to contain the magical energy radiation emanating from the wizard due to their ascension in the life hierarchy. This magical energy radiation could cause ordinary individuals to undergo mutations, transforming them into mindless, bloodthirsty monsters. A phenomenon in ancient times referred to as the bloodline infection of higher beings upon lower beings. If, post-infection, one could retain their self-identity, they would evolve into an entirely new biological species. Thus, numerous lesser intelligent races came into being, such as the servants of the dragon race and the kobolds, with occasional hybrid dragon-kobold occurrences stemming from such infectious radiation. Historical records of wizards indicate that all formal-level wizards were once unable to interfere with the mundane world, instead dispatching apprentices to travel and replenish their respective schools with fresh blood until the emergence of the magical ring, a groundbreaking innovation that enriched the wizarding world with vibrant wonders. Lin Su was nearing the conditions necessary to coalesce his own magical ring. He possessed only the plant-controlling first-ring spell, and regardless of whether he would utilize it, it was prudent to prepare the materials in advance. After the breakthrough of the extreme knight, he would tread the path of a bloodline wizard. The magical core he had condensed was termed the life magic core. Similarly, formal wizards, after modifying their bloodlines or undergoing permanent magical transformations, would also coalesce a core, referred to as a bloodline magic core or an eternal magic core by some. This core was not only the foundation for physical immortality, but also endowed the wizard with the innate ability to refine magical energy. The birth of magical power necessitated the fusion of mental prowess and magical energy. The magical core, being a product of the bloodline, also varied in levels, ranging from 1st to 9th grade bloodlines. Lin Su, following the path of human bloodlines, continued the knightly tradition, primarily focusing on the cultivation of breathing techniques. Whether he would face mutations akin to those caused by the magical spirit shark in the future remained uncertain, yet he held the naming rights. He designated it as Level 1 Earth Knight, and as anticipated, the progress bar surged to 1000, corresponding with the breathing technique. The breakthrough concluded. Chapter 67. The Time Ear of the Explorer. His physical strength surpassed 20 tons, and his speed reached the velocity of sound. The Earth Spear could pierce his most vulnerable spot without breaching his defenses, illustrating the formidable strength of his protection. Such prowess was ample to dominate all apprentice-level wizards. Finally, he had completed half of his graduation. Scanning, Lin Su, age, 20, 220, talent, synthesis of all things, rank, Level 1 Earth Knight, 1000. Advanced Wizard Apprentice, 4100, extraordinary, arcane breathing technique, 120, 1000, round eye meditation, red grade, skills, red grade mudstone transformation, arcane hand, purification of evil. Strong repulsion field 3, 56-100, moonblade leopard contract 4, 89-100, mind protection 4, 1-100, mind telepathy 4, 1-100, mind shock 2, 38-100, arts, red grade linguistic mastery, medicine, noble etiquette, culinary arts. Navigation 3, 80-100, historian 4, 23-100, architecture 1, 90-100. Status, healthy. Humanoid, breaking through to the formal level of knighthood dramatically extended his lifespan by a century, a consequence of the nascent life arcane core. As the arcane energy further transformed his flesh, it would progressively permeate his organs and blood, affecting a leap in evolution at the genetic level. It was advisable to remain in environments with a high concentration of arcane energy, such as the colossal pool composed of super-arcane dust. This was an act of extreme luxury. Moreover, with the physical breakthrough, Lin Su's body established its own circulatory system, rendering the underwater breathing technique a mere apprentice trick, obsolete. He concealed it within the complexities of his abilities. Bloodline implantation solidified the arcane arts. The first path offered a high lower limit, with the upper limit contingent upon the implanted bloodline. Upon the complete transformation into a magical being, lifespans could range between 200 and 350 years. The second path involved leveraging ancestral legacies to unearth the arcane arts inherent in one's lineage. Consequently, those capable of solidifying their arcane arts could transcend apprentice levels. For instance, the Titan siblings and the Fire King family boasted powerful wizards above the 9th ring, and bloodline development could facilitate their physical ascension. This was another advantage of being born into a noble lineage. Every descendant of such bloodlines was a natural seed of formal-level wizards. Lin Su's journey diverged from both existing paths, as he sought to ascend through the human bloodline. He elevated to the extraordinary through the hitherto non-existent formal-level breathing technique, utilizing human blood. Even so, he was not entirely human. The most potent aspect of the human bloodline lay in its vast potential and remarkable adaptability. Humans could procreate with nearly any intelligent race, surpassing even dragons in success rates, purportedly due to the favor of the nurturing mother during gestation. Should Lin Su choose to completely abandon his humanity, he could implant a superior bloodline, starting from a high point. Apprentices lacking ancestral legacies could only achieve life ascension through the refinement of the bloodlines of long-lived species, akin to the moon serpent's relation to the lunar witch or the sorceress to the crimson red calamity. These bloodlines exemplified the typical first-level lineage. However, they did not entirely obstruct the pathways of ascension. The law ring constituted a grand avenue, with sufficient luck and potent refining materials. The moon serpent bloodline could ascend into the moon-devouring serpent, and the sorceress, serpent demon, could transform into the 8-armed soul demon. Nevertheless, constructing the law ring required utmost caution. It was said to be related to paths above the 9th ring, necessitating the selection of a meditation scheme that harmonized well with one's bloodline. Take for instance the 5-ring wizard Aldry, whose kaleidoscopic law ring nearly predetermined the terminus of his wizardly path, explaining his reliance on the power of dusk. Lin Su was no longer the naive individual of old. Through his abilities in arts, such as linguistic mastery, historian, and even architecture, he gleaned profound mysteries from the epic histories. Much like the secret languages passed down among the elven royalty, which could not be learned from existing tomes, the historian also endowed him with knowledge unattainable through conventional study, revealing the secrets hidden within history. As he drew closer to the 5th milestone, Lin Su referred to it as the time ear of the explorer. Regrettably, the accessible historical records had been thoroughly memorized, and further advancement was stymied. He could only slowly gather extraordinary tomes akin to the remnants of elven royalty. Now, with his physique meeting the requisite standards, Lin Su devoted 3 days to familiarizing himself with his enhanced body and abilities before immersing himself in the study of meditation techniques. The moon serpent meditation was a standard method for cultivating materials, and recklessly engaging with arcane energy in a mortal form was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the moon serpent was a highly intelligent magical creature. Their flesh essence might preserve a fleeting life for practitioners, yet one day, it would ultimately sever their vitality, leading to a transformation into another moon serpent. Lin Su possessed 5 moon serpent carcasses, including a double-headed mutant. He had already synthesized them into blood pellets the size of his palm. After extracting all the essence, he produced around 700 compact blood pellets for preservation, sufficient for his cultivation needs. To prevent alterations to his own bloodline, the life arcane core within his spine would act as a conduit, maintaining the moon serpent bloodline without absorption or rejection. Through a method of deception, he would cultivate the moon serpent meditation, if he could sustain it to level 1. Upon achieving his first breakthrough, Lin Su would acquire a brand new meditation technique, born from the moon serpent, yet no longer a moon serpent. According to the experience with the round eye meditation, a complete transformation was anticipated, altering the essence of the material meditation technique and allowing him to draw parallels, uplifting the round eye meditation to a higher realm. This would facilitate the breakthrough of knowledge barriers. Should he succeed once, Lin Su could leverage that experience to procure a plethora of material meditation techniques from wild wizards, gradually elevating the limits of his primary meditation technique through synthesis. The Path of the Night had already proven its viability. Lin Su practiced without reservation, consuming 5 serpent blood pellets in one go and entering a meditative state. Under this lofty endeavor, the proficiency of the moon serpent meditation visibly surged with daily transformations. After each meditation session, Lin Su found himself compelled to visit the lavatory, expelling the drained essence of the moon serpent, which had turned into blackened blood. Fortunately, he was still young and single, sparing him the worry of being suspected of hematuria. Otherwise, he would have to break a squirrel's neck. As Lin Su's cultivation fell into a steady rhythm, the moon serpent meditation at level 1 validated his theoretical approach, and an invitation letter from the upper city brought a smile to his face. Chapter 68. The century's new aristocrat. Migalong as Lin Su's bustling grain shop flourished, his income was estimated to have crossed the threshold into the aristocratic realm. The invitation he received was from a noble family of caste, reading, "Dear His Excellency Rhine, we welcome your presence on June 8th. Its arrival signified a promising beginning, justifying a brief respite from his relentless toil. On June 8th, marking the 2nd year since Lin Su entered the world of sorcery, he had gained a measure of self-protection, and the goals set forth in the 1.0 plan began to reveal signs of fruition. Donning a custom-tailored suit, he meticulously styled his hair, adorned himself with a top hat and cane, and despite the slight remnants of fatigue around his eyes, he appeared quite the dashing young man. Handsome and tall, with chiseled features and deep, enigmatic eyes, his robust physique was certainly appealing to the ladies. Summoning a carriage, Lin Su journeyed under the moonlight towards the designated location within the city, Migalong Manor, the venue for the grand ball, hosted by the family's eldest son, Titan Migalong. This family, a newly ascendant aristocracy, boasted a relatively short lineage, and thus had a penchant for hosting grand gatherings to forge and solidify social connections and expand their network. It was rumored that they were related to a duke of the Dandong Empire. In caste, the Zijingwa family, with roots in piracy, commanded a portion of the navy and exerted control over 8 nearby cities and 15 overseas island towns, showcasing their formidable military prowess. Though the Migalong family had recently established themselves, they benefited from the backing of a duke, granting them swift access to resources and allowing for rapid development. The first-generation head of the Migalong family had yet to pass, highlighting the brevity of their rise as they transitioned into a fully fledged wizarding lineage. While they possessed substantial foundational strength, their high-level combat capabilities were lacking. Their fiefdom was in close proximity to that of the Zijingwa family, often leading to conflicts between the two, one a barbaric noble with pirate inclinations, the other a rising star. Such ideological differences made violent clashes almost inevitable. Lin Su had conducted thorough research on the Zijingwa family while resolving the issues in Silverfish Village, naturally bringing the Migalong family into his purview. He believed that their ability to thrive in a relatively stable internal environment suggested not only keen insight, but also undisclosed advantages, perhaps even support from the cloistered knowledge elite. How else could they have circumvented the barriers of knowledge and evolved from a mortal family into a wizarding one? The presence of resolute family elders during this transformation presented Lin Su with a valuable opportunity to access further knowledge. The Migalong Manor stood as the sole castle in the upper district, surpassing the total area of the administrative zone, symbolizing an exalted status akin to a city within a city. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Lin Su gazed at the castle in awe, then turned to observe the comparatively diminutive administrative building. In ancient China, such a transgression would have warranted severe repercussions. The Dandong Empire was home to 3 prominent kingdoms, each led by noble dukes, with a select few granted permission to establish principalities due to their remarkable achievements. Below them were mere vassals. The Migalong family's connection to a duke was nothing short of extraordinary. Rumor had it that the duke had only one wife, a revered queen, a most remarkable feat in this era, especially for someone of such high standing. The castle's architecture diverged from Lin Su's preconceived notions of medieval castles, instead embodying an eclectic style infused with various magical arrays, featuring Gothic towers, elven botanical gardens, goblin mechanical workshops, and griffinary roosts, all of which expanded his horizons far beyond the awe he felt upon discovering the underwater Naga ruins. 2 colossal statues stood sentinel at the entrance, each possessing the might of a formal-level wizard, representing one of the most renowned creations of the goblin race. Towering 8 meters high, the statues flanked the entrance like gargoyles, adorned with massive mechanical wings, their visages resembling armored knights with only slits for eyes. Lin Su felt a strange sense of confronting Goliath. A battalion of elite knights and a procession of stunningly beautiful maidens holding flowers lined the red carpet, epitomizing the grandeur of a powerful earl. This spectacle greatly broadened his understanding of nobility, as if a country bumpkin had ventured into the city, marveling at every sight. Logically, Lin Su should have emitted magical radiation following his physical breakthrough in the absence of a magic ring, rendering him unsuitable for mingling with ordinary folk. However, at his core, Lin Su's bloodline remained human. Unlike other wizards with altered bloodlines who radiated their essence through biological fields, leading to mutations in ordinary beings, human blood, regardless of its mutations, remained fundamentally human. According to legend, the origins of magical beasts stemmed from wizards' radiative influence, giving rise to various intelligent monsters, leading to distinctions among magical entities. However, such tales were mere folklore. New species of magical creatures had emerged with the advent of the magic ring system, casting doubt on their credibility. In theory, Lin Su would not cause mutations among humans, yet he had still made certain adjustments. For instance, he utilized a sealing stone to suppress magical energy, crafting a set of bracelets and a belt to mitigate magical radiation. By mastering control over his body and curtailing his biological field, he rendered himself harmless to ordinary people, though he had yet to test this in practice, deeming prolonged presence inadvisable. Approaching the entrance, he presented the invitation to the waiting butler, who regarded him with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. The butler, exhibiting commendable professionalism, refrained from any impolite actions, instead signaling a maid to inform the eldest son of the Migalong family of Lin Su's arrival. As Lin Su traversed the exceptionally long red carpet, he observed the guests and scrutinized the various architectural marvels, rapidly enhancing his architectural skills. Such practical skills were best developed through experience rather than through books. Upon reaching the grand hall's entrance, he encountered a poised nobleman of Dandong descent, who approached with charm and confidence, extending his hand in greeting. Titan Migalong, greetings, His Excellency Rhine. Good evening, Your Highness. He executed a noble bow. Lin Su discerned the hidden arrogance in Titan's eyes, a common trait among those who excelled, as the art of superficial politeness often required minimal effort but yielded maximum rewards. True elites seldom withheld their smiles from others. However, this did not grant Lin Su the liberty to act without restraint. Beneath the veneer of politeness lay ulterior motives. Wisdom passed down through generations taught that such principles were universally applicable, even in this moment. Chapter 69, a one-time deal before the ball commenced. Titan strolled through the castle with Lin Su, enlightening him on the profound heritage of the malevolent family, demonstrating power. Unsurprisingly, the little fox was soon to cast his line. Indeed, as they reached the balcony, Titan retrieved 2 goblets of red wine from the long table. "My lord Rhine, do savor the wine crafted from the golden grapes of bestows." "Thank you." Lin Su accepted the goblet and took a delicate sip. Typically, red wine carries astringent notes of grape skins, often bitter and accompanied by an unpleasant aroma. Yet, this golden wine was extraordinary. It lacked the bitter undertones, instead exuding a rich fruitiness with a hint of sweetness, reminiscent of modern cocktails. It was a beverage palatable to most, particularly alluring to the ladies of high society. "How is it? Rich and invigorating, I trust." "Delightful, indeed. Does my lord wish for more of this golden wine?" "Your Highness intends." Titan set down his goblet and approached the balcony's edge. From this elevated vantage point, even in the upper city, the distant coastline was visible. Against the somber and vast backdrop, he appeared to be enveloped in an ethereal glow. This aura was called power. The golden grapes hailed from the kingdom of bestows, whose monarch is a duke bestowed by Don Dung, and incidentally, my uncle. Bestows lies to the north, serving as the Empire's front line against the frost giants and polar trolls, guarding the Don Dung area for over a millennium. In February of next year, my cousin is to wed me. What say you? Should we not present some gifts? Lin Su nodded in agreement. Does your highness imply that my rice seeds are suitable? Rhine, you are astute. Should your highness be willing, all harvests from the next quarter shall be sent as seeds to the kingdom of bestows under the name of the malevolent heir. Ha ha ha, splendid. Titan patted Lin Su's shoulder, thoroughly pleased. However, Lin Su had yet to finish speaking. But I have encountered a few minor troubles of late. Would your highness be inclined to lend me a hand? Reciprocity is the cornerstone of sustaining friendships, and Lin Su's identity as a wizard was no secret to these nobles. To preempt Lin Su's potential demands, Titan issued a precautionary statement. As long as it does not pertain to issues of knowledge suppression, I am willing to assist. Lin Su had anticipated this. The rice seeds were merely a secondary product he was willing to part with. Their primary purpose was to stave off hunger. The kingdom of bestows had recently suffered a frost disaster, barely managing with their reserves, but they could sustain themselves only until the following year. A kingdom of such stature has myriad solutions to its problems. However, it is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him a fish. Titan recognized the value of Lin Su's rice seeds, explosive yields, rich in nutrients, ideal for the sustenance of lower-tier knights. This could resolve issues once and for all. As for soil fertility, that could be easily addressed without necessarily resorting to Lin Su's synthetic soil. Normal fertility would suffice. Moreover, the identity of Lin Su as a villager from Silverfish was well understood. No one knew better than Titan the implications of the looming threat of violence represented by the purple magnolia. Under these circumstances, Lin Su predictably made a decision aligned with Titan's expectations. I hope to obtain a title through proper channels. This statement emphasized the importance of procedure. What is procedure? It entails monetary exchange. Lin Su did not seek a title outright. He wished to purchase one. What Titan needed to do was assume a role akin to that of a guarantor, facilitating Lin Su's access to opportunities and tacitly allowing him to leverage the malevolent family's influence to secure the benefits he sought. Such actions could be interpreted as an act of allegiance, naturally branding him with the same mark as those within malevolent's network. This was, as anticipated, a foreseen outcome. However, to acquire more comprehensive knowledge, it was more effective to take the initiative than to await requests. Titan comprehended Lin Su's subtle hints and smiled more broadly, affectionately pulling him close. Rhine, you are a true son of Don Dung. This is but a trivial matter. You must attend my birthday banquet next time. Thank you. With the negotiations concluded, Lin Su exhaled in relief. The intrigue of Don Dung's nobility possesses an interesting aspect, whether in victory or defeat, aside from the core powers that may be eradicated. Cooperative factions like Lin Su's typically suffer minimal damage. Losses can be mitigated, and one can simply shift allegiances. His desire for noble status primarily serves to shield against the persecution of wizardry within the realm, as bloodlines and kinship remain the most robust ties in this nation. Additionally, it provides an insurance policy for wealth accumulation. Socializing, indeed, proves to be a vital platform for achieving various objectives. Having learned something new, Lin Su casually sampled some delicacies from the long table, finding the cream sauce to his liking. It was now his. Amidst the feasting and the rare sight of noble maidens. As preparations for departure commenced, the evening continued until the following day. Such arrangements were not uncommon for someone like Lin Su, who preferred not to offend after just forging a partnership. One must make guests feel at home. It was a rare opportunity to enjoy the privilege of the first night. As he bid farewell, Lin Su cheerfully suggested that they bring more companions next time. With an engine boasting 30,000 horsepower upgraded to 50,000, preferably a knight, or one with exotic bloodlines, at the very least, one who could cultivate the land without damage. The ball had drawn to a close. Yet, within mere days, a significant event unfolded in Coster, rivaling the downfall of the Evening Bell Church, stirring considerable turmoil within the wizarding community. In the underground black market, within a tent, is it no longer viable? Lin Su inquired, astonished. Marion, adorned with a unicorn horn, appeared helpless. Haven't you heard? The deep-sea pollutants from Evening Bell Island have spread, and a formal wizard from the Ocean Academy has been cursed. He has become the new source of the eternal drowning. The White Tower and Ocean Academy have publicly announced 2 purification spells, conscripting all wild wizards to the island for cleansing. Conscripting? Lin Su frowned, incredulous. While wild wizards may seem insignificant, they possess immense destructive potential. Should they unleash their full might against Coster, the resultant devastation would far exceed what either faction could bear. Chapter 70. Disaster Avoidance. Moreover, the deep-sea pollution of Twilight Island has persisted for over a year. With so many formidable official wizards at their disposal, if they had truly intended to intervene, the situation would have been resolved long ago. Lin Su previously believed that they were adopting a gradual approach to harvest the wild wizards who had developed over the years, thereby replenishing their stock of materials. He assumed that once their objectives were met, the issues surrounding Twilight Island would inevitably come to a close. However, it has now become evident that the situation is spiraling out of control. Continuing to exert pressure on the wild wizards to sacrifice themselves is hardly a prudent strategy. As for the Beast clan, the brother and sister duo, their newly risen power evidently lacks sufficient strength. They even rely on the frail Nature's Tongue family to support their substantial interests in the salt marsh. Those like Marion, who are struggling to survive in the crevices, are highly sensitive to changes in upper-level powers and should be privy to some insider information. The Beast clan has not only refrained from participating but has also taken the lead in resisting, successfully rallying a considerable number of renowned wild wizards to establish a mutual assistance association in the coastal region, openly aligning themselves with the Beast siblings. It is rumored that they have selected a practitioner of the Wet Woman meditation technique from among the wild wizards, receiving support from Olivia Beast, and have recently broken through to the first ring of wizardry. The phrase of fortune buys a bone instinctively flashed through Lin Su's mind. Although the Beast siblings have ostensibly severed ties with the Northern Sea Main family, they can still summon allies at critical moments, albeit at a cost. Much like the last time. The elder brother, Ri-Pa, has spent many years cultivating at the Ocean Academy, establishing some connections and loyal subordinates, but it remains insufficient. The sister, Olivia, is an outsider, not a formal wizard, lacking roots and possessing mediocre strength. Taking over the Twilight Church's assets, they are already severely understaffed. And with the continuous withdrawal of personnel from the Northern Sea Main family, their foundation is unstable. To continue reaping the vast resources, recruiting new blood has become the primary concern. The multitude of wild wizards scattered throughout Coaster presents the best opportunity. The White Tower and the Ocean Academy had previously allowed Aldry to escape, setting traps for him. The situation is now clearly intertwined with the broader dynamics of Coaster. From a standpoint of profit, both the Tower and the Academy have reasons to reduce the number of wild wizards, and the Beast siblings have ample justification to rise in opposition. Moreover, they have relinquished their claims to Twilight Island, establishing their power base within the city. This renders the replication of conspiracies targeting the Twilight Church impossible. Protected by the Dondung Empire, they would not dare to act brazenly. Thus, if you wish to recruit this group of wild wizards, they would force these mice into rebellion, driving them further into madness due to their already distorted physiques. This would compel the Beast siblings to stand opposed to the Empire, subsequently allowing them to comfortably accept abundant assets, conquering without battle. Lin Su, possessing considerable insider knowledge, has always reasoned from the perspective of the beneficiary. However, the matter of knowledge suppression is not exclusive to the Dondung Empire. Other colossal forces across the continent engage in similar practices. Truly raising a group of wild wizards would be a significant transgression, and it is likely that the Beast siblings would only manage to rally 1 or 2 fearing widespread dissemination of formal-level meditation techniques. The effectiveness of a fortune buys a bone could be perfectly illustrated. Taking proactive measures to curb the loss of control among wild wizards is not an admirable path either. Sighing, Marion continued, "It's about time. Why haven't you gone? This is an opportunity for a breakthrough to formal level. With age comes wisdom." She smiled at Lin Su. "Mr. Rhine, it would be best for you to leave as soon as possible. My companion, the Violent Bear, and I are also preparing to depart. I had hoped to make one last profit, but it seems there is no opportunity left." "All right, thank you." Lin Su nodded, preparing to head outside the city for a respite, coincidentally, to build his own castle. He planned to acquire a batch of slaves and indulge in a pleasurable noble life. His cultivation speed had reached its peak, and there was no need to continue taking risks. Avoiding danger was the priority. The underground passage was to be utilized at this time. After all, what was the point of creating so many tunnels? Before leaving, he needed to gather materials for crafting the silverfish curse medium, as the rations for the brittle sharks were insufficient. In the afternoon, he scoured the black market of Coaster, even visiting the merchant ships at the port to purchase a substantial amount of materials. He packed everything into 3 stomach sacks and commanded the underground frog machines to begin transporting them outside the city. The Rhine bookstore stored a vast array of experimental syntheses, containing many semi-finished products and some upgrades that could not be utilized as finished goods due to a lack of materials. It would be best to relocate everything outside the city. He wished to establish a more expansive underground fortress. As the saying goes, if the ground is insufficient, one must dig down or climb up, akin to modern real estate practices. It was akin to taking a vacation. There was no rush. As time passed, Lin Su remained reclusive, occasionally gazing at the moon in contemplation or visiting the Iron Hook Tavern for a brief respite. Regrettably, Captain Tifa was out at sea, and even the petite, charming waitress, brimming with the scent of the ocean, was nowhere to be found. This left him lamenting the loss of a cherished old friend. Furthermore, the official forces of the Empire have already uncovered the reasons behind the incident. Lord Reno Augustus, during a theater outing, revealed some insider information that aligned closely with Lin Su's deductions, though there were differences. The old man stated that this time, the wild wizards of Coaster would undergo a thorough purge, and the alteration of the pollution source at Twilight Island bore Aldri's fingerprints. It is highly likely that it is his doing. He is seeking revenge, plotting the demise of the Beast siblings. The White Tower and the Ocean Academy, naturally, would extend their support, hoping to obliterate both parties, with the ideal scenario being to transform human brains into those of dogs. Times have changed. Previously, the forces of the Beast family operated discreetly, but now that they have departed, only the third-ring wizard Repa remains to maintain appearances. At this juncture, the benefits of releasing Aldri become apparent. They could charge into battle on their behalf, testing whether any further contingencies exist. To that end, the Ocean Academy's dean, known for taming whale wizards, did not hesitate to sacrifice the life of a formal wizard. The struggle for interests is fearsome. The more he comprehended, the more resolute Lin Su became in his decision to withdraw. After acquiring some materials for controlling plant rings from Reno, he finally prepared himself. On the 7th day following the ball, on the eve of the city's impending lockdown, he utilized the guise of serving the Malevolent family, embarking on a journey from which there would be no return. He exited openly, deliberately leaving a record of his departure from the city. After evading all scrutiny, he sank directly into the earth. The vast pool of super magic dust had also been destroyed as he prepared to establish a new location, with passages blocked and destroyed. And after erasing all traces of his existence, he finally felt secure enough to depart. Chapter 71. The Rhine Castle. The frog machines possessed a remarkable capacity for storage, akin to transport tools, which alleviated numerous challenges for Lin Su. The subterranean passages extended no more than 20 miles beyond the city walls. Thus, after establishing a proper direction, he instructed them to gradually excavate a route towards their designated territory. Meanwhile, he rode atop a massive moonblade leopard, traversing the surface with astonishing speed. Before nightfall, he successfully arrived at his domain, where over 40 of his slaves and a handful of hired farmers awaited him, mounted on a grand steed. Adorned in leather armor and equipped with a bow and sword, he patrolled the lush green rice paddies, creating an imposing presence at first glance. Adjacent to the 3-story warehouse erected previously, this assembly of half-orcs had constructed a modest wooden dwelling, occupying a mere acre of land, which appeared rather cramped. Their awareness of their circumstances was commendably high. Lin Su's arrival instilled a sense of trepidation among the many slave knights, who feared that any inadequacy might result in the loss of their lives at the hands of their master. Although Lin Su disapproved of such reactions, he did not demand a change. Adapting to the times was essential for concealing oneself, for advocating equality among all was a folly born of ignorance. One should conduct oneself with integrity and a clear conscience. Lin Su seldom visited this area, which contributed to their unease. The second crop of rice seeds would mature in approximately half a month. Even if disturbances arose within the realm of sorcery, they would not impact the common folk. Unless one were to succumb to madness, a highly unlikely scenario, particularly with the presence of the enigmatic court sorcerer, Reynold Augustus, in cost. The intrigues and machinations transpired right under their noses, ensuring that chaos could not take root within the city. Most of the happenings would likely unfold on Bell Tower Island. He merely needed to safeguard his own small patch of land. To avoid calamity and prevent unnecessary complications from conscription, he shifted his focus outward. Arriving at the solidified plot of land, Lin Su contemplated for a moment, his architectural skills having reached level 3. And with the diverse materials yielded from his research and synthesis, he was prepared to showcase his talents in shaping a residence suited to his long-term needs. This sandbox-like endeavor ignited a fervor within him, and he first erected a stone wall encompassing 50 acres, leaving a passageway for entry. 50 acres, to be honest, was quite expansive. Previously, while managing a 100-acre base beneath the Rhine Book House, he had not experienced such fatigue. Now he needed to consider not only the aesthetic appeal of the structures but also their functionality, while allowing for appropriate blank spaces to accommodate future enhancements as his power grew. The transformation of soil into marble proved to be mentally taxing. Fortunately, with his physical breakthrough, he could now utilize magical energy to replace the usual spellcasting expenditure, and within 3 days, he had erected a 4-meter-wide, 10-meter-high wall, a pure stone structure devoid of any gaps, as if it had emerged from the earth itself. Such fortifications primarily defended against humans and magical creatures, offering no protection against sorcerers. At each corner, he constructed watchtowers connected to the battlements, providing a far-reaching view. In Lin Su's modest domain, rice fields constituted half of the land, rendering the open area reminiscent of a rectangular fortress. The central 10 acres housed the main castle, with 5 acres on the left designated for stables and gardens, and another 5 acres on the right allocated for the slave knights, which would also serve as storage and utility rooms. With a preliminary plan in mind, Lin Su began drafting blueprints. The exterior would reflect the architectural style of the era, while the interior would undoubtedly adopt modern designs, featuring grand sofas, glass windows, bathrooms, meditation rooms, studies, and master bedrooms, among other amenities. Many of these items could be synthesized from similar materials. Over the past 2 years, he had produced a variety of materials and recipes that were not only beneficial for cultivation but also resulted in numerous highly effective commonplace products. He ensured that water and ventilation were as convenient as possible. After approximately a month of labor, the castle was nearing completion, though the interior still required manpower for decoration. The purchased slave knights were the perfect labor force, and Lin Su did not hesitate to employ them. The structure took on the appearance of unadorned obsidian. Upon entering the first floor, one was greeted by a reception hall, flanked by 4 doors leading to various other areas of the castle. The kitchen was situated at the rear of the first floor, accompanied by 10 adjoining maids' quarters, alongside the cold storage room, pantry, and utility room, facilitating their daily tasks. The second floor was designated for servant quarters, including the butler, totaling 40 small rooms on both sides. The third floor housed the training grounds and meditation rooms, featuring a small shooting range that overlapped with the main structure. Guest rooms occupied the 4th floor, comprising only 10 chambers, with a central lounge adorned with a grand fireplace, complete with carpets, sofas, and a washroom. The master bedroom was placed on the 5th floor, designed as a spacious flat with only a few separated rooms. However, the true bedroom lay underground, where Lin Su had excavated a rudimentary mold, having recently reunited with the frog machines. To reach the standards of costs underground, prolonged development was necessary, and the castle's interior issues would require gradual resolution. For now, accommodating residents posed no problem. Summoning the butler, Lin Su instructed him to gather a few individuals to investigate news and cost, and procure materials such as timber, wool, and fabric. Some finished products could also be regarded as synthesized materials, thus necessitating a major purchase that included tableware, furniture, carpets, curtains, and more. Of course, cooking could also be a delightful and relaxing endeavor, and occasionally, he would indulge in preparing meals himself. With the establishment of walls, the castle indeed took on the aura of sovereign territory. Unfortunately, the presence of sorcerers mitigated his ambitions. Given a mounted combat system, he would have undoubtedly emulated the Mongols, carving out his domain, even reaching Greenland to extract ice blocks for his endeavors. After arranging the daily patrol duties, Butler Rakta, accompanied by 10 large carts and 20 half-orc knights, set forth to Kost, transporting harvested grains along with Lin Su's handwritten sprouting strategies. This journey, due to the ties with the malevolent family, posed no security concerns. Once the castle was suitably arranged, he would ascend to the coveted title he yearned for. Meanwhile, Reynold had cut off supplies for a month, and the old man had yet to seek him out, likely well aware of his recent activities. The present moment called for magical stones. With the departure of Butler Rakta's entourage, the Rhine castle had taken shape. The acquisition of nobility was imminent, making it the perfect time to strategize his next move, the pursuit of knowledge. Chapter 72. Intrigues and schemes breaking the shackles of knowledge through 2 years of diligent efforts. Lin Su has established 4 distinct channels. The first and most advantageous is with Reno Augustus, whose interests align closely with his, as long as the demands are not excessive. By paying a reasonable price, one can undoubtedly acquire knowledge related to the first ring of sorcery. The second channel lies with the Nature Association. Though Lin Su has severed ties with Valia of the Nature's Voice, connections remain on the Antlers side, as the Elven race has maintained amicable relations with the Dandong Empire. The past affairs of the Nature's Voice family have seemingly been put aside, though only at a racial level. Personal sentiments are, of course, understood. By enticing them with more Elven secret language lures, Lin Su is certain to achieve his desires, albeit facing minor challenges. The third channel involves the recently encountered Migalun family. He believes opportunities will arise, though it carries certain risks. He must tread carefully, neither too deeply nor too superficially, as misjudging this balance could lead to significant peril. The fourth channel, without a doubt, pertains to the matters concerning Twilight Island. There lies a reservoir of knowledge left by the Twilight Church, while not esoterically profound. It is certainly ample enough to satiate his ambitions. Compared to the previous 3 channels, the threat posed by this one is overt. Reno has cautioned him that this is akin to a meat grinder, where wild sorcerers who partake will face a severe purge. Thus, he can only gaze longingly from afar. In sequential order, Reno Augustus, with whom he shares mutual interests, is evidently the preferred choice. With this in mind, he decides to commence with the elder Reno. To engage in bribery, one must first earn money. Earning mortal coin, no matter the amount, pales in comparison to devising ways to procure sorcerous wealth. It is imperative to venture to the capital soon, to engage with the true elite of this world, the Golden Sorcerer Academy. Murmuring to himself, Lin Su tentatively outlines his future plans before resuming his meditation. Perhaps due to the newfound magical essence within his physical form, along with various enhancements from potions and other aids, he anticipates that in just over a month, he will advance to the first ring of sorcery. Therefore, regarding the matter of the magical ring, he must either confirm its mastery through botanical control or seek to acquire a more suitable legacy from Reno. This artifact, being half tangible and half ethereal, serves as a superlative auxiliary device situated between sorcerous tools and magical items. The materials are costly and scarce. 3 days later, having settled in, Lin Su summoned Kost to his study. "What is the situation with the Migalun family?" he inquired. According to the Migalun steward, several events have transpired. Rakta replied, his foxtail quivering slightly, his tone laced with trepidation. "Master, just 5 days after your departure, Miss Olivia of the Behemoth Brotherhood was lured outside the city by the newly inducted sorceress of the Wild Sorcerers Mutual Aid Society, the Serpent Demoness, Krona, and was subsequently captured by the Twilight Sorcerer, Aldry." Lin Su raised an eyebrow. The Behemoth Brotherhood was undoubtedly a burgeoning force established by the Repa siblings. The mention of that Serpent Demoness struck him with a sense of eerie familiarity. This betrayal was quite skillfully executed. Aldry proclaimed to summon Repa, Lady Rose, and the Whale Tamer Sorcerer for a confrontation at Twilight Island. Otherwise, he would have Olivia subjected to a gruesome fate, personally delivering her to the Eternal Drowner for contamination. Approximately 5 days later, Repa gathered members of the Behemoth Brotherhood, along with several Imperial law enforcers, to accompany the Dean of the Ocean Academy to Twilight Island. Did the White Tower not participate? Lin Su queried, tapping the table thoughtfully. The Malevolent steward responded in the negative, adding, "Oh, and by the way, all this information was relayed to me with strict instructions to inform you. Lord Titan's birthday banquet will be held in a week's time, and your presence is requested." Understood. Is there any further news regarding Twilight Island? Lin Su pressed. Nothing specific. Rakta glanced around cautiously before continuing in a hushed tone, however. Based on reactions and additional information I gathered within the city, I have a hypothesis that you might be interested in hearing. Oh, Rakta, being a male hybrid of foxfolk and human, was known for his intelligence and cleverness. Numerous tales of fox-blooded half-beast slaves advising their masters have circulated through the ages. Please, share your thoughts. Lin Su, willing to hear him out, encouraged him to proceed. Rakta's eyes brightened as he began. I have a half-beast brother who serves as a gatekeeper for Rupa. Before their departure, he witnessed Lady Rose in the company of several elven sorcerers. Are you implying that Lady Rose has allied with Rupa for some reason, perhaps even involving elven sorcerers, yet they have yet to return? Lin Su speculated. The likelihood of such a scenario was indeed significant, especially given his first-hand observation of the cooperation between Nature's Voice and Rupa. Of course, this hinged on the honesty of Rakta's half-beast brother. If Rupa could genuinely enlist Lady Rose and the elven sorcerers, it could indeed lead to Aldri's downfall. Contingent upon the Dean's disposition. Keep this matter discreet. It does not concern us. You may leave now and instruct the guards to lay the carpets. Work can commence in the garden as well. As you wish, master. Once Rakta departed, Lin Su stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his study. Gazing out at the distant sea, lost in thought, he felt a twinge of concern for Valia's safety. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the Nature's Voice family had diminished in strength. Even with the alliance of the magical salt marsh, it was unlikely they would wholeheartedly assist Rupa. Thus, it seemed they had leveraged this channel to connect with other, more formidable elven clans. Moreover, with the imperial law enforcers present, no major calamity would likely ensue. He set aside his worries and began to harness the power of synthesis to create gilded copper lamps, hanging, standing, and wall-mounted. Crystal chandeliers, down comforters, plush beds, sofas, coffee tables, and more. He also planned for bathtubs, shower heads, and plumbing systems in the washroom, utilizing underground water, which, due to its proximity to the sea, carried a hint of salinity, though faint, was suitable for bathing but required alternative sources for drinking. Lin Su intended to develop a sorceress faucet utilizing the models of ice spike and fireball spells, aiming to freeze and then heat the water. Theoretically, this was sound, especially as many skills had reached red tier, leaving him ample time to refine his craft. Finally, he could dedicate time to mastering these two minor spells to enrich his spell repertoire, along with learning the corrosive water arrow, which would serve as excellent material once he could eventually merge sorceries. Chapter 73, The Bidding at the Birthday Banquet. A week later, on a leisurely afternoon, driven by Rakta. Lin Su reclined on a cashmere cushion, his head resting on the thigh of a cat-blood half-orc maid. The young girl tenderly massaged his temples while casually plucking a succulent grape and offering it to his lips. Sweet, truly sweet. This is what life is meant to be. Suddenly, Lin Su shook his head vigorously, causing the cat maid to jolt. This damned noble life nearly eroded my iron will, he grumbled inwardly. For your sake, what a day of corrosion by this class enemy. Just one day, as night fell, at the upper district of Koster. In the Malevolent castle, the chaos within the wizarding world scarcely disrupted the daily lives of the aristocrats. Compared to his last visit, Lin Su now navigated the scene with ease, no longer appearing like a country bumpkin. His change in demeanor was not an act of betrayal, but rather an acknowledgement of Lin Su's acceptance into the ranks of the Malevolent family, thus ensuring a cordial treatment. He was considered almost one of their own. This understanding stemmed from the unspoken rules of the noble society of Dondong. Lin Su, however, was indifferent to the nuances of attitude. As long as his goals could be achieved, all was agreeable. The culinary offerings at the banquet surpassed the simplistic fare of the previous ball, showcasing a higher standard. Throughout the evening, Titan wore an incessant smile, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Lin Su surmised that the matter of the rice seed had played a significant role in this newfound confidence. His uncle and father-in-law, the king, must have acknowledged him. A young man on the rise. Lin Su scrutinized himself, recognizing numerous shortcomings and the necessity for continued learning. Before long, the banquet concluded. Titan Migalin fulfilled his promise and introduced him to an official from the capital, Tominus Galenfa Belgrin. Due to his lack of qualifications, he was a mid-level apprentice wizard who specialized in politics, the third son of the Prime Minister of the Bestows Kingdom, currently serving as the left hand of the Imperial Governor, overseeing the trade of noble titles. Greetings, Rhine. Good to meet you, Lord Tominus. The two retreated to a secluded corner. Since Titan has briefed me, I shall succinctly discuss the Imperial examination for purchasing qualifications. It is my honor, my lord. Tominus appeared quite satisfied with Rhine's demeanor and spoke plainly, outlining the requirements. First, you must possess Dondung blood. By mere appearance, you qualify. Economically, you must demonstrate substantial means. Titan has mentioned this. The specific level of title you desire dictates the financial threshold. A lordship or barony is certainly within reach, but for a viscount, you may fall short. Understood. Furthermore, your lineage and background must be free of any direct criminal records and commercial offenses. That should pose no problem. Lin Su momentarily paused, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. In this era devoid of surveillance cameras, identity was solely reliant on a household registration system, which documented one's origins. Yet many remained unrecorded. Since learning that Silverfish Village had perished, he felt secure about his identity. Though Shalden had implemented identification measures, Lin Su had managed to keep his records untraceable by offering a bribe. The ambassador who had indulged himself with two northern women from the brothel had surely departed for a better place, and they were certainly not virtuous women. Yet, if divination magic were to probe into his affairs, he would indeed be unsettled. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Regret would only incite Tominus's suspicion. He could only forge ahead. Even if the ruse were to be uncovered, it would merely expose a false identity. After all, such a bureaucratic system for purchasing titles had existed for ages, and it was improbable that every transaction would warrant a grand wizard's scrutiny. Most likely, it involved some minor enchantment. Steeling himself, Lin Su inquired, Lord Tominus, how many magic stones would be required for the purchase of a viscountcy? Oh, it seems you possess some savings. Tominus pondered for a moment, retrieving a small ledger from his pocket and flipping it open. For a viscount, you have two options. One is the imperial process, costing around 200,000 magic stones, with no land grant, merely the basic privileges of the title, and the right to command 200 legal soldiers. The second option is through the Bestows Kingdom, which requires only 100,000 magic stones, that you must pay an additional 50,000 to me. What are the differences? Lin Su narrowed his eyes, attempting to discern Tominus's intentions. It carries the same rights as an imperial title, but you would possess a parcel of land within the Bestows Kingdom. Lin Su was taken aback, his breath quickening. However, Tominus's subsequent words doused his excitement with cold water. The land grant comes with an annual fee to sustain its upkeep, but you are prohibited from visiting it yourself. Am I to be treated like a pig for slaughter? To pay 50,000 fewer magic stones, only to be bound to a lifetime of financial support for a territory that is nominally mine, yet I am barred from setting foot on it? This is utterly ludicrous. Sensing Lin Su's indignation, Tominus added, the vast majority would opt for the second route, as it is their sole avenue to ascend the social ladder. Should complications arise, they can invoke the names of Migalin or the Bestows Kingdom. Sustaining a viscountcy hardly costs a few thousand magic stones annually. The Bestows Kingdom stands to profit significantly. What they seek is a long-term financial commitment. Unbeknownst to Tominus, Lin Su's clandestine dealings had already calculated gains from food sales and projected expansion revenues. Yet, merely possessing a FAOD of authority within internal affairs was hardly worth the price being demanded. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Su suddenly revealed a bright, chilling smile. How about we adjust the terms? 30,000 magic stones per year, and the Bestows Kingdom grants me access to first-tier magical knowledge. What do you say? How is that even possible? Tominus exclaimed, visibly irate. You have no idea what you're suggesting. Such short-sightedness. Lord Tominus, I am but one individual. If you find this unsatisfactory, we can negotiate further. After all, origins matter, do they not? Origins, one individual. Tominus regarded him with suspicion, contemplating whether Lin Su was hinting at something. Lin Su maintained a calm demeanor, gazing steadily at him. Since you are displeased, how about 3 for a year? 30,000 magic stones. Surely, even at the Paddle Wizard Association, one could procure several first-tier spells. And, since we are of similar standing, why not assist each other? Chapter 74. The omnipotence of magic stones. Lin Su's insinuation was almost as clear as a declaration. He could swear by the origin that he would never divulge any secrets. The knowledge embargo was aimed at classes, not individuals, especially when constrained by oaths. Although Tyamenos was not highly ranked among wizards, his lineage and political standing afforded him access to his family's library and even to the arcane library of the Kingdom of Bestows. After investing substantial resources, his progress in wizardry had stagnated, as the effort he expended yielded minimal returns. Many of his gifted relatives could not be overly burdened for his sake. It was simply a matter of cost-effectiveness. Thus, upon assuming the role of Chief Executive Officer's secretary, he became increasingly avaricious, unwilling to relinquish the allure of a wizard's longevity. His family could not invest significantly in him, leaving him to rely on his own means. The proposition of 30,000 magic stones presented by Lin Su was an irresistible opportunity, practically a guaranteed profit. Refusing such an offer was inconceivable. 30,000 magic stones. The typical wealth of a wild wizard ranged from 20 to 100 stones, while those with special talents might possess 5 to 1,000. It is noted that the grade of magic stones has not been specified, thus assumed to be of lower rank. The legitimate offspring of wizardly powers, if merely at the apprentice level, would spend around 100,000 magic stones annually, which would be the limit to avoid stirring discontent among their kin. For Tyamenos, who was also an apprentice, yet merely a branch of the family, this sum was indeed a colossal fortune he could not refuse. Gritting his teeth, Tyamenos finally managed to utter 3 words. "I agree. Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. A month from now, bring the items I requested when you next visit Coster, ensuring the corresponding method for condensing the magical rings is included. At that time, we shall swear by the origin. Shall we?" Having seemingly overcome the guilt of exploiting his family's resources, Tyamenos regained his composure. After all, he was an elite. Once he surmounted that mental barrier, it ceased to hinder him. Agreed. Farewell. Although Tyamenos hailed from a prestigious lineage, he could not gain the respect of the elder wizards due to financial constraints in acquiring extraordinary resources. Conversely, Lin Su possessed wealth and was willing to spend it. While this transaction appeared to favor Tyamenos, it had ignited his insatiable greed, further fueling his desire for the longevity that came with being a formal wizard. The 3 first-ring spells were of little consequence. What mattered was Tyamenos himself and the connections he wielded. The class-based knowledge embargo encompassed not only information but also essential materials for condensing magical rings. For wild wizards, acquiring such resources was a daunting task, often requiring perilous expeditions. With this individual, Lin Su now had 3 channels to access these locked resources: Migilin, Reno, and Tyamenos. The broader his network, the greater his safety, and the smoother his path would be in the future. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Su turned to leave but did not exit the upper city. Instead, he changed into another set of clothes in his carriage and sprinkled some odor-absorbing powder before visiting old Reno's alchemical factory. This visit occurred at night, and the family was mostly at home. Strangely, as Lin Su knocked and entered, both the male and female heads of the household, along with their young daughter, seemed oblivious to his presence, as if he were invisible. Their eldest daughter, Vera, greeted him with a smile and guided him to the basement. Lin Su found old Reno tinkering with a magical particle separation device, his eyes twitching at the sight of the moon god amulet in the elder's hand. This was an audacious plunder of the family of natural speech. Such exploitation was not typically conducted in this manner. "Old man, you've arrived," Reno said, not looking up. After a while, he raised his gaze to Lin Su, his face glowing, evidently having made a considerable profit recently. "Have a seat." "Thank you." Lin Su sat down, contemplating his words carefully. "Old man, the situation in the city has worsened, and I have moved my residence. How about changing our magic stone transactions to once a month?" "That's fine. Just a few days ago, I sent over 60,000 magic stones. What is up? Have you made a breakthrough in strength and wish to increase the quantity?" "One could say that," Lin Su replied with a slight smile. "I feel that I am not far from breaking through to become a formal wizard. Could you procure a meditation method of 3rd ring or 1st ring spells?" "Ah," Reno pondered, rubbing the ring on his finger as a faint glow flickered. A tome materialized in his hand. "These are my private collection, not under the jurisdiction of the Padawan Wizard Association. You may select 2 volumes, but the price will be a doubling of the monthly supply of artificial magic stones. Of course, the profit sharing remains unchanged. Do we have a deal? I need to take a look first." Lin Su accepted the tome, quickly assessing the first 2 pages, and soon grasped the essence. 2 meditation methods and 3 first-ring spells were laid before him. Extreme Cold Meditation and Starlit Meditation were both 6th-ring meditation methods, showcasing Reno's formidable strength and extensive collection. What lay before him was merely a fraction of Reno's wealth. The 3 first-ring spells, in Lin Su's estimation, could only be compared to plant mastery, revealing that both the complexity of the runes and the materials required for the magical rings were far more intricate than those he possessed in plant mastery. Nature's Transformation, Verdant Healing, and Morphing Technique bore unassuming names, yet their described effects were undeniably potent. Lin Su found himself in a quandary. Acquiring one meditation method was a necessity. Yet mastering all 3 spells posed significant challenges, especially in condensing the corresponding magical rings. For instance, the morphing technique required the rare skin of a shapeshifter, white bone of a magical creature, and blood of the night. The Nature's Transformation demanded the essence of a ground dragon, while Verdant Healing necessitated life juice. Old man, could you elaborate on what you need me to do? It pertains to the recent changes in Coster. Lin Su's expression hardened. When is the time frame? Approximately a month and a half. What do you think? Shall we exchange? Lin Su deliberated seriously. Currently, his physique was on the verge of breaking through to the formal level, with magical energy coursing through his blood and marrow. Yet it could not be termed true magical power until it coalesced with his mental capacity. The birth of true magical power was the foundation for casting first-ring spells. A month and a half was ample time. The dilemma was that even if the supply of artificial magic stones doubled, it would merely yield an additional 60,000, which paled in comparison to the price of a 6th-ring meditation method. It was evident that the task Reno requested was exceedingly challenging and closely tied to the upheaval on Evening Bell Island. Given the current chaos, involving 3 5th-ring wizards, a direct confrontation would certainly be futile. Such an opportunity was rare. After much contemplation, Lin Su finally spoke. If there are no stringent demands regarding strength, and only assistance in linguistic knowledge is required, I can agree to your terms. Reno seemed momentarily taken aback, explaining, Lane, you must consider carefully. A 6th-ring meditation method represents the pinnacle for mid-tier wizards. To advance further signifies reaching the ranks of high-tier wizards, a strength never before witnessed in Coster. Chapter 75. Path to advancement. Of course, should you decline, it will not affect the current transaction. However, obtaining the 6th-ring meditation technique as you have now would be nearly impossible. Lin Su, he truly did not wish to take risks. At worst, he could gradually integrate the foundational meditation techniques. Given his understanding of the synthesis power, he believed it would not pose a significant challenge. Why me? Do I possess something unique? In response to Lin Su's inquiry, Raynor shook his head. It is not that you are special. Rather, it is I who happens to be at the right place at the right time. You must understand that the 1st and 3rd-ring wizards are merely lower tier, with limited strength. Without a solid background, you would not even be able to enter the Padaron Wizard Association. Nevertheless, what you are currently pursuing may allow you to enter the ruling class of the Dandong Empire. If Migalin is willing to cultivate you, perhaps you could qualify for the Empire's Golden Academy in the future. Yet, your upper limit is still fixed. The 6th ring? The 9th ring? Have you ever contemplated what lies beyond the 9th ring? Lin Su was rendered speechless. Although he was accustomed to thinking 3 steps ahead, he had never considered the existence beyond the 9th ring. It felt too distant and unattainable. To transcend the 9th ring, the condensation of magical rings was paramount, necessitating a purposeful and strategic accumulation of complementary magical rings of the same system. The rings may be weak, but they must not be chaotic. After all, aside from the spells corresponding to the rings, wizards can also learn other spells, albeit with lesser power. Are you familiar with Lady Rose? I've heard mention of her. Lady Rose hails from a lineage of wild wizards. She ascended to become a countess of the Dandong Empire through her beauty. Due to certain circumstances, she established the White Tower. Do you believe you can one day attain a position even higher than hers? Lin Su, I doubt it. Raynor sighed. Continuing on the topic of magical rings, Lady Rose appropriated the foundational resources of an imperial count. She understands the key to what lies beyond the 9th ring. Thus, even if the rings she condenses are somewhat weak, they still exhibit a systematic complementary effect. Wild growth, parasitic rose, thorn magic spike, natural affinity, and excessive healing. These 5 spells represent her condensed magical rings, encompassing both plant and life magic. Once she breaks through the 9th ring and maintains her current system, she will naturally be able to see a broader path ahead. Pouring himself a cup of tea, Raynor observed the hesitant Lin Su and made another investment. The Mud Dragon transformation is a branch of elemental studies, specifically the advancement path for Earth wizards. You appear to possess considerable talent for Earth magic. I can provide you with the corresponding knowledge. Greenery healing is a branch of plant magic and life studies, also known as the Wild Wizard. The shape-shifting technique represents a branch of spell studies and is one of the necessary conditions for the advancement of shape-shifting wizards. I can offer you all related knowledge for a fee. What say you? At this point, Lin Su's previous hesitation, doubt, and concern vanished entirely. His expression regained a semblance of tranquility, yet his eyes blazed with a fervent confidence. So, I refuse. I knew it would come to this. What? You refuse? Raynor's eyes widened in disbelief. This offer surpassed the limits of what a wild wizard would typically accept. Enough for them to stake their lives on it. Why? Soon, he frowned and inquired again. Lin Su shook his head, remaining silent. Yet, he held another consideration in his heart. Had Raynor not mentioned what lay beyond the ninth ring, nurse-sighted Lady Rose as an example, and if he had not revealed knowledge of Lin Su's recent actions, perhaps the allure of the proposition, combined with youthful impulsivity, might have led him to accept. Alas, the offer was too generous to the extent that it no longer warranted a life-threatening gamble. Moreover, Raynor's avarice only heightened Lin Su's unease. Lin Su had always been acutely aware of his own status. What is a wild wizard? A mere rat, a material, a commodity. Meanwhile, Raynor was a member of the court wizard faction, at the very least an upper-tier wizard, wielding power between the 7th and 9th rings. Even if there were extenuating circumstances as he claimed, it did not serve as justification for Lin Su to comply. Lin Su felt a lingering connection to the mysterious power associated with the Dusk Church, especially since Aldry had never shown signs of possessing such power during the last battle. He had fortuitously learned many underlying truths. The entire situation appeared reasonable on the surface, yet reeked of intrigue and peculiarity. Aldry's defeat had been far too effortless, which was inconsistent with the formidable strength of a fifth-ring wizard. Of course, the support from the Behemoth family could not be underestimated, yet it could not dismiss the possibility of Aldry retreating opportunely. Lin Su had relocated to the outskirts of the city, professing to trust the Empire's official handling of affairs and that the calamities of the wizarding world would not affect the commoners of Coster. Yet deep down, he yearned for a sense of security. Regardless of how minuscule the probability, he intended to eliminate any potential risks. No involvement, no knowledge, no entry. He sought stability over peril. Seeing Lin Su's silence, Raynor sighed, feigning disappointment. Lin Su placed the tome upon the metallic table, bowed silently, and took his leave. He vowed never to return. That old man is truly insidious. After Lin Su departed, the lady of the house, Vera, descended from the upper floor and approached Raynor. Master, did he not agree? No, Raynor replied, somewhat despondent. This lad has already reached the official level. I thought a little temptation would ignite the spirit of youth within him. Given his recent actions, he does not appear to be timid or fearful. Alas, I suppose we must try someone else. Was that merely a slight temptation? Vera's delicate face bore a hint of reproach. Those sent to Dusk Island have been ensnared by the Dusk Shrine. We must find a willing individual to replace Sister Rose. Master, time is of the essence. I understand. How about we go and charm the Azalea? Those pirates are particularly fond of such affairs. Very well. In Coster, the mixed blood district, Lin Su had spent a night at the Rhine bookstore. He discovered that the neighboring elven fruit shop had been transformed into a restaurant. He gazed up at the moon, which shone bright and clear, its light soft and delicate, charming to behold. Completely out of touch, he thought to himself, forget it. Pushing the door open, he collapsed onto the sofa in the ground floor hall. Closing his eyes in contemplation, he resolved to minimize his visits to Raynor in the future, merely sending a lackey to deliver the monthly magical stones. He could ascertain that Raynor harbored ulterior motives, yet he had not made any overt moves. At the very least, he had some boundaries. So he made a note to settle the score later. He had not accepted the compensation offered by Raynor. A month later, he could still obtain it from Tominus. This underscores the importance of channels, though for now, his supply of magical stones was insufficient. The volume of sales needed to increase. As for Migolin, he would have to wait until he acquired a title before engaging in any meaningful exchanges of benefits. In terms of industry, he had reached a temporary standstill. To develop further, he must acquire an equivalent within the wizarding world. Chapter 76. The first ring sorcerer, the plethora of information provided by Raynor warrants careful consideration. The divergent paths of advancement and schools of thought ostensibly commence from the magical rings. The advent of these rings has indeed transformed every facet of sorcery. Lin Su is determined to experiment with the power of synthesis. No more indecision. He has resolved to pursue plant manipulation. Firstly, he possesses a portion of the necessary materials, which he specifically acquired during his previous dealings with Raynor. Secondly, he intends to utilize his synthesis abilities to attempt the fusion of rings with differing attributes. Even should he fail, he can merely start anew. He is young and has ample time for experimentation. A passion for this pursuit is essential for him to stand out. The power of synthesis is not only a gift bestowed by the magic cube, but also the foundation of his very existence, and it is decidedly not without merit. The following day, his primary form delved deep underground, simultaneously enhancing the subterranean infrastructure and synthesizing various urgently needed resources while diligently meditating to elevate his sorcerer rank and hone his magical proficiency. Before long, a month had passed. As summer approached, the sun blazed fiercely, and the sea breeze rendered faces parched and itchy, with sweat pouring down. Within a modest castle of merely 50 acres, a 30-member orc knight squadron stood guard atop the walls, flanking the open gates with 5 knights stationed on each side. Occasionally, a villager from the nearby fields would pass by. Within the castle walls, a verdant expanse of rice paddies claimed half the territory, while the other half was comprised of a cluster of small buildings surrounding the castle: stables, gardens, a 2-story residential area, and a towering 6-story castle adorned with intricate, ancient floral motifs and sharply defined architectural lines, complemented by familiar exotic characteristics, bestowed it with a unique charm. Upon entering, the grand hall adorned with a crimson carpet, fireplace, crystal chandeliers, and wall sconces was meticulously decorated. Several maids wielding cleaning tools busily tidied up the dirt and dust, infusing the small castle with a semblance of life. Shortly thereafter, a long-legged maid with black cat-like hair emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray laden with high-energy foods crafted from the flesh and blood of magical beasts. The cat-blood half-orc maid delivered the provisions to the dining room on the west side, ringing the bell mounted on the wall, and softly spoke into a trumpet-shaped object, "Master, lunch is ready." In due course, a gentle voice emanated from the trumpet, "Coming." Moments later, the fireplace in the dining room rotated open, and Lin Su emerged from the underground passage. After squinting his eyes to adjust to the harsh sunlight, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the lush scenery of the rice fields to alleviate his eye fatigue. By the time he sat at the dining table and devoured his meal with the swiftness of a whirlwind, a half-hour had elapsed. Scanning: Lin Su, age 2300, talent, synthesis of all things, rank, level 1 Earth Knight, 135-1000, first ring sorcerer, 5-1000, transcendence, magic breathing technique, 220-1000, moon eye meditation technique, 35-1000, skills, red rank apprentice level mudstone conversion, magic hand, purification of evil, moonblade leopard contract art, strong repulsion field, heart seal. First ring plant manipulation, 100-1000, artistry, red rank linguistic mastery, medicine, nobility etiquette, culinary arts, historian, navigation, architecture 3, 72-100. Status: healthy, semi-human, at this moment. He had successfully advanced to the rank of first ring sorcerer as planned and elevated the moon snake meditation technique to its zenith, achieving the formal level. Upon its fusion with the round eye meditation technique, he named it the moon eye meditation technique. However, its limit was capped at the second ring, and to progress further, he would require the integration of additional meditation techniques. Meanwhile, all apprentice-level sorceries had reached the red rank, and the trio of mental system apprentice sorceries had been amalgamated into a singular art, the heart seal technique, enabling him to slightly perceive the malice of others towards him and to defend against mental attacks, as well as to sense the mental feedback of other beings. The unification of these 3 arts had truly reached the pinnacle of apprentice mastery, and the incorporation of one more mental sorcery would elevate him to the first ring level. The breakthrough occurred 3 days prior. Consequently, both his physical and mental states had met the requirements for advancement, extending his lifespan to 300 years and reaching the limits of a first-ring sorcerer. Henceforth, each subsequent elevation would result in an increase in lifespan, and his mental capacity would undergo a transformation, its boundaries dissipating. The sorcery models previously inscribed in his mind coalesced into a spiritual magic core, resting within the depths of his soul. His mental detection had increased dramatically, extending to 300 meters. The first thread of magical energy was officially birthed within him. As external magical energy was continuously converted and infused into his body through the longevity magic core located at the base of his tail. Following the second phase of processing, the magical energy fused with his physical and mental essence, continually reinforcing his foundation. This was reflected in the steady ascent of his rank progress on the panel. The speed of his advancement was astonishingly swift, far exceeding that of an ordinary sorcerer. This was evidently due to the synergy of his longevity magic core and the magical spirit, the fragile shark, along with the significant contribution of the red rank moon eye meditation technique. It was this confluence of enhancements that granted him an extraordinary pace of cultivation. Despite the recent nature of his breakthrough, and although the supply of magic stones was inexhaustible, he still required time to accumulate more magical energy. Upon careful calculation, it would take approximately a week to reach the standard magical energy level of a normal first-ring sorcerer, at which point he could proceed to condense his magical ring. Lin Su had firmly resolved to condense the plant manipulation technique. This art, created in the ancient era when sorcerous civilization was just emerging, was established by the sages of that time. However, the method for condensing magical rings only emerged 50,000 years ago, while the moon goddess elven royalty existed 100,000 years prior. This temporal discrepancy suggests that the method for condensing the plant manipulation magical rings should not exist, as they do not align. Yet, the ancient elven language that he has mastered cannot be false. Thus, if the age of the royal relics is indeed questionable, then there must be an issue with the sorcery itself. Through diligent study, Lin Su has directly acquired this knowledge. Although his initial proficiency is lacking, he can distinguish between authenticity and deceit. Therefore, the original ancient text entrusted to him was a forgery. Yet, the content documented within it is genuine. When the opportunity arises, he must inquire with the president of the Nature Association, the Antler, about the origins of these relics, for peace of mind is elusive otherwise. After savoring the last sip of his hot tea, Lin Su let out a long sigh of relief. The initial proficiency of the first ring sorcery, plant manipulation, stands at 100, with a total proficiency of 1,000. This signifies that under normal circumstances, he must attain 1,000 points to achieve instantaneous casting. Currently, the utilization of this sorcery requires him to perform intricate ancient hand seals in conjunction with incantations in the ancient elven tongue to assist in the casting. Had he acquired the inheritance of the spellcasting school, he could unleash it with merely 4 words. Alas, age has caught up to him. He can only gradually enhance his proficiency while still needing a few more materials for the magical ring. A trip into the city is imperative tomorrow to fulfill his prior agreement with Taminos. Chapter 77. The Wings of Growth. The next day, Lin Su boarded a carriage accompanied by 2 maids and a steward, driving towards Coster. A month had passed. In his endeavor to amass 30,000 magic stones, Lin Su had significantly increased the supply from Renaud, reaching nearly 200,000 per month, a staggering output. Yet, he had reached his limit. He had constructed 5 pools for the extraction of superfine magic dust. Fortunately, they required only a single synthesis process, or he would have been drained completely, or rather, he had already been drained, as his advancement in the knightly path surpassed that of the wizard ranks. This was due to the extensive use of synthesis power, which took a considerable toll on his physical strength, leaving him utterly exhausted each time. However, through diligent practice of breathing techniques, he made rapid progress. With enough magic stones accumulated, he could afford to slow down and return to a normal output. It was also time to purchase another plot of land. The last acquisition of 50 acres cost only 100,000 gold coins, which translated to merely 10 low-grade magic stones. Absurdly inexpensive. He intended to buy another 50 acres to cultivate synthesis rice, beginning to stockpile food in case of unforeseen circumstances, allowing for a longer period of refuge. Additionally, he needed to acquire more slaves for the castle, as it felt too empty. He preferred intimacy and warmth over vastness. In the upscale district of Coster, at the Malevolent family's establishment, the Vauron restaurant, Lin Su sat in a corner, retrieving a sea conch from his pocket. This device functioned similarly to a telephone, but its communication range was limited to the vicinity of a single city. Following the agreement with Taminos, the Malevolent family had sent this conch to his castle for today as correspondence. The conch originated from a marine beast known as the supersound conch, resembling a screw shell, and came in pairs, serving as a distinctive communication tool for coastal cities. After channeling a hint of magical energy to activate the conch, he left the address of the Valron restaurant. An hour later, a somewhat shifty-looking Tiamanos Galinfa Belgrin entered, carrying a small bag, followed by two peak human knights. He instructed the knights to remain outside the restaurant and approached Lin Su without hesitation. "Lord Rhine, long time no see," he said. "It has indeed been a while. Have you made your considerations?" Tiamanos nodded. "Let us commence the transaction. I have brought the additional materials you requested." "Very well," Lin Su replied with a smile, retrieving a stomach pouch from his coat pocket. He had become quite adept with the swallowing marsh frog. Over the past month, he had engaged in extensive synthesis research to create a more convenient spatial storage tool. Ultimately, he successfully crafted a storage artifact that could be opened with mental energy by integrating a small portion of low-grade materials featuring spatial and spiritual properties. However, despite its considerable capacity, it still bore weight, rendering it a secondary artifact, comparable to the Earth Robe, but far inferior in effect. Lin Su speculated that he was lacking a certain spatial magic. Tiamanos struggled to accept the stomach pouch, probing its contents with his mental energy to verify the materials. His caution stemmed from the recent scams plaguing the Empire, where unscrupulous merchants substituted disposable artificial magic stones for permanent natural ones in transactions, leaving many victims bereft of their investments. The origins of these cons remained undiscovered, prompting him to remain vigilant. Lin Su, oblivious to Tiamanos' thoughts, appreciated the slower pace to avoid any potential disputes later on. Half an hour later, Tiamanos exhaled deeply, confirming a total of 36,000 magic stones, which included the cost for purchasing a title, his fees for magic, and various rare botanical materials. Once verified, he solemnly handed the package to Lin Su, insisting, upon reading, "Destroy it immediately, and you must swear not to disclose this, including to bloodline descendants. You cannot reveal that you obtained it from me." "Understood," Lin Su nodded, sweeping his mental energy over the contents, and, after confirming their accuracy, swore an oath of origin to fulfill the transaction conditions. Both parties felt satisfied with the exchange. Tiamanos pondered for a moment before adding, "I can procure the materials for these spells through family channels, but the price, that is agreeable. How about this? You leave someone behind, and let him keep the communication conch. For any future needs, I will contact you through him. Otherwise, traveling back and forth to Coster might attract unnecessary attention." "Agreed. Regarding the matter of the Viscount, the Star Observation Tower has confirmed there are no issues. Within 10 days, the Empire's orders will arrive, so remember to accept the decree." "Not a problem." After some light conversation, Tiamanos took his leave. Lin Su watched the trio depart, his eyes narrowing with a smile. He was now quite certain that his aptitude for wizardry was nearly non-existent. Yet, he had relied on potions and diligent effort to gradually improve. Although his progress was primarily due to hard work, the assistance from potions should not be underestimated, particularly those crafted through synthesis power, which were nearly flawless. Once he found leisure time, Lin Su was determined to systematically study alchemical pharmacology, transforming his mundane medicinal capabilities into extraordinary potions. By integrating medicinal properties and formulas, he might synthesize even more perfect results. In summary, regarding the utilization of synthesis power, there remained numerous aspects he was still unfamiliar with. His current research was merely repetitive labor, an ongoing process of experimentation and combination. The essence of genuine research was still far from his grasp. He stored the items in another stomach pouch, settled the bill, and departed without the slightest intention of seeking Raynaud. With half a month remaining, a significant event was set to transpire within the wizarding community of Coster, and he needed to prepare diligently. He aimed not to participate actively, but to remain unscathed would suffice. At noon, having exited the administrative district, Lin Su acquired another 50 acres of land. After securing the deed, he proceeded to the slave market to purchase several half-orc slaves to serve as serfs. Back at Rhine Castle, he delegated the cultivation tasks to his knights and began researching the 3 one-ring spells Tiamanos had provided: Flame Giant Fist, Flight, and 1,000 Blades of Extreme Cold. Due to his specific requirements, the corresponding methods for condensing the spell rings were clearly laid out. Lin Su merged them with blank paper. The content remained unchanged, yet the essence transformed into a synthesis he could fully control. With a decisive tap on his forehead, The contents of the 3 one-ring spells surged into his mind, bringing forth a flood of insights. The information panel now displayed these 3 spells, starting at a proficiency of 100 points, exceedingly convenient. After familiarizing himself briefly, Lin Su opened his eyes and proceeded to the training ground to test their power and effects. In no time, the underground space reverberated with immense booms every half-minute, shaking continuously as the sounds of thunderous energy echoed throughout. Chapter 78. The Convergence of the Magic Ring. The following day, Lin Su awakened from his meditative recovery. After a night's passage, several first circle spells had seen varying degrees of enhancement, and now it was time to focus on the matter of the magic ring's convergence. The magic ring associated with plant control required 3 specific materials. He had procured one from Reinu and the other 2 from Taminos, namely, the seed of life, the breath of green leaves, and the will of the wild. From their names alone, one might surmise they pertain to seeds or leaves. In reality, the seed of life is a long-lived magic core birthed within plant-type magical creatures, akin to what humanity refers to as a bloodline magic core. Plants too possess bloodlines. However, not every plant-type magical creature possesses the seed of life. It must be infused with a substantial amount of life energy, typically found only in ancient beings like great trees or colossal vines. These are exceedingly difficult to slay. The breath of green leaves consists of fallen leaves from the mother tree of the elven race, equally rare, yet rather commonplace in Dondon. The will of the wild is even more extraordinary, requiring a transcendent beast that perished in battle to protect the forest. Upon its death, its spirit sinks into the earth, giving rise to the roaring tree. The fruit that emerges from it embodies the will of the wild. The one in Lin Su's possession resembled a brown bear figurine, and when held to his ear, he could faintly hear the beast's roar. It was of far superior quality compared to the materials he had encountered in the black market, which explained its exorbitant price. With all 3 materials in hand, the next step was to learn the method of convergence for the magic ring. After refining and merging magical energy through his mental prowess, a complete dual-core transformation system formed within him. The speed of magical birth was determined by his mastery of meditation techniques. Undoubtedly, Lin Su was remarkably swift, excelling in all aspects. And the meditative method he employed retained its inherent characteristics, which he adeptly blended with his synthesis power. This resulted in a perfect permeation. When he wielded the magical energy, it flowed effortlessly, leading to a solid foundation that made the convergence of the magic ring easier than anticipated. Seated upon a mat crafted from squirrel fur, Lin Su arranged the 3 materials before him. As per his studies, magical energy shot forth like threads from his brow, meticulously intertwining the 3 rare resources. He inscribed runes through a process of permeation while simultaneously leaving his soul imprint and energy signature. As the pale blue magical energy continuously infused, the materials gradually softened, transforming into a liquid state under Lin Su's guidance. At that moment, he began to chant the incantation, resonating with the pre-inscribed runes. The materials began to coalesce into a ring, descending gently onto Lin Su's head. The magic ring commenced to emit a barely perceptible green light through the threads of magical energy. Success! Lin Su's eyes brightened, and he inhaled lightly. The plant-colored magic ring instantly morphed into liquid, which he swallowed, simultaneously losing the awareness of the boundaries of his mental space. An abundance of green energy surged from an unknown realm into his consciousness. Ultimately, it evolved into a green ring within his sea of awareness. His soul, seated at the center, bore a diamond-shaped, pale blue translucent crystal upon his brow. The essence of life enveloped his soul, and tendrils began to sprout from his soul skin, growing and forming a verdant cocoon, flooding his mind with knowledge related to plant control. On the information panel, the proficiency of this skill began to rise rapidly, halting at an impressive level of 536. This exemplifies one of the benefits of converging a magic ring. The expedited mastery of first circle spells, coupled with the corresponding magic ring, yielded a power increase of at least 3-fold. The consumption was nearly imperceptible, far surpassing those who had learned plant control yet failed to converge the corresponding magic ring. Once the tendrils growing upon his soul receded, the magic spirit, the fragile shark, emerged from the shadows, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that merged with the ring, adorning the pure plant-colored circle with a layer of enigmatic black patterns. In the external world, Lin Su suddenly opened his eyes, feeling invigorated and utterly relaxed. a rich essence of life radiating from within him, even extending his lifespan by 20 years. Rising to his feet, he promptly began to experiment with the power of the magic ring. With hands clasped and a brief incantation on his lips, he commanded, "Grow swiftly." In the next moment, the green ring with black patterns manifested around him, and the magical energy within him surged forth from his pores, rapidly shifting forms. Thick tendrils, as wide as his wrists, appeared to grow from his skin, bristling with thorns and black patterns. With a mere thought, the tips of the tendrils expelled a cloud of black smoke, and a shark's head snapped down with a resounding crunch, as if it had severed the very air itself. The tendrils then writhed wildly, causing the meditation chamber to tremble, the ground to crack, and debris to scatter, showcasing considerable power. As his thoughts evolved, the tendrils encircled him, cocooning him effectively against malicious attacks. After conducting various experiments, Lin Su devised an audacious maneuver, causing several particularly stout tendrils to sprout from his back, their tips forming a three-clawed structure that lifted him into the air. After indulging in this play for a while, Lin Su finally focused and retracted the plants. Once deprived of his magical sustenance, the tendrils quickly withered, turning to ashes in no time. He stored the magic ring within his sea of consciousness. The casting time was 3 seconds. Once successfully cast, it could be maintained indefinitely, entirely governed by his will, and the power of the spirit could be combined. In the future, if he were to master combat-oriented curse spells, he could achieve tactical objectives through the fragile shark. Plant control, aside from combat, proved exceptionally practical in daily life and logistics. Akin to a universal utility akin to transmuting mud and stone, quite commendable. In reflection, Lin Su felt that the magic ring he had converged upon was a tremendous gain. Its adaptability was remarkable, even allowing for the integration of powers that were entirely contrary to life force, suggesting that converging more first-level magic rings should pose no significant challenges. Of course, whether this was due to the symbiotic nature of the magic spirit remained uncertain. He resolved to experiment with the flame giant fist ring next time. However, that was not feasible at present due to the lack of requisite materials. With the magic ring established, the issue of magical radiation within him was comprehensively resolved. Once the incident on Evening Bell Island concluded, he could return to his previous lifestyle, enjoying meals, watching dramas, and steadily enhancing his skills through daily practice. The future appeared promising. In high spirits, Lin Su decided to host a banquet, reveling with numerous servants. The next day, he immersed himself once more in endless training. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, the long-awaited delegation for his ennoblement arrived, 5 days delayed. Lin Su received word and donned formal attire early, officially receiving his title as a viscount under the Kingdom of Bestows in the Administrative Hall of Coster. He had designed an asymmetrical geometric pattern featuring 3 overlapping triangles and added a flourish to his surname. However, these embellishments were of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he had finally realized the aspiration he had harbored since his arrival. He was now part of the noble class. The Kingdom of Bestows was a vassal of the Dondung Empire, nominally under the same emperor. Moreover, within Coster, the Malevolent family served as a protective pillar. As long as Reinu's counterfeiting scheme remained undiscovered, he could indulge in his misdeeds without consequence. Including the ladies of the theater, he felt liberated. Chapter 79, The Viscount and the Incident. In a prestigious restaurant within the administrative district, Lin Su expended a considerable sum of gold coins to host a grand banquet. He extended invitations to all acquaintances of the noble Coster, while also entertaining the newly appointed entourage with ample food, red envelopes, and women. At the very least, the entire Coster was aware that a new noble named Rhine Lin had emerged within the city. His identity as a sorcerer remained concealed from public view. However, those with a modicum of awareness among the nobility understood his true nature. Coupled with the backing of the malevolent, his position, while not unassailable, was unlikely to attract minor troubles. Thus, Lin Su successfully achieved the first step of his plan to transition from an outcast to a noble, and it appeared that the background checks associated with prophetic sorcery posed no hindrance to him. The smoothness of the process could be attributed to meticulous preparations. The festivities spanned 3 consecutive days, allowing Lin Su to forge connections with numerous nobles also serving malevolent, while deepening his understanding of the hierarchical structure and rivalries among the top-tier nobility in the Coster region. For the time being, he had no immediate need for them. Now, it was time to prepare a legitimate army. He possessed a quota of 200, excluding slaves. This arrangement resembled the ancient household servants of China, ostensibly slaves, but effectively soldiers. Various methods could circumvent restrictions. However, Lin Su preferred not to pursue such avenues. He prioritized quality over quantity among the 200 slots. The existing half-orc slave knights would serve as the guards for the small castle. Behind the scenes, he intended to create constructs from corpses. His primary method involved eldritch god synthesis, crafting incorruptible synthetic beings such as chimeras, artificial griffins, and scorpion-tailed lions. Thus far, his constructs lacked genuine souls, possessing only a hollow semblance of spiritual essence, requiring either his mental manipulation or manual control. Therefore, he needed to study the soul sorcery of the life alteration school. Additionally, there was another option, infusing a fragment of a soul from a magic spirit giant shark, which could imbue the shell with a murderous instinct, eliminating the need for control, attacking any living being in sight. Since the host coexisted within Lin Su, these killing machines would not turn against him, a significant advantage. Much like a colossal puppet, they would remain dormant when not in use and could be summoned as needed without consuming magic stones, merely requiring a touch of biological energy, food, before activation. The feasibility of this concept had already been demonstrated by the frog-like biological machines. He would proceed to assemble them one by one. As he prepared to depart the city, he still had not encountered Valia or Captain Tifa. The former seemed to have vanished, while the latter had yet to return from the sea. This prompted him to wonder if she was once again stranded on a deserted island. However, he had not heard of any recent storms. Duskbell Island. In stark contrast to the era of clerical dominion, the current Duskbell Island was teeming with the eternally drowned, emerging from the depths of the ocean. Most bore human forms but exhibited numerous aquatic characteristics, fish scales, tentacles, gills, and fins, emanating an unshakable stench of the sea. Their visages were grotesque, their flesh a morass of decay, epitomizing the grotesque merging of humanity and monstrosity. Inflated bodies occasionally burst, releasing a foul stench and putrid fluids, creating a scene of revulsion. Any surface splattered with these remnants, even stone, would rapidly develop a layer of rot, occasionally sprouting eyes. This was the curse inadvertently revealed by the divine corpses. Within a colossal structure reminiscent of a bell tower, a dusk altar lay beneath a massive bell, where a woman clad in a white gown with white hair sat. 5 green rings undulated around her, eyes firmly shut, with the scara appearing to shift underneath her skin. She seemed trapped in a perpetual struggle to awaken. Her alabaster skin glistened with beads of sweat, occasionally revealing patches of yellow beneath the surface. Lady Rose, who had been ensnared in this place for far too long. Her once potent magical energy had dwindled to a mere flicker. If she did not awaken soon, she would succumb to the taint of dusk, transforming into a mindless abomination. At this juncture, she had no more than 10 days left. At the entrance of the bell tower, a figure with a serpent's tail and 4 arms approached. Eyes a pure murky yellow, with what appeared to be stitched scars encircling its forehead. Upon closer inspection, it glanced at Lady Rose before entering a side chamber, which was shockingly revealed to contain the bound Olivia the Behemoth. The serpent demon was none other than the one who had provided evidence and had been decapitated. It seemed she had survived and mastered the power of dusk, feigning allegiance to the Behemoth Brotherhood, acquiring resources, and, upon breaking through to the rank of formal sorceress, swiftly betraying them. She had captured Olivia as a form of retribution. Inside the chamber, Olivia's gaze was filled with malice, her mouth gagged with filthy cloth, limbs shattered, and a mental suppression circlet affixed to her forehead. As the serpent demon entered, its lips curled into a maniacal grin. It approached Olivia and began to chant an incantation. Before long, the aura of a curse enveloped Olivia, the curse of the eternally drowned consuming her, swiftly transforming her into a monstrosity. The serpent demon cackled with twisted glee, its eyes brimming with venomous hatred, before draping a rune-etched black cloth over Olivia's head. Your brother is on his way. Let the contagion begin. Let it spread unabated. This is the blessing of the ancient gods, the power of the dusk god Dask. The serpent demon danced with fervor, gradually regaining composure, before removing the rune-etched cloth from Olivia's head. Just moments after being cursed and infected, Olivia reverted to her human form, her expression still mirroring the malevolence of before. This Olivia equally harbored a deep-seated hatred for the serpent demon. A perfect disguise, one that deceived even her own. The serpent demon murmured as it slithered away, hesitating to glance back at Lady Rose before ultimately deciding against action. Its serpent tail deftly navigated through the eternally drowned, avoiding all obstacles with precision, before plunging into a small lake on the island, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, at Coster's docks, Repa invested heavily to procure a wooden three-masted ship from the nobility, capable of accommodating 300 individuals, all recent recruits of wild sorcerers, among whom were several renowned peak apprentices. He shouted loudly, coordinating the transport of essential supplies and training resources. The Behemoth Brotherhood's destination was Dusk Bell Island. Not far from this location, in the territory of the Zijingwa family, a fleet was also setting sail. Unlike Repa's single vessel, the Zijingwa family dispatched a formidable armada of 18 ships. Among them were 300-meter flagship vessels, 5 50-meter escort ships, and 10 30-meter patrol vessels, all led by direct descendants of the family, accompanied by several formal sorcerers and over 100 apprentices, all members of the family. The grand procession advanced toward Dusk Bell Island, yet neither Renaud nor his apprentice Vera could be seen stirring them into action. Chapter 80. Official grade magical tools. Upon securing a recognized status from the Empire, Lin Su gradually expanded his endeavors in various aspects. He not only purchased the former site of Silverfish Village, but also planned to establish a small private port there, intending to construct his own magical vessels in preparation for future private trade. The port's construction would be entrusted to professionals, with an estimated completion time of around 2 months. Meanwhile, Lin Su dedicated himself to studying the intricacies of alchemical magical tools, having previously crafted only an apprentice-level earth robe before halting further development. He had intended to wait until his skill level reached a red rating, ensuring flawless production, before focusing on crafting. However, now that he had advanced to the first-level wizard, the apprentice-grade tools became obsolete. It was imperative to produce first-level magical tools that corresponded with the characteristics of the magical rings. This necessitated a deep exploration of rune theory. He sought to harness the forces of nature. A foundational text on alchemical magical tools could similarly enhance his skills, allowing him to transcend limits and acquire undocumented knowledge. At this juncture, he was ready to prepare a complete set of magical tools, and being a modern individual, his understanding of their essence inspired a plethora of innovative ideas. For instance, he revisited his previously shelved firearms project. Prioritizing his research according to significance, Lin Su first focused on crafting a staff, the magical tool attuned to botanical spells, requiring specific materials. He procured ancient tree branches, bloodline magic cores, plant type, soothing hearts, wind element essences, magical alloys, and giant horn sheep wool, among other essential alchemical components. Next, he sought alchemical potions suitable for first-level wizards to expedite his ascension in rank. The medical skill he possessed would play a significant role in the material combinations. Moreover, Lin Su had self-studied medical practices from various races, achieving a red rating, yet he lacked the transcendent primary inheritance, diminishing its efficacy. Time was of the essence. He dispatched an associate to contact Colin, the vice president of the Antique Guild, requesting assistance in acquiring rare tomes. The content of these ancient texts mattered little. Their rarity was paramount. Anything Lin Su had yet to master would prove invaluable, as gathering small amounts could eventually lead to monumental knowledge. In truth, during his initial transaction with Colin regarding the round-eye meditation method, he had gifted him a collection of ancient books, albeit focused on appraisal, treasures, antiques, and culture. It was through these that he elevated his historian status to red, along with gaining a somewhat unpredictable temporal perception, shrouded in mystery. Once the materials arrived, Lin Su remained sequestered, delving into the creation of official-grade magical tools. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the residents of the coastal city of Kost, a peculiar transformation was silently unfolding in mid-September. Despite being a seaside locale during the sweltering summer, the inhabitants began to develop an inexplicable fear of water. They donned increasingly heavy clothing, with those near the coast and at the docks even spotted wearing thick winter coats. A condition known as aquaphobia quietly swept through the city. Long queues formed outside medical clinics, where the afflicted appeared pallid and shivering, as if they had just emerged from the depths of water. In the harbor, a colossal ship bore the emblem of the Beast Brotherhood, which had inexplicably returned home. The plague was spreading. At Rhine Castle, Lin Su meticulously carved ancient tree branches with a small chisel, embedding runes that resembled floral patterns along with magical guiding lines. nearly etching the essence of botanical mastery into the wood. The synthesis of magical alloys and the nascent form of the magical tool coalesced into a golden jelly, which soon solidified. The dark brown branch was adorned with concentric silver patterns, and after securing the bloodline magic core into the embedded slot, he invoked the power of synthesis once more. To his surprise, the magic core melted away, releasing a vigorous life force that sprouted delicate tendrils from the staff, while new branches emerged from the remaining slots, resembling a wooden horn. Lin Su realized that his intention to enhance the compatibility of the materials had inadvertently led him down an unexpected path. Nevertheless, he decided to embrace this outcome, as the runes were already inscribed. The next step involved infusing the staff with a single-core magic energy aggregation system. This phase was relatively straightforward for Lin Su. Soon, a staff approximately the length of an arm, with a tapered spiral head, materialized before his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in satisfaction and submerged it in a pool of super magical dust. In a few days, it would fully take shape, and once activated by the botanical mastery ring, it would belong entirely to him. He decided to name it the novice staff, chuckling to himself. Similar to magical rings, the staff significantly enhanced the potency of spells of the same nature. Lin Su custom designed it according to botanical mastery, rendering it exceptionally effective. It would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to new heights. Next, he aimed to upgrade the earth robe, transforming it into a formal grade novice robe. He would then utilize giant horn sheep wool, magical beast squirrel skin, snake venom powder, and flying grass powder, among other materials, to craft the final magical tool based on the foundations of alchemical magical tool theory, a flying carpet. This would serve as a supplementary magical tool. Distinct from the pursuit of power embodied in the staff, auxiliary tools prioritize versatility over sheer strength, ensuring the efficacy of the flying spell remained unaffected. Lin Su easily inscribed the foundational runes for strong repulsion fields and magical hands. This was the advantage of attaining a red rating in magic. No one understood these apprentice-level spells better than he did. When applied to the creation of magical tools, it was effortless. In no time, a black carpet emerged, oddly featuring circular bases at each corner, upon which rested a blue arm of human size, extending only to the elbow, adorned with ethereal blue patterns and a hint of transparency. This creation would allow Lin Su to recline comfortably upon it, serving him, while also assisting in post-battle cleanup. Aside from its peculiar appearance, it was a remarkably practical first-level magical tool. "Come," Lin Su softly beckoned, and to his astonishment, the carpet seemed to respond. As the four small arms emitted a faint blue glow and swiftly approached him, the surface of the carpet rippled like waves, as if inviting him to sit upon it. Chapter 81. Chaos Erupts. This is the flying spell, a minor trick that must be used in conjunction with the flying powder. By incorporating the powder into the magical tools, one can achieve the desired effect. Hence, many magical implements utilize this powder. What shall I call it? Perhaps the magic carpet, or the beginner's flying carpet. Never mind. Let us simply refer to it as the novice glove for now, and we can give it a more distinctive name later. Submerging it in the pool of super magic dust, I shall patiently await the complete absorption of magical energy, leading to their transformation. Having completed the textbook tasks, it is time to craft something unique. Let me ponder. Lin Su stroked his chin, contemplating the creation of firearms. The structure of firearms is relatively straightforward, primarily concerning the precision of the barrel and the ratio of gunpowder. Precision can be finely controlled with mental power, down to micrometers. However, the gunpowder and bullets present challenges, as does the inscription of spells. To engrave designs upon the bullets, one must master advanced micro-engraving rune techniques, which have been mentioned in books but lack substantial records. Originally, Lin Su had pinned his hopes on the power of synthesis, speculating that a significant breakthrough in his tier would lead to an elevation in his abilities, but nothing transpired. It was rather disappointing. Thus, he can only focus on enhancing his proficiency in alchemy. With a few breakthroughs, he should be able to accomplish his goals. As time passes, the number of those afflicted with hydrophobia increases. The once sunny coastal city now finds itself shrouded in a heavy layer of ominous clouds. Coughing, dampness, and patients vomiting liquid reminiscent of corpse water flood the streets. The city gates have long been sealed. The nobles of the upper district hastily dispatched their family sorcerers to completely quarantine the area, callously disregarding the lives within the same city, enduring the cruel plague that should not have come. Wails of despair echo everywhere. accompanied by the foul stench of decay. Aside from the imperial officials who have dispatched numerous knights and court sorcerers to aid the citizens of Dondong, the most tragic plight befalls the outcasts. Among all afflicted, the mixed-blood civilians suffer the most, receiving scant treatment, leading to a multitude of half-orcs undergoing transformations. Their bodies begin to deform, experiencing edema and decay. This phenomenon, which appears to be a disease, is, in fact, a curse, ultimately resulting in many half-orcs descending into madness. They possess the bloodline of ancient beasts and, under the threat of the curse, instinctively unleash their primal fury. Those crimson eyes, veiled by the dark clouds, gaze ravenously upon more flesh and blood. The Beast Brothers Guild, a newly established third major sorceress faction, has its headquarters within the city. Leipa gazed at his unconscious sister, her face flushed, feeling perplexed. The rescue mission had gone remarkably smoothly, even without encountering the infected sorcerer from the Ocean Academy. However, no matter how many times he employed soul detection or mental exploration on Olivia, he found no issues. She was his sister, bound by blood. And this realization troubled him deeply. At that moment, two wild sorcerers, whom Leipa had promoted, rushed in frantically. President, the half-orcs infected in the city have gone mad. They have begun to eat people again. Upon hearing this, Leipa's expression hardened. As the only sorceress faction temporarily residing in the city, he bore an undeniable responsibility for the unrest. For the Empire's confidence in the city's safety was partly due to the presence of the nobles and theft here and the existence of their sorceress faction. Court sorcerers dispatched by the Empire were generally those who had been eliminated in competition. Truly powerful sorcerers typically resided elsewhere, believed to be in places that could offer greater benefits to the Empire. The city's resources were not averse to being shared with them, mainly as new blood emerged from the common folk. However, this was contingent upon the absence of such chaotic uprisings. The two exchanged uneasy glances, feeling a chill run down their spines. President, I don't believe anyone issued orders. It seems to be due to the plague. How could it be? Just a mere pestilence suddenly. Leipa's gaze fixed intensely on his unconscious sister, unable to remain composed. His eyes reddened, veins bulging, teeth clenched. He finally perceived the problem. A vast magical energy field radiated from him, stirring the air as his hair billowed. 3 rings of gray, ash, and violet emerged from within him, suddenly condensing, appearing like orbits before his right eye. Through the hollow center, Leipa's vision altered. His once pristine sister had transformed into a grotesque and massive water corpse, reeking of decay. Yet, his other eye still saw everything as normal. The curse of the eternal drowning. Damn it, damn it. But the corpse blemishes that had already developed would not vanish. The two trembled at the sight of their vice president's transformed corpse-like figure, suddenly understanding much, and they nodded in agreement. Leipa took a deep breath, his face stern as he ascended, heading towards Evening Bell Island for vengeance. Unbeknownst to him, the curse was also spreading among the members of the Brotherhood. These apprentice-level wild sorcerers with varying degrees of physical aberration were equally unable to escape the taint of the curse. Madness was on the rise. On Evening Bell Island, a large fleet had just docked. A dozen formal sorcerers accompanied a young man ashore. The young man, with dark purple hair and a handsome yet perpetually somber visage, was Bartle Heimel, the 4th son of the direct bloodline of the Zijingwa family. At just 20, he had already ascended to the rank of a formal sorcerer. A true prodigy. This journey was to obtain the Dusk Power Black Box from Evening Bell Island, according to a kind-hearted sorcerer who wished to remain anonymous. The true foundation of Aldry still lay upon Evening Bell Island. According to the traditions of the Zijingwa clan, what is his shall not be seized by another. Third uncle, I heard that the Ocean Academy and the White Tower have organized a wave of wild sorcerers to come for purification. Not only that, it has been ongoing for half a year. An elderly man with gray hair nodded. Bartle acknowledged this, advising, be careful, absolutely avoid the curse, or else understood. 4th young master, we are well aware. Good. Chapter 82. The Power of Dusk. Regardless of what transpired on Twilight Island and cost, Lin Su found himself thoroughly enjoying his time at home. Although his synthesis abilities had not advanced, his strength was sufficient, allowing for a plethora of upgrades. For instance, he had cultivated odor-eliminating powder into seeds, which he could command to grow as needed, including the small sets he had previously kept in stock. He had also concocted a variety of potions and mixtures with the addition of extraordinary elixirs, all of which could be manipulated according to the situation without prior preparation, offering great convenience. Moreover, he had produced seeds rich in nutrients and those encapsulated in water-laden fruits, among many others. Inspired by the legendary sausage tree he had once heard about, wizards naturally possess boundless imagination, and their creativity has always been unparalleled. Carrying these cultivated seeds with him proved far more practical for combat than relying on finished products, as they could be discreetly released through vines. This methodology suited him perfectly. To hone his alchemical skills, he needed to create a multitude of peculiar items, and after crafting a substantial assortment, he paused to store them in his spatial stomach pouch. Sitting cross-legged underground, he awaited the formation of his novice gear. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. With great enthusiasm, Lin Su summoned his wand, robe, and flying carpet, activating them in succession before donning the black robe adorned with golden patterns. He secured his wand in a specially designed leather sheath at his waist, allowing him to draw it effortlessly, obscured by the robe. Settling onto the magic carpet, he beamed with delight. Here we go, take off. With a surge of magical energy, the carpet soared towards the surface, swiftly traversing the luminescent stone tunnel and bursting forth into the open sky. It carried Lin Su in joyous circles above the castle, a strong repulsion field silently activating around him, shielding him from the fierce winds. After a few exhilarating laps, Lin Su felt a rush of exhilaration and dispelled the protective field, allowing the brisk wind to greet him, invigorating and sharp against his skin. Yet it could not dampen his excitement. This was the sensation of flying. Having trained for nearly 2 years, he could finally soar through the skies. Although he was currently aided by the carpet, he had also mastered the art of flight, albeit with less finesse. After reveling in the experience for a while longer, he composed himself and resolved to venture into cost, seeking materials like sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal, which he recalled were available. Sulfur, in particular, was essential for certain fire-based spells. As he approached, the many maids within the castle watched Lin Su depart with smiles. Their master treated them well, though he remained engrossed in his studies, never having engaged with them. In the high altitudes, the distance from Rhine Castle to Kost was neither too far nor too close. Utilizing the advantage of flight, Lin Su arrived near Kost in just an hour. However, as he drew closer, a grave expression settled upon his face. The magic spirit shark within him stirred restlessly, exuding an aura of hunger. A curse. The distant city, shrouded in thick smoke, caused Lin Su to hesitate. Should he venture in for a closer look? Yet, with Reno not having made a move, did that mean he would encounter danger? Observing the situation, the coastal area, slums, mixed blood district, and Phil's district had all succumbed. Flames consuming countless structures, leaving only the administrative and upper districts relatively unscathed. Yet, the sporadic bursts of colored light hinted that even those areas were not entirely peaceful. Lin Su closed his eyes, extending his senses to their utmost limit. No formal battles were detected, but a myriad of uncertainties clouded his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly descended, preparing to stealthily enter the city. He sought to check on the Iron Hook Tavern and the Rhine bookstore, hoping to find familiar faces trapped within. Just a glance, and he would not linger. Reno, come quickly. As he prepared to enter the city, Lin Su froze, scanning his surroundings warily, yet he saw no one. What on earth? It is I, Reno. What you are hearing is a form of sound wave magic that has yet to develop into a school of thought. Understanding dawned upon Lin Su. Reno, what do you want from me? Why haven't you taken action? Listen to me. Lin Su remained silent. Having already guessed the answer, an Imperial-sponsored wizard would not engage in such a manner. Your perspective is limited. Never mind, just do me a favor. Enough. Consider me as never having come. Initially, Lin Su merely intended to ensure his old friends were not trapped in the city. Now that he himself had drawn attention, he deemed it wise to retreat. Do not rush. Hear me out. Lin Su had no intention of pausing, but just then, a shimmering apparition of the elder Reno materialized before him, displaying a hint of urgency. Calm down. I am calm. Reno persisted. I am a ninth ring wizard. If you do not assist me, I will seek you out once this matter concludes. Their gazes locked, both bearing a chill. After a prolonged silence, Lin Su finally spoke. Why is it always me? There are countless wizards more powerful than I among the nobility. Why do they seek me out? Reno sighed. You have raised a magic spirit. It is quite valuable. Lin Su furrowed his brow, realizing the implication. You wish for it to consume the curses within the city? That is one possibility. But it is not the priority. You must come to Twilight Island as soon as possible. The situation in the city has been reported to the capital, and soon someone will come to rectify the aftermath. Twilight Island is facing significant troubles. What troubles? Set off first. I will explain en route. No. If you do not divulge the details, not even death will compel me to go. You. Lin Su gazed at him with an impassive expression. And this time, it was Reno who relented. The power of dusk from the Twilight sect is in disarray. What is the issue? You would not comprehend even if I explained. Very well, I will tell you everything. Lin Su's nonchalant demeanor forced Reno to concede once more. The power of dusk originally belonged to an ancient deity, whose name I shall not disclose. In short, Aldry willingly merged with the power of dusk contained within the shrine. However, this power has been tampered with. The first ring wizard who perished on Twilight Island has been transformed into a source of curses, merging with this pure power. When the members of the Bougainvillea family attempted to suppress it, they were ambushed by a serpent demon. All of them succumbing to a new curse, the Dusk and the Eternal Drowning Curse. I am currently suppressing their distortions and cannot leave. Lin Su's brow furrowed in skepticism. However, sensing no malice through his heart's imprint, he replied solemnly, My magic spirit was born not long ago. It cannot possibly consume the curses left by deities. I cannot assist you. Chapter 83. Another lesson learned. No, you can. Both the tainted power of dusk and the curse of the eternal drowners are, in essence, secondary derivatives, not involving divine power. The strength of the magical spirits is ancient. Even at the larval stage, it possesses enough potency to consume this power. Lin Su nodded and shook his head. I do not trust you, unless you reveal your intentions. Reynolds' expression darkened. His aim had always been this power of dusk. Initially, it was Lady Rose who sought to investigate, but she fell under the influence of the dusk's power, entrapped in a dream from which she could not escape. Upon realizing this predicament, he indeed contemplated scheming against Lin Su, hoping to lure him into a voluntary exchange for the affected Lady Rose. The necessity for voluntary compliance pointed to the nature of the dusk's power. Dusk, often referred to as the twilight of the solitary, signifies the end of a day, yet embodies the final glimmer of light before darkness descends. Due to the influence of the previous deity who wielded the power of dusk, it passively carried an element of dreamlike energy. This power is more enigmatic than death, life, or light. It is highly idealistic. Should one attempt to control it, the force would shift towards malevolence, while those completely unaware would experience its benevolent aspect. It is chaos incarnate. Whether it represents an end or the last flicker of light is subjective. Reynolds' previous choice of Lin Su was indeed serendipitous. But he also harbored the thought of testing whether Lin Su could master the power of dusk. What would happen post-mastery? That remained uncertain. Then, Lin Su refused. He chose the Bougainvillea family, enticing them with malice to approach. At that time, his true form lingered near Bell Tower Island, ever ready to rescue Lady Rose the moment the power of dusk willingly infused into Bart. The malignant transformation of the dusk's power could also be utilized by this group as a vessel, allowing him to collect it at his leisure. However, at a critical moment, a snake demon tainted by dusk unexpectedly emerged, not only devouring the unsealed dusk shrine, but also being deeply affected by the curse of the eternal drowners. Subsequently, Aldry appeared, frantically attempting to extract the accumulated power of dusk from within the snake demon. Tragically, he merged with the demon, significantly spreading the tainted dusk's power, causing a second mutation among the eternal drowners on the island. The wizards sent by the Bougainvillea family were also affected. This situation, even if it resulted in their demise, would not impact Reynolds, hence his assertion that a significant number of wild wizards would perish soon. Yet, with the continuous upheaval, Lady Rose remained trapped within. Although Reynolds was not a virtuous individual and had long calculated the power of dusk, even villains possess emotions. They have filial duties, spouses, children, and friends. Humanity embodies duality. Nonetheless, when faced with the necessity to eliminate, one must act. Thus, he could only temporarily seal off Bell Tower Island and employ high-level witchcraft to control everyone, suppressing the ailments brought forth by the curse. Just then, Lin Su arrived. The magical spirit represented a potential solution. After a moment of hesitation, Reynolds recounted the circumstances to Lin Su in detail, summarizing certain parts, primarily emphasizing the changes after entering Bell Tower Island. Lin Su listened, his gaze icy. He found it perplexing. Despite a seemingly harmonious collaboration over the moon goddess amulet, the theater's shared interests, and even the dealings with artificial magic stones. He almost trusted Reynolds entirely. Were it not for the previous deception that had heightened his vigilance, they might have genuinely formed a profound friendship. This experience imparted an important lesson to Lin Su. Knowing a person's face does not equate to knowing their heart. One must not trust too easily, even if they seem capable of providing immense assistance. Kindness is not everlasting. Strength is the foundation of all. Yet again, he learned a lesson from the natives. Was this the third or fourth lesson? He could not recall, but his heart grew colder. After a prolonged silence, Lin Su spoke. This time, I will accompany you, provided you disclose the method to contact the court wizards. I will leave a detailed account of the events before proceeding to Bell Tower Island. Reynolds hesitated. His identity was fabricated, and his true self was not easily disclosed. This time, aiming for the power of dusk, he sought to exchange it with a being of the ninth circle for an entry ticket to a certain realm. Unfortunately, it had gone awry. The chaos within the city primarily stemmed from the monstrous siblings, with secondary blame on the noble's indifference. Yet, he bore a part of the responsibility, as his presence had led the stationed court wizards to lower their guard. Not only had some personnel remained on Bell Tower Island with Lady Rose, but the situation within the city mirrored this issue. He had also offended the Bougainvillea family. If successful, these matters would pose no issue. If failed, he would taste the iron fist of the Empire. The Ninth Circle wizards remained insignificant to the Empire. After much contemplation, Reynolds sighed and acquiesced to Lin Su's request. Here, this is the secret method of communication among the court wizards. Decode it using the cipher provided. The Void Whisper was a unique technique, not difficult to learn. With Lin Su's solid foundation in witchcraft theory, mastering it would pose no challenge. It enabled instantaneous communication within the Empire. According to the instructions, it operated through a sort of dark line device, allowing the intelligence department on the Empire's side to receive messages. Close proximity meant whispering, while distance resulted in telegrams, essentially. That was the idea. After reviewing it, Lin Su attempted the technique, succeeding on his first try. It was indeed not difficult. He left a signed report for the enthusiastic informant, thoroughly transmitting the events and briefly introducing the valiant spirit of Viscount Rhine, who had laid down his life for the Empire. Only then did Lin Su nod. I will head over immediately. If anything happens to me, the Empire will not spare you. I understand. A newly appointed Viscount would not betray you at such a moment. Then let us depart. Navigating the flying carpet, Lin Su surged toward Bell Tower Island, feeling utterly unfortunate. He had merely ventured out to gather materials and had become embroiled in this debacle. Was he truly cursed with a propensity for trouble? An hour later, on Bell Tower Island. At this moment, the island was enveloped in a barrier of starlight, with all creatures within encased in an obsidian-like substance. Upon arriving, Reynolds' projection dissipated. His true form had arrived. That is sixth circle magic, astral projection. You cannot learn it. Oh, let us begin. Who shall we save? Follow me. Reynolds succinctly guided him above the clock tower, indicating a few individuals below. Lady Rose, my apprentice Vela. That grotesque figure over there is Aldry, now a distorted mass. Save him if possible. I will try. Lin Su inhaled deeply, black smoke seeping from his pores, gradually coalescing into a 5-meter-long small shark before him. Chapter 84. The Devouring Curse, a Surge in Power. Before taking action, Lin Su pondered over a pressing question. Was Raynor truly a ninth ring wizard? After all the schemes and intrigues, it was difficult to believe he possessed such formidable power. The previous master of the Twilight Power, Aldry, was merely a fifth ring wizard, and if he could control it, why couldn't a ninth ring wizard do the same? It was hard not to harbor doubts. If Raynor genuinely wielded ninth ring strength, he should have straightforwardly asserted his dominance after the White Tower and Ocean Academy jointly acquired the rights to Twilight Island 6 months prior, forcibly seizing the Twilight Power. Although the shrine seal was affixed to the magical energy ley line, a ninth ring wizard could easily overpower it. Furthermore, the true strength of wizards lies not only in their might but also in their vast knowledge. Lin Su was unconvinced that Raynor was a ninth ring wizard, at best. He seemed to be a sixth ring, perhaps even a fifth ring, which explained the multitude of schemes he had concocted. However, he indeed possessed an abundance of valuable resources, particularly the advanced meditation technique, which was unusually plentiful, considering his connections with the counterfeiters led by Cost. When Lin Su first visited the noble villa in the Upper District, he noticed that the lady and gentleman of the house treated Vera and Raynor as if they were invisible, seemingly under the influence of some arcane magic. Their true identities were on the verge of revelation. Let us begin, Rhine. All right. In the next moment, the black shark's crimson eyes opened wide, revealing its jagged triangular teeth. While a significant amount of black-blue smoke was drawn out from Vera and the Rose Lady below, this continuous influx filled the body of the magical shark. Such was the energy manifestation of the eternal drowning curse, and the magical lineage's innate ability to devour curses should not be underestimated. This curse, inadvertently birthed from the body of a deity, could indeed be consumed. Then, Lin Su decisively reduced his pace, broadening his target from Vera and the Rose Lady to encompass all remaining survivors in the vicinity. This move not only bought him time, but also saved the lives of everyone present. Without seeking favors in return, he could at least cultivate a favorable impression. The style of the crepe myrtle dictated that while these individuals were deserving of their fate, even the wrongdoers had their roles to play, particularly in illicit dealings. Nonetheless, the primary objective of this action was to absorb more curse energy, enhancing the magical shark's power. Their symbiosis meant that as one grew stronger, so did the other, ultimately benefiting Lin Su's advancement as a wizard. Had he known the notorious eternal drowning was merely this, he would have eagerly joined the purification task, perhaps even acquiring some knowledge of Twilight Island. Alas, after a moment of regret, Lin Su settled upon his flying magic carpet, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. There was no need to dwell on the past. Mastering the present was of utmost importance. As the magical shark continued to consume curses, his sea of consciousness surged ever more vigorously. His soul grew stronger, and even his magical power steadily increased. The mental magic core in his forehead began to extend blue patterns resembling arrays, gradually spreading throughout his soul body. For a first-ring wizard to advance to the second ring, one essential condition must be met: the transformation of the soul into magical energy. This was akin to the process of transcending to the official level, where the body and spirit underwent transformations in succession. Now it was the soul's turn. This aspect was fundamental to the cognitive activities of all beings, and humans, in comparison to other entities wielding extraordinary powers, were relatively weak in all respects. Body, spirit, soul, evolving in succession addressed deficiencies in lifespan, mental capacity, and cognitive speed. Once the soul's magical transformation was completed, the array inscribed upon the soul would grant the wizard a cognitive speed 5 times greater than that of an ordinary person, providing immense assistance in learning, research, spellcasting, and combat. The first and third rings were fundamentally preoccupied with resolving this issue, yearning to acquire more knowledge. For them, this was the most righteous path, evolving into a more perfect being through knowledge and truth. In contrast, for deities, the path was misaligned. While equally powerful, they remained bound by worldly constraints. The great power belonged to the self, relying on knowledge to achieve a leap in existence, which felt far more reassuring and stable. However, the blessings bestowed were overwhelming. The curse energy in this location was virtually inexhaustible. The magical shark consumed the greater share, while Lin Su took the lesser. The mere feedback of power growth compelled him to commence the accumulation of magical energy in the project of soul transformation. Not only did his wizard rank benefit, but his physique and bloodline also steadily improved in response. It was exhilarating, an unparalleled delight. The dual pleasure from body and soul nearly left him floating on air. The magical shark's size also swelled, soon reaching 10 meters. At this stage, it appeared to hit a bottleneck, with its growth stagnating while the speed of curse absorption accelerated. On Twilight Island, corpses silently emerged from the deep sea, collapsing and scattering into a mass of decaying flesh. Many of the corrupted apprentice wizards gradually regained their consciousness. As they realized they were under some form of sealing magic, they became uneasy but quickly regained their composure, presumably having grasped the situation. With the curses drawn away, the twilight power, tainted by malevolent thoughts, began to normalize, flowing from the central mound of flesh towards the twilight shrine. Clearly, as long as there was no avarice towards the twilight power, its inherent aggression was nearly non-existent. After a short while, the devouring process drew to a close. The magical shark had yet to surpass the 10-meter threshold, but Lin Su's soul transformation had reached 80, taking him a significant step closer. Having just broken through, he now faced the prospect of advancing to the second ring wizard, 2 years ahead of his initial estimation. This meant that, according to the original plan, the gradual temptation of Tominus to transfer second ring spells would be thwarted. It was necessary to activate a somewhat risky plan B, outside As Lin Su emerged from the sea of consciousness, he stood up, leaving a trace of the curse's source intentionally unextracted from Vera and the Rose Lady. This was to prevent Raynor from undermining his efforts. The creature, a conglomeration of the snake demon and Aldry, had been transformed into the mound of flesh and was beyond the possibility of recovery, even if the curses and twilight power were extracted. Its current form would likely attract the attention of other malevolent entities. Moreover, it had lost its intellect, resembling a beast, driven solely by its predatory instincts. That's enough, Lin Su declared, noticing Raynor's displeasure as he pointed at the two women still exhibiting signs of mutation, his tone unkind. Is this what you call enough? Chapter 85. The Twilight Bell and the Sorceress Legacy. Of course, the ultimate source of this matter will be entrusted to the court sorcerers dispatched from the capital once they arrive. As Lin Su spoke, he paused momentarily. If you wish to take them away, it is fundamentally impossible. However, rest assured, I shall guarantee their safety. Now, while the sorcerers of the Bougainvillea are sealed, you may seize the power of Twilight. Thus, wouldn't your objective be fulfilled, esteemed nine-ring sorcerer? Gazing into Lin Su's profound eyes, Raynor's heart was a whirlpool of emotions. He had underestimated this individual. Despite his humble origins as a wild sorcerer, he demonstrated an extraordinary will to survive. The common perception of wild sorcerers often paints them as mere vermin, shadowy figures of limited power, incapable of producing a formal sorcerer for over a decade, often risking their lives at every opportunity. Yet, this Rhine was excessively cautious and averse to taking risks, always preparing for a contingency, leaving no room for betrayal. As Raynor pondered how to navigate this predicament, he suddenly brushed his fingers over his spatial ring, casting a complex gaze towards Lin Su. Then, he revealed the starry meditation technique, one of the foundational meditative practices of the Astral Sorcerer School. This knowledge extends only to the sixth ring. Beyond that, one must seek out their own path. Rhine, you are exceptionally clever and adept at social maneuvering. I concede my defeat in this matter, hoping only that you can absolve Vela and Lady Rose, placing the blame squarely upon my shoulders. And what of the previous remuneration? Raynor offered a wry smile. It was a fade. Yet, some truths remain. Take them all. He tossed 3 tomes, Transmutation Art, Mud Dragon Transformation, and Advanced Alchemy, to Lin Su. Raynor cast a lingering glance at the two women. I shall shoulder the matter of the magic stones alone. You must ensure their exoneration, or else. Understood. You should leave quickly. The barrier can be lowered. And the sealing spell is unnecessary. Very well. Lin Su exhaled deeply, relieved. Good people are often burdened by their emotions, making them vulnerable to threats. Similarly, the malicious are not exempt from such weaknesses. However, this time, Lin Su played the role of the antagonist, yet for the underground Bougainvillea family, he was akin to a benefactor. Every action and consequence intertwined, making it difficult to define the morality of individuals involved in this incident. His audacity to threaten Raynor stemmed from sheer desperation. He had no other recourse but to gamble on a risky victory. Fortunately, Raynor retained a semblance of humanity. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. While the court sorcerers had yet to arrive, Lin Su hastened to the library. He disregarded the miscellaneous texts, gathering all tomes related to sorcery into one comprehensive collection. Utilizing his synthesis ability, he transformed thousands of volumes documenting extraordinary knowledge into a singular colossal tome. The Twilight Bell Sorceress Legacy primarily chronicled the realms of first to third ring sorcerers, detailing various essential issues to be noted, alongside the evolution of esoteric disciplines. And a wealth of spells from numerous schools of sorcery, materials science, magical creatures, magical beasts, botany, alchemy, crafting, array studies, sigil studies, model studies, ring studies. An overwhelming multitude. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Su resolved to consume it whole. As a tidal wave of knowledge flooded his mind, it nearly rendered him unconscious. Fortuitously, with his soul's magical energy reaching 80, he managed to maintain consciousness despite the significant drain on his mental faculties. This burden could also be partially shared with the magical shark, a creature driven solely by its instinct for slaughter, thus serving a purpose without any cost. Concerning Aldriel's legacy, it was notably absent from this collection. It likely lay hidden within a secret chamber or a location known solely to him. The volume he obtained was rather fundamental. But this foundation was rich in context relative to the Empire's extensive heritage. For him, it was profoundly enriching. Lin Su, aboard his magic carpet, surveyed the library, now half empty. With great satisfaction, he decided to depart. High above, Lin Su waited in silence until evening fell, just as he began to suspect some treachery in the telepathic communication. The court sorcerers from the capital finally arrived, 10 in total, comprising 9 fifth-ring sorcerers and 1 seventh-ring senior sorcerer. The fluctuation of their magical energy was not particularly strong. Although their appearances were immaculate, they bore the marks of mental exhaustion. "What brings you here?" The leader, a stern-looking middle-aged man, appeared before Lin Su in an instant. "Are you Lord Rhine?" "Indeed, I am. I am one of the counselors of the capital's Judgment Committee, Leston Martin. Here is my identification. Please recount the events in detail, including the current situation on Twilight Island." Very well, the events unfolded as follows. After a considerable time, Lin Su finally conveyed the sequence of events, placing the blame squarely on Reino Augustus, while providing a general account of the colossal beast siblings and the serpent demoness, Clona. He explained his presence here truthfully, merely having happened upon the situation while procuring materials. "Understood. By the way, the city of Kaust will remain under lockdown for the time being. If Lord Rhine has the time, you may assist in searching for the cursed infected individuals within the city." "I have taken note of this." Having finished detailing the circumstances, Lin Su took his leave, his magic carpet soaring away swiftly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As they traveled, passing through Kaust, the nobles had shown no signs of intervention, which had consequently delayed their arrival by a significant margin, resulting in their tardiness upon reaching Twilight Island. "Understood." Leston himself lingered near the Twilight Shrine, his brow furrowed. Such shrines are dedicated to the veneration of deities, yet the idol was nowhere to be found. After a moment of contemplation, Leston Martin summoned another individual, instructing him to covertly monitor Rhine's castle, investigating whether Lin Su had taken any crucial artifacts. Simultaneously, he began contacting the station's sorcerers in Kaust, requesting the retrieval of all records since the establishment of the Twilight Church, as he intended to scrutinize every word meticulously. The matter pertained to the divine, and thus warranted the utmost caution. Although the age of deities had long since passed, the terrifying nature of their immortality loomed large. Should humanity be swayed into providing faith, their revival could occur in an instant. The dominion of the gods over the world has persisted from an unknown time until the ascendance of sorcerers. Their enduring presence must be attributed to some inherent superiority. Consequently, sorcerers have always maintained a vigilant stance against the resurgence of the divine. Chapter 86. Leisurely. Rhine Castle. However, it was soon abandoned. He retreated directly to his bedroom, sitting cross-legged on the blanket with closed eyes, grappling with the overwhelming influx of knowledge, perusing, comprehending, and interpreting. Previously, the reason he had chosen to assimilate the legacy of the Evening Bell Church in one swift act was to avoid any search by individuals like Leighton Martin. Surprisingly, no search occurred. Lin Su was uncertain whether it was an oversight or a deliberate choice. For the sake of safety, he decided not to hide. In sensitive moments, transparency was essential, waiting for the departure of Leighton Martin and his associates. With no particular objective, he remained cautious. In a twist of fate, the 5-ring sorcerers assigned to monitor him failed to notice anything amiss. Days passed, and before long, a month had slipped by. By mid-October, he finally took refuge in an underground safe house. Had it not been for the stone pillars and stone ceiling supporting it, the place would have collapsed long ago. Then, one day, a burrowing cave spider, sharing his penchant for tunneling, stumbled upon Lin Su's domain, bringing forth a bounty of corpses, which could enhance his proficiency in sorcery and deepen his understanding of combat. Scanning Lin Su, age, 21, 320, talent, synthesis of all things, rank, level 1 Earth Knight, 225, 1000, first ring sorcerer, 851, 1000, extraordinary. Mana breathing technique, 321, 1000. Moon Eye Meditation, 461, 1000. Starry Sky Meditation, 21 1000. Bloodline Power, Red Grade Eternal Heart Seal. Heritage, Evening Bell Sorcerer, Unified Transmission, First Ring, Third Ring, 253 10,000. Skills, Red Grade Apprentice Level Mudstone Conversion. Mana Hand, Purification of Evil, Moonblade Leopard Pact, Strong Repulsive Field. First Ring Plant Control, 621, 1000. Fiery Giant Fist, 162, 1000. Flight, 198, 1000. Thousand Blade Extreme Cold, 182, 1000. Shape-Shifting Technique, 121, 1000. Mud Dragon Transformation 119-1000. Arts. Red Grade Linguistic Mastery, Medicine, Noble Etiquette, Culinary Arts, Historian, Navigation, Architecture. Basic Alchemy 3, 56-100, Advanced Alchemy 121-1000. Status. Healthy, Humanoid, Dragon-like Strength. 2 additional boxes were added by Lin Su himself. Compared to his apprenticeship, as a formal sorcerer, his proficiency had risen at a notably slow pace. However, the plant control sorcery continued to progress rapidly, likely indicating that a breakthrough was imminent. The Starry Sky Meditation, being a 6th ring technique, significantly alleviated the pressure of knowledge collection for Lin Su. Moving forward, in addition to researching corpse synthesis formulas, he would also begin procuring materials for the Fiery Giant Fist, Thousand Blade Extreme Cold, Mud Dragon Transformation, and shape-shifting technique from Taminos. He wished to experiment with ring synthesis, with no losses expected. On the other hand, with Reno's escape, the artificial mana stone production line fell into stagnation, leaving him with dwindling resources and only about 2,000 coins in savings. The rice business was merely a small venture, initially set up to satisfy basic needs. The next step would be to establish the true pillar industry for Viscount Rhine. The construction speed of the private port for Silverfish also needed to accelerate. A few days later, plans were delineated into 2 segments, Mortal Industry and Sorcerer Industry. Rice served as a bridge between the two, providing sustenance for the extensive nightly community. In the Mortal Industry, Lin Su established 2 branches, one for sugar production and the other for bicycles. Sugar was considered a semi-luxury item, while bicycles, with their straightforward and practical design, were suitable tools for ordinary individuals. Although the technological complexity was minimal, no one could match Lin Su's low production costs. The gold earned would primarily be used to procure land and cover daily expenses. He planned to cultivate sugarcane for synthesis, turning it into candy for sale, while providing bicycle blueprints for the steward to hire long-term craftsmen or even purchase slaves for labor. Nearby, he intended to acquire 50 acres of land to set up a factory. This portion was meant to be left to manage itself. Conversely, the sorcerer industry would focus on the synthesis of potions. The enlightenment potion would be cheaper than the commonly used enlightenment flower, requiring lower qualifications, making it accessible for lower-level apprentices to use daily. In terms of raw materials, his night garden was overflowing, with warehouses filled to capacity. Indeed, artificial mana stones yielded substantial profits, stimulating the rapid growth of these low-level potions. Besides training, Lin Su was tirelessly engaged, and his vitality, once robust, began to wane. He ventured to nearby cities to purchase ranches and raise Black Mountain goats. However, as the industry chain began to take shape, Lin Su distanced himself, employing sorceress contracts to regulate his overseers and utilizing slave contracts to control the laborers at the base level. Layer upon layer of control was established, gradually accumulating resources and stockpiling them in warehouses. He dispatched individuals to several coastal cities to communicate with local sorceress factions, attempting to sell synthetic potions. The factory price was set. How they sold it was up to them, or they could consume it internally. As for why he did not sell in the black market to wild sorcerers, it was primarily because cost had withered away, leaving few wild sorcerers. Even the mixed blood areas were largely deserted, devoid of customers. Furthermore, the notorious poverty of wild sorcerers was well known. When Lin Su previously sold 30 tubes, he received only 20 mana stones and 20 pounds of mountain copper in return. Now, selling to established sorceress factions yielded greater profits and allowed him to forge connections beyond cost, which might prove beneficial in the future. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Su had inadvertently amassed a group of 300 slaves, predominantly half-beasts. Additionally, there were some northern bloodlines, condemned to slavery for economic crimes. Lin Su would assess their capabilities, and if they proved competent, he would purchase them to manage his enterprises. After managing this series of affairs, during the last eternal night, he had spent time with Captain Tifa. In just 2 short years, the people around him had changed once again, most of whom remained as slaves. Chapter 87. The invitation from the City of Gold this year's eternal night passed rather unremarkably. The cat made wish to offer herself as a companion, but Lin Su, fearing she might be overwhelmed by excessive vigor, tactfully declined. He genuinely feared for the well-being of such a considerate maid, dreading the thought of her meeting a tragic fate. After all, without her, who would feed him grapes? Once the industrial chain was established, the profits from ordinary enterprises were largely consumed by operational expenses, leaving him with a monthly saving of approximately 200,000 gold coins, which amounted to merely 20 magic stones. The bicycle, unsurprisingly, was soon replicated by the goblins, who produced an upgraded version with a steam propulsion device that surpassed even the speed of horses. Moreover, there was a specialized flying variant. The goblin steam bicycles were primarily sold in the capital, while Lin Su's focus remained on the common populace, which was rather unremarkable. Conversely, the rice industry proved to be quite lucrative. The knightly order comprised a group of elite beings cultivated by the nobility, legally classified as noble soldiers, who were indispensable in various capacities. Previously, the provision of high magic content food to them was scant, restricting their diet to ordinary fare. The consumption and inconvenience of such a diet, as any caretaker would know, was considerable. Now, however, with Lin Su's synthesized rice, 3 bowls would suffice to satiate them, a significant improvement from before. Lin Su decisively expanded his foundational operations, abandoning the luxury goods market, and sold off 200 acres in one go. He employed sorcery to enhance the soil quality and create underground isolation nets, embracing the task as a means to hone his skills. After improving the soil to prevent erosion by seawater, he combined it with his distinctive fertilizers and water quality to yield a remarkably bountiful harvest. Several nearby villages employed his tenant farmers, and many families relocated closer to the castle, where his knightly slaves offered protection. This arrangement facilitated their work, with the income from synthesized rice amounting to around 1,000 magic stones monthly. Though it paled in comparison to the profits from counterfeit currency, it was still substantial. Had it not been for this Viscount's safeguard, he would have long been buried beneath 3 feet of grass. The core business of reagent production was initially challenging, showing significant growth only in the second month, nearing 1,000 magic stones, yet with ample room for further increase. Lin Su estimated that it could reach around 2,000 magic stones. Expanding the industry to this extent would likely suffice. If the cake were to grow any larger, the Viscount would no longer be adequate. Alchemy and potion-making were profound fields, and after 1 to 2 months of research, he felt he was still lacking. However, he had developed a concept, though time for trial and error was scarce. Lin Su imparted the round-eyed meditation technique to several capable half-orc maids, utilizing enlightening reagents to help them become low-level sorcerer apprentices, aspiring to cultivate them into tools for potion production. These young women, aged around 15 or 16, had missed the opportune age for training and lacked access to proper channels, qualifying as overlooked talents. Lin Su scoured the slave market in Koster and managed to find 3. Their designated role was to handle miscellaneous tasks. For instance, once the reagent formulas were reverse engineered, he could delegate all responsibilities to these tools, allowing him to focus solely on enhancing his own capabilities. Interestingly, Lin Su discovered that through the circulation of counterfeit currency and extensive commercial activities, a wondrous map had materialized in his mind. He had complete control over the synthesized materials, and upon careful perception, he could discern a luminous point, even capable of obliterating it with his thoughts. The precise distance for this ability remained uncertain for the time being. In addition to sensing the locations of synthesized materials, he possessed the capacity to summon eldritch synthesized materials within 1,000 meters, akin to the initial experience with the 2-headed horse, as well as the frog machine. Thus, with recognition and perception, a remarkable map of luminous points unfolded in his mind, a truly fascinating phenomenon. Currently, he could synthesize 4 primary categories: layered synthesized materials, eldritch synthesized materials, common sense, logic, synthesized materials, and symbiotic synthesized materials. The prerequisite for symbiotic synthesis was that both entities must be on the brink of death. Hence, during his recent studies of the giant spider corpse, he pondered whether a corpse and a dying creature could form a symbiotic existence. What would become of 2 dying humans fused together? These were intriguing subjects worthy of exploration. On January 15th, an invitation from the capital shattered Lin Su's experimental endeavors. Dear Viscount Rhine, the committee invites you to participate in the consultation regarding the case of Renaud Augustus. Relevant personnel are to arrive at the capital Judgment Committee headquarters by the 30th of this month. Leston Martin, Renaud has been captured? Lin Su furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Yet, as a subject of the Empire, summoned by his superiors, he had no choice but to comply. Folding the letter, Lin Su washed his hands and prepared for immediate departure. Coster was not close to the capital city of Dandong, known as the City of Gold. A dirigible would take approximately 5 days, while a first-ring sorcerer would require nearly 10. Thus, Lin Su opted for the airship, seizing the opportunity to visit the capital and broaden his horizons while also needing to register his name with the Padawan Sorcerer Association. At 21, officially recognized as a sorcerer, he was undoubtedly a prodigy. With the backing of his Viscount status, he should be able to smoothly join as an ordinary member. This would eliminate many barriers to knowledge, as he himself belonged to this tier, albeit as a minor player. In Tominus, he had transitioned from a knowledge provider to a resource procurement channel, and Miguelin had yet to seek his assistance. Occasionally, he was invited to gatherings simply to bolster attendance, as the more individuals present, the greater the advantage for the noble factions. The opposing Zijingwa still owed Lin Su a favor. Although they exhibited a distinctly piratical demeanor, they acknowledged their debts. Occasionally, Lin Su would visit to act as a mediator, easing tensions between the two parties. In the afternoon, the steward arranged tickets for the Goblin airship. Lin Su embarked on his journey alone on a flying magic carpet, pondering the implications of being 2 months late, uncertain of what awaited him. In Coster, it was said that the indifferent nobles, who remained aloof from the affairs at hand, had been penalized by the Empire, and this situation was now settled. Of course, it had no bearing on Lin Su, nor was there any reward. As dusk approached, few ventured to the capital. After boarding, Lin Su retreated to his purchased private cabin, which included a bed, washroom, vanity, and wardrobe. Though somewhat cramped, it was well equipped. Facing a 5-day aerial voyage, Lin Su felt a tinge of excitement. He drew back the metallic screen to reveal a small window and created a strong repulsion field to prevent wind from intruding, allowing him to gaze at the clouds and soothe his spirit. The following day. Chapter 88. Tina, the voice of nature. The following day, at the airship restaurant, Lin Su sat by the window, indulging in a slice of beast meat pie, with juice, fruit salad, a platter of roasted lamb chops, and 5 roasted lamb legs laid out before him. He was casually enjoying his meal when a fragrant breeze brushed against his face, and a sheer black veil glided past his head, nearly touching his pie. Lin Su looked up to behold a captivating figure, a woman clad in a black veil, her form swaying gracefully as she passed by, with platinum hair styled in a fishtail braid and adorned with a raven feather lady's hat. 2 ruby earrings dangled just above her shoulders, complemented by a delicate shawl that inadvertently tainted his meat pie. The scent was intoxicating, almost overwhelming. As Lin Su contemplated whether to confront her, he decided against it. After all, the pie was not particularly valuable, and he was in a good mood today, unwilling to quarrel with a woman. Certainly, he was not intimidated by the aura of magic she exuded. Comforted by this thought, he placed the half-eaten pie onto his plate and began to devour the lamb leg voraciously, channeling his frustration into appetite. The world outside was perilous. Anyone could be a mid-level sorcerer, quite a terrifying prospect. Just as he focused on the lamb leg, someone took a seat across from him. Lin Su was taken aback. The restaurant was nearly empty. It was the woman in the black veil. Treating her as invisible, he resumed his meal. "Hey, are you ignoring me? Look up." The voice was insistent, and Lin Su thought if it weren't for the sturdy materials of the airship, she might have performed acrobatics in the air. "What do you want?" "Dandong is a lawful society. I know you, Ryan." Lin Su froze, wiping his mouth. He could not discern who this half-masked figure was. But, pointed ears? Perhaps he had some inkling. Yet, had he ever offended the voice of nature family? No. But you Dandong people have offended us. Then go seek the imperial leader. I wasn't even born when you were wronged. Sharp-tongued. I warn you, Ryan, I advise you not to harbor intentions toward Valia. Do you know? Lin Su was speechless. Not only had he guessed, but he had also pilfered quite a few resources. Such a vengeful mentality, while somewhat understandable, did not warrant seeking him out on an airship. Was it merely a coincidence? Wait, the Renaud case, the capital S decree. He suddenly recalled the matter of the moon goddess's amulet. Could it be a mere coincidence? Never mind. He decided not to inquire further. What do you want? Stay away from Valia. Lin Su shrugged, utterly at a loss for words. I haven't seen her in a year. If you hadn't mentioned her, I might have forgotten about that innocent elf. Humph, there isn't a good Dandong person. Lin Su could only mutter internally. What is wrong with being abandoned? The resentment is quite palpable. All right, you have my word. The elven woman paused, skepticism evident in her gaze. Are you really agreeing to this? You must be mad. Lin Su stood up, unfazed. After their brief exchange, he sensed that this individual was not a desperate outlaw, thus he felt little concern. Dandong was indeed a lawful society. If a viscount were to be assassinated, the perpetrator would not escape justice, depending on the circumstances, of course. Moreover, they were aboard an airship. As Lin Su walked away, the elven woman hurriedly stood, warning him, "I am Tina, the voice of nature. Remember your promise. I will be watching you closely." Good for you. By the way, are you following me to the brothel too? You. The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. According to legend, the first generation of elves was said to have emerged from the fruit of the mother tree, hailed as the daughter of nature, a being of plant-like essence. Surely, she would make an excellent synthesis material. Lost in thought, Lin Su succumbed to slumber. Often, after a journey aboard a means of transport, one would feel an overwhelming fatigue, regardless of activity. Fortunately, in the following days, he deliberately avoided the elven woman named Tina, not out of fear, but due to the lingering unease regarding the moon goddess's amulet. 5 days later, in the Golden City, the capital of Dandong, Lali. It is said that this city was named by the empire's first astromancer, drawing power from the stars, which has allowed it to thrive for a millennium without decay. In the narrative, every tale the protagonist learns proves true, and every rumor is equally genuine. Quite perplexing. While studying history, Lin Su had delved into Dandong's past. In truth, Dandong had never held the title of astromancer. This position emerged only in the last century, having split from the prophetic school. Much like Raynaud's astral sorcerer lineage that surfaced during the convergence of celestial spheres 300 years ago, a time of numerous new schools of thought. After checking into a hotel and securing a lavish single room, he donned formal attire and a gentleman's hat, aimlessly wandering the city. The Padaron continent is shaped like a waning moon, with the Dandong Empire at its heart, possessing the most expansive territory. To the northwest lies the city-states of the 100 Kingdoms, a chaotic and independent region formed during the Great Development era, marked by frequent and tumultuous warfare. Lin Su's initial landing site was on the southern edge of this area, in a region known as the Tranquil Forest, belonging to the Woodland people, also referred to as the Woodland Kingdom. To their right, descending downward, lies the Bloodied Wasteland, where the Magma Kingdom resides. These two kingdoms, primarily supported by the human empire, maintain a knowledge blockade, primarily for reconnaissance purposes concerning the city-states of the 100 Kingdoms, influencing the conduct of war for profit. Their strength is relatively feeble. To the northeast is the Northlands, governed by the Icefield Empire, a formidable force that stands against the frost giants and polar trolls from the northernmost reaches of the continent. To the south of the empire was once the ancient Beastman Plains, now occupied by the Taysan people, a small territory that nonetheless claims imperial status, situated along the western coast. The High Elven Empire lies at the continent's southern tip, near the moon's apex. In the capital of Dandong, one could observe individuals from all these nations. The human population also exhibits variations in skin tone, as discrimination seems inescapable. From Lin Su's observations, the biological hierarchy appeared as follows, represented by general equivalents: gold, silver, and black iron. Chapter 89. The mysterious alley. It resembles the ecological chain of the League of Legends. Most individuals remain rational. Since the Empire adopted its open strategy, national power has ascended to several new heights. Particularly, the establishment of amicable relations with the new Elven King has proven significant, as the High Elves represent the only male-dominated Elven civilization in millennia. The Dandong Empire abolished the Elven slave market and mandated the release of all enslaved elves as a gesture of goodwill, initiating trade relations that have persisted for centuries. Interestingly, while the treatment of foreign races has been amicable, internal strife among humans due to racial issues has erupted into civil wars on multiple occasions. The descendants of Taysu, once slaves of the ancient beastmen, now enjoy independence, yet many regions remain in a primitive state. Despite occupying the fertile plains of the ancient beastmen, famine is a recurring issue, which is quite perplexing to empires like Dandong and the Ice Plains. It is bewildering when one considers that they possess the means to cultivate their land. As Lin Su traversed several streets, he noticed the stark differences among the people. The descendants of Dandong were adorned with elegance, placing great emphasis on etiquette, even in modest circumstances. In contrast, the descendants of the Ice Plains were notably tall, with abundant body hair and coarse, ruddy skin, exuding a certain comical charm that reminded Lin Su of the warrior tribes from his homeland. As for the Taysa people, It is perhaps best left unmentioned. Accepting them into society seems less appealing than embracing trolls. Those who consume raw flesh at least possess a sense of their own status, unlike the ignorant Tesu. Lin Su then witnessed a squad of enforcers violently apprehending several Tesu individuals who were harassing a fruit stand. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. This immersive experience was precisely what he sought. Shaking his head, Lin Su proceeded to another street. Prior to his visit, he had made a point to learn about the Golden City of Relaya, which is home to a mysterious alley specifically crafted for wizards. The books and pamphlets he had read spoke of its extraordinary nature. Naturally, he was eager to witness it for himself. He approached the establishment at 186 on the third branch of the Golden Main Road, a restaurant named Flame Roasted Mountain. Upon nearing it, Lin Su felt a disorienting force sweep over him, though its intensity was low enough that even a novice apprentice could resist it, let alone himself. So, this is the legendary Muggle repelling charm? Lin Su thought curiously as he entered the restaurant, only to find it completely deserted. As he reached the counter, he was puzzled by the decision to place the location in such secrecy, considering the existence of wizards is hardly a clandestine matter. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Su summoned a spell, and a mystical rune appeared above his right hand, which he gently pressed against the counter. The reality around him began to twist and rotate in a mirrored fashion. In the next moment, the mirrored space returned to normal, and Lin Su stepped out, his eyes wide with wonder as he beheld a new world. The sights were so bizarre that they defied description. As he marveled, a muggle brushed past him, inciting his astonishment. How did they get in here? Hey, you must be from a small place, came a gruff voice. Lin Su shifted his gaze to see a giant, towering nearly 5 meters tall, adorned with a pointed wizard's hat. His large fingers scratched his beer belly, and his rotund features paired with a wild hairstyle evoked a sense of mythical duality. The giant emanated an oceanic aura, clearly marking him as a wizard infused with the blood of sea giants. Hello, Lin Su greeted with a friendly smile, brushing off the giant's rudeness. Is this your first visit? The giant inquired, a grin spreading across his face as he pointed behind Lin Su. Confused, Lin Su turned to see a sign that read, Private Pathway, no trespassing. 10 gold coins for entry. 10 magic stones? That's absurd, he muttered. The giant chuckled heartily. While the mysterious alley prohibits ordinary folks from entering, those associated with wizards are permitted. The main road of the Golden Avenue has clear signage, and the entrance is wide and free. At this point, it became evident. Some of the information Lin Su had gleaned from his readings was inaccurate. Certain wizards enjoyed opening doors in the mysterious alley specifically to deceive newcomers like him from smaller locales. However, Corset was not particularly small, it was rather average. A typical mixed city with a moderate concentration of magical energy. The shops catering to the 3 major factions of wizards operated openly. Logically, one would expect to find more wizards in the capital, thus rendering such establishments less secretive. Yet, Lin Su had unwittingly fallen into their trap. Thoughts of the Reversal Alley and Avada Kedavra floated through his mind, and he found himself believing it all too easily. All right then, Lin Su sighed in resignation. Who do I give the magic stones to? Just hand them to me, the giant replied, and Lin Su paused, regarding him with suspicion. I didn't orchestrate this. It's an official scheme. How is that possible? Why not? It was proposed by the 3rd Dean of the Golden Academy. Let me recount it for you, word for word. The giant cleared his throat, adopting a deep, magnetic tone that was surprisingly pleasant, albeit somewhat mismatched with his appearance. The academy is impoverished, research requires vast sums, and training apprentices is both laborious and costly. In order to alleviate the financial burden on the empire, I proposed the scam door plan. This serves to both sharpen the vigilance of domestic wizards and bolster the academy's finances. Is that truly all? Lin Su exclaimed incredulously. He had assumed that such a prestigious wizarding academy would be particularly mindful of its reputation, yet here they were, resorting to such petty deception? Don't underestimate the value of that entry fee. The Golden City boasts a population of 100,000 apprentices, not including us formal wizards and those from outside. The ticket revenue from the mysterious alley alone can reach staggering sums daily. Lin Su gasped in disbelief. 50,000? 50,000. That translates to 1,500,000 low-grade magic stones a month, with the number of daily victims reaching as high as 50,000. That seems far-fetched. Lin Su remarked. Who told you that? Word has it that the students at the Golden Academy have long been crying out for help, repeatedly falling for the same tricks. Well, Lin Su couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder I found the historical accounts to be an absurd and comical form of serious literature. Who would have thought the elven race would escape without losing their dignity? Yet, it is truly unfortunate for the family of nature's tongue. Their plight is heart-wrenching and tear-inducing. Such brutality. By the way, what is your name? Care to join me for a drink? Lin Su sensed that this giant wizard was quite the extrovert and felt inclined to get to know him better. Chapter 90. Minilher and Dr. Bang Bang in the Mysterious Alley. At the Great Bailey Tavern, there is a special seating area for giants. Lin Su sits opposite Minilher, looking like a little chick in comparison. The vessel for serving the drink is wider than his waist, filled with a brew rich in malt and magical energy. This concoction is known as the Giant's Grasp. Enhanced with secret ingredients, it can incapacitate even wizards. It is a recent creation from the dwarves, reportedly acquired from the Night Children, a group of magic addicts. Observing Minilher indulging in his feast, Lin Su curiously inquires, Minilher, are there many wizards of giant lineage in the capital? Not many, Minilher replies with a hearty gulp. I am a descendant of giants, which is why I have refined my giant lineage. Wizards in the capital generally prefer more typical forms, such as elves, nagas, and demons. However, the majority are those who practice eternal sorcery, evolving human bloodlines. Demon bloodline? Lin Su asks, intrigued. Indeed, they are a group of madmen, Minilher sighs. The development of wizards has reached a point where the resources on the Paddling continent are controlled, and there are seldom wars between empires. Except for that group of dimwits in Sutra. Ha ha ha. Lin Su chuckles at the unexpectedly humorous giant. The demon bloodline has been around since ancient times. Known as the Black Wizard lineage, including infamous figures such as curse wizards, demon wizards, banshee wizards, blood wizards, and necromancers. Their power often relies on death, suffering, and souls, with demons being the most prominent. Have you read about the history of the Paddling continent? Minilher continues, tearing into a beef leg. Lin Su nods and shakes his head, indicating that he has read some but not all. Minilher explains, the convergence of celestial spheres is a creation of the demon school. Paddling has become too peaceful, which hinders their power growth, prompting them to communicate with the abyss and find a world tainted by magic. Through the convergence, which occurs every 300 years, they transport a multitude of magical beasts to our world. This is the origin of magical creatures. If we calculate the time, the next convergence will occur in just a few years. Lin Su's expression tightens at this revelation. He had not heard of such matters before, nor had he encountered them in books. Is it dangerous? Not particularly, Minilher reassures him. It's not excessively hazardous. The portals will open in another continent, and there are not many remaining in Paddling, making it more of a celebration. However, many small portals may appear in various corners of Paddling, leading to the slaughter of nearby ordinary people. Does the Empire not intervene? Lin Su queries. Why should they? Minilher retorts. If not for the new resources brought by the convergence, civil war would be nearly unavoidable. And what of this other continent? Lin Su presses. Oh, that is a land known as the Ancient Battlefield, several times larger than Paddling. Said to be the main battleground where ancient wizards exterminated the gods. Now I see, Lin Su muses. By now, he has gained a broader understanding of the wizarding world and a clearer delineation of the various schools of wizardry. Where did you learn such secrets? I've never come across them, Lin Su remarks. Haha, I am the assistant to a history professor at the Golden Academy. I often travel across the continent to gather historical data from various locales, and occasionally I even venture out to sea, Minilher explains. Talking while gasping for breath is not a good habit, Lin Su observes, bemused as he raises his cup and takes a hearty drink. As an assistant, you also act as a gatekeeper? Lin Su asks. It's a fine position. The extra admissions that the professor deems unworthy, I receive, Minilher replies. Ah. So the ticket fees flow into your pockets, Lin Su thinks, realizing that an assistant to a professor at the Golden Academy must know many erudite scholars. His intention in visiting the mysterious alley, aside from broadening his horizons, is to understand the thriving wizarding community and its various industries for future utility. He also seeks to find a master of alchemical bombology, as he faces difficulties with gunpowder in his enchanted firearms and requires knowledge of array microengraving technology. If Minilher could introduce him to a professor from the Golden Academy, it would surely be more reliable than scouring the mysterious alley. Though the knowledge of upper-level wizards is often restricted, the world is vast, and there are always a few fortunate individuals who acquire opportunities far beyond imagination. Over time, wild wizards have transformed from weakness to strength, forming new factions with like-minded individuals and joining the ranks of the elite. Gradually, there are indeed overlooked benefits in the outside world. Though few, they are real. Individuals like Lin Su, who rise to become formal wizards through serendipity, frequently come to the capital in search of further opportunities. Unfortunately, despite the mysterious alley being an open trading market for all wizards, it primarily caters to apprentices, with few materials available for formal wizards. Lin Su has not wasted his time and cost, as both Miguelin and Tiamanos have advised him that the places for transactions among formal wizards are more concealed. Furthermore, entry requires identification facilitated by the Empire, and purchases also necessitate identification. Lin Su's status as a viscount grants him sufficient access, approximating the permissions of the first and third tiers. To advance further, a higher noble rank and contributions are necessary. The Paddleland Wizards Association is no different, offering only the status of ordinary member, with no possibility for advancement. After pondering for a while, Lin Su decides to give it a try, despite the low likelihood of success. Minelher. Do you know any masters of alchemical bombology who might be willing to sell or trade their knowledge? The giant furrows his brow, somewhat suspicious of Lin Su's intentions. However, he recalls that his own reputation in the mysterious alley is well known, yet he never introduces dubious acquaintances to the Golden Academy. Moreover, when alchemical bombs are mentioned, people typically picture the diminutive green-skinned, pointy-eared goblins, as bombology originates from them. You wish to learn about alchemical bombs? Minelher inquires. Yes, Lin Su nods, revealing no intention to hide his curiosity about alchemical bombs, whether they're akin to gunpowder or a different formula altogether. Minelher contemplates for a moment, deciding it would be prudent to introduce this generous fellow, while also giving a warning. In light of the ale and roasted meat, I can introduce you to Dr. Bang Bang, an elderly goblin with a rather peculiar temperament. If you can accept that, I shall make the introduction. Doctor? That sounds promising. I can accept a quirky temperament if they possess skill. I have come seeking knowledge of alchemical bombs and am prepared for an equitable exchange. Whether it is magical stones or knowledge, I am confident in my offerings. Very well, Minelher, you are a good person. Cheers. Lin Su exclaims. Ha ha, cheers. Before long. It is the following day. Lin Su squints as he rises from the table, immediately spotting the thunderous snores of Minelher. Having not indulged in alcohol for quite some time, he is still reeling from the effects. The giant's grasp truly packs a punch, leaving him in a daze. Lin Su calls for a server, settles the bill, and requests a basin of water. He applies the water-breathing spell and plunges his head into the basin, regaining his composure after a prolonged moment. Noticing that Minelher is not going to awaken anytime soon, Lin Su leaves a message for the server and steps out on his own. Chapter 91. Alchemical bombs pushing open the door to the Great Bailey Tavern. The morning in mysterious alley bustled with activity, thrumming with the footsteps of passers-by. Numerous young individuals donned in the Golden Academy uniform strolled together, some with clear intentions, while others meandered aimlessly. Young girls, clad in short skirts and white shoes, paired with crisp white t-shirts, created a vibrant tableau of youth. At such an age, while others reveled in their youth and absorbed arcane knowledge, their futures brimming with possibilities. He pondered his own path. Oh, it dawned upon him that he was now a bona fide wizard. What a relief. He wandered onto the street, blending into the crowd. Indeed, Mysterious Alley was replete with wonders Lin Su had never encountered before, such as enchanting confections. The snacks of the wizarding world boasted peculiar flavors, with some candies even exhibiting mobility. Lin Su observed a bouncing chocolate princess candy and, unable to resist, purchased one, taking a hearty bite off its head. Sweet and delectable, chocolate syrup gushed from the neck, revealing a delightful crunch of nut fragments within, a truly enjoyable treat, albeit attracting some peculiar glances from those around him. Satisfied with the flavor, Lin Su indulged in a blueberry-flavored dancing queen and a king with a medley of fruity flavors. Together, they formed a whimsical family, devoured in one sitting. The latter two were gummy candies, possessing remarkable elasticity. Biting into them would stretch over a meter, a delightful combination of taste and playfulness, truly deserving of the title magical candy. Lin Su resolved to master this craft. Nothing could deter him, not even Jesus. After spending the better part of the day exploring Mysterious Alley, it was time to head to the Great Bailey Tavern. Menahal, we must depart, he called out. Wait for me to finish eating, replied Menahal. Mysterious Alley, Dororo Street, No. 63. Booming Artistry Emporium. To accommodate the physique of human wizards, The shops in Mysterious Alley were designed with human proportions in mind. Yet, a giant like Minahal was a rare sight. Even when a few were present, they often employed shrinking spells. Minahal, however, was unique. Having recently advanced to a first-ring wizard without having learned the shrinking charm yet. At the entrance, Minahal bellowed, "Dr. Pang Pang, I bring business." His voice resonated powerfully, capable of potentially stunning a muggle, though it proved effective in summoning a diminutive figure. Emerging was a creature no taller than Lin Su's knee, even shorter than the average goblin. With a shock of white hair and a distinctive handlebar mustache, his nose adorned with thick spectacles, clad in grimy attire and wearing explosion-proof gloves. He appeared to be in a constant state of work. His green skin and prominent ears might evoke a first impression of cunning. Yet Dr. Pang Pang was not as eccentric as Minahal had suggested. Inside the shop, Lin Su ventured forth, engaging Dr. Pang Pang in discussions regarding the acquisition or exchange of knowledge. The doctor's voice was akin to that of an ancient child, lively, clear, yet imbued with the wisdom of age, thick with a nasally tone. "Are you suggesting that you wish to obtain knowledge of alchemical bomb crafting from me?" "Indeed," Lin Su affirmed, "I seek foundational bomb crafting, advanced studies, and ideally, some advanced blueprints if available." Nodding, he articulated his requirements. The legacy of the Evening Bell Church was fragmented, primarily revolving around the crafting of magical artifacts and potions. The tales of Aldery and his elemental rings revealed that he too hailed from a lineage of wild wizards, his knowledge pieced together from various sources. The most valuable archives concerning the power of dusk were not housed in libraries. Lin Su had searched, but to no avail. Perhaps they were not even concealed on Evening Bell Island. The voice of the wind, an entity specializing in intelligence, might possess insights, yet he hesitated to inquire, mindful of the dwindling time before Reston Martin's crew would arrive. Ultimately, he reluctantly opted to forego that avenue. Who could guarantee that the members of the Capital Judgment Committee were unaware? Thus, Lin Su's knowledge primarily encompassed the foundational elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, supplemented by an assortment of eclectic knowledge, including tricks he had yet to master, techniques for utilizing magical energy, casting spells, and supplementary incantations. Tricks were the domain of apprentices and required no models or runes. They could be conjured instantaneously once learned, summoning spells, reversal spells, cleansing spells, and the like. These were not merely aids for daily life but essential responses to various situations encountered in the wizarding realm. This deficiency was not unique to Lin Su, but a common plight among all wild wizards. Overall, the Evening Bell Church's teachings had enhanced Lin Su's foundational skills and elemental magic, yet alchemy remained insufficiently comprehensive. Returning to the matter at hand, Dr. Pang Pang did not display anger at Lin Su's request. "I will not trade advanced alchemical bomb knowledge, but I can provide you with some advanced blueprints if you are willing." "Certainly," Lin Su replied without hesitation, his mind racing with possibilities. This outcome far exceeded his expectations. How does 50,000 magic stones sound for the foundational and advanced bomb crafting knowledge, along with some advanced blueprints? 50,000 was neither excessive nor negligible. A reasonable offer that allowed room for negotiation. However, Dr. Pang Pang had a different perspective. Lin Su finally grasped the peculiarities of Minahal's description. One moment the doctor was amiable. The next, he was seething with rage. "Magic stones. Human, you insult my precious knowledge. Leave at once. I refuse to trade with you. Out." The diminutive old goblin leaped from his chair, tugging at Lin Su's pant leg, attempting to drag him outside. Startled, Lin Su exclaimed, "Doctor, the price is negotiable. Name your offer." "Out. I detest beings that disrespect knowledge. What knowledge do you require? I can offer you something in exchange." This statement finally piqued Dr. Pong Pong's interest, tempering his wrath. "Stand still." He stormed into the back room of the shop, leaving Lin Su to exhale in relief, deep in thought. It seemed a change in approach was necessary. Minahal could have forewarned him. At that moment, Minahal peeked in from the steps, sporting a mischievous grin. Lin Su couldn't help but give him the finger. This rascal could sense the joy radiating from him. Before long, still brimming with irritation, the doctor re-emerged. "Human, this is a point detonation bomb I devised in my youth. If you can prove your knowledge base, I shall consider trading with you." Chapter 92. Is this gunpowder? Lin Su furrowed his brow, realizing the situation had worsened. He might be crafting a bomb. It appeared that Dr. Pong Pong was also quite fond of knowledge pertaining to explosives. Regardless of the specifics, anything that could aid in bomb-making piqued his interest. He was a singularly focused older boy. Lin Su had no choice but to shift his attention to Dr. Pong Pang's childhood toys, feeling somewhat bewildered. The metallic components and various arcane runes were somewhat familiar to him, though the assembly process seemed a bit challenging. Nevertheless, given his extensive knowledge, especially in basic explosives, he was confident he could deduce the general assembly method. However, where was the gunpowder? Is a bomb not made with gunpowder? Lin Su could only use his mental energy to scan the material structure, ultimately resting his gaze upon a droplet of liquid, perplexed. His eyes informed him it was merely a drop of water, yet his mental perception hinted at a terrifying energy contained within it. What is this? He inquired. Dr. Peng Peng rolled his eyes. It's the chaotic water condensed from the elemental pool, one of the primary materials for crafting alchemical bombs. Haven't you seen it before? Lin Su nodded, recalling having read about it, though he hadn't recognized it. The elemental pool serves as the energy core of the wizard's tower, producing resources from the 4 elemental forces. The supermagic dust is one such product, while the chaotic water is another. Observing Lin Su's honest acknowledgement, Dr. Ping Ping's irritation subsided somewhat. He regarded Lin Su as merely an ignorant fool. He then elaborated. The study of alchemical bombs initially employed the black powder of dwarf gunmen, but its power was never quite sufficient. It wasn't until the alchemical bomb master, Master Huiyamo, obtained chaotic water from the elemental pool that things changed. Though it resembles water, it is, in fact, a product of equal aggregation of the 4 elements. The 4 unique resources from the elemental pool may seem distinct, yet they are all aggregates of the 4 elements, containing unimaginable power. Master Huiyamo invented the elemental fission technique, which made chaotic water the optimal explosive material. It was during this period that liquid bombs emerged. Upon hearing this, Lin Su's eyes sparkled with interest. Black powder. This substance was already quite similar to the gunpowder he desired. After all, his exploration into bomb making was motivated by the intent to apply this material knowledge to crafting firearms and magical tools, with a focus on alchemical toolmaking. Now, hearing Dr. Peng Peng speak, he felt genuinely intrigued. Elemental fission technology. It sounded akin to nuclear theory. However, to Lin Su's knowledge, supermagic dust was exceedingly expensive, and chaotic water, being of the same origin, could not be cheap either. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "How much does it cost?" Dr. Ping Ping's eyes widened. 50 grams of supermagic dust can only be exchanged for 1 gram of chaotic water. This drop alone is worth 50 magic stones. Is it really that expensive? Are alchemical bombs made with this material? Lin Su was incredulous. Of course not. Basic bombs still utilize black powder. Some may incorporate additional combustible materials, while chaotic water is reserved for advanced studies in bomb making. Lin Su's lips curled in disbelief. So you played with such materials in your childhood? Isn't that absurd? Faced with Lin Su's incessant questions, Dr. Ping Ping grew impatient and urged. Can you do it or not? If not, just say so. Lin Su, resigned, decided to give it a try. Thankfully, the components on the tray were neither excessive nor lacking. After assembling the shell, he discovered a small indentation in the core of the magical array, which served as the focal point for energy release. The application of chaotic water was self-evident. Thus, he managed to craft a disc-shaped bomb that could adhere to objects, albeit with some difficulty. Is this your first encounter with alchemical bombs? Dr. Peng Peng inquired. Not quite. I have a basic understanding, but have never actually made one before. Not bad. This is a level 1 alchemical bomb, disintegration disc. Its power is comparable to a top-tier first-ring spell, capable of demolishing a skyscraper. Dr. Ping Ping seemed pleased with Lin Su's knowledge, completely shedding his earlier demeanor. He began to inquire about Lin Su's understanding of explosives and any knowledge that could aid in advancing the study of bomb making. Well, Lin Su pondered for a moment. His expertise lay in crafting chemical bombs. He recalled his chemistry teacher discussing simple chemical explosives and even conducting experiments. Cesium water, nitrogen triodide, and the like, small in power, relatively safe. His motivation for learning was to use them for fishing, ensuring a spectacular display. Consequently, he had privately explored further knowledge about chemical bombs. More notorious substances like nitroglycerin and the frequently catastrophic dust explosions were accessible online. The issue was, he had no clear understanding of how these materials were produced. Mentioning such names to Dr. Ping Ping would undoubtedly be laughable. Thus, he resolved to discuss dust explosions and elucidate the properties of the substances. As he began to speak, the scene unfolded as follows. Dr. Peng Peng. Have you heard of dust bombs? Dusk fell. Menahal sat idly on the steps, stifling a great yawn. occasionally glancing at the animated conversation between the older and younger individuals within. He confirmed that Ryan was merely an acquaintance and had no ulterior motives towards the professors of the Golden Academy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lingered for so long. Feeling drowsy, he rested his chin on his hands and gradually succumbed to slumber. His giant bloodline had been recently refined, and he had yet to fully adapt to this form, leading to an unusual propensity for sleep, often influenced by his bloodline instincts. In technical terms, his soul was adjusting to this transformed and enhanced extraordinary body. Unlike Lin Su, who had completed his physical metamorphosis during his apprenticeship, successfully advancing to a long-lived being and achieving a leap in vitality, Minahal remained in the adaptation phase post-leap. His cultivation yielded little effect, leaving him without purpose. It was uncertain how long he had slept, but when Lin Su emerged, the moon hung high in the sky, and the streets were considerably less crowded. Spotting the slumbering Minahal, Lin Su couldn't help but chuckle. His heart imprint ability, solidified within his bloodline, enabled him to sense whether other beings harbored malice towards him. When certain emotions were particularly intense, he would receive a response. Moreover, through the synthesis of the 3 magical items from the School of Mind, he had developed a semicircle spell, just one step away from a first-ring spell, as long as he refrained from attempting to influence the minds of higher life forms. The accuracy was remarkably high. Among the teachings of the Evening Bell sect, there were apprentice-level mental spells he had yet to learn, and he was currently honing his proficiency. Once mastered, he could elevate his passive ability, Heart Imprint, to a new level. Having learned from Reno's missteps, he now preferred the straightforward demeanor of Minahal, who expressed emotions candidly. In just a day, the two had grown quite familiar. "Let us go. I'll treat you to a feast." A feast? Minahal suddenly awoke, and upon seeing Lin Su, he wiped away a bit of drool. "A feast sounds great. Did you complete your transaction with Dr. Peng Peng?" "Not bad. I'm quite satisfied. Today, I'm treating you to something indulgent. Ryan my size is quite hard to find." Lin Su. Chapter 93, The Paddle and Wizarding Association. Ultimately, Lin Su was unsuccessful in coaxing Minahel into indulgence. As he stated, it was challenging to find the right proportions. In a similar vein, the Sea King cloaked in black robes would not the following day. He exchanged contact numbers with Minahel and departed the mysterious alley. The communication device was a marvel developed by the Earth Gnome clan, resembling a wristwatch, capable of projecting a semi-illusion of the other party during communication. With a price exceeding 1,000 magic stones, it was the most extravagant item Lin Su had acquired in the mysterious alley. The advantage lay in its ability to record an unlimited number of contacts, facilitating communication across vast distances, except for the northernmost point, the Moon's peak, and in alternate dimensions or special environments, allowing for delayed communication. It was far superior and more economical than the devices produced by the gnomes. The gnomes and earth gnomes were originally of the same lineage but now existed in a state of division, both being leaders in the realms of steam technology and mechanical development, each possessing distinctive traits and representative works. The golden capital of Relaya. Upon emerging from the fantastical mysterious alley, Lin Su felt momentarily disoriented at the sight of ordinary people and objects. He quickly regained his composure, preparing to report to the Paddle and Wizarding Association and submit his application for membership. Once completed, he would proceed to the headquarters of the Arbitration Committee to seek out Leston Martin. The Paddle and Wizarding Association ostensibly bears the responsibility of maintaining peace across the continent, mediating conflicts between nations, and providing a platform for formal wizards to engage with one another. However, behind the scenes, it remains a hotbed of intrigue and deception, albeit with a degree of restraint, adhering to a set of unspoken rules. The association is governed by 36 peak wizards, 9th ring, who serve as council members, representing various nations and even foreign races. The headquarters is situated in the capital, Dandong, not only because it is the geographical center of the continent, but also due to the fact that 12 of the 36 council members are descendants of Dandong. The president holds a rank above the 9th ring, with a decade-long rotation, generally absent from the continent. The individual in this position can bring substantial benefits to their affiliated factions, with the Secretary General responsible for the primary duties. Thus, the roles of President and Secretary General are inextricably linked. Major decisions within the association are determined through council votes, with the President possessing a veto right and an implementation right, although each can only be exercised once every 5 years, totaling a mere 2 opportunities during their tenure. The celestial convergence occurred 3 centuries ago, when a president from the demonology faction exercised their implementation right. To date, no apparent repercussions have surfaced. Another significant position, the vice president, is chosen to maintain a balance of power, wielding 5 votes and considerable authority. In summary, the Patalin Wizarding Association serves as a tool for the exchange and maximization of interests, representing the apex of power on the continent. In addition to the Supreme Council, it oversees the Arbitration Committee, Exploration Department, and Research Department, with various factions self-organizing. The Council holds the highest authority, while the Arbitration, Exploration, and Research branches occupy intermediate positions, generally refraining from power struggles. The various wizarding factions exist at the grassroots level, where conflicts are fiercest. Yet, new council members are often selected from the leaders of these factions, a rather intriguing phenomenon. Lin Su, as an outsider with the status of a viscount, would find it relatively easy to join the association, but penetrating the ranks of the various factions would prove to be considerably more challenging. The disputes within the overarching association are, in fact, a byproduct of rivalries formed during their academic years. The Golden Academy of Dondong, the Extreme Academy of the Ice Fields, the Elemental Academy of the Southern Cetarians, the Astral Academy of the Silver Star Alliance, and the Radiant Academy of the Thousand Islands represent the pinnacle of wizarding education. Regarding the existence of 5 institutions among the 4 primary academies, it is due to the Cetarians' audacity in naming their academy after elements while forcibly inserting themselves into the conflicts between other regional academies, shamelessly finishing last yet remaining unashamed. These academic rivalries continued even after graduation, as they entered the overarching association for further study, engaging with more complex wizarding knowledge. Those without connections, the common wizards, might find themselves mingling within the court for generations, and with a stroke of luck, could ascend to the ranks of the nouveau riche. Exceptional common wizards would join different factions based on their studies, becoming the fresh blood of those factions. However, for someone like Lin Su, an aging novice and an outsider, the situation was quite bleak, as he found himself unwanted. Occasionally, a few might rise, yet breaking into the established powers remained a daunting task. They could only gather a few friends to form organizations, much like the Evening Bell Church and the Ocean Academy. The White Tower held a unique position. As the Lady of Roses inherited her husband's title but lost her real power, needing to start anew. Nevertheless, she maintained connections within the overarching association, allowing her to navigate relatively well, as her magical rings were complete, reducing the difficulty of breaking through the 9th ring in the future. After this journey, Lin Su had gained a comprehensive understanding of the structure and circumstances of the wizarding world. Yet, he harbored a persistent feeling that this was not the entirety of it. Given the wizard's demonstrated capacity to annihilate deities, Patalin seemed rather diminutive, as wizards above the 9th ring remained conspicuously absent, lending an impression of a talent cultivation base. Moreover, only those above the 9th ring could graduate. Lin Su also contemplated the conditions of other worlds, though it was still too early to ascertain specifics. Headquarters of the Patalin Wizarding Association in the Golden Capital, gazing at the long sign, Lin Su felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The headquarters building, although only 2 stories tall, sprawled over a vast area and was constructed with opulent grandeur. Descriptions of gold and jade were insufficient to encapsulate its magnificence, and within, numerous spatial expansion arrays were inscribed, rendering its interior far more expansive than it appeared. The individuals traversing its halls were all formal wizards. Upon entering this new realm, Lin Su exhibited the demeanor befitting a novice, presenting his Viscount identification to the guards to gain admittance. Following the directional signs, he made his way towards the Human Resources Department. He encountered a small, transformed demon with bat wings and horns, sporting a pair of crimson eyes, covered in dragon scales, possessing 4 arms, and clutching various items while closely following its master. There were also diminutive forms of 5-colored dragons, half-spider servants, small tree spirits, flower fairies, and skulls emitting green flames. The most peculiar was a necromancer accompanied by a modified ghoul, whose back was sewn with the upper half of a dark elf, with pairs of pure black eyes appearing at every point on the ghoul's steed-like body. It was more bizarre than the amalgamation of an evil deity. Sanity points plummeting. Chapter 94. The elf was deceived again. In the Human Resources Department, individuals from various academies were present, primarily tasked with recruiting new members. Lin Su's timing was rather unusual, as it was not graduation season and several students from different colleges were engaged in what was politely termed part-time work. However, in less flattering terms, it was simply unpaid labor. They required the position filled and, feeling that their time was wasted when idle, they delegated the responsibility to junior students under the guise of providing them with valuable experience. A manual detailing their obligations, activity zones, introductions to various academies, and benefits was provided. Lin Su did not linger long. He completed his tasks and departed promptly. Everything went smoothly. In the following days, Lin Su wandered leisurely through the capital, temporarily setting aside his training. He occasionally glanced at the foundational bomb-making studies he had acquired from Dr. Pengpeng, allowing himself a brief respite. Due to the limited materials and vague information, he only managed to obtain a basic understanding of bomb-making, along with some advanced techniques, which sufficed for his research. Before long, the day arrived for him to visit the Judgment Committee, headquartered within the association. Having come for a second time, Lin Su felt considerably more composed and occasionally pondered whether he should procure a peculiar creature to better blend in with the crowd. On the second floor of the Wizard Association, the Judgment Bureau awaited. Ralston Martin, a seventh-ring wizard and a senior member of the committee, was responsible for handling troublesome cases that local branches could not resolve, often traveling extensively. The internal structure of the Judgment Committee operated on a parliamentary system, directly accountable only to the council members of Dandong, thus seldom participating in upper management transitions. It resembled a law enforcement agency of Dandong, integrated into the continental headquarters, with a broad scope of authority reminiscent of a global policing force. After some time apart, Lin Su arrived, and Ralston Martin maintained his usual stern demeanor, his polite behavior and expressions appearing rather incongruous. "Sir Rhine, please follow me," he instructed, leading Lin Su into another room. Besides Lin Su, there were 3 others present, an elf, a goblin, and a human. To Lin Su's dismay, one of them was Tina, the speaker of nature. "Sir Rhine, this is Tina, this is Rolder, and the last is Master Charcoal. The purpose of your visit is not only to discuss the case, but also to recount each encounter with the target," Ralston stated. "It is my honor," Lin Su replied. "Very well," Ralston Martin sighed, loosening his stiff neck before beginning to narrate the case details. "Victims hold the right to be informed, as mandated by one of the Empire's explicit laws." Lin Su exchanged a smile with Tina, redirecting his focus to the case. The incident commenced with Master Charcoal, a master craftsman from the Goblin Mechanical Society, capable of independently assembling a magical particle separation device. Rolder, a merchant from Dandong, had been defrauded of 5 million low-grade magical stones and hundreds of thousands of mid-grade stones. The target's ability to fabricate artificial magical stones was flawless, so much so that even a 9th-ring wizard could not discern the counterfeit. Lin Su remarked, "As for this elf maiden, her case pertains to the moon god amulet, a forgery case, though specifics are difficult to disclose. Sir Rhine, I heard from the president of the Coast Natural Association that you possess considerable knowledge of Elven script. Please examine this. Can you identify any flaws?" Ralston inquired. Handing over the amulet, Lin Su noticed the scornful expression on Tina's face, and a faint smirk tugged at his lips. Was he proud of his creation? After feigning a thorough examination of the amulet, Lin Su decisively shook his head. "I have not encountered this before. It is difficult to ascertain." Ralston did not harbor high hopes for Lin Su's input, merely testing the waters with a give-it-a-shot attitude. "That is approximately the situation. Sir Rhine, you were the last person to interact with him. The details were handled rather hastily at the time. Could you recount them in detail?" "Certainly." In truth, Lin Su had already relayed all pertinent information, contrary to Ralston's assertion of hasty handling. Now, it seemed the High Elves were unwilling to relent, seeking Lin Su, the complainant and involved party, for verification. Tina was in charge of this inquiry. With confidence and preparation, Lin Su articulated his account with clarity and precision, leaving no room for doubt. His dealings with Reino involved knowledge transfer and the exchange of artificial magical stones, having already disposed of the gang leader who previously assisted him with deliveries. The secure location for his stockpile had also been addressed. Unless one possessed the ability to foresee the past, discovering him would be impossible. That is essentially the case, Lin Su concluded, and Ralston nodded, affirming that it aligned with his previous inquiries. Tina, still dissatisfied, persistently urged Lin Su to reconsider for any overlooked details. Yet, all Lin Su could do was shake his head in refusal. Frustrated, she stormed out of the room. Lin Su felt helpless. There was no way he would confess his involvement, so he turned to Ralston, inquiring about the extent of the High Elves' losses. Mr. Martin, have the High Elves been significantly deceived? Ralston nodded, a wicked smile creeping across his stern visage. Currently, they possess only an ancient map. After 100,000 years, locating the Moon God Island is impossible. Lin Su was left speechless, realizing they had indeed learned nothing from their past mistakes. Suddenly, Ralston fixed Lin Su with a serious gaze, admonishing him, Sir Rhine, we in Dondung are allies with the Elven Empire. Such remarks are unacceptable. After this, he lowered his head and hastily exited. Observing the slight tremor in his shoulders, it was evident he was stifling laughter. What a revelation! The boisterous man was indeed a rascal. Glancing at the bewildered goblin master and merchant, Lin Su hastened his departure, feeling that the matter was resolved and no longer his concern. As he left the Wizard Association, he pondered the situation at home. The carcass of the cave spider must not spoil. Suddenly, a woman draped in black veils seated herself opposite him. This was troubling. She was a stationed wizard from the magical salt marshes near coast, and being from the southernmost reaches of the continent, she was the only one with the time and authority to investigate. This would not be easy to navigate. Chapter 95. Valia and Tina. The sensations emanating from the heart seal were less intense than the first time, but they were far from pleasant. Lin Su could only swiftly deal with the large bone club, his fingers trembling slightly. Is something the matter? He inquired. Rain, you have known Valia for quite some time. You should have heard her speak of my character. So, should I just follow your lead? The Empire is a society governed by law. I am aware. No need to emphasize that. Valia seldom spoke of her sister. When she did, it was often accompanied by admiration, but more so by fear. She was genuinely afraid of her sister, Tina. Previously, during the dealings between the natural language family and the beast siblings, he had been present the entire time and subsequently lost contact. How things transpired was already a matter of speculation. Valia had been placed under house arrest by him. That is to be expected, Lin Su nodded, acknowledging the situation. Upon hearing his words, Tina's demeanor shifted. Do you not care for her at all? She is merely a neighbor who enjoys mooching meals. The natural language family has little affection for the people of Dondung. Why should I go out of my way to endear myself and become an object of disdain? Tina faltered momentarily, while there was truth in his words. Expressing it outright left her unsettled. It was precisely the scenario she desired. Yet, there is no need to defend your sister. Neither she nor I are as dire as you imagine. We are merely acquaintances. Is that so? How intriguing. Tina's indignation began to wane, her curiosity piqued by Lin Su's nonchalance. Valia often speaks of your linguistic prowess. I refuse to believe you cannot discern the peculiarities of the moon goddess amulet. Even Wang Jian recognized it. Speak. Was it your doing? Lin Su's heart tightened momentarily, but he quickly maintained an air of calmness and denied the accusation. How could that be? I am allied with Raynor. Why would I report him? While his words held merit, who could say whether jealousy over spoils had not incited betrayal? Believe what you will, what is it that you truly desire? It was only then that Tina recalled the purpose of her visit. Aside from questioning him, there was another motive. I trust the judgment of Grandfather Antlers and Valia. You must assist me with this matter. Tina produced a map from the depths of her necklace, which was also a spatial artifact. How fortunate. Lin Su mused. So, this is an ancient map. As he reached for it, Tina swiftly slapped his hand away. It's greasy. Wear gloves. I understand. He replied eagerly. To be honest, his knowledge of botanical control derived from the records of the Moon Goddess clan, and he had a genuine interest in such historical mysteries. Out of respect for Lia, he agreed to help her, devoid of any sense of shame. The ancient map measured 3 meters in width and 6 in length. On the dining table, he could only unfurl half of it, and as expected, the terrain depicted was entirely different from the crescent-shaped pavilion. This must be the visage of an ancient battlefield, he concluded. Indeed, look over here. This crescent-shaped island represents the present-day Padawan continent. Lin Su was taken aback. The Padawan continent was not insignificant. Placed alongside Blue Star, it resembled the distance between Australia and the Eurasian continent. While their areas differed, the proportions were somewhat similar. Did the ancient battlefield span such a vast expanse? Was the entire old continent laid waste? Tina rolled her eyes. That is none of your concern. Focus. There are many secretive inscriptions on the map. See if you can decipher their meanings. This smaller one is the Moon Goddess Island. Lin Su shifted his gaze, quickly identifying a line of text. The land under the gaze of the Moon Goddess, the origin of the clan. This was the essence of the inscription, with each character bearing dual meanings. There was also a vertical inscription regarding guidance. Stars descend with moonlight, tides stir whirlpools, the two converge in harmony, the moon goddess shall lead us to our origins. This was Lin Su's interpretation. How to translate the original words remained a mystery. He could comprehend the text, nonetheless. Lin Su circled the sea near Moon Goddess Island with his finger and inquired, "What place is this?" "The Thousand Islands Sea." "Understood. Are there renowned oceanic whirlpools nearby?" "Indeed. But, did you comprehend it?" Lin Su shook his head, adopting a pedagogical tone. Understanding the text is not essential. One can rely on intuition. What do you believe the earliest forms of writing resembled? I am not certain. Allow me to enlighten you. It was pictographic. The sun was represented by a circle, and a human by a small circle accompanied by lines for limbs and torso. Quite simple, is it not? Tina appeared bewildered. It was impressive, yet she could not pinpoint why. Thus, the secret language of the Moon Goddess clan was, in truth, interwoven within everyday life. As long as one understood their customs and routines, even without complete comprehension, one could surmise the general meanings. In summary, you should venture to the whirlpool region near the Thousand Islands Sea, ideally setting sail under the moonlight. Without the Moon Goddess amulet to guide you, fortune will be your only ally. Once Lin Su finished speaking, he noticed Tina deep in thought, allowing him to quietly slip away. Deception, too, is an art. In this world, while pictographic writing certainly existed, it was the origin of human civilization and bore little relevance to the elves. By intertwining the obscure with the grandiose, he realized that deceiving others was not particularly difficult, especially when it came to the elves of the natural language. No wonder. In the following days, Lin Su had no intention of venturing out. He subsisted on jerky while remaining in his cabin, immersed in the study of explosives. Tina had come to seek him out, but upon seeing the sign for research hung at his door, she refrained from knocking, much to his relief. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. Over these days, he had crafted a few minor inventions utilizing materials stored in his stomach pouch. Lin Su could hardly contain his excitement. Without waiting for the steam airship to stabilize, he dashed outside. With a whistle, a purple summoning circle materialized, and an extraordinarily large moon blade leopard burst forth. Lin Su mounted it, disappearing in an instant. Tina watched his vanishing figure, utterly speechless. An hour later, at the Rain Castle, he found himself in possession of 300 acres of land and a fishing village. There was no necessity for roads leading to the castle for travelers and merchants, as no one passed through there. Instead, he constructed a dirt road along the rice fields, connecting it to the main thoroughfare, allowing anyone to come as they pleased. This way, the law could find no fault, and travel would be more convenient. In the short term, he had no plans to set sail. He informed the steward and head made accordingly. Lin Su eagerly descended into the underground laboratory. He had procured all the necessary materials in the capital. Everything was in place, awaiting commencement. Once completed, this creation would not only serve as a trump card, but also as a powerful ambush tool, ideally suited for stealth attacks. When combined with witchcraft technology, it should unleash formidable power. Chapter 96. Swarm and Thunder Serpent. In the creation of metal components, Lin Su primarily relied on his hands, engaging in true artisanal craftsmanship. The entire process demanded a significant expenditure of magical energy, necessitating subtle alterations to the metal structure by infusing it with corresponding potions. Similar to the crafting of other magical artifacts, he employed materials as a catalyst, arranging the appropriate magical arrays, inscribing runes, and subsequently aggregating and resonating them to achieve the desired form. The intricate technique of microengraving was a source of frustration for Lin Su. It involved scaling down the magical arrays while maintaining efficacy equivalent to their full-size counterparts. Dr. Peng Peng provided a shortcut, a spell for engraving reduction. This allowed Lin Su to first create an enlarged prototype of the magical artifact, then permanently reduce it to a smaller size through the spell, keeping it in that state indefinitely. However, this minimized state was particularly vulnerable to chaotic magical surges, necessitating special materials to stabilize the magical arrays. One such substance, known as tenacious stone, had been the subject of Lin Su's earlier mockery, yet he had successfully acquired it. The late Bell Wizard's heritage contained comprehensive records of these assorted magical techniques, likely due to their limited access to resources, which proved immensely beneficial to Lin Su. In the underground laboratory, Lin Su wielded a handgun of modest length, with bullets as thick as 3 fingers placed beside it. The synthesized and enhanced tenacious stone powder exhibited remarkable effects, allowing the engraving of the reduction array to proceed with exceptional smoothness. Before long, a thin veil of gray light enveloped the colossal handgun, visibly shrinking it to a familiar size. The same meticulous procedure was required for the bullets, which proved to be quite tedious. Nevertheless, this endeavor significantly advanced his alchemical proficiency, filling him with joy as he found comfort in the process. Basic Alchemy 4, 76-100. Advanced Alchemy 769-1000. Magical Artifacts, Explosives. It would not be long before he could master the technique of microengraving. This endeavor was akin to conjuring something from nothing. As time swiftly passed, Lin Su found himself gazing at two freshly forged handguns with satisfaction. He named one Swarm, a submachine gun capable of automatic reloading. Utilizing the gastric sac of the swamp frog and a meticulously arranged array of 3-year-old void grass, the bullets were inscribed with a first-tier spell, Lava Fireball, combined with an abundance of highly synthesized gunpowder, boasting a potent explosive capacity. The gun's silver-white body bore the inscriptions of the spells Swarm Command and Energy Surge, enabling it to unleash 50 high-explosive rounds within a second, theoretically powerful enough to dispatch sorcerers of the 3rd tier or below. However, its maximum explosive duration was a mere 5 seconds. Exceeding this threshold would result in catastrophic failure. He had learned this the hard way. The second firearm featured a longer, matte black barrel, which Lin Su dubbed Thunder Serpent. While the magazine technology remained consistent, the bullets differed, prioritizing piercing power and velocity, being only slightly larger than a needle. The bullets were inscribed with the first-tier spell Magnetic Levitation, while the gun body was inscribed with Explosive Propulsion and Lightning Serpent. This weapon was truly a lethal ace in the hole, especially considering the broad mastery of plant magic, which raised concerns about its power until his proficiency improved. Swarm, for suppression, Thunder Serpent, for lethality. In a world still reliant on antiquated flintlock firearms, which had long been abandoned by both dwarves and goblins in favor of more arcane liquid explosives, Lin Su found himself apprehensive about his progress in mastering the intricate magical circles, akin to a fundamental skill. With two first-tier extreme magical firearms at his disposal, his safety had undoubtedly escalated to a new level. Having finally obtained the ace up his sleeve, Lin Su breathed a sigh of relief. After the magical spirit shark had devoured the cursed power, his sorceress rank had surged dramatically. Yet he had not yet managed to condense a second first-tier magic circle nor experiment with the synthesis of powers. He now faced the challenge of a breakthrough. However, he remained uncertain about which second-tier spell to select, as the late Bell heritage contained numerous appealing options. He hesitated between enhancing his first-tier magic circle to experiment with the synthesis of powers or pursuing a more traditional path of wizardry by specializing in a singular discipline, which would facilitate future advancements beyond the 9th tier. This dilemma left him in a state of discontent. Perhaps he could explore the possibility of merging a first-tier and a second-tier magic circle into one, if he were to focus solely on a single circle in the future. It seemed promising. Lin Su scratched his head, yet he feared that such experimentation could lead to unforeseen complications. I am still young, and the environment is sufficiently safe. I can afford to make mistakes. Resolute, Lin Su decided against merely testing the waters. He would plunge headlong into his endeavors. He resolved to first produce 200 Eldritch synthesis items to ensure his security before embarking on any perilous experiments. Scanning his status, he noted, rank, first tier Earth Knight, 289-1000, first tier Sorcerer, 901-1000, extraordinary, mana breathing technique, 521-1000, Moon Eye Meditation, 756-1000, Starry Sky Meditation, 211-1000. Upon glancing at his rank, he realized that he was just 99 points shy of breaking through the first-tier sorcerer threshold. The progress bar slowed as it approached completion. Lin Su estimated that it would take at least 2 months, ample time to create 200 bodyguards and subsequently test the first-tier synthesis. By the time he completed all his tasks, he would be perfectly poised for a breakthrough. His plan was sound. He dedicated several days to the production of an extensive array of ammunition, particularly high-explosive rounds for Swarm, and stockpiled a significant quantity. Only then did he commence the dissection of the cave spider's remains, occasionally visiting the administrative district to peruse the city's official wanted notices. Even so, He found it essential to be possessed by the magical spirit and maintain absolute rationality. His nerves could scarcely endure the strain, causing him to utter phrases like "I've fallen. I've turned bad. I've become an evil scientist" with increasing frequency. Yet, this phase was transient. After acclimating to the situation, the myriad of creatures from the salt marsh had made their way to his experimental table, along with the recently active sand sirens from the coast. Additionally, he had procured various magical potions, orbs, and the remains of rare magical creatures from passing merchant ships. Lin Su gradually grasped the intricacies of life modification from the late Bell heritage and had mastered several first-tier spells from various modification disciplines, including bloodline fusion, forced fusion, and life blood pattern. He accumulated a plethora of experimental notes, such as conditions for quadruped growth, siren throat modification techniques, and resolving mana repulsion issues. In this manner, his understanding of biology expanded significantly, and before he knew it, February had arrived. Chapter 97. 2 waves of invitations. On February 16th, Lin Su was engrossed at the dissection table, wielding a saw, his foot firmly planted on a metallic surface as he exerted force on the spine of a skeletal fish. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the human spine, and Lin Su contemplated its potential to enhance the skeletal rigidity of synthetic beasts. Engrossed in his task, a sudden clanging sound interrupted his focus, prompting him to glance at the trumpet-shaped recording device. Shortly, the voice of the head maid echoed through. "Master, a young elf lady has come to visit. She claims to be your friend." An elf? Lin Su set the saw aside, cast a cleansing spell upon himself, removed his white coat, and made his way to the surface. Rhine Castle, Reception Hall. Upon entering, Lin Su spotted a black-skirted elf with her back to him, standing before a floor-to-ceiling window, curiously touching the glass and foolishly pressing her face against it, fogging it up with her breath. "Hey!" Tina, startled, turned around. "Oh, that was sudden. Huh. Rhine, it's not easy to find you." Lin Su, towel in hand, was attempting to rid himself of the lingering fishy odor. Upon hearing her words, he raised an eyebrow. "You've been here before?" "Several times. Your maid mentioned you were meditating, so I didn't want to disturb you." "Well done. By the way, kudos to your little cat girl. Then how did you manage to come this time?" Persuade my maid. Of course. It must be of utmost importance." Tina settled into a down-filled armchair, her hands shimmering as she produced several items, including the ancient map from their last encounter. "About our last meeting on the Goblin airship, I conveyed your hypothesis to the clan elder. After several validations, she believes there is a significant possibility and asked me to inquire further with you." "Just asking." Tina smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. Lin Su found it peculiar. Each time he interacted with elves, it was either they seeking him or he seeking them. Valia had opened the door to the wizarding world for him, a fact he remembered well. However, at this critical juncture, he could not afford to leave, so he decided to administer an injection before discussing matters further. A precautionary shot. Seemingly anticipating this, Tina pointed to the boxes she had brought. Lin Su regarded her suspiciously. "Are you attempting to bribe me?" "How amusing. This is hardly a matter of monetary value. The 4-ring meditation method, a level 4 material, the core of a millennium-old tree, a universal potion reagent formula for low-level wizards. A complete set of plant-based sorcery for the 1st and 3rd rings. You're really pulling out all the stops. How does this sincerity strike you?" "The meditation method and sorcery are part of my private collection. Consider it compensation for our previous misunderstanding." "What do you say?" "Too trivial, too narrow-minded. I can accept compensation, and we shall be friends henceforth, but the meditation method and materials are entirely unnecessary." Tina's smile faltered as she tentatively proposed. "What about an additional 100 high-grade magic stones?" "That high-grade magic stones convert into mid-grade stones at a 10-fold rate, while mid-grade stones convert into low-grade stones at a 100-fold rate. Their value is determined by the diversity of magical energy they contain. Low-grade stones, abundant in the 4 elemental foundations of earth, water, fire, and wind, can be naturally produced and are among the least valuable. Mid-grade stones incorporate more exotic elements: lightning, ice, darkness, light, life, death, space, time, and others. The rarity of high-grade stones lies not in their elemental content, but in the fusion of rare powers: lunar force, starlight, desolation, twilight, chaos, abyss, and void, making natural formation exceedingly difficult. Artificial magic stones were originally designed for high-grade stones, as these rare powers are elusive in nature. Fortunately, high-grade stones have limited applicability, Only those with specific needs seek them, resulting in minimal circulation. Their price is merely 10 times that of mid-grade stones. In the hands of those who require them, they become prime materials, retaining even greater value. 100 high-grade stones could easily equate to 100,000 in low-grade stones. Regrettably, my decision is resolute. Miss Tina, I reiterate, wait. Tina hesitated, struggling to utter a few words. I can allow Valia to continue associating with you. Lin Su paused, clarifying. I've stated it clearly, we are merely friends. I mean the same, just friends. Are you trying to ensnare me? I refuse. You claim to consider me a friend. This is akin to confiscation. You're merely a familiar elven sorceress to me. Very well. Suddenly, a crimson flame erupted from Tina's right hand, soaring 4 meters high. Lin Su placed his hand near his waist pouch, his gaze sharp. I'll say it once more, Dondung is a society governed by laws. I have no intention of devouring you. The fierce Tina, previously brimming with bravado, extinguished her flames and implored, please, I need you. You must come, it's imperative. Lin Su's rationality swiftly masked his vision in darkness, allowing him to contemplate all gains and losses. Attempting to feign vulnerability to charm me? Not a chance. Although the allure of a mid-tier sorceress with commanding presence was undeniably potent, the power of the brittle shark remained effective. Mindless cursed spirits are immune to all forms of enchantment. Ding dong. Master, Lord Titan Migolin has arrived. The voice of the fox-skinned butler resonated from outside. Lin Su ceased his movements, responding curtly, You may leave. This matter is futile. Please let him in. Understood, Master. Seeing her attempts at persuasion fail, Tina had no choice but to depart, coincidentally crossing paths with the entering Titan Migolin, leaving the new noble somewhat taken aback. Lord Rhine, it seems you're quite the socialite. Is that Miss Tina, come to visit you? Your Grace, you've misunderstood. It's regarding other matters. No need for modesty. We're all acquaintances here, I understand. Lin Su, unwilling to engage in further disputes, invited Titan to take a seat and began a casual exchange. The young noble, having never visited his domain before, likely sought to collect a fee for introducing him to Taminos. A debt of gratitude, difficult to decline. He would engage in a verbal dance for now. Perhaps sensing the conversation's monotony, Titan straightforwardly inquired, Lord Rhine, I've heard you've joined the Padaron Wizarding Association? Lin Su nodded. This was hardly a secret. Since you have joined the association, you must have been promoted to a formal wizard. I happen to have a matter I'd like to entrust to you. Would you be willing to go on my behalf? What matter? Have you heard of the Raven Court? Lin Su froze momentarily. He indeed knew of it. Your Grace, I have only recently been promoted and am still contemplating the formation of my magic ring. Before he could finish, Titan tossed a spatial ring toward him. Lin Su infused it with magical energy, and his eyes widened at the vast space it contained. 555 units of space. Inside were 5,000 mid-grade magic stones, a complete set of first and third ring sorcery, materials for forming the corresponding magic ring, a set of underwater wizarding tools, a teleportation scroll, and an abundance of materials and maritime maps related to the Raven Court. I'll grant you 3 months to ponder this, regardless of whether you accept or decline. The resources within this ring are yours. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With a flick of his hand, a silver ring gleamed with a soft light, and a circular portal materialized. This tactical retreat was executed far more skillfully than Tina's blend of coercion and charm. Lin Su's mouth opened and closed, unable to catch Titan before he departed. The timing was opportune, and the reward was too tempting to resist. He was still awaiting the materials for the magic ring from Taminos, and Titan had conveniently provided everything he needed, including a vital teleportation scroll for his protection. Despite his cautious nature, he felt a stirring of desire. Moreover, the purpose of constructing Silverfish Harbor and the intention behind shipbuilding is solely to serve this crow's den. Ever since the abyssal shark devoured the power of the curse, enhancing its strength significantly, it has developed an insatiable craving for the effects of this cargo. Initially, he had planned to venture out to sea when time permitted, but with Titan now requesting his assistance, the timing seems fortuitous, albeit not without its complications. He is equally enticed by the resources contained within the ring. If he were to use them carelessly and subsequently decline, it would reflect poorly on his judgment. Should he accept, he must fulfill his obligations. Lin Su engaged in a mental struggle, weighing his options, to proceed or to refrain. With weaponry acquired, strength attained, and the means of teleportation for self-preservation at his disposal, he finds no justification for refusal. Indeed, 3 months is more than sufficient for him to prepare thoroughly. Chapter 98. Synthetic Beast. Sharkman. Within the confines of his spatial ring, Lin Su found all the necessary materials at his disposal. He did not wait for the arrival of Taminos' people to deliver them. Instead, he briefed his butler and head maid before retreating to the basement laboratory to begin his seclusion. Before solidifying the magical ring, he first needed to resolve matters concerning the evil god synthesis project, essentially concluding the synthetic beast initiative. Although officially limited to 200 slots, he was not foolish enough to restrict himself to crafting only 200. The law merely stipulated the appearance of a humanoid form, and with a maritime expedition approaching, he decided to prepare a batch of synthetic beasts capable of operating underwater. Within Lin Su's being, the genes for shaping entities stirred restlessly, and he soon became wholly engrossed in his work, oblivious to the passage of time. Days later, he combined the iron spine of a fish with the tentacles of a colossal squid, incorporating some retreating tide magic algae and the body of a sand-scaled merman. The forearm modification would also be necessary. He planned to extract a portion of the magical essence from a magic spirit shark, which might yield unexpected benefits. Additionally, he intended to inscribe spells such as Iron Lung, Vortex Waterblade, and Frenzied Wave Surge. With these 3 apprentice-level spells, he would reach the pinnacle of this new form. Given Lin Su's remarkable capacity for life modification, he was adept at fusing these disparate components, with any rejection reactions easily mitigated. The application of magic would yield similar results. However, armed with the power of synthesis, he could stitch together a coherent whole. With a flick of his wrist, he cast forth a cascade of golden light. The golden, jelly-like substance reappeared, writhing enigmatically before settling into stillness. 3 seconds later, the golden jelly burst open, transforming into a stream of golden particles that dissipated into the air. What emerged before Lin Su was a creature with 10 tentacle-like appendages extending from its lower body, and 4 arms encased in iron, its skin adorned with dark green algae. Most peculiar was its head, which had morphed from a common fish visage into that of a shark, its eyes pitch black, as if embodying absolute rationality. The magical aura emanating from the synthetic beast was intense, surpassing that of a peak apprentice, yet it had not achieved the status of a first-ring wizard. What astonished Lin Su the most was its apparent capacity for autonomous action. Had he truly brought it back to life? A wave of excitement coursed through Lin Su as he recalled the infusion of the magic spirit shark's essence. The practical application involved extracting a segment of subcutaneous tissue and forcibly embedding it within. The magic spirit harbored a deep-seated resentment towards all living beings, feeding off negative emotions and curses. Although devoid of intelligence and will, its instinct for slaughter was palpable. Following their symbiotic synthesis, Lin Su found himself endowed with 2 abilities, absolute rationality and killing instinct. The former served under his command, while the latter awakened primal instincts, driving it to hunt any living creature within its sight. The synthetic beast clearly inherited a fragment of absolute rationality. Although Lin Su could not locate its soul, the infusion of magical essence seemed to have awakened an innate capability, akin to a comatose body regaining life. It was astonishing. As the creation stood complete, Lin Su attempted to command it with his thoughts. Every aspect of the synthesis lay within his dominion, akin to the authority of a creator, exhibiting a certain dominion. This time, however, it would not be under his direct control, but rather as an obedient subject of his commands. This significantly alleviated his mental burden, requiring only a simple instruction. For the moment, he dubbed it Synthetic Beast, Sharkman. Its performance met Lin Su's expectations. Whether directing it to a specific location or issuing spell commands, it executed them with precision. However, it exhibited some stiffness, likely due to the iron fish spine, rendering it somewhat ill-suited for terrestrial movement. In crafting this entity, Lin Su expended over 80 synthesis attempts, nearing the limits of the Sharkman's potential. He had nearly maximized its capabilities, achieving a physical form that firmly established itself at the level of his former peak night. Reasonably calculated, it was possible that with the remaining 12 synthesis opportunities, this synthetic beast, Sharkman, could attain the strength of a first-ring wizard, with both physical and magical prowess. The maximum number of synthesis attempts for an object was 100. If an object underwent 10 syntheses and another 20, their amalgamation would count as 30 attempts. Lin Su was intimately familiar with these rules. However, in the past, He had refrained from experimenting with monstrous corpses due to concerns over the inherent malevolence of such practices and his insufficient strength to withstand such a toll on his body. Now, with the emergence of the synthetic beast, Sharkman, he appeared to have discovered a means to attain strength ahead of schedule. Contemplating this, he decided to cast aside any lingering doubts and fully commit to the creation of the Sharkan. In his peak state, he estimated he could produce around 20 Sharkmen before exhaustion necessitated rest. After delegating the missing materials to his foxkin butler, Lin Su toiled for half a month, ultimately crafting nearly 300 Sharkmen. Of these, only 5 reached the formal level of synthesis, each consuming 12 complete Sharkman materials, resulting in a final tally of just over 200 completed entities. This endeavor bestowed upon Lin Su a fresh wave of protective power. Through the underground passages, he dispatched these Sharkmen to the coastal waters near Silverfish Harbor, allowing them to hunt for sustenance while forbidding any attacks on humans. This arrangement proved significantly easier than managing a frog farm. During this fortnight, Lin Su's meditation practice had waned slightly, yet he still had ample time remaining, with 2.5 months to spare. Since the synthetic beast, Sharkman was intended for maritime operations, it seemed prudent to consider the need for personnel to maintain order at the castle. After some deliberation, Lin Su concluded that this was not immediately necessary. He intended to assist the young master, Titan, with his tasks, and as long as Miguelin remained, there was little reason to suspect any trouble at the Rhine castle. Thus, he returned to meditation, seeking to stabilize his consciousness and magical energy before crafting a new batch of spell projectiles, culminating in the formation of his second magical ring. This time, he chose to solidify the ring for 1,000 Blades of Extreme Cold, a spell he had grown increasingly proficient in, thus minimizing the likelihood of failure. His limited practice with magic had hindered his skill growth, yet his proficiency in the techniques for magical breathing and lunar eye meditation continued to progress steadily. 5 days later, he produced over 1,000 rounds of ammunition and revamped the travel gear he had used during his apprentice days. At this juncture, his strength, financial resources, and knowledge had all seen substantial advancement. The pouch for his stomach space had been transformed into a belt, embedded with 5 low-grade spatial gems he had purchased at a premium, merging aesthetics with utility. The spatial belt was divided into 5 compartments, one filled with artificial magical stones, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, sufficient to meet his training needs for the voyage ahead. The second compartment housed high-quality synthetic food and energy droplets, capable of sustaining him for 3 years without hunger or thirst. Chapter 99. The path of the wizard practicing the splits in the third compartment. There resided corpse-dissolving liquid, mind-confusing barriers, concealment powder, fruit-flavored poison, tea-flavored poison, a plethora of bullets, and an upgraded version of a human skin mask. This was a precaution against the depletion of his magical energy, ensuring he could still cast transformation spells. The stealth ensemble had already reached a super-upgraded version, crafted with ample magical potions, yielding astonishing effects capable of subduing even him. The fourth compartment contained a change of clothes and an abundance of healing elixirs, suitable for external and internal use, including those for stopping bleeding and curing ailments. There were also auxiliary potions for training, some of which possessed dark effects. The final compartment housed basic explosive materials, with ample space left unoccupied. The spatial ring obtained from the Titan was filled with weapons, guaranteeing swift access when needed. With these preparations complete, it was time to focus on synthesizing the magic ring. In the underground laboratory, illuminated by the dim glow of night stones, Lin Su sat cross-legged in the center of the arena. After a day of preparation, he began to condense his second magic ring. He would only contemplate condensing more rings to enhance his casting ability if his potential was exhausted and meditation no longer yielded strength. However, as a wizard, no challenge would deter him. He would find a way to overcome it. Thus, it was rare for wizards to waste time and resources on rings outside their primary specialization. With the exception of the sixth one, 1,000 Blades of Extreme Cold, a powerful area of effect ice blade spell, required 4 materials: extreme cold stone, light dividing grass powder, shadow diamond, and a rare ice-type magic core. With prior experience in condensing magic rings, the task was considerably easier this time. The difficulty of condensing a magic ring primarily lay in the intricate arrangement and combination of the magical array, but melting the materials was well within Lin Su's magical capacity. After a few hours, Lin Su successfully condensed a cerulean magic ring, adorned with a layer of magical spirit energy, a mesmerizing blend of black and blue, radiating strength and mystery. He summoned the dark green plant control magic ring, mentally locking the two rings as synthesis targets. Synthesis. As the words left his lips, Lin Su's expression shifted. An unprecedented wave of weakness enveloped him, rivaling the exhaustion he experienced during the symbiosis with the spirit shark. His status bar shifted from Dragon Smite to Oregon's All Hollow. Fortunately, he still retained some magical energy, unlike the soul-draining experience of before. As his physical energy was drained first, his magical energy was also significantly depleted, leaving him with only a faint remnant. Lin Su couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, murmuring to himself. This was his first time synthesizing an official-grade item. Prior to this, whether it was a witch's tool or the synthesis beast, Yushan Man, he had achieved their strongest forms through repeated fusion. The magic ring, however, was an official-grade item from the start, existing in the realm between reality and illusion. While he still had many opportunities to synthesize Swarm and Thunder Serpent, Lin Su had only managed to create the shrinking spell and the stubborn stone. During the waiting process, he felt for the first time how long 2 minutes could be. His previous syntheses had never exceeded 3 seconds. Now, it took a full 2 minutes for the synthesis to materialize. A new magic ring appeared before him, still a first ring, but with significantly enhanced abilities. The intertwining of dark green and black blue gave him the impression that it had thickened. With a mere thought, dense vines erupted from his skin. Half retained their original form, while the other half was enveloped in an aura of cold, leaving a trail of frost in their wake. With his omniscient understanding of the synthesized object, Lin Su discovered elements he had previously overlooked. It dawned on him that his understanding of the magic ring had been one-sided. With a wry smile, he realized that transforming the magic ring into his synthesized creation revealed that vines were merely a type of plant, while plant control represented far greater possibilities. Lin Su extended his index finger, and a blade of grass sprouted rapidly, only to wither immediately, transforming into a branch. It morphed again into a cactus and then blossomed into a rose. In the next moment, the flower wilted, yielding spiky, cerulean fruits. Lin Su plucked the fruit and hurled it at the training Iron Man. In an instant, the 1,000 blades erupted forth. A torrent of frigid razor blades swirled into a vortex, the terrifying power reducing the metallic dummy to hundreds of fragments. Observing this, Lin Su nodded in approval. It seemed he had indeed made the right choice with plant control. If he had solely pursued synthesis, this was undoubtedly his best option, whether manifesting vines or trees, as they served as optimal vessels. The maximum explosive radius of the 1,000 blades of extreme cold extended to approximately 20 meters, and within that area, its power was impressive. He pondered whether merging the 4 fundamental elements of earth, water, fire, and wind could generate even more advanced magical energy. However, the magic ring represented technique, not a path. No matter how many were fused, it would only enhance the power of the technique, unrelated to the energy level of the original entity. Shaking his head, he temporarily shelved the thought. Having successfully completed the synthesis experiment for the first ring, Lin Su calculated that he could also synthesize Flame Giant Fist, transformation technique, and other spells given to him by the Titan. Even the bloodline fusion technique from the life modification school was within reach. Yet as he contemplated further, he realized the synthesis limit was set at 100 times. Whether this number would increase in the future remained uncertain. After all, his previous conjecture about advancing to an official wizard and the enhancement of his talent proved to be utterly erroneous, leaving him unable to gauge his progress. Perhaps he needed to actively attempt to touch that mysterious magic cube, which was within reach yet remained untouchable. Unless it was an exceptionally peculiar spell, there seemed to be no necessity to integrate it into the magic ring. The standard path for wizards involved 9 rings, harmonizing within the same system to complement one another. By intertwining their powers, they could break through the 9th ring to reach the forbidden spell level, capable of destroying a city with ease. Lin Su considered that while others possessed 9 rings, his incomplete power fusion with only one might still yield similar effects. Speculation aside, experiments were essential. However, given the consumption involved in synthesizing between the rings, Lin Su prudently prepared 2 pills, one to replenish physical energy and another to restore magical energy. He sought a substantial recovery, willing to endure minor side effects, as these would serve as hidden reserves dedicated to synthesis.